The story begins unexpectedly. A glass with a drink falls on the boy's clothes, forcing him to stop in the crowd. The culprit of this mess was a girl who accidentally spilled a drink while trying to pass by. All this happened at an official reception, filled with noise and formal conversations. But the worst thing is that the water ruined the book that the boy was holding in his hands. Quickly heading to the restroom, he wondered on the way why these welcome parties for newbies were so exhausting. Entering the restroom, he only thought about one thing: how to escape from here as soon as possible. This evening was not a pleasant one, because 10 years in Noryanjin left him only despair before he could become a civil servant. Comparing his life with those around him, he felt its meagerness and emptiness. That is why, even at the party, he read a book to distract himself for a little while. And now, after cleaning his clothes, he went back. The night was already coming to an end, and the fatigue from the long day made itself felt. Descending the stairs, the boy held onto the wall, dreaming of escaping as quickly as possible and enjoying ramen with a martial arts book. On the first floor, he was met only by empty beer bottles and a few forgotten full ones. The others went to the second round of celebration, and he, without thinking, went home. In the cozy atmosphere of his own home, when he opened the ramen, he felt at home. Lying comfortably on the bed, the boy happily immersed himself in reading his book. The story in the book fascinated him so much that he turned the pages incessantly, not restraining his curiosity as to what would happen next. But suddenly, a surprise. The next page was completely blank. Where did the text go? With indignation, he began to shake the book, hoping to find at least one line. Didn't they seal it? So, negligence! How was this even possible? Muttered the boy, flipping through the book indignantly. In a fit of irritation, he threw the book on the floor, unable to contain his annoyance. After all, right now he had to find out whether the main character would survive or die. The hour was late, and he decided not to start a new book, but simply to go to bed. But the thought of why the story ended so suddenly did not give him peace. Having only closed his eyes, he suddenly woke up from a bright light that hit him right in the face. From what pores does the sun shine so burningly into my room? Thought the boy, shielding himself with his hand. He was surprised not only by the noise around him, but also by the fact that his hands were lying flat on the ground. When he got up, he noticed that he was dressed in completely different clothes and was in an unfamiliar area, where strange voices could be heard nearby. Before he could understand what was happening, he suddenly received a strong blow in the face from the boy who was standing above him. The pain from the blow spread across his cheek, making him wake up even more. What a strange thing! He had long hair. His clothes had changed completely, and the world around him seemed completely different. The powerful blow sent the boy flying back, smashing the wooden boxes behind him. The pain in his chin was excruciating, and blood gushed from his mouth, making him wince in shock. Who the hell is this? How could he sneak in so unnoticed? He thought angrily, still not fully understanding what was happening. The boy was in complete confusion. But when he opened his eyes wider, he saw legs and a vague silhouette of a man in front of him. Realization began to come. He is not at home. At first it seemed like a dream, so strange and unusual, but the pain of the impact was too real for it to be a delusion. Gritting his teeth, he decided to ask, "What the hell is going on here?" At that moment, it seemed that the head was about to explode. Strange memories flashed before my eyes. A little boy spills water, scatters food from the table, children's laughter is heard. But what does it all mean? His consciousness was clouded even more if incomprehensible images appeared before his eyes. Sitting in the middle of the broken wooden crates, he began to realize that these memories were not his own. Everything became clearer. They belonged to a haughty and depraved guy named Yahello Mu Yang from Shandong province. Now this guy seemed to be about to enter the battle, and it was clear that he was going to be defeated by Baekri Jin. Then the main character began to understand that in front of him was the hero of the book he had read the day before. But why Mu Yang's memories were imprinted in his mind, he couldn't understand. The situation became even clearer. Baekri Jin was standing in front of him, and in his hands was a shining sword that radiated menace. In the glare of this sword, Yahello Mu Yang saw his reflection, and his heart began to beat faster. "Just don't tell me I've moved in with a martial artist," he thought as he felt panic wash over him. Recalling the text from the book, he remembered that it was at this moment that Yahello Mu Yang was supposed to die. But as it turned out, the hero survived, albeit with a crippled leg. Baekri Jin didn't seem to care at all. He just swung his razor-sharp sword in preparation for a decisive strike. It is logical that if he was inside the plot of the novel, then the story had to develop according to his canon. It is especially interesting that this is exactly the part of the book that he read at the official reception. What will happen next? Jagul Mu Young, disregarding all the rules, boldly challenged Bekri Jin, an orphan who bears the surname of the Bekri family, although he is not its heir. For Jin, his honor was more important than any laws. But even Jin could not fully accept his situation. Mu Yang must survive, the main character firmly told himself, realizing that his own fate now depends on it. Reaching out, he motioned for Jin to stop, and he stopped the sword literally inches from his leg. Becoming a cripple was no longer part of his plans. It was necessary to come up with something urgently. The best solution was to ask for forgiveness, even if it looked humiliating. Yang suddenly knelt directly in front of Jin, who held his sword in the air, ready to strike. The white-haired Jin was amazed. He definitely did not expect this. In a world based on strict laws of honor, it looked unusual, but it could work. Everyone around watched this scene with bated breath. The real Jagul Mu Yang would never apologize. He would rather lose his leg than be humiliated. But the main character decided otherwise. He declared that the battle had restored his clarity of mind, and that is why he is now asking for forgiveness. Jin was confused. A moment ago, Yang was drunk to the point of nausea, but now he was on his knees with a serious look on his face. It was confusing. And yet, to everyone's surprise, Jin put away his sword. Did it really work? It was an incredible relief for the main character. But now it was necessary to quickly come up with something to finally get out of the situation dry. I realized my mistake. I was mocking your rule without even realizing it. I know a few words will not be able to atone for the guilt, he said seriously. But words alone were not enough, so it was necessary to demonstrate one's sincerity, even while standing on one's knees. He raised his left hand and boldly offered, "For the sake of forgiveness, take it away." Jin stared intently at the boy in front of him, watching his every move. The others present also froze, tensely waiting to see what would happen next. Meanwhile, the main character, holding a raised hand, was worried. Is he really going to chop it off now? But Jean remained the same as in the novel, completely consistent with his image. He was cautious and even wondered how such a stubborn person could exist harmoniously in this world. The glow of the morning sun fell on Yang's outstretched hand, and he waited with bated breath. But suddenly he felt warmth. Jin put his hand on top, squeezing it tightly. And then he said that he accepted the apology, which shocked everyone around him. Jin even sat down and helped Yang up, and admitted that he couldn't help himself considering he was drunk. Has everything been resolved so simply? Thought the main character, glad that his character and cunning worked. He almost lost his leg. But now Jin not only forgave him, but also helped him get home, considering that Yang was injured. Suddenly, the voice of one of the young men was heard from behind. "Well, you give, Mu Yang." His tone was familiar and defiant. Who is this? Thought the main character, noticing that the young man was talking to Mu Yang as if they were close acquaintances. The boy approached, continuing to provoke. If your apology is genuine, why didn't you offer your right hand, the one holding the sword, instead of your left? Jin obviously didn't know who it was, and asked about it. The guy didn't even think about it. He immediately introduced himself. My name is Huangbo Sung from the Huangbo family. You must have heard of her influence in Shandong province, he added confidently. The main character immediately recognized this character. According to the novel, this is the one who only pretended to support Yang, but actually incited others. And even now, Sung did not stop his incitement. He seemed to flirt, which greatly annoyed the main character, although in the novel he behaved like a mouse before a cat. But still he continued to insist it was necessary to get rid of the right hand. Although the main character knew that the truth was on his side, the situation was becoming tense. That scum has cornered me, he thought. But quickly gathering himself, he said, it is more important for me how the person to whom I am asking for forgiveness sees me. With that, he glanced at Jin, sure of his reaction, and thought, well, take a bite, you idiot! Sung, surprised, suddenly asked himself, when did he learn to talk like that? It is surprising because there was no such moment in the novel. Sung only observed and never intervened in the events. Has history changed? But at that moment, Jin stopped the argument, saying that he had received a sincere apology and did not intend to continue the quarrel any further. The main character understood that he had to get out of here as soon as possible. He began to squirm, clutching his heart as if he felt a sudden pain. Jin immediately picked him up, holding him tighter until Sung offered, let me walk him home. In the novel, the situation was slightly different, but the general dynamics of events did not change. Sung turned around and called Yunho Myun, a stocky boy with a scar on his face, for help. He responded without hesitation. The protagonist couldn't help but be happy to see Yunho Myung. After all, this is the same character who in the novel was a warrior with 1,000 flaming swords, who raided the Central Plains with Baek Ri-jin. For a hero who knew the context of the book, this situation seemed surprisingly ironic and even funny. As he left, Jin wished him a speedy recovery, adding, "Don't worry, we'll see each other again." When Jin left, the main character got into the carriage with Sung. Even now, he couldn't quite believe that he really found himself in the world of the novel as one of its characters. There was no choice. We had to come to terms with the new reality. From now on, he will have to live as Yagal Muyang. However, he was determined that he was not going to die as a victim of intrigue, and even more so, he did not want to remain a secondary character. For this, he needed to learn to survive at any cost. In the carriage, he realized that he was not traveling alone. Sung, looking at him, asked how he met Baek Ri-jin. Since Jin seems to have already forgotten about him, the main character decided to adjust to the situation, telling his version of this meeting. In reality, the real Yang abused his power by rudely insulting Jin, causing him to watch him with hatred. But the hero decided to tell the story from Yang's point of view. When he finished, Sung surmised, "Jin must be furious! You were just having fun, a little carried away, and this brazen boy brought you, the son of a noble family, to your knees," Sung exclaimed emotionally. The main character followed and supported everything Sung said, even if it contradicted the truth. Also, he remembered that in the novel, Sung tried to poison Jin, but ended up suffocating himself and dying, choking on his own poison. Although the main character knew that his actions could change the course of history, he wondered if he should interfere in the development of events. In his conversation with Sung, he gradually got to the point of asking him to provide security for extra security. When asked who exactly he wanted as a bodyguard, the main character replied that he already had a suitable person in mind. In the future, this person would be known as Yunho Myung, the 1,000 Flaming Swords. It was this guy that the hero called a good guy, and Sung agreed to fulfill his request without hesitation. The carriage ride ended, and Yang stepped out in front of the huge gate. He was scratched all over and his clothes were soiled from the adventures that had happened to him up to this point. Above the gate hung a sign with the inscription, "House of the Yagels." This was Yagal Muyang's house. Opening the gate, he entered and began to look around, looking at the familiar surroundings from the descriptions in the book. But he immediately noticed that he had a discrepancy with his own expectations. The house looked much more modest than he had imagined. Memories flashed in his head. His relatives had left him, each looking for meaning in his life. Someone gave him martial arts instruction. Someone left things, someone gave this place as a gift, and someone left him. Only a cow. But there was a serious problem. He did not know where to look for his room, but suddenly he felt how his legs stopped obeying him. His eyes began to close, and the ground in front of him became closer and closer. After a while, he began to regain consciousness and opened his eyes. He jumped up sharply, noticing that his body was already bandaged, but he woke up for a reason. Glancing at his hand, he was relieved to see that it remained intact. Before that, he fainted because his body could not withstand the great stress. After regaining consciousness, he began to look around, examining his room with curiosity. Judging by the things around, it seemed that Young was a drunkard and a kleptomaniac. His body was bandaged, and he wondered, who brought him here after he lost consciousness? Maybe it was his parents, or so he assumed. To his right was a mirror into which he looked. Suddenly a flashback flashed. He remembered his reflection on Jin's sword. As he thought, he had the appearance not of Yang described in the novel, but his own. Meanwhile, a few rooms away, another conversation was being heard. A woman's voice was asking the man to be more decisive this time. "And don't try to joke like you usually do," she added. It was Yagal Muyang's mother, Kang Ying-ha. She spoke to her husband, Yang's father named Zhong To, who excused himself as only trying to instill discipline in his son, taking care of him like the apple of his eye. However, he said that today he will express everything with all rigor. "Someone. But you will need determination," he jokingly replied to his wife. Both agreed that they needed to be strict with their son so that he would become a worthy man. He asked her not to worry and started towards Yang's room. At this moment, Yang was sitting in his room deep in thought. He needed to remember and consider the content of the novel. Suddenly there was a loud sound of an open door behind. He instantly jumped up, turned around and widened his eyes in surprise. A man stood in front of him and a woman behind him. They were still unknown to him. The man began to get angry and angrily turned to him. According to the book, after 10 years something terrible was about to happen. Followers of the blood demon cult, hidden from this world, will unite. The cold and merciless North Sea Palace will be their base. The Potala Palace, where severe warriors who are not afraid of blood are gathered, will also join this conspiracy. Even the Primarch Palace, isolated by the nomads, will become their part. Their goal will be the Central Plains. But that's not all. Some of their forces are moving from East Muramu to carry out their grand plan to destroy Muramu. Their first goal will be the destruction of all sects and noble families. Among these families is the Yahello family. Now that he was in this world, the main character wanted only one thing: to live peacefully. Otherwise, he risked being the first to die here. Meanwhile, his enraged father looked at him as if he was ready to explode with anger, calling his son a viper. But Yang misunderstood. In fact, his father only wanted to hug him tightly, but he hugged so hard that Yang could hardly breathe. Meanwhile, a tear rolled down the mother's cheek. Yang finally realized that these people were his real parents. Raising their son was important to them, but they could not imagine seriously punishing him. His parents immediately put him on the bed, putting a cold towel to his head to beat a possible fever. It was strange for the main character to feel himself in such a situation, but at the same time he could not help but notice their sincere concern. The parents' reaction was explained by the fact that they considered him their real son and were worried about him. Revealing the truth meant taking a risk. They could either disbelieve or accept the truth, but their hearts would be broken. He realized that the best decision would be to remain their son, which was beneficial both for them and for his future. Gathering all his courage, he decided to tell his parents something important. He jerked up so fast that the towel flew off his forehead. "Mom, Dad, I'm embarrassed to tell you this," he began. Kneeling on the bed, he paused for a few seconds before continuing, "But I will stop my aimless ramblings." At first, the father could not believe what he had just heard from his son. Thoughts began to appear in my head that maybe Young had suffered a head injury. Through their reactions, the hero realized what impression the real Yang left about himself. But he was quick to assure them that his words were not a preparation for admitting some serious mistake. He explained that he just suddenly realized the importance of changes in his life. Standing up and regaining his confidence, he announced in a sterner voice that it was time to reflect on his sins and start living with a clean slate. It doesn't matter what Jaggle was like before. Now I have decided to live differently, he said, as if defying both himself and his parents. After this emotional conversation, after some time, he went to his father's room for further conversation. At that moment, the father, sitting in the background of an incredibly beautiful painting, asked Yang, "Are you going to meet that man who calls himself Young Warrior Beck?" Young answered in the affirmative. He reflected on his guilt in what had happened, and decided that he should be compensated accordingly. His words made the father think and finally answer that he agrees to pay. At the same time, the father expressed doubt that Young would be able to manage everything himself. His skepticism was understandable. He even thought ironically, "Will the crayfish whistle on the mountain tomorrow?" Young couldn't help but be surprised. The father kept his cool even after all the antics of his stupid son. But Yang guessed that behind that smile was hidden not only the bravest of fighters, but also a person who bears a huge responsibility. Although Yagelmu Yang died as an obscure minor character in the book, his family played a key role throughout the story. Young then asked his father for permission to ask another important question. He expressed his desire to access the heaven-level archives hidden in the family's vault. His father was even more surprised by his request than the previous ones. The heavenly-level archives were the true pride of the Yagello family, a treasure trove of ancient knowledge on astronomy, geography, and battle strategies. This is what made their family so powerful. Yang wanted to find the wish there, something the book mentioned as an accidental but very important find. Father warned that the vault was not a place where everyone could enter. He also asked if he correctly understood that Yang was expressing his claims to the position of head of the family in this way. With all due respect, Yang replied that it was not at all, assuring him that he had other intentions. Despite all Yang's arguments, his father refused him, explaining that his son does not have such high aspirations yet. Predictably, this complicated the situation, but Yang decided that he had to come up with something and convince his father. He explained that he can't give a clear answer about his intentions right now, but that doesn't mean he doesn't realize the value of the repository. Young said he wanted to learn more about their family's greatness, to see if he was fit for the role of head. In fact, it was an outright lie, and even with exaggerations. Father insisted once again that there was no need to enter the vault for such purposes. But I can't find the records of our ancestors anywhere else, Young insisted, adding that he would like to read them again. In fact, he was so eager to get to the archives because they might contain information about whose life he was currently living in this body. After the conversation, Yang went outside, thoughtful and a little disappointed. He understood that the father was amazed at the changes that had taken place in his son, but still remained cautious and doubtful. However, Yang had said all he wanted to, and now he could move on, leaving nothing but waiting. Some time passed and Yang's father was sitting with a cup of tea. He folded his arms and looked intently at the person sitting in front of him. It was Seo Do-han, the head of the Heavenly Level Archives security squad. His father summoned him to discuss a very important matter. He asked Do-han to determine if anyone who wanted to send Mu Young to the vault had bad intentions. The fundamental essence is the basis of many martial arts. Just touch it, and you will be able to emit and control any martial art. Taking a bite of his food, Yang still didn't believe this information, even though this was exactly the system described in the book he was reading. As he chewed, he reasoned that each character in the novel had their own way of developing and harnessing their inner energy, an important concept that runs throughout the story. Meanwhile, there were still a few morsels of food left in front of him that needed to be finished. The problem was that the cult leader knew about the fundamental essence. The book didn't say exactly when he learned about her, but one thing was clear. After that, he became very dangerous. This is why Yang realized that he needed to learn about this entity as soon as possible, in order to keep himself safe. There is a legend that one of the branches of the Yahello family, which belonged to the Danzang sect and the already extinct Quanzhen school, has a Heavenly Mysteries diary that explains the fundamental essence. To find out where this diary is, you need to get into the vault and read the memoirs of the second head of the Yahello family, Yahello Bina. Even cursing his fate, Yang still decided not to give up and went to the training room that was next to the house. Before him were gathered all kinds of weapons that he could possibly need. Amidst all this, he picked out an interesting stick that caught his attention. It was the same staff that Yahello Muyang had once used. He now understood the importance of training, from the basics that his relatives taught him to third-level techniques, as well as martial arts. Yang went to the training arena, remembering the words of the head of the family that the level could be raised to 6. He swung his sword, performing precise and masterful movements that became more and more perfect with each stroke. However, these were all just Yahello Muyang's memories that floated up in his mind from time to time. Yang sat in a meditative position, closed his eyes, and began to smoothly control his breathing. He could feel the internal energy circulating in his lower abdomen, but he couldn't call it his own until he truly mastered it. To do this, he decided to start with the basics, training the mind according to the Eastern Star method. Concentration was the key element, so he tried to concentrate even more. At the same time, it was necessary to focus on the internal energy, gradually purifying it in order to kindle a small flame inside yourself. This light blue flame had incredible power. His energy could awaken enormous power in the body, and the main character managed to start this process. Completely immersed in this feeling, he felt as if he had been practicing this for a long time. Next, Yang decided to go through the second and third levels of training, and the glow around his body began to grow. The blue flame turned into a bright fire, in the center of which was his body. That evening, under the moonlight, his heart literally burst into flames. After a while, when it was over, he was lying on his back, clutching his chest, dazed by what he had just experienced. He realized that this body had extremely powerful internal energy that the book didn't even mention. "What a fool I am," he thought, waving his hand. The previous owner of the body neglected his uniqueness and wasted his time on nonsense, not even knowing that he had the best body in the world of the hero. It really was a win tonight. Young realized that although Jigel was naturally lazy, he was a hard worker who had worked hard for 10 years. For him, survival did not become a problem, and from that moment he decided to hone the capabilities of this body until he became the main character. With this determination, he fell asleep right on the spot, feeling satisfied with his decision. But in the morning, he was woken up by a voice that firmly said that you can't sleep here and it's time to get up. Yang was exhausted to death and thought irritably, who else did it get? A little girl stood in front of him, who warned him that if he continued to sleep in this place, he would simply catch a cold. It was Baek Ah. Upon hearing her name, Yang asked, to which she proudly replied, "Yes, it's me." Oops, it was Yahello Muyang's younger sister, a girl who did not want to share her parents' love with anyone and even pretended that her brother did not exist. But now, there was a real little cutie in front of him. Soon a man came up looking for a girl. Judging by his headdress, he was a cook. He took care of her that day, because she was still very young. Yang asked him what happened and why she was wandering around alone in the morning. The man was scared to death when he heard such a question from the young owner, and immediately began to apologize. With words of apology, he explained that he turned away to the kitchen, and she ran away. "Kill me for my carelessness," he exclaimed as he bowed to Yang. The reaction was quite surprising, and Yang thought that the real hero of the novel must have been an even more despicable character than the book described. Yang approached the girl, patted her on the head, and gently asked her not to walk alone like that again. The girl explained in a gentle voice that she just wanted to go for a walk. Then Yang took her on his shoulder and suggested that they go to the market, where they would buy anything she liked. He even promised to buy anything if she promised to obey him. The cook looked surprised at this because Yang did not look like such a good person at all. After a while, Yang talked to his father, asking permission to go to the market with Baek-ah. Father froze in surprise when he heard this request, but no, he didn't hear. Yang stood in front of him and continued to explain that he was also going to meet the young warrior Baek on the way, and Baek-ah, he wanted to take a walk. The father replied that there was no need to ask permission. You could go any time. In response, he heard from his son, "Thank you, father." However, the father decided, just in case, to send security with them. He was about to add so that Yang wouldn't argue, but before he could finish, his son immediately agreed. "I don't mind security," Yang explained calmly, surprising his father even more. The security guard was due to arrive soon, and here he was, standing in front of the gate, ready to accompany Yang. It was the same man with a scar on his cheek, and a look that radiated strength that did not at all suggest that he was weak. Some time passed, and they were already sitting in the carriage, heading to their destination. The little girl nestled comfortably in her brother's arms. Yang couldn't help but notice how quickly Sung had sent them an escort. Yunho Myung will of course be watching over him, just like the novel said. This grim man was known for his strength, and that was what mattered. In the book, Yunho was fascinated by Baek Ri-jin's character. Because of this, he even regretted serving Sung. Yunho eventually becomes stronger and joins Baek Ri-jin on their long journeys. Yunho was sitting in silence when suddenly a bag flew in his direction. With a great reaction, he caught it right in the air before it even landed, but he never understood what it was. It turned out that Baek-ah's belongings were in the bag: spare clothes in case of cold, personal cutlery, and other small things. And why do I need it? Yunho thought, not understanding why he was now holding this bag in his hands. Yang explained it, but not immediately. At first, he simply asked Yunho to turn on his head faster. "You're not a guard today," Young said. "Today you are a nanny." Baek-ah just smiled sweetly with her charming eyes, and Yunho was literally speechless at that moment. Soon they arrived at the White Cloud Hotel. Young was sitting on his lap with his hands on the little girl's shoulders, while the healthy and stocky Yunho stood right at the entrance. Young had one important business that he asked Baek-ah to go out with this uncle for a while. One had only to look at this uncle, how creepy it was. As soon as Yunho turned around, Baek-ah instantly hid behind her brother. Young came closer and softly whispered to Yunho to change his expression a little because there was a small child in front of him. He raised his hand and, looking rather awkward, began to wave it. And Young, looking no better, began to explain to his sister that this uncle wanted to play with her and buy any sweets. Baek-ah listened with interest, hearing that she would be able to visit the store with him. She finally calmed down a bit and nodded in agreement. Yang then took out a small bag of money. He explained to Yunho that it was money for sweets and asked him to go to the bookstore with Baek-ah. "You can take what's left," Young added. At this point, they waved each other goodbye. Now Yang moved on, for it was time for a more important meeting. His goal was to see the main character of the novel. It was Baek Ri-jin, the legendary personality Young was looking for. Baek was a protector and a hero destined to stop the Blood Demon cult. But no less important was the history of its formation, because it had one of the fundamental essences. Yang was not naive enough to take on a mission to save the world or become an expert in martial arts. Instead, he decided to be the person to guide Baek down that path. Young chose to follow the plot of the novel, only slightly changing the parts that directly related to him. That is why he decided to get close to Baek Ri-jin. Knocking on the door, he saw a white-haired boy who turned out to be Jin himself. Baek was surprised to see Yang at his door. Opening the door, Yang said, "We've met before, young warrior Baek. I want to tell you something important. Do you mind if I come in?" Baek, although a little confused, did not refuse, and Yang entered the room. It was immediately noticeable that the room was filled with books. Everything was exactly as described in the novel. Beck is alone here and spends all his time reading. Although everything fit the description, Beck still didn't understand why Yang had come or how he even found him. Young threw a bag of money on the table, which spilled out a few coins, and began to explain that he had come to give the money as a sign of forgiveness for what had happened earlier. Jin listened to him in silence, realizing that Yang had come a long way to this end and accepted the apology. However, he refused to take the money, asking Yang to take it with him. Young was ready for it. He knew that Jin would refuse, so he planned a different approach in advance, following the plot of the novel. Then, let's do this, Yang suggested. I heard you paid a hefty sum for compensation for the hotel room I destroyed. If you're not busy right now, why don't you come over to my house? These words were part of his plan B. He wanted to keep the money and win Beck over to his side at the same time. However, Beck politely replied that he had no intention of bothering Young. Damn it, there's one last chance, Yang thought. He decided to ask Bayek to help his younger sister, Beck Ah, with literature in her spare time. Yang knew that Beck definitely missed his younger sister, who was the same age as Beck Ah when she was in the dance-on sect. Jin thought, thinking out loud that it wasn't going to be easy. How can you live under the same roof with a warrior like Beck, he pondered. After thinking for a few minutes, Beck replied that he needed to think it over. This is progress, Yang thought. He agreed aloud, saying that Beck could think as much as he wanted. He also continued to express his desire to have a good relationship with him. Meanwhile, the full moon was shining outside, and the sky was full of stars. Under this starry sky stood Sung, who was approached by a familiar boy. Sung turned and said, "Oh, you came. I was really waiting for you." This guy was Yunho Myung, whom Sung summoned to hear how Yahello Yang was doing. Yunho Myung immediately began the report by announcing that Young had met with Baekri Jin today. Sung realized that he didn't even have to force Yang to do this. He decided to go to the meeting himself. "And what happened afterwards?" Sung asked, and the question caught Yunho off guard. "I didn't notice anything remarkable after that, sorry." Yunho replied, feeling tense. Sung, exasperated, snapped at him to put his report away. "I've been waiting all day for you to hear this nonsense, and I paid you. For what?" He was indignant, but Yunho explained that the circumstances were unusual. What other unusual circumstances? Sung did not understand. Yunho began to remember how he took care of little Beck Ah all day. She dragged him from one shop to another, and it took up all his time. He couldn't explain it clearly, but Sung, after thinking about it, agreed to give him another chance. He ordered Yunho to talk to Jagelmu Young to get revenge on Baekri Jin for the humiliation of being forced to kneel. Yunho questioned why Sung was so fixated on Jin. "I didn't like his look. He made me want to crush him no matter the cost," Sung replied coldly. "But why do it yourself? Isn't it more interesting to do it with Yang's hands?" he added smugly. This explanation annoyed Yunho Myung. He felt indignant because he understood that Sung was using him and making him a laughing stock for such a small thing. Yunho Myung was well aware that there was nothing he could do about the situation at this moment. The reason was simple. He needed money, and a lot of it. The next morning, Yunho Myung and Yang were holding wooden swords while training in the fresh air. It was the beginning of the day, and they needed to warm up and remember the basics of swordsmanship techniques. Yang was surprisingly skilled and quick with his sword. So much so that Yunho even had to dodge his blows. However, Yunho's reaction was perfect, his keen eye noticing things that a normal warrior couldn't. He managed to dodge Yang's flying uppercut, sidestep him, and go behind him. With a light stroke of the wooden sword, Yunho touched Yang's head, showing his superiority. Afterward, he called Yang pathetic, and proceeded to explain that Yang was opening up with every punch. He also emphasized the importance of synchronizing breathing with movements. "That's the only way you'll get faster and stronger," he concluded as he continued training. Baek Ah watched all this from the side with her mouth open, fascinated by their skill. Training went on again and again. The blows with the wooden swords were precise, skillful, and incredibly beautiful. But in the end, Young was again knocked to the ground, where he remained lying, no longer having the strength to rise. At the same time, Yunho didn't even use his full strength and didn't make any concessions. However, no one could take away the pain in the hand with words. Yang could still feel him, and was holding onto his arm, which was hurting badly. At that moment, Yang asked Yunho to train with him the next morning. Yunho was surprised and asked if it was really necessary, to which Yang replied, "If you don't want to, you can go back to Huangbo Sung." Hearing this, Yunho reached out and helped Yang up from the ground, adding at the same time, "Tomorrow will be even more difficult." But Yang wasn't going to back down, realizing that it would only make him stronger and better. Holding Yang's side, Yunho took another look at him and noticed his heavily pumped chest. He concluded that Yang's body was much stronger than he expected. Given Yang's basic physical strength, agility, and muscle mass, it was hard to tell that he was just a womanizer and drinker. His skill, worthy of a young master of a noble family, became clear. But even with that, Yunho still didn't understand why Yang had such a strong desire to train. Wouldn't it be more fun to hang out with Master Sung? Yunho thought, and decided to ask Yang that. Yang replied that he was also wondering why things had suddenly changed so much. Such was their conversation when they reached the house of the Jagels. Waiting for Yang, there was his father, who had already heard about his training over the past few days and was curious if there was any reason for it. Yang didn't know what to answer, so he said that there was no reason. Everything happened spontaneously. He also added that he regrets the time he spent as a rich snob. Is it because of what happened at the hotel? Thought the father. To this, Yang replied that nothing else would have pushed him to change like this. He also noted that, like a silkworm emerging from its cocoon, it needs time to find answers to many questions. And he added that now, he's trying to make better choices and look for optimal ways to find his true path. After hearing his son's words, the father also decided to be frank. He said he appreciates it very much, but has no intention of handing over the most important family heirloom to him just yet. The reason was that he had trusted Yang for a long time and invested a lot in him, but he did not bring the expected results. However, now he began to think about changing his mind. These words were of great importance. Yang froze in anticipation, listening with trepidation to what came next. And so it happened. The father gave his son permission to visit the secret storage. Yang thanked him sincerely from the bottom of his heart. He bowed low to his father, standing behind him, and promised that he would not disappoint him again. I really hope so, answered Jagel Chong, putting his faith in his son. Everything was resolved quickly, and Yang was determined not to let his father down. He was sure that he would live up to his expectations, although he did not plan to claim the role of the head of the family because he did not see any sense in it for himself. Some time passed, and the head of the Secret Intelligence Unit in charge of the Heaven-level archives, Seo Dai-han, was sitting in front of Jung. He explained that the young master, despite his close relationship with him, showed no interest in the secret vault. However, there was something important that Seo decided to tell Jung, but he agreed to reveal this detail only after observing the young master a little longer. The head convinced that if it is so important, then it is better to tell everything now. Jong himself, the more he thought about it, the more he wondered, who could have imagined that his son would change so much? The main question that troubled him, does his son really want to pay him back for years of false trust and love? Han later found himself on the street and walked beside Yang, instructing him to watch over him. When he came closer, he didn't even say hello. However, this was expected, because Yang understood that his father was standing over him. When recalling the plot of the novel, he remembered that Seo's head did not appear at the beginning of the story, making him seem like a minor character. But in the second part, he began to perform various tasks as a henchman of his father, that is, the head. Also, Seo was the head of the secret intelligence unit that protects the Sky Archives, so he was the one who allowed Yang access to the vault. Did you manage to gain even a little of his trust? Although Yang was still not interested in the position of the head of the family. As he continued walking, Seo turned to the young master. Seo turned to Yang with a warning that if he wanted to look at the records of the previous family heads, he must remain in the vault under the supervision of his unit, and refrain from any records. Hearing this, Yang immediately threw away all the leaves and the brush he was holding. With a stern look, Seo continued to explain. The vault has 2 underground floors and 2 above-ground floors. Weapons handed down to the family are stored on the first underground level. On the second underground, valuable elixirs, access to which is strictly limited. The first ground floor is dedicated to the main office of their division and also contains a library with books of various disciplines. Continuing up the stairs to the second floor, Seo began to talk about him as well. On the second ground level is the most secret vault, access to which is carefully guarded. It was this level that aroused the greatest interest in Yang. Approaching the door, Yang couldn't tell if it was already a vault or just part of it. He looked around with interest. The security seemed to him weaker than he expected. He assumed that he would have to pass through several rows of iron bars. After voicing his thoughts out loud, he heard Seo say, "How is that even possible?" At that moment, Seo uttered only one word. Bizo. It was the name of the girl who immediately appeared as if teleported through the door. Yang was surprised by her sudden appearance. He just thought, what the hell? She just walked out the door? A slim girl with a sword strapped to her belt appeared in front of Yang. Her graceful figure could make anyone lose their head. She dropped to one knee in front of her master, silently waiting for his further orders. Seo turned to Yang as he said, "At our will, the vault can turn into a sky fortress." Seeing no point in explaining the details, he took out the keys to open the giant door. As the door began to slowly open, Seo added, "You'll find what you're looking for here." Now it became obvious why this place is called a secret storage. All Yang could say as he looked around was, "Wow!" No one could have thought that there would be something like this on the second floor. No wonder the family was considered noble. Perhaps this is why they are still called the Hidden Dragon family, even though they are no longer among the top 3 families in Shandong province. As soon as Yang touched one of the doors, Bizo appeared out of nowhere and said that you can't come in here. She asked him to go to another room. Her sudden appearances startled Yang a little. He asked her to stop doing that, and then he remembered that he was hungry, and asked her to bring some food, even energy pills would do. Bizo replied that everything had already been prepared for him by order of the family, because he had warned that he would stay here for a long time. However, Yang himself was not going to spend too much time here. His goal was specific: to obtain the memoirs of the second head of the family, Yagal Bina. On the street, Jiang was standing with Han, telling them that a disciple of the Jiangzheng sect named Baek Ri-jin had come to them. He believed that the friendship between Baek and his son was not just a coincidence, but destiny. Seo listened intently to Chong as he pondered why his son had decided not only to pay the compensation, but also to invite disciple Dianzhang as a guest. For Seo, it was even more interesting to know why the master gave up his training for the person he had only seen for the first time today. The answer was simple. For the first time in a long time, he met a person with potential. Baek didn't get any special knowledge, they just talked. The host explained that Murim had ignored the sect that sacrificed itself for him for many years, under the guise of restoring its former glory. Over time, the sect was simply forgotten, and this is what prompted Chong to think that it is worth thanking them for their sacrifice. He decided that this situation was a great opportunity to correct an old injustice. By the way, 2 whole days have passed since Mu Yang entered the vault. Jung and Han didn't know if they should tell him that his guest had arrived. But the father decided that for now it was superfluous. When the time came, he would go out himself. Bizo walked leisurely through the secret vault, her gaze focused. At this time, Young was already literally drowning in books, reading far from the first one. Finally, he found the passage he needed. True power cannot be achieved solely by moving forward. Baek Ri-jin once saw this same passage. Young's task was clear: to memorize the entire content of the memoir. However, looking at these books, it didn't seem like a lot of work to him. But when he looked more closely, he realized how big a pile of literature had fallen on him. The novel did not mention exactly how many volumes and pages the memoir included. It is only known that Baek Ri-jin managed to absorb all the material. In other words, it was not clear whether he had achieved the result by reading all of it, or only part of it. Young now had to study the contents of each manuscript. Now it became clear why Bizo had asked earlier if he would stay here for long. At this time, Bizo was standing under the door, hearing Yang say behind them, "Get together!" He said these words to himself, trying to convince himself that he would be able to remember everything. Fortunately, the years of preparation for the exams have developed a remarkable tenacity in him. A few days have passed since then. Yang finally emerged from the vault, with Bizo walking behind him, not a step behind. As soon as he stepped outside, the bright sunlight immediately fell into his eyes, making him squint in pain. Young wondered if criminals who had just been released from prison felt the same way. "Now I can be free," said Bizo suddenly, as if with a sigh of relief. Although her words didn't sound too friendly, Yang clearly understood that he had gotten the most out of this visit. It took some time, but now every entry from the memoir was etched into his memory. He had guessed that Chegel was a gifted man, but the speed with which Yang could handle it could put him in the ranks of geniuses. In addition, after he memorized all the memoirs, he unexpectedly came across something new. At first, he was afraid because of a possible overload of energy, but everything worked out. A new circulation of energy has opened a method of training the mind. To Baek, who had never studied his sect's methods, it might have seemed like a magical technique that eliminated chaotic thoughts. On his way, Young met Yunho Myung and decided to approach him. Thinking further, he realized If the descendants of the Yahello family carefully train according to the methods from the memoirs, they will discover a lot of new things for themselves. This method promised to expand the boundaries of their capabilities. As he got closer, Yang thought about the name of the new method. Well, how about calling it the long-lost mind training technique? It sounds symbolic of the world of the novel. Yunho Myung, upon seeing him, asked how he knew that Young had come out of the archive. Yang explained that Master Han had said that. Did something happen while I was gone? Yang asked, and Yunho told that Baek was coming. He also added that Baek plans to leave the training ground only if it is necessary to get literature together with the young mistress. After hearing this, Yang decided to congratulate his father first and then visit Baek. He understood that there was no point in hurrying. Baek had already overcome his doubts and decided to come himself. Yang was pleased with himself. He had mastered the mind training technique, and Baek Rijin finally dared to meet him. After some time on the training ground, Baek stood in the middle of the court, sword in hand, and the air around him seemed charged with energy. He honed his movements, deftly maneuvering the sword in his hands. His strength looked truly impressive, and it's not just an appearance. He could cut through the strongest enemy with one swing of the sword. Everything that happened during his training could only be called incredible. Before, Baek had been trying to improve his skills for a long time, but the real breakthrough came after a sword fight with the head of the Yahello family. Compared to his sect, which had lost most of its heritage and patrons due to the invasion of the blood demon cult, the foundation of the noble families remained steadfast. Baek took it upon himself to revive his sect. He planned to restore his lost martial arts first. To do this, traces of the heritage they had before the death of his older battle brother had to be found. However, the road to this was long and dangerous. He could not return without achievements. Even if he had to lose all his money and become a vagabond, Baek could not renounce the shadow of his sect. His thoughts and plans were suddenly interrupted by the question, "Who is this?" In front of Baek stood Young, who had come to visit him, inquire about business, and start a dialogue. Baek knew from the words of Yang's father that he was training in seclusion. Yang explained that he was simply reading the records of his ancestors and thinking about how to continue living. "I envy you," Baek said. "You even have books that describe the will of your ancestors." But these words dramatically changed the atmosphere. It seems that Baek said so for nothing, because Yang had a surprise for him. He put his hand on Baek's shoulder, asked him to put aside his thoughts, and invited him to go have a drink together. Baek thanked for the invitation, but said that he still had to train. Yang, in turn, assured that even his father had given his approval, stressing that friendship with the Diansang sect was a noble cause. Young also shared that he wanted to talk about what he learned from the memoirs of his ancestors. According to the plot, Baek would have come to them in any case, even if Yang himself had informed in advance of the long-lost mind training techniques. It would not change the course of events. Yunho got the chance to take the day off today. In the meantime, Young and Baek went to pass the glass under the watchful eye of Yunho, who remained in place. Yang knew very well that if Yunho saw them together with Baek, he would definitely run to report to Hwang Bo-sung. It was perfect, because it was necessary to continue the development of Baek Rijin's story. A few hours later, Yang could barely string words together. There were about 5 empty bottles of alcohol on the table in front of them. Baek was happy to talk about how much he liked the unusual taste of the booze, while Young could hardly contain himself, as if he was ready to go to the ancestors. At first, Young's plan was just to have a few drinks and talk about his parents' records. But is this how a man who claims to be indifferent to drink should behave? Suddenly, Baek brought up the topic of why everyone despised Young. "Are you talking about being called an idiot, a retarded family dog, and a fool?" "This is my payback for a kind of rebellious nature," Yang replied. He explained that he should have been the best in his family, but because of the circumstances in the family, he began to behave differently. Baek then asked if he could say anything, citing his drunken state, and Young allowed him. Young asked Baek not to get too fixated on his goal ahead. "You seem to see only your target, but sometimes you have to look back, to the sides, or even look both ways at the same time. Moving forward is not the only choice. A retreat, sidestep, or even a step back can also be ways," he added. At that moment, Yang noticed how Baek had seriously concentrated. This is not surprising, because the words belonged to the second head of the family, Yagel Binu. Young also tried to explain that there can be good in the life of a fool. "A fool is free from the shackles of social order," he said, and suggested that Baek try to go beyond discipline, morality, and valor, and do it only in order to know true justice, he concluded. At this moment, Beck was listening carefully to Yang without looking away. Yang then scratched the back of his head, laughed awkwardly, and asked what Beck thought of all of this. At the same time, he admitted that he took most of the words from the books he had read, except for the part about the life of a fool. Beck was silent for several minutes, as if considering something, and then he simply took the flask and said that it was necessary to drink. But he did not stop there. He decided to say something and asked a question. "Do you remember anything else you can tell me?" "Sure I can if you stop pouring me booze," Yang replied with a smirk. In fact, it was a success, because Yang managed to get Beck interested. The next day, very unpleasant sounds were heard in the yard, under the giant fence. Yang, having drunk a little the day before, was now suffering from nausea. Even so, he continued to think that if he handed over the long-lost mind training technique to Beck, he would easily fulfill the first condition for obtaining the Heavenly Secrets diary. His help to Beck was like a friend boost in a game. At that moment, Scar appeared behind him and asked if he was okay. In fact, Scar had come with important information, but Yang had no desire to listen to him. However, it was an urgent matter, so I had to listen. Scar handed Yang an interesting object, a small bottle tied with a cloth. It was a transmission from young Master Huang Bo. "What's inside?" Yang asked in surprise, although he already guessed the answer. He understood very well that it was most likely poison. In the novel, Sung gave her to Yahello. Scar explained that the poison was made from several poisonous plants. The one who drinks it will be covered with red spots in a day and become blind. This poison is not for killing, but for blinding. Then Yang came closer to Yunho and said that when he is faced with a choice, he should make a clear decision, because such situations depend on how we behave. Taking the bottle, Yang left, leaving Scar wondering, what the hell is he up to? But Yang understood the essence of the situation well. According to the plot, Mu Young tried to poison Baek Ri-jin, but was caught by his father. He was unable to complete his plan because of his fear of Huang Bo-sung. Yang immediately went to his father and placed the vial in front of him. "What is it?" asked Chong. Yang explained that it was poison and asked if he knew Huang Bo-sung of the Huang Bo family. The father noted that there was a close relationship between them. "Then why, Grandpa, did he send the poison?" Chong was surprised. Yang explained that Sung wanted him to poison the disciple of the Dansung sect. This infuriated the father, and he asked why it was necessary. Yang explained that this was due to Sung's initial dislike of Baek. Zhang, enraged, only asked his son to leave, saying that he would deal with it himself. However, Yang disagreed. He said that children's quarrels should not affect the relationship between families. Then he added that he had an idea that his father seemed to already want to hear. Hero Mu Young was severely punished by family rules after his attempt to poison Baek Ri-jin. In the end, the father found out where the poison came from. It turned out that the poison was provided by the local criminal group, Dark Assassins, a collection of desperate thugs who are ready to do any evil for money, even murder. It later becomes known that the Dark Assassins are followers of the Blood Demon cult. But no matter how hard they tried, no traces of their activities could be found. Instead, they discovered client lists that included the names of noble families, including Huang Bo-sung. Because of this, Mu Yang was kicked out of the family. The Yagello family received compensation from the Huang Bo family. The compensation included 2 swords. But for now, Mu Yang only hinted to his father where the poison could come from, and decided to deal with the Dark Assassins himself. Yun Hom-young stopped abruptly and looked back. Mu Yang was standing there wondering where he was going. Yunho replied that he was on his way to the training ground. Without thinking long, Mu Yang decided to go with him, but Yunho suddenly stopped, turning pale, and began apologizing. He said he remembered an urgent matter and hurriedly turned to leave. Mu Yang decided not to argue. It was clear that he hated him, because it was Yunho who gave him the poison. Funny guy, but best to leave him alone. Having decided not to follow, Mu Yang realized that by molesting Yunho, he risked getting into trouble once again. In Mu Yang's mind, there was nowhere near the desire to quarrel or escalate the situation. So he decided to go on his own to a place where he could take a sword and practice. Suddenly there was laughter nearby. A person appeared in front of him, mocking him, pointing out his enthusiasm for the training, which had already been going on for more than a day. Besides, Mu Yang drank quite a bit yesterday, and this morning he got down to business again. It was Beck, who himself had tricked him into drinking last night. Mu Yang explained to Baek that it was not fun at all. His main goal is to learn to defend himself, because this is the only way to survive. After hearing this, Beck was happy and immediately proposed a duel, pushing Yang to real practice. In front of Yang now stood a man who was getting stronger every day and never seemed to stop in his training. Sparring with him is a serious challenge. However, Yang decided to decline the offer. He did not yet feel ready for such a test. After saying goodbye, Yang muttered something under his breath that Beck didn't even hear. But he already understood that stopping Yang means losing the opportunity to help the future hero. However, Beck was not going to let Yang off so easily and immediately added a heavy condition that made him stop. He proposed to fight with real swords using only 10% of internal energy. This turned the duel into something more realistic and dangerous. Yang still had a wooden sword in his hands, and as he gripped it, he could already imagine how dangerous the iron sword in Beck's hands could be. Besides, he had never used a real blade before. Meanwhile, the cook again did not have time to catch up with Little Bake, who was rushing headlong to the door with extreme curiosity. The girl barely peeked out the door, trying to discreetly see what was happening there. But a wave of surprise gripped her body when she saw what was hiding behind the door. The boys were already in flight, competing with real swords in their hands. Their movements seemed lightning fast. Beck's face remained as focused as possible, as if he was fully immersed in the battle. He attacked Yang with such speed that he barely had time to parry the blows, giving himself up completely in defense. Yang was surprised to admit how lightning fast Beck's movements were now that he had experienced that speed for himself. Yang tried to increase the distance by backing away, but Beck did not let him rest, unceasingly swinging his sword. In a moment, the sharp blade of Beck's sword was literally a few centimeters from Yang's nose. Yang miraculously managed to take a step back, trying to bounce away, even though it seemed impossible. Maybe Beck just decided to give Yang a chance to continue the fight by holding his jab. Yang managed to increase the distance between them, although each step back was given to him with great effort. But the more he retreated, the faster Beck attacked, forcing him to look for a new plan of action. Realizing that he needed to act differently, Yang focused on analyzing how to stop this formidable opponent. He weighed all the options and decided to take a risk, to get closer, using the first stage of a technique he had been learning for a long time. Gaining courage, Yang went on the offensive, deciding to act boldly and decisively. Meanwhile, the cook and Little Bake watched this exciting battle with admiration. However, it was difficult to call it observation. The speed of the opponents was so crazy that their movements could hardly be seen. The cook even asked Beck if it was really the same person she knew before, because Yang seemed completely different. Their swords were like two angry beasts charging at each other with all their fury. A smile lit up Yang's face, even with the frantic speed and tension of the battle. Feeling the recoil in his hand, Yang suddenly decided to act on instinct, attacking as his heart dictated. Beck stood directly in front of Yang, carefully trying to predict his next move and prepare to attack. But suddenly, Yang felt a strong blow to his legs, which made him lose his balance and stagger. He fell to the ground, and his sword flew senselessly into the air and, hitting the tile, fell out of his hands. Beck immediately asked if Yang was okay, holding back a laugh. Despite this comic moment, the match made both of them sweat a good deal. Even seeing Yang on the ground with his face in the tile, Beck recognized that this was something new. Although at first Yang seemed like a clumsy novice with heavy breathing, Yang's last attack made an impression. If he perfected it and used all of his inner energy, it could be a decisive blow. Raising his head, Yang apologized and immediately asked to be helped up, not hiding his defeat. However, the more Beck talked to Yang, the more this guy confused him. Yang created a lot of problems, but at the same time remained calm. He didn't seem too concerned, but at times he looked very deep in his thoughts. At this point, Beck decided that he needed to take a closer look at Yang, because he was not as easy as he seemed. Yunho Myung also watched the training arena silently, carefully analyzing what he saw. Everything that happened before his eyes made a strong impression on him, making him think about Yang's potential. The moment Yang tried to approach Baek Rijin, he collided head-on with Baek Rijin's sword and lost his balance. Yang was thrown back hard by the powerful blow and fell to the ground. He tried to stand up, despite the sharp pain in his arm that was crippling his movements. But it was at this moment that he felt an explosive force that made him wonder. What was that? Since then, the training began to take place according to the method proposed by Baek Rijin. And previously, unclear points gradually began to become clear. In 4 days, Yang had mastered the Yahello family's Rising Star swordsmanship technique, as well as techniques such as Deceptive Step, which was based on a long-forgotten mind development technique. In addition, the knowledge gained influenced the improvement of the Spinning Dragon Whirlwind stance, which also required a lot of practice. Yang was delighted with the results. Every day brought him new achievements, albeit through exhausting work. But, unlike Yang, Beck did not like these methods too much, although he did not show it openly. One night while Yang was sitting on the bed, Yunho Myung suddenly came up from behind and put a sword to his neck. Yang immediately guessed why he was doing this. The reason could be that he didn't pay enough attention to Yunho. But murder? Is this not too radical a step? Yunho quickly assured that he had no ill intentions. But Young understood. If these were not personal motives, then someone influenced him. He was convinced that his former master, Huang Bo-sung, was behind everything. First of all, he is not my master. I have never served him, Yunho answered firmly. But Yang cut him off, sharply calling those words a lie, sensing the falsity in his words. At this moment, Yang could clearly feel that Yunho was literally making him want to kill, and it didn't give him peace. Yang, full of indignation, began to say that Yunho was only following his master's order by giving the poison, and sarcastically called him an obedient dog. Yunho's hand trembled as he gripped his sword. He admitted that he may have gone too far in his actions. You can always change your mind, Yang said, trying to awaken some common sense in him. But Yunho replied that it was too late. Their tense conversation was suddenly interrupted by a voice. Young master, this is Seo Do-han. I have come to see you. These words broke the silence that reigned in the night room, adding even more tension. The tension grew so much that Yunho couldn't think of anything better than to swing his sword wildly. At this moment, it seemed that death was inevitable, as the blade of the sword was getting closer and closer to Yang's neck. Will he have time to dodge? It could have been a miracle, or years of training, but Yang quickly ducked his head down, avoiding the blow. Moreover, Yunho suddenly noticed Yang's leg flying in his direction, aimed straight at his head. The impact was instantaneous, and after it, Yunho no longer felt, but only saw, Yang's silhouette moving away from him. His head hurt from the heavy blow, and his body, thrown back, collided with the ceiling of the room. What was that movement? Yunho thought in a daze. He couldn't believe Yang's speed and accuracy. But it was important to remember that Khan was still standing in the doorway, watching everything that was happening. His face remained serious and steadfast, and his eyes radiated confidence. He silently observed the situation without saying a word. Little by little, Khan's gaze shifted down and to the right, as if he saw something that could be the key to this tense scene. On the floor lay the thing that, just a moment ago, could have been the cause of the young master's death. A sword that almost cut his neck. Like lightning, Han unsheathed his sword and ran up to Yunho, bringing the blade to Yunho's neck. The situation was getting critical. One move and even Han's toe could destroy Yunho. Realizing that this was unacceptable, Yang decided to intervene immediately. The best option was to approach Khan and explain that he had misunderstood the situation. And Young began to act. However, Han firmly stated that he had just seen Yunho's thirst for murder, his sword literally bursting into battle. How else can it be explained? Young tried to calm Han down by explaining that they were just sparring. It's just training, Young added, explaining that he wants to learn how to fight in different situations before heading to Murim. It was the mention of Murim that surprised Khan. It sounded like something completely new. Yeah, I was going to tell my father about it later, Young said, realizing that now the situation had gotten even more complicated, and he would have to improvise to stay out of trouble. Han, considering the murderous thirst he sensed in Yunho, assumed that Yunho was only sparring as a cover to kill the young master. Yang denied this, calling Yunho his faithful companion, and stressing that Yunho would not betray him. At this moment, Yunho himself could not understand exactly what Yang was up to, but decided not to interfere. Thanks to Yang's explanation, Han calmed down a bit and finally hid his sword. However, as he holstered his weapon, Han warned that Yunho would have to be at the forefront of the operation to take down the Dark Assassins. It also let Yang know that his father had already discovered the location of the Dark Assassins. In fact, the father managed much faster than Yang expected. If Yunho joins this operation, it can be used to solve a number of problems. Han, meanwhile, was waiting to see exactly what Yunho's answer would be. Sitting on the floor, Yunho couldn't think of anything better to do than to agree. I agree, he said without enthusiasm. Khan began to turn around, heading for the exit. But before that, he informed Young that his father wanted him to stay close to Yunho, and added that he would be waiting for them tomorrow morning at the back gate. Before leaving, Han gave Young a stern warning he would keep his eye on him to prevent any trouble. Thus, the tense situation was resolved, although it left behind many questions. The main thing that remains unclear is why Yunho suddenly attacked Young. Yunho owes Huang Bo-sung a huge amount of money to buy a concoction for his sick sister and buy the children he cares for out of the shelter. By this time, He was gradually paying off the debt by completing various tasks. But since Yang didn't use the poison, Huangbo Sung most likely started to pressure Yunho even harder. This explained why Yunho had gone so far in following orders. Now he sat there and couldn't understand why Yang had decided to help him and dared to ask about it. "You're one of my people now. I can't stand by and watch Huangbo move you around in silence," Yang replied firmly. "If you agree, you will go to the front, and I will deal with your debt to him." That was Yang's condition. Yunho had no idea that Yang already knew about his situation and fought for him in advance. Yang explained his position clearly, laying out everything on the shelves and proving that the reason for all this was Yunho's debt. However, Yunho didn't believe that Yang would be able to help him because the situation seemed hopeless. He understood that even the cheapest concoctions cost at least 30 silver yams, which was a huge amount. For comparison, an ordinary person earns about 10 yams per year. Despite everything, Yang gave Yunho a choice, offering to decide whether he wanted to break free from Huangbo Sung. After that, Yang turned around and started walking, warning that it was all up to Yunho to decide. The situation in which Yunho found himself was difficult to the limit, a real struggle for survival. After finishing the conversation, Yunho followed Yang and unexpectedly met Baek Rijin while walking along the road. Baek stood under the pillar as if he had been waiting for Yunho for a long time, leaning on him thoughtfully. As soon as Yunho got closer, Baek said, "If Yang hadn't forgiven you, I would have killed you." He added that the kindness Yang had shown to Yunho deserved devotion and unquestionable gratitude. However, Yunho just continued walking in the other direction in silence, avoiding a reply. Meanwhile, a group of people in dark suits gathered together. Their leader explained that the next goal was the east, the mountain of the 1,000 Buddhas. It is there, at the top, that they will attack the base of the Dark Assassins. Khan clearly dictated the rules, reminding us that the mountain can appear invisible. However, there is a magic field there, an absolute mirage created by the Dark Assassins, which hides the stairs leading to the cave. Yang was also standing in the crowd of those in dark suits. He stealthily looked around, trying to find Yunho, but he did not appear. Khan continued his explanation, stating that their main goal was to destroy the magic field before sunset and finish off the Dark Assassins. Yunho was assigned to lead the front ranks, who was supposed to lead the soldiers into battle. And finally, he appeared, dressed in black, with a scar on his face from a hard battle and a sword hanging from his back. However, Yunho did not come alone. Khan was ready to introduce another ally. A disciple of the Diansang sect is Baek Rijin, who also joined them. He stood next to Yang, ready to work together. With the appearance of Baek Rijin, everything began to follow the plot of the novel, exactly as planned. Of course, if the main character's memory does not fail, everything happens as it should. Finally, Khan ordered the squad to head to the top of 1,000 Buddha Mountain, where a decisive battle awaited them. Pushing off the ground, not afraid of the coming battle, each of them bravely went forward. Their main trump cards in this battle were Yunho and Baek Rijin. Both were incredibly strong fighters, capable of reversing any course of events. They set out for a distant peak that had yet to be reached given the height of the mountain. However, it was not a problem for them. They moved so fast that they disappeared from sight almost instantly. Yang remained standing still. The problem was, Yang couldn't use Qinggong, and realized he would have to ask Jin to bring it up. Qinggong is a set of techniques that allow martial artists to move with incredible speed, jump high or run on vertical surfaces. But now Yang could only run horizontally. Realizing that the squad had already disappeared from his sight, Yang decided to run alone, trying to catch up with them. Meanwhile, a group of martial arts masters had already reached the bottom of the mountain. Han asked, "Why hasn't Master Mu Yang arrived yet?" Someone in the squad replied that he probably didn't have a good Qinggun. Yunho heard this conversation. "Oh, come on! Did he really not come because of that?" Yunho flashed through his mind. In Yunho Yang's memories, he always moved so fast and powerfully that it felt like his organs were about to burst from the strain. If he used all his strength, he could move even faster. But Yunho couldn't understand how Yang could not know Qinggong. At this point, Baek was the first to bring up the subject of Yang, noting that he is the complete opposite of logic. "There's something amazing about it, something beyond explanation," concluded Baek, looking thoughtfully toward the mountain. Yunho seemed confused, even by Baek's simple explanations, never understanding what Baek was trying to convey to him with his words. Some time passed, and now the mountain was illuminated not by the sun, but by the cold glow of the moon. Night had come, and the squad had to start implementing their plan. But Yunho still couldn't understand why Yang was acting so chaotically, because soon they were about to break into the enemy's base. Meanwhile, Yang continued to catch up with the squad, moving as fast as he could. However, he was aware that he needed to hurry even more, because if everything went according to the plot of the novel, Baek Ri-jin would surely destroy the base of the Dark Assassins, but leave their leader alive. It was important to consider that the cave inside resembled a tangled labyrinth. Unlike the others, Yang wasn't just an ordinary squad member, and not even like Baek Ri-jin. His main advantage was that he knew exactly where to look for the Dark Assassin chapter. So Yang had to act quickly to block the chief's escape route and capture him. After running another few hundred meters, Yang suddenly stopped in front of the water that appeared in his path. But it only confirmed that he had reached the place where he planned to go. He had found the right direction. In front of Yang, a boat was moored on the water with a pair of oars waiting for its time, tied firmly to the shore. According to the plot of the novel, he knew that the head of the Dark Assassins was planning to escape through the cave, using this very boat. But if the boat is gone, the head will have no way to escape. Realizing this, Yang knocked out the stake to which the boat was tied. Yang's next task was to find a way out of the cave. He set out on his quest, confident that this would not be a problem for him. In the novel, it was noted that the exit would be down the slope, among the nameless graves that Yang was now walking through. After walking a certain distance and climbing a mountain, he finally reached a place from where he could clearly see the desired location. A cave could be seen just a few meters above. The entrance to it was almost walled up, but Yang understood that somehow it was necessary to get there. Having reached the cave, he knew that he had to take one important thing from there. Meanwhile, the people in the cave heard a noise that attracted their attention. There were 3 men inside. One of them was a big guy with an eye patch, looking like a pirate. His companion stood in front of him, and a third came in with the news that the magic field at the entrance had been destroyed. The bald big man, who was the head of the Dark Assassins, immediately ordered to prepare for a retreat. He was asked what to do with the sword that had just arrived. He cold-bloodedly ordered to get rid of everything that has no special value. In addition, the head ordered to kill everyone who saw their faces or was involved in the auction. His subordinates were tasked with going out and destroying all the witnesses in this area. The bald head couldn't even guess who had managed to destroy the magic field, but he was filled with a bad foreboding that something was bound to happen. While his subordinates were already fighting, he stood still, clutching a strange vial in his hand. He didn't care about all other things. Keeping the vial was his main task. Behind him, propped up on the ground, was a weapon that he reached for. However, instead of helping his soldiers, he only ordered them to use the escape tunnels and hurry up. He himself also began to consider which of the tunnels would be better to escape. He did not have to think for a long time. He immediately ran away. At this time, the squad brought by Khan had already entered the cave. After seeing inside the bodies of the victims, Khan realized that these scoundrels killed everyone who participated in the auction and fled deeper into the cave. Luckily, Baek found the records of the deals that were left here and gave them to Khan. Meanwhile, other members of the detachment had already discovered where the enemies had fled. The problem was that the path was blocked by a complex granite mechanism. The thickness of the wall made it almost impenetrable. Even Yunho and Baek admitted that it would be very difficult to break through. But Khan categorically stated that this was not the end, and ordered to find a way to make a way for himself. He only asked everyone to hurry, because time was running out. The squad had already started discussing Mu Yang's absence. Did he get scared and run away? Was the question that cast doubt on his reputation as a genius capable of leading the family to greatness. At this moment, Yang was standing in a cave in front of a box filled with jewels that shone like the sun crumbling at his feet. However, what he was looking for is not here. There were only silver yams in the box. There were many of them. But Yang was looking for something completely different. In the future, the Huangbo family will find 2 ancient swords, which they will give to the Joggle family to keep and hide what happened. These were not just ancient swords. They had to be obtained as soon as possible. Standing in the cave, Yang tried to recall the description from the novel. He clearly remembered that the swords had been found in the foxhole of this cave. But what has changed here? Suddenly, he was overcome with the feeling that someone wanted him dead. In the same place, at the same moment, who was behind him? Turning around, Yang saw a bald man. The glow from the torch reflected off his head, creating an eerie atmosphere. Looking at the stranger, Yang assumed it must be the head of the Dark Assassins, Wang Chong. The book didn't tell much about his power, as he never appeared again after escaping on the boat. But he looked powerful enough. Since he is here, the raid has already entered the cave. In such a situation, Yang had to buy time until Chief Han reached the place. However, Wang Chong's men immediately began attacking Yang. forcing him to dodge and defend himself. But suddenly Yang, stopping sharply, shouted, "Stop!" Wang Chong, seeing how nimbly Yang moved, immediately recognized that this boy is very agile. Yang decided to enter into a conversation with the bald head, introducing himself and bluntly saying that there was nowhere left to retreat. Lysi asked his men, "Is there such a man in the Yahello family?" The answer was uncertain. Not sure. At this point, Yang warned him that they were being chased by a group of pursuers, and offered to surrender while there was still a chance. But did the big man understand the meaning of the word surrender? He seemed to be well aware that they were already doomed, having lost all the valuables they had received from their employers. It didn't matter to him where to die. However, the bald man noticed that in front of him was a self-confident young man who believed that he was capable of defeating them. The head of the Dark Assassins did not understand how Yang knew about this place, but they decided to use the situation to their advantage. Their plan was simple: capture Yang and find out what price they were willing to pay for his life. Yang was counting on the allies who were supposed to be there, but now he realized that he was in real trouble. There were no allies nearby, and the big man, untwisting a heavy stick in his hands, began to rapidly attack. But what kind of weapon is this? She moved with incredible speed, approaching Yang. At this time, a group of martial arts masters advanced through the cave. Khan, looking at one of the walls, ordered his men, "Break here!" The place was permeated with cold, so strong that even just being here was difficult. The clang of metal echoed in the air, adding to the tension. Chong deftly held off Yang's attacks as he continued to advance. At such moments, it becomes clear that the training was not in vain. Avoiding the big man's blows was getting easier and easier. However, each blow of the bald man was so strong that it was difficult to even imagine its true destructive power. They stopped, standing opposite each other at a distance of about 20 meters. It was a real fight in which Yang didn't even have a weapon with him. It was scary to imagine what would happen if you made even one mistake, and what to imagine here. A mistake meant death. All the people who were under Chong's command were just watching the battle. Suddenly, Chong turned his head sharply to his subordinates, giving them his bloodthirsty gaze. His silent rebuke seemed to shout, "What are you doing, idiots? At least take the silver yams away." He then switched back to Yang, noticing that he was unarmed. What? Hoping for help? Flashed through his thoughts. In fact, Yang had both. He relied on both himself and help. But the thought of Han's group being delayed made him furious. Yang didn't understand why Han's group hadn't reached this place yet, since in the book they arrived quickly. Meanwhile, only this huge man was moving here with incredible speed, delivering powerful blows. His attacks were so powerful that Yang had to dodge, barely standing on his feet and sometimes even crawling on his knees. Suddenly, the big man announced that he had changed his mind. He admitted that he had planned to take Yang hostage to save himself, but now that help was on the way, he no longer needed a hostage. It seemed to hint that he was going to kill Yang. However, Zhong unexpectedly offered a deal. If Yang did not interfere, he would be allowed to leave. It sounded too simple for such a tough opponent, but it seemed that Chong was confident in his plan. He explained that the relief party was unlikely to be able to get through quickly, because the mechanism blocking the way was almost impossible to break. Hearing about the mechanism, Yang began to guess what was going on, even though there was no mention of such a situation in the novel. Cheerleader approached Yang and sternly asked, "Choose." Yang chose the better option, to agree not to interfere and ask permission to leave. This made the crowd laugh. The bald duck began to laugh loudly, but Yang only thought of buying time at this moment, so he said this. Zhong didn't waste time either and set out with his men. Saying goodbye, he threw to Yang, "We'll see how the case presents itself, little one." And with a smile that emphasized his superiority, he left. Knowing the enemy's actions in advance, Yang understood that Chong would soon return, because his escape was impossible without a boat. Now Yang has already started writing his pages of this novel himself. While those jerks left, Yang decided to use the moment to search for the two swords. Meanwhile, the bald man reached the place where the boat should have been. But to his surprise, it was not there. "Who the hell did this?" The bald man's first thought was that it was the work of that scumbag, Yang. The following thoughts were reduced to one word that repeated in the head. "Damn, damn, damn." He clearly understood that escape was the only chance to save at least his life. The irritation caused a surge of internal energy, kie, in him, and he gave the order to kill Yang. One of his men tried to point out that the people of the Jagal family were most likely already here. However, when he tried to convey this to the chapter, he received no response, only heavy silence. Instead, Zhang addressed everyone, declaring that everyone would die today. "So you better do what you love the most," he added ironically. He remained confident in the reliability of his mechanism, which could not be broken quickly. And when this happens, it will be too late to change anything. Zhang was ready to die, but more than anything, he wanted to finish his job. His only goal remained to get revenge on Yang, who he believed had prevented them from escaping. Meanwhile, Yang had already found the 2 swords he was looking for. The novel did not mention that there are several foxholes here, as well as many other details that were omitted. But one thing is clear. If the swords were here long before the Dark Assassin base, they are very old indeed and probably of considerable value. One of the swords was called Northern Sun. As described in the novel, it was to be handed over to Baekri Jin. The second sword, Moon Monster, was assigned to the next head of the Yahello family. Since the change of chapter would not take place soon, Yang decided to temporarily keep the Moon Monster for himself, because there was no other weapon at hand. To those who don't know anything about this sword, it might seem like just a piece of metal. But this is not the case at all. As soon as the inner energy is passed through the sword, it becomes an incredible weapon, and its blade, sharp as the claws of an animal, appears only at the moment of attack. The Moon Monster gave Yang confidence, making him feel stronger. He also made Yang curious. Does the sword have a scabbard? They would definitely come in handy as the blade was dangerously sharp. But Yang's thoughts were interrupted by the familiar words that came out in a gruff voice. "Hey, jerk!" It was Wang Chong who stood nearby and said in an icy voice, "Get out now if you don't want to die." He exuded incredible rage and a will to kill that was almost palpable in the air. With Yang holding the Moon Monster in his hands, he will have to engage in battle with Wang Chong and his subordinates, the Dark Assassins. The ominous silence before the storm was broken by an explosion of action. Bald sneered at Yang, asking, "Which is better, killing you now or waiting for those bastards from your family to come?" At this point, Yang defended himself in every possible way. He displayed his sword in various positions, trying to block the attacks. But the big man pressed more and more, intensifying his blows. He spun his heavy staff like helicopter blades, preparing to deliver an even more powerful blow. When John waved his wand, everything around him began to fill with red light, and Yang, repelling lightning attacks, filled the space with the glow of his energy. He had to constantly maneuver, move, and look for convenient positions for a counterattack. But Young appeared out of nowhere, trying to catch Yang in the wrong. Once again, suddenly appearing nearby, he swung his weapon, aiming to pierce through Yang's body. Yang dodged, but glanced at Chong for a moment, only to see his giant chin. In the next second, the big man threw a punch so fast that it was almost impossible to avoid it, and Yang couldn't do it. The impact sent Yang spinning in the air and fell to the ground. "Get up," said Chong menacingly, adding that he was not interested in finishing off a lying opponent. Yang's arm was almost numb from the constant blocking, but he continued to hang on. Despite this, the big man was inferior in speed to Baekri Jin, although due to the length of the peak, it was extremely difficult to get close to him. What to do now? What to invent? Before Yang had time to come up with a solution, his thoughts were interrupted by a loud and dull sound. All the fighters present began to panic, assuming that the cave was about to collapse. John turned to the direction of the sound coming from the depths and instantly realized what had happened. Apparently, those whom Yang was waiting for managed to break the mechanism. At that moment, Chong realized one more thing. There was absolutely no time left. He tightened his grip on the handle of the pike. In his thoughts, the decision clearly sounded. It's time to say goodbye. Yang, meanwhile, was analyzing the situation. Due to the length of the spade, the big man was forced to retreat after each blow to prepare the next one. This made it even more difficult to get close to him. However, Yang understood. If you take advantage of the moment when Chong retreats, you can get a chance to counterattack. In this case, he will be able to hold out until the arrival of Khan and his squad. Yang applied a long-lost mind-training technique to correctly time the attack. But Chong, noticing this technique, decided that it was time to finish off the young man as soon as possible. Meanwhile, louder and louder sounds began to come from the exit of the cave, signaling the approach of help. Meanwhile, the boys from the Yahello family reached the fork in the tunnels and decided to split into 2 groups to cover more territory. Baek, puzzled by the explosion, asked Han, "Is it possible that this is Mu Young, somewhere nearby?" Han pondered the question for a moment, realizing that such a possibility existed. At that time, Yang did not have a second to think, because he continued a fierce battle with the bald big man. Chong's sword passed so close to Yang's clothes that the sight of that sharp blade made his heart sink. But there was no time to look at it. It was necessary to go on the attack. Avoiding the blows, Yang dodged so deftly that even Zhong couldn't hold back and noted his excellent technique. However, as he glanced at his opponent's feet, Yang noticed that Zhong had taken a step back. It was a clear sign that the big man was going to break the distance and aim for his legs. And indeed, this was Chong's exact plan. He swung his pike, trying to hit Yang in the legs to immobilize him. After that, he was going to complete a sword strike that would be impossible to dodge. Yang realized that simply dodging wasn't enough and decided to put up a block. As their swords collided, a bright blue flash appeared, momentarily blinding them both. But none of them controlled this energy. Only the fact that Chong had much more power helped Yang to avoid a complete rout. Last time, when Yang resisted the blow, an explosive force burst out of him. Now he felt that familiar feeling again. The vibrations from the blow's recoil affected his internal energy, causing it to concentrate in one place and rush through his belt and arms. The energy, as if moving in a well-defined path, was directed towards the point of the sword, creating an explosive force. Yang managed to put this knowledge into action, and even the bald big man could not resist. He began to laugh, but this laughter was filled with fear. There was such a strong tremor throughout the cave that it seemed that it was about to collapse. The reason for this was because Yang had struck the ground with his rusty but incredibly powerful sword, stained with the blood of his enemy. The blood of the giant flew in different directions, smearing not only the ground, but also Yang's hand, the hilt of the sword, and even his cheek. Yang's hand, which was still gripping the hilt of the sword, began to tremble, and his heart was beating so hard that it felt like it was about to burst. Glancing to the side, he noticed the small bottle that Zhong had taken with him when he ran away. It was a real victory. Yang managed to kill this scumbag and put an end to this brutal fight. Chong's people began to panic, not knowing what to do next. Maybe it's time to run away. One of them shouted sharply, telling everyone to shut up. He recalled the words of Master Chong, who had said earlier that they would all die today if they didn't, and offered another option, to kill Yang, and whoever is afraid, let him run away. Yang, already exhausted to the limit, could barely stay on his feet, leaning on his sword, but he heard behind him the footsteps of those who began to approach him. Shit. Butchering a human isn't as easy as it's made out to be, he thought as his heart pounded like it was about to burst out of his chest. But in this world where he is now, such cruel rules are the norm. If you want to survive, you have to get used to it. However, it seemed that he would die before he could get used to this new reality. In addition, there were so many people around who wanted to help him go to the next world. Yang felt completely exhausted. He didn't even have the strength left to stand up. Of course, I wouldn't want to die at the hands of some secondary characters, flashed through his mind. What if I die? Will I ever come home? Closing his eyes, he began to think about it, when suddenly a bright flash made him open them. The glow that blinded him came from the blue energy that engulfed the sword. At the same moment, he heard one of the attackers behind him shout loudly. Yang immediately understood. This crazy power belonged to him. He's still here, and now he has a chance. The one who appeared was none other than Baek Ri-jin. White-haired like a stallion, he dramatically saved Mu Yang at the last moment. Blowing his long white locks, he ran past Yang and even praised him. Good job, kid. Now Baek took it upon himself, showing his experience and strength. He rushed forward, but Yang made him stop by throwing a sword in his direction. It was the same second sword that Yang had found in the foxhole, now in the right hands. Now the sword was in Baek's possession, the one for whom it was intended. Baek, holding a shining blade, jumped high into the air like a master of the elements. It was only necessary to direct the sword in the direction of the enemies as hundreds of sharp blades appeared, hanging in the air. These blades, like enraged beasts, rushed at the enemies. The sky shuddered with the sounds of battle as it happened. Yang watched the sight in awe, shocked to the core. What else can you expect from Baek? Yang thought. Sure that he would finish off all the enemies. Having created real chaos, the walls of the cave became red with blood, and the painter this time was Baek. It was so impressive that even Yang couldn't help but smile. That was cool, ha ha ha! But suddenly one of the enemies, who did survive, sneaked up on Yang while his attention was on Baek. The attacker did not have time to complete his blow, when suddenly another hero appeared in time. What are you doing here? You can't even fight, said Yunho, who had arrived with a support group. The appearance of his friends was a real relief, especially Yunho, who just recently held the sword at his neck, now became a savior. The whole group followed Yunho. The guys rushed to Yang, asking about his condition and trying to assess the situation. Khan appeared with them, inspecting everything that happened in the cave. Under his feet were only corpses of enemies that filled the entire space. Baek, holding Yang's hand, helped him up, fully aware that if they didn't get there in time, everything could end in tragedy. In fact, they were already too late. Yang was one step away from death. Exhausted after all the adventures, Yang just closed his eyes, feeling the complete collapse of his strength. With his head down, he thought that he never expected how happy he would be to see Yunho and Baek. But as soon as he closed his eyes, Zhang's image began to appear in front of him. This made Yang snap them open sharply, startled as if he was close again. Opening his eyes, Yang saw that he was already in a completely different place, in a warm bed with clean white sheets. Looking around, he realized that he was at home. A thought popped into his head. Did they manage to get hold of the deal book? Fortunately, both swords were also here, Moon Monster and Northern Sun. Still, I did the right thing by giving the sword to Jin, Yang thought, confident in his decision. However, the sword is here again, and there is a logical explanation for this. He decided to open the hilt of the sword, and a narrow but long sheet of paper fell out. It was a description of a martial art and a letter left by the previous owner, Taoist Baek Mun. The discovery was so unexpected that Yang realized these swords hide even more secrets. I am Taoist Master Baek Mun of the Diansang sect. For many years I searched for the basic principles of our teaching, but even if I saw the right path, I could not follow it. My successors, you must attain the state of calm smoothness of a water mirror. If heaven hears us and the goal is achieved, you must climb to the highest point in Henan province. Face north, because the mysteries of the sky are revealed when the water becomes mirror-like. Baek Jin read these words from the note found inside the sword. He sat directly above the artifact, not understanding how his ancestors' legacy ended up in a city they didn't even know existed. Many questions swarmed in Baek's head. Yang asked him to repeat the words he had said while they were drinking together. These words, taken from the records of his ancestors, organized Baek's thoughts every time. It seemed that everything was becoming clearer with them. These words have a special power that can liberate. Its nature still remains mysterious. The legacy was lost so long ago that even the elders of the Jagel family know nothing about it. In the records, this is called hyperadivity. Young placed an old book on the table and handed it to Baek. Baek took the book, realizing how valuable it was to him. She was like the key to understanding everything. Yang studied deeply the hidden messages of the heavenly mysteries left by his ancestors. They carried a unique wisdom. He also understood that to solve the mysteries of heaven, a key was needed that would open access to the basic principles of their family. Do the records also mention the key? Baek scrambled to his feet, startled by the thought. Yang was still in doubt, but that was what his assumptions were telling him. The answer to the calm surface of the water mirror that Tao Baek Mun was looking for is hidden in the Jagel family. But why are the main principles of the Diansang sect so similar to those of the Yagel family? This question bothered Baek. Yang appealed to Baek to let him unravel the secrets of the heavenly mysteries. This issue was extremely important to both of them. Yang wanted to work with Baek Jin to find the core principles of the Diansang sect in order to restore the legacy of their ancestors. After what Yang went through with Wang Zhong, he decided to help Jin. He will give him a lost mind training technique that will help him achieve peace, find the diary of heavenly secrets, and together gain the strength to survive. Time has passed. Yang discussed everything with Jin, but there was one important matter that needed to be completed, the cause for which Yang took up the sword. Behind him stood an old man, silently watching. It was necessary to put an end to the fight against the Huangbo family by using the records of the deals of the Dark Assassins. Fortunately, Yang received his father's permission to come to this place to resolve the situation. He met the eldest son of the Huangbo family, Huangbo Lim, who was already waiting for him. Lim, a big man with a severe appearance, drank without even eating. His posture radiated brute strength. A deep scar on his face gave Lim a menacing look. They sat down at the table across from each other. Lim already knew that Young was offering to avoid publicizing the incident, understanding the risks involved. But Lim had no desire to waste his precious time on unnecessary chatter. He wanted to get straight to the point. Yang didn't mind and took out the book. It was the original recording. Young asked Lim to take a look, as Huangbo Sung's name was mentioned there. Asshole, if I burn this book, it's over. You showed up here unofficially, opened your cards, and didn't even say what you wanted in return, Lim snapped, smirking. However, Young was sure that Lim would not act so imprudently because he saw hidden prudence in him. Young justified his confidence by saying that Huangbo Sung is his half-brother, and it is he who poisons part of their own family. In other words, this incident could be an excuse for Lim to cover up Sung's actions if it would benefit Lim himself. At the same time, just one look at Lim's smile made it clear that he did not respect Sung at all. Lim believed that he was not worthy to represent the proud and noble Huangbo family. In anger, Lim grabbed the notebook and threw it to the ground with all his might, breaking the tension. He then proceeded to passionately explain that Sung was part of their family, accompanying his words with loud banging of his hands on the table. From his blows on the table, an incredible force was felt, which was literally transmitted into the air. The drink in the cup almost spilled, and the wind from the blows was so strong that the pages of the records began to turn themselves. The atmosphere was so tense that even breathing seemed difficult. At this point, Yang, raising his voice, began to explain that Sung had almost betrayed his family. He tried to resolve the conflict between the disciple of the Diansang sect and Lim by asking him to be poisoned. Yang emphasized that in such a situation the Lim family feels disrespected and this cannot be allowed. But these words were not said to appease Lim. Yang knew that he wouldn't be able to kill him because the Yahello family still had a great reputation, even if it wasn't as strong as it once was. This informal meeting was arranged at the behest of Yang's father. He knew that the heir and eldest son of a noble family would not act recklessly. This is what Yang was counting on when he spoke his words openly and confidently. However, Lim could not understand exactly what Yang wanted, and already began to assume that he was looking for a conflict between their families. "I trust in your reputation and honor. You will accept my offer, for it is in accordance with your principles," said Yang, addressing him. Lim eventually agreed to listen to the offer. This time, Yang managed to adapt and convince him. There was something important that Yang wanted to ask Lim about. However, Lim stated that he would not listen to Yang without one condition. He handed him a flask of alcohol. Joravan said briefly, "Just drink." But there was a trick. You had to drink to the bottom. Otherwise, Yang's request would remain unanswered. Yang asked in surprise if it really needed to be done. Lim replied firmly, "Yes, of course." Yang could get drunk even from half a jar of soju. But here you had to drink it all at once. He wanted to prolong this test at least a little, but the condition was strict, to drink everything at once. Time passed, and Yunho, who had been following Yang, found him on the floor. Yang looked exhausted and mumbled something unintelligible as if repeating, "Last sip left." No. At that time, loud female screams were heard in the luxurious house on the second floor. It was Sung who got angry and chased the girls away, shouting loudly at them and telling them to go away. His anger was caused by the fact that there was still no news. It had been a long time since he had administered the poison, but there were still no results. At that moment, while he was sitting on the sofa seething with anger, the door suddenly opened and Yang entered the room. "Long time no see, bro," Yang said, his voice calm but with a hint of irony. During the meeting, Sung fondly referred to Yang as his only friend and asked how he was doing. But this only friend together with Yunho entered the house not too peacefully, scattering all the guards on their way. Yang entered the room while Yunho stayed in the hallway, as Yang ordered to wait. A moment later, a document on the dark assassin deals that Yang had brought appeared on the table. Sung, seeing the recordings, realized what he was in, but he couldn't find the words to say anything. He just sat there, trying to dictate his rules, reminding Yang that he should not forget what he had done. Sung warned that if this became known, the reputation of the Huangbo extended family could be ruined. While listening to these rules, Sung clearly disagreed and became increasingly angry and began to shout indignantly. He made excuses that he could not do such a thing. But Young had only one question, after which he was ready to hand over the records. He wondered if Huangbo Sung was somehow related to the person who represented the Dark Assassins. Sung told how he learned about the Dark Assassins and his connections with them. Yang clarified whether the traitor was wearing a mask, trying to get more information. As a result of the interrogation, it became clear that Sung is a complete idiot who knows almost nothing. Yang stood up and began to say goodbye, realizing that nothing useful would come out of this conversation. The one who remained seated begged Yang to at least leave the records. "I didn't say I'd give them to you," Yang replied coldly as he left the room. There was someone waiting outside the door, and Yang asked that person to come in. It was an old man, the assistant of the Huangbo family, Doc Hui, who had great authority in the family. Yang handed the notebook into his hands, which immediately changed the atmosphere in the room. Sung realized what was coming, and it filled him with great fear. All that remained for Yang was to say goodbye. His last request to Lim was for permission to meet Huangbo Sung in person. After that, Yang went out into the corridor and lightly tapped Yunho on the shoulder. He fulfilled his promise to Yunho, resolved all the issues, and even agreed with his father on an orphanage that would take care of Yunho. Yunho can now live a free life as he has completed his job as an escort. In the end, Yang wondered if he should have told Yunho that he still needed his help. But it's okay. Everything happened as it should have happened. Most importantly, Yang did a good job. The next morning, he went to talk to his father. Father was proud of Yang because he was getting better and stronger every day. He even allowed his son to go to Murim. Han told Yang about this, and he was grateful to his father for his trust and support. In addition, his father wanted to pass on one thing to him. It turns out that something special was found in the cave where Yang killed the man. Father mentioned the elixir of primordial stalactite dew, which was talked about in legends. This elixir has the ability to significantly strengthen internal energy. What's more, even physical metamorphoses can be corrected with just 10 drops. It is one of the most effective artifacts among the 200 gems. Chong couldn't understand how this elixir ended up in such a place, but he was now holding it in his hands and passing it to his son. Yang would have liked to reveal that the blood demon cult was behind the dark assassins, but now was not the best time. The elixir was not at all what he expected. For him, this elixir was practically useless. His body is already saturated with the herbs and elixirs that the Yahello family has persistently fed him all these years. In addition, Yang considered himself a secondary character and had no idea how strong he could become. An idea occurred to him. He asked his father, "If this precious elixir now belongs to me, can I give it to another person?" Asked by his father if he was going to drink it himself, Yang answered honestly. He revealed the plan to give the elixir to Beck. "A talented martial artist will need this valuable item more than I do," he explained. This position of the son made the father think. He realized that Yang was thinking much more broadly than he appeared. Yang explained his choice by saying that he feels guilty towards Beck and wants to make up for it by giving him the elixir. The father heard his son's arguments and agreed with his opinion. He didn't regret giving the elixir to Yang, but he asked his son to keep an eye on how it was used. The father also said that it was time to get the thing that he had to keep secret. This was to keep Yang from going back to his old way of life. They started down the stairs and Yang was full of enthusiasm. A pleasant feeling of foreboding filled his heart. Reaching the door his father had led him to, Yang couldn't believe that something like this could be behind this secret stash. Behind the door was a room for solitary training, hidden from prying eyes. "Why are we here? I thought I was going to be shown the new martial arts books," Yang thought, surprised. He did not voice his thoughts, but his father, noticing his expression, began to explain, understanding his curiosity. Zhang said that he had been watching Yang for a while and was thinking about how to prepare him for the future role of head of the family that he was eager to avoid. The young head of the family. God, why is father talking about this again? Yang thought with irritation. He did not want to devote his life to serving his family. He was already having a lot of trouble managing his own affairs, and this was definitely not the future he had dreamed of. However, Yang could not tell his father about this. He just stood there in silence, listening to what he would say next. There was some dubious desire in his father's words. It seemed that Zhang still hadn't fully committed to his son. Zhang continued, "I hope that you will not only win the family competition, but also take over the position of head." But before that, he added, "Young must build a reputation." At this point, Yang wasted no time in repeating his request to go to Murim. But this meeting had a different purpose. Young wanted to tell his son something important before he left. It was a personal matter, not related to the family, but Yang's legacy that Chong had acquired during his travels in Marima. "It's a poison pill," his father explained, seriousness in his voice. But it was not an ordinary pill, but of the highest quality. She was waiting for her real owner for a long time. Yang could only guess what it was, but everything indicated that it was some kind of powerful poison. It was actually a pill created from the inner core of a 7-colored snake. Its purpose is to help control poisons. This snake is large, intelligent, and has scales with colors of all 7 shades. She hides in the dense jungle among the treetops. If you take the pill correctly, you can get immunity to 70 types of poisons. This number was incredible. Being immune to that amount of poison is a huge advantage. Father believed that it would be useful in Marima because poisons are used there. However, he warned that the pill does not make one invulnerable to all poisons. This is important to remember. After that, Jung asked Yang to come into the room to explain things further. Yang entered and saw 2 caskets in front of him. Father explained, "The poison pill is in a red wooden box. and the glowing pill is in a black one. If you swallow the pill without proper protection, it will be extremely difficult to deal with the poison. The glowing pill acts as a pain reliever and prevents the poison from spreading. Control it with your internal energy. If you don't manage it, chi deviations will begin. The opportunity to go to Muramu was right in front of Yang, but it required going through pain and trials for his own development. Yang knew he had to endure it, but he still felt a sense of excitement. Father waited outside the door for Young to finish his task. Behind the father was Khan, who asked if he was worried about his son. Hearing a response that fit the nature of a caring father, Jung asked Han not to worry. Jung skillfully reassured Han before handing him a small flask and asking him to pass it to Baek Jin. Khan took the flask of stalactite primordial dew, realizing its value, but it was not the end. He turned to Chong with important words. Han reported that young Master Yang had changed a lot in many aspects. Father noticed this himself, but hearing confirmation from others was extremely pleasant for him. Jung wondered if he could rely on his son now, or if it might be too early for that. Time passed and Dew stood on the table in front of Jin. He was looking at her, but he couldn't make out what it was. Khan explained to him that it was a primordial dew stalactite, an artifact that was in the hands of the head of the Dark Assassins. Young Master Mu Yang handed her over to Jin after a personal conversation with his father. Why did he give me such a valuable thing? Thought Jin, holding the flask and looking into it. Could someone do that without asking for anything in return? This convinced Han once again that the words he had said to Chong earlier were not just an empty delusion. Jin understood that he had helped Yang in the past, but he never expected to receive such a valuable gift. He still wasn't sure if he had the right to accept this gift. Paying attention to the sword standing next to him, Jin felt that he owed Yang a lot. However, Khan did not even try to take the gift back. He only asked Jin to accept him. In addition, the head of the family personally allowed the transfer of this elixir. Han tried to explain to Jin why the young master did this. He's investing in you because he sees your potential. Isn't your potential worth more than a bottle of primordial dew? These words and this question made Jin think. Han didn't add anything else, just walked out the door, leaving Jin with his thoughts. The primordial dew now belonged to Jin. He understood that it would be a lie to say that he did not want to receive this elixir. All the more, knowing that training techniques and martial arts requires enormous inner energy, which he lacks. If Yang believes in him and wants to help, then Jin decided to prove that he was not wrong in his choice. Yang was in excruciating pain, but knew the ordeal was almost over. The energy of the mind training technique, combined with the lunar power of the poison pill, pushed out the poison that spread throughout his meridians. However, the flow of energy through the body accelerated to such an extent that something clearly went wrong. This made Yang sit up and scream in pain, his voice filling the room. The father, who was standing under the door, heard these cries and could not remain indifferent. When Yang stepped out in front of him, his appearance made Zhang even more surprised. He looked as if he had walked 1,000 kilometers. Exhausted, he barely uttered the word, "Father!" He immediately rushed to hug him, feeling with all his heart concern for his son. However, Zhang had always believed that Yang would make it, so he didn't really doubt him. The hug seemed endless, as if the father had been waiting for this moment for a very long time. Zhang was indeed an extremely warm person. He was especially warm to his son. Young was in perfect order. Items from the training room and a glowing pill helped him. What's more, all the toxins accumulated over the years came out with the poison, and the Gen and Du meridians, which had been closed since childhood, opened up. The effect turned out to be even more powerful than the father expected. He believed that it was the ancestors who helped Yang from heaven. Telling about this, the father held his nose with 2 fingers, clearly trying to hide his emotions. Yang noticed his father pinching his nose and decided to sniff his body, suspecting something. The father, a little embarrassed, said that he would go to the funeral tablets of his ancestors to pray for such mercy, and advised his son to go and rest. But that was not the end. He then remembered that Yunho Myung had turned back. When Yang entered the room where Yunho was, he saw several things wrapped in a cloth on the table. Yunho explained that he picked these things up on the street. Oh, another lie, Yang thought. It was obvious that these items were made with great skill. Yunho is clearly a reserve type. Among the things brought was a book with the inscription 6 Paths. Yunho clarified that he brought it for Mrs. Beck Up. Wow, look at him. He must have gotten close to cute Beck, Yang thought wryly. Young decided that it would be better to visit Beck Ah together, so Yunho could give her the gift in peace. After that, Young asked Yunho to duel him. Upon hearing this, a cocky smile appeared on Yunho's face. Yang just wanted to repay Yunho for all the trouble he had caused him. However, Even the self-confident Yunho, looking at Yang, sarcastically remarked that he must have poked his pants before this meeting. After exchanging barbed jokes, they headed to the cook's place to find Baek Ah, who was supposed to be working there. When they got to the cook, they found out that Baek Ah had been given a lot of homework and was completely busy. She was sitting at the table concentrating on a book, and did not even notice them. The cook added that the lady has a sharp mind and excellent concentration. Yang knew from the novel that when this girl grew up, she would become the youngest soldier in the history of Shandong province and serve under the general. Her path was already developing as in the novel, where she became a wonderful mistress. It was embarrassing to distract her, but Yang saw no other choice. The cook asked Yang to stay with her for a while, because she missed him very much. Although she acted like an adult, she was actually only a 6-year-old child. Like all children, she needed love, especially her brother, whom she missed so much. Just as Yang took a few steps into her room, the girl finally noticed him. "Learning isn't your whole life," Yang explained to her. If she missed that much, he was ready to distract her from books and assignments. A little girl rushed to him to hug her brother, but suddenly she stopped, as if something was wrong. She covered her little nose with her hands, trying to protect herself from the smell. Complaining, she stated that he smelled like... well, you can guess what. After a while, Yang was already training with Yunho, holding a wooden sword in his hands. Yang, seeing his curiosity, suggested, "If you want to hear the answers, you must first duel me." Yunho sighed, closed his eyes, concentrated, and finally agreed to his offer. The blows that generated explosive force displayed a murderous sword technique, a truly formidable style. However, Yang was not willing to wait long for one powerful blow. If only this technique could be used from the start of the fight. Unfortunately, there was no such opportunity, and this forced him to work even harder. He continued to train fiercely with Yunho, honing his skills. They swung their swords at each other, adding heat to each blow. But suddenly, Yang made a swing so strong that it made them both stop. The reason for the stoppage was that Yang chopped Yunho's sword with his strike, and a wooden fragment flew into the air. Meanwhile, in the underground prison of the Huangbo family home, Lim's eldest son stood among the bodies of the slain guards. The bald man explained that, considering the abilities of the young master, the guard should be enough. Lim expected an explanation, and Doc suggested that a mistake had been made somewhere. Perhaps the influence of the pill or another factor was not taken into account. Doc also suggested that Yang had probably used a temporary power boost. He admitted that he deserved to be punished for this miscalculation, but Lim saw the blame for their deaths on himself. He should have uprooted the rotten root in the family a long time ago, but showed mercy by allowing him to live. And now this root raised his hand against the people of his family. Lim asked Doc not to call him young master anymore. He then ordered to find Sung, and gave Doc the right to decide for himself whether to keep him alive or not. "The will be done," said Doc, and bowed deeply to Lim. The entrance to the house of the Yagels was illuminated by beautiful sunlight. The rays twinkled, adding a special mood to this day. In Yang's hands at that moment was an item handed down to him by his father. It came from the Huangbo family, and the father insisted that Yang read it. Did something happen again? Was the first thing Yang thought, opening the document. He began to read carefully and got to the point where the Huangbo family let Sung go. Moreover, they suspect that he took the fire dragon pill. This pill temporarily awakens a person's hidden potential, but is also one of the seeds of evil scattered by the blood demon cult. The potential in question is the energy that sustains life in a person. However, the body is unlikely to be able to work for a long time in such a state. Has Sung decided to abdicate just for revenge? Yang thought. The father reassured his son, telling him not to worry. He had already decided to send disciples to support the squad chasing Sung. But Yang was convinced that this would not be necessary. He knew that Sung would come to them himself as he wanted revenge. The father also understood that their family had weaknesses, but he remained full of strength. However, the question arose, had Sung lost his mind? Yang was sure it was. He thought Sung was crazy enough to show up in person. Who will protect Beck? Isn't he defenseless while he drinks the primordial dew? Yang asked. The father replied that there was nothing to worry about, as he had already asked Chief Seo to watch over him. Then there's nothing to worry about. Han is one of the strongest people out there, and he can't be defeated that easily. Yang thought with relief. It was already night outside. Yunho was talking to Young, noting that Sung knew exactly where his room was. He knows because he used to hang around here all the time. We were friends, Yunho said with a sigh. Their conversation was suddenly interrupted by a rumble and a crash that came from outside. This caused both of them to grab their swords and rise to defend themselves. They quickly realized what was happening, and the kunai that flew straight into the room confirmed their guesses. Yang and Yunho jumped in sync, deflecting the blade-sharp kunai that flew straight at them. Standing in the center of the room, they held their swords ready to attack. They tried to figure out where the enemy would come from, but it took very little time. At the moment when their eyes were directed towards the window, Sung entered through it. His body was impressively pumped up, covered in veins bulging from under the skin, especially on his chest, abdomen, and neck. His breath was cold and unsettling, and his aura filled the room with tension. Sung changed beyond recognition. He became much more powerful and full of revenge. It was hard to believe that this terrifying figure in front of them was the same Sung. "How dare you deceive me? I will kill you all here!" His cold words filled with hatred sounded, but he did not come alone. Sung ordered his men to attack Yang and Yunho. At this tense moment, Yang's father appeared, ready to fight. He came out with the same desire to defeat the scoundrel who had brought so much trouble. One sweep of his hand caused a powerful gust of wind, displaying his incredible strength. He got the nickname Heavenly Hurricane for a reason. Father now realized that Yang was right about Sung. Given their former friendly past, Jung was willing to give Sung another chance. He asked him to stop running and finally stop. But Sung believed that the family he came to was weak. When the father heard these words, he was surprised to ask if he really thought so. Jung confirmed that this scoundrel was not going to give up and was unlikely to change his mind. He even advised not to waste time exchanging words with Sung, as it was useless. Father agreed that it was best to leave it to Jung. He approached Sung and asked, "How can you be so stupid? Can't you see? Even if our house looks worn from the outside, Father and the elders are in great shape," Yang added. He asked Sung what he thought about their family, but the words only made Sung more angry. Sung still thought of Yang as the same boy who had once crawled under his feet. But that was no longer the case. Now Yang was capable of much more. For now, Father and Yunho decided to stay out of the way and not interfere. However, will they be able to stay away for long, given that Sung has brought his subordinates with him? Suddenly, Sung began to panic as he was distracted by the sounds outside the door, the same subordinates he had brought with him shouting. What are those sounds? Yang understood very well because he guessed what was happening behind the door, especially when a familiar color of hair appeared that he couldn't help but recognize. Sung's subordinates found themselves in a terrible situation, facing something they did not expect. The cause of their problems was none other than Beck. He decided to calmly deal with these scoundrels, acting without unnecessary emotions. Pointing his sword in their direction, he launched blades that flew at the enemies. The blades were flexible and able to penetrate the target at different angles, which made them extremely dangerous. Dealing with these losers was not difficult for Beck. When Sung saw who the culprit of those sounds was, he didn't expect to see Jin in this situation. The technique that Beck used was the Sunfall Sword technique from the Diansang sect. She was much faster and more powerful than before. Sung, realizing the threat, ordered one of his subordinates to go outside and deal with what was happening there. Yang, realizing that Jin might be bored alone, asked Yunho to go with him, and Yang himself took full responsibility for stopping Sung. He decided to deal with this scoundrel who imagined himself too powerful. At first, Young tried to throw a punch, but it proved futile. Judging by the way Sung gripped the blade with his bare hand, it was obvious that his strength was immense. The color of his skin also changed, becoming creepier, as if under the influence of something sinister. With one wave of his hand, he threw the blade aside, showing off his power. All Sung wanted at that moment was to kill Yang, a representative of what he believed to be the withered Yahello family. But Yang himself did not share this opinion. He picked up his special sword, determined to end this fight. Meanwhile, Doc reported that Sung had brought all his subordinates and attacked their home. They were standing right in front of the Yahello family estate, and Lim was asking Doc to show him how to best organize a defense. At the same time, Yang continued his fierce battle with Sung. The fight progressed to the next stage, igniting like fire with each strike. Sung began to attack, showing his strength. His fists alone were enough to create the impression of a real threat. He even punched Yang's sword away, making a sound like metal clashing. For a moment, Sung thought that everything was going according to his plan. At this moment, the head of the Yahello family was watching the battle, assessing the situation. He clearly recognized the Huangbo family's fist-fighting technique, which activates the user's hidden potential and combines true and false punches. This technique was perfectly honed for one-on-one battles, which made it extremely dangerous. Yang at this moment tried to fight back with his sword, realizing that his enemy was much stronger. Moreover, Yang himself trained for only 100 days, which significantly limited his capabilities. It was the effect of the fire dragon pill that awakened the hidden potential of the enemy. Feeling these attacks on himself, which were almost impossible to hold back, Yang clearly understood how powerful this technique was. But this did not mean at all that there was no chance of victory. While the enemy was snobbishly looking at Yang, he decided to use the maximum of his strength. Only by going all out, being more desperate than his opponent, could something change and achieve the desired victory. Meanwhile, Yunho fought his battle outside. 4 insane jerks gathered around him, ready to carry out Sung's order at any cost. Each of them saw only one goal: to attack as ordered. Other enemies were also present, but Beck had to deal with them. In Yunho's hands was his trusted friend, a sword that never failed him. This sword could perform a sunset attack, which was one of the strongest techniques. After a while, they stood with their backs to each other, and enemies were scattered around. At that moment, one could feel a little peace, as if the main danger had already passed. But as the dust began to settle, the silhouette of the elder brother of the Huangbo family appeared in the courtyard. A deep scar on his face resembled a mark, and his stern appearance spoke for itself. At this point, Yang ended his match by putting Sung on the ground. He stood over the defeated enemy, listening to his delusions. Sung was still threatening, promising that he would definitely finish Yang off. But suddenly his speech was interrupted by a loud cough, and Sung began to cough up blood. Falling to his knees, he coughed so hard that blood flowed onto the ground. Yang clearly understood that Sung's blood spewing was the early symptoms of chi energy being cut off. He was coughing. His hand was smeared with blood, but even in this state he continued to rave. "You're funny, right?" Yang wasn't amused at all, and he didn't feel any joy at all watching what was happening. He just wanted to get it over with as soon as possible. But at his words, Sung only replied defiantly to shut Yang up. "Who are you to talk about the end anyway?" He tried to talk to the end, but suddenly his words were cut off abruptly. This was due to the appearance of older brother Lim, who quickly calmed him down with one precise backhand that sent Sung literally kissing the floor. Lim turned to the head of the Yagal family, Chan, and greeted him. Jung allowed him to take his younger brother without too much conflict. In response, Lim said that he now owed the Yagal family and was their debtor. Acknowledging this, he took Sung with him. At the end, he promised that this debt would be paid off during his lifetime. Yes, the incident ended for good, because almost no one died. Yang recalled from the novel that Lim was the future Lightning Fist god. That's what he was called. And now he became a debtor to their family. In fact, they got more out of this conflict than they even expected. Now all that was left was to say goodbye and close this issue once and for all. Young thanked Jin for his timely assistance, which proved to be extremely important. However, Jin felt that he had not yet paid even a small part of his debt to Yang and his family. But Yang saw in him something much more important than any elixir or debts. At this moment, Yunho stood in silence, not understanding what they were talking about. Yang and Jin decided to discuss some important things without Yunho hearing. But that didn't bother them, because he probably wouldn't have understood anyway. A night full of adventures has finally come to an end. In the morning, there was a bag on the table, which his father asked Young to take. It contained some of the silver coins obtained from the vault of the Dark Assassins. This money was necessary for his first campaign in Murim. Father warned that these coins were not for gambling bets or other nonsense. He would gladly give everything. But the trip to Murim should teach modesty and responsibility in handling resources, which was very important to him. In addition, Murima newcomers do not like extravagance. The coins were quite enough, and Yang planned to set out on his journey at midnight tomorrow. Before that, he stopped by his younger sister to spend time with her. When she fell asleep, he sat by her bed, wondering how you could be so beautiful, even in your sleep. He was sad to leave her, although he did not expect to feel such sadness. While stroking her sister's head, Yang softly whispered, "I don't know when, but I'll be back." After putting the baby to bed, he went outside to do another training session with his father. He wanted to show the results of his training and understand what needs to be improved. For this, he and his father took wooden swords. Father, as the pillar of the family, was a great mentor, and Young knew that he would give him all the advice he needed. Young himself was determined to give his all during this training session. During the training, many things seemed impossible because Father held a wooden sword in his hands, but struck such powerful blows with it. A wooden sword usually breaks easily, even when using little internal force. But in his father's hands, the sword seemed harder than the iron sword Yang held. The harder his father attacked, the tighter Yang gripped the hilt of his sword, concentrating his power. His upcoming Rising Star hit was supposed to be brilliant. Finally, it happened. Yang swung his sword with all his might, putting everything he could into the blow. Father accepted this attack and seemed pleased with its power. He was also happy with how his once unlucky son had grown up. At this point, Jung decided to teach Yang a real lesson and asked him to watch carefully. He began twirling the sword in his hand. Yang couldn't tell where the wind came from, but he could clearly feel it. Jian created a wind with his sword, taking control of the entire airflow around him. The flow became so strong that Yang couldn't hold his sword and it flew into the air. "What was that?" Yang asked, trying to understand how that was possible. Father began to explain everything. It was one of the 3 parts of the Galactic Harmony sword technique. If Shooting Star relies on speed, then this technique is based on smoothness of movements and flow management. Yang listened intently to his father's explanation, realizing that he still had a lot to master. "We can measure the depth of the ocean, but you have to go into it. How the waves can wash you away," his father said, teaching Yang a valuable lesson. At that moment, he showed his son the path he should follow to become stronger. Yang didn't say it out loud, but he promised himself that he would remember those words forever. After a while, Jung walked along with Han and asked if he had seen Yang's training. Khan replied that he expected more. However, he added that he would look forward to the day when Jung returned from his adventures. Jung just remarked that he didn't have a bad opinion of Han, and that was the end of their conversation. Soon, Yang was standing in front of the gate with Jin and Yunho. Each of them had backpacks on their shoulders, ready for the trip. The day Yang had been waiting for had arrived. The 3 of them bounced off the ground using the Qinggong technique and set off to meet the adventure. Ahead were boundless mountains and the wide world of Murimu. At some point, Yang noticed that Yunho wanted to tell him something. He just joked that Yang would crawl like a turtle. It was a challenge, and Yang understood that he had to catch up with his friend. With his training in Qinggong, one of his family's 3 maneuvering arts, Yang was ready for such a challenge. In addition, he attached weights to his legs, which made the task even more difficult, but made his movements stronger. They did not even have time to blink an eye as the evening came. That meant it was time to light the fire and roast some delicious meat. While the fire was burning, some decided to meditate. Some simply fell asleep, resting after a long day. And Yang had the thought that in 10 years the Blood Demon cult would wreak havoc, and that they will reach his family 5 years earlier than the rest of the world. There was little time left to prepare. The faster Jin becomes stronger, the better the chance to protect the family. Because of this, the heavenly sacrament was a necessity for them. At this point, Beck brought up the subject, noting how quickly Yang had improved his abilities, especially in the Qinggong technique. Yang had to explain it somehow, but aside from scratching the back of his head, he didn't know what to say. However, Beck himself continued, expressing his opinion that Yang achieved this through an endless thirst for learning martial arts and a natural curiosity. Yunho, lying next to him, listened to their conversation pretending to be asleep. Their conversation lasted until dawn. In the process, Beck decided to ask something, but couldn't find the right words. Finally, he said, "Will you?" Yang, before he could finish the question, already understood what Beck wanted to know. Interest in Yang's answer also filled Yunho, though he tried to hide it. Finally, after 2 weeks of sleeping in the open, they reached Dengzhuang. It was a small village in the center of Lianshan County. But no matter how much they looked, they did not meet any manager or protector who would guard this place. Jean had an interesting idea. He suggested that you should get well rested first, before thinking about action. It was only yesterday that they had twinned, and Jin was already calling Yang his brother. Their journey brought them to the place where Hero's story begins. The streets of the city were full of the usual hustle and bustle, typical of this busy place. The beggars, as usual, took their usual places, trying to earn at least a few coins. The young master walked through the narrow streets, but he could not find the same girl. In this country, there was not even a shortage of workers. Most of the soldiers were sent to the border to fight against a foreign enemy who had no regard for the emperor's will. From generation to generation, the emperor relied on the people of Murima to govern themselves through their elected representatives, who expressed the will of the people. But sometimes the emperor personally helped the people. This is exactly what happened now. They went to a small establishment to refresh themselves after a long journey. They were served luxurious dishes on the table, which were simply impressive in their appearance. The boys couldn't even remember the last time they had eaten a normal meal after so many days of wandering. Although it was an ordinary inn in a small village, the young man had enough money so that his friends could enjoy the feast to their heart's content. Kim looked at his companions and, despite everything, gave them the hope that seemed so necessary. In front of him sat a poor boy from the asylum and another, a disciple from the Danshan sect. Kim felt like a benefactor, almost a philanthropist, supporting these young men. Suddenly there was a commotion at the next table. People were discussing something extremely disturbing. It was about the merchants who were recently killed. Everyone said that the dangerous White Cloud gang was behind it. The young master immediately paid attention to this name. His gaze sharpened, like that of a predator that has sensed its prey. If it's really them, then a maniac obsessed with robberies remains at large. People have been actively discussing that White Cloud is looking for a rare legendary creature, but aren't they planning to find Mr. Seo-hyun and kill him? It turned out that the administrator has not been conducting investigations for a long time. Maybe he just doesn't want to interfere in Muram's affairs because of the lack of people. However, everywhere in the city you can see the valiant warriors from the sects who have gathered to settle the situation. But it looks like they need a few more days to prepare. One of those present expressed a doubt. Why are there so many people here in a small village? After all, they should not care about its surroundings. One of the boys carefully placed his chopsticks on the table and turned to his brother. He said that among those present there may be people from unusual sects who have a different purpose. The young master realized that a hero was sitting in front of him, as if from a book he was reading. But the rumors around him annoyed him so much that he only pretended not to know anything. This is exactly the same gang he imagined. Coping with them will be incredibly difficult, almost impossible. Their leader, Odam, is known as a martial artist of the highest level. His assistants are also not ordinary soldiers, but first-class fighters. Even in the novel, the hero, chasing this gang, encountered them only when he found the diary of the heavenly mysteries. Until then, it is better to stay away from them as much as possible. The young master understood. It is necessary to divert the friend's attention from this topic as soon as possible. One of the boys, hearing the rumors, said he couldn't just leave it at that. He wanted to find a gang. Kim noticed that his friend was getting too carried away, not realizing the danger it could cause. Kim turned to his friend Yenko, reminding him that he does not like to interfere in other people's affairs. Isn't that right? However, Yenko was not at all opposed to starting something. For our hero, the situation seemed absurd and meaningless. But before getting involved in fights, at least you should finish the ordered food. Meanwhile, the master, focused on himself, carelessly picked at his ears with his long nails. It was Odam, the unconventional and extravagant leader of the White Cloud gang. His appearance seemed extremely frivolous. His soldiers approached him with bows. The first disciple, Odama, and the others received the master with great respect. The master was anxious to know what they had brought. One of them reported that they had captured several captives and were trying to find a white-feathered raccoon that had been spotted nearby. However, the huge rat mountain limited their opportunities and hindered their search. Odam responded mockingly, saying that it seems they have not progressed at all in their tasks. Sensing his anger, the warriors began apologizing, trying to explain their failures. But the leader calmly remarked that they would catch what they needed anyway, so there was no point in hurrying. Oh, damn, leaning slightly towards one of the warriors, put a finger to his nose, showing his superior attitude. He then reminded the frightened warrior of his needs, and the fear in his eyes only increased. Odam pointed out that he would need more elixir, so he ordered the warrior to go to the village. Leaving his subordinate to think, he hinted that he should have a good understanding of what his master wanted. The task requires an innocent child born precisely at the time of the solar eclipse. The warrior, realizing the absurdity of this demand, began to tremble in fear of his master. The next day, the action returns to the village. The boy looked at the bulletin board and noticed that they were also among the wanted. He became interested in what exactly the search for these people looks like and what is the attitude towards them. Judging from the information, the young master was sure. The gang is ordinary bandits who operate mainly in this district. But why not just walk and comb the entire mountain? However, even if you find these people, how do you know if they are really from the White Cloud? This remained an open question. Obviously, these are Muram's typical enemies who won't reveal their identity so easily. The best option was to first memorize their faces and establish who might be related to them. Looking at the bulletin board, one could see those who were actively wanted. It was here that the first clue could be found. But apparently, the young master had no desire to look for these clues. He knew it would be better to concentrate on protecting the Giga Boy and the white-feathered raccoon. After meeting with Hyuga, Baekrinjin will follow the trail of White Cloud anyway. However, it was impossible for 3 people to go around the entire mountain. It would be more logical to spread inquiries among local herbalists and hunters to ask them everything. It was a great idea that could save them energy. It was necessary to act immediately. The boy hoped to bypass all the scoundrels from the gang, but now he would definitely not be able to avoid participating in this whole story. He was sure that everything would go more or less smoothly. In the novel, Baekrin-jin took a few drops of stalactite primordial dew, and if the fight is not alone this time, it will definitely be worth it. The boys began to collect information about the gang, hearing only one thing from different people. These bandits are extremely cruel and dangerous. They talked to eyewitnesses who saw the gang, and they all remembered some rare bird, a dove's head, white wings. People suggested that there was a hunter on the mountain range who knew more. The boys paid handsomely for each piece of information they received. They were asked to keep everything a secret so as not to attract too much attention. However, after receiving the money, the witnesses did not help much. The boys did not learn anything really useful. They spent all their money, but did not get results. There was no turning back. They had gone too far and had to meet that hunter. Suddenly, one of them felt danger, which seemed to creep up very close. Turning his head to the side, he realized that something was attacking them. Everyone quickly assessed the situation and immediately got into a combat stance. One of them frowned when he saw that. White figures began to fly rapidly around them, like arrows. They stood back to back, deftly deflecting arrows with their swords. It was clear that they were being followed and watched from the darkness. Suddenly, people came out of the darkness, apologizing with a smile, saying that because of the darkness, they had mistaken them for birds. But it was clear from their licking and mocking laughter in the dark, it was the same gang of thugs. One of them was licking his lips. The others were grinning wildly. Their intentions were obvious. Baek-ri-ji calmly remarked, "It is impossible to confuse them, because even at night they are clearly visible." His words were apt, and the hero confirmed it. Baek-ri-ji explained that the bow is a complex weapon that requires precise aiming, steely breathing, and the ability to gradually follow the movements to hit the target accurately. The hero suspected that these scumbags might be following them, and asked Yunho if he recognized any of them among the wanted people on the bulletin board. Yunho, seeing no point in whispering, suggested asking them directly. Without hesitation, he asked loudly, "Are you from the White Cloud Gang?" Everyone understood that this was far from the best tactic, but the question was asked. The robbers immediately tensed up, exchanged anxious glances, showing their excitement. Baek-ri-ji decided to provoke them further, stating that if it was really them, you wouldn't say they were great warriors. The hero also agreed. Their uncertainty only emphasized that this was a gang, not martial artists. And, as if confirming this, the robbers immediately went on the attack, drawing their swords. It was not necessary to kill them, but a fight was inevitable. Seeing that they were underestimated, the bandits became angry. Swinging their swords, they rushed forward. The boys immediately began to fight. A fierce fight broke out between them. They unleashed all their might on the robbers, displaying their fighting skills. One of the thugs reached for the arrows, loaded his bow, and took aim. His only goal is to destroy these young men whom he considered arrogant bastards. He shot several arrows straight at the hero. Seeing this, the hero just smiled. For him, such resistance was nothing more than an interesting warm-up. Using the galactic harmony technique, he repelled the attack without even using any internal energy. One of the arrows suddenly turned and flew back towards its owner. The robber watched in horror as the arrow he fired returned, striking him at the same moment. In a few minutes, the robbers were completely defeated. They fell to their knees before the victors and surrendered without a fight. The hero looked at them with satisfaction, his eyes shining with victory. The barbarians seemed to be in a desperate situation, only looking at each other in silence. One of them was holding a strange object in his hand, which he suddenly swallowed. The young master noticed this, but stopped worrying, deciding that it would not harm them. However, others also began to swallow the same pills, and this raised suspicion. Suddenly, something terrible began to happen to the bandits. In a matter of seconds, they all died, frozen in strange positions. Everyone just watched in shock at this terrifying sight. The hero assumed that their leader was not an ordinary person. Most likely, the bandits did this because of his order to avoid the conversation. The young master realized that the situation was getting more and more complicated, and that they had gone too far. Reflecting on what had happened, he decided that he needed to hurry to find Beck. They reached the forest on the ridge where the building stood. Going inside, they saw the body of a dead old man. Someone brutally dealt with the hunter, leaving bloody traces. Probably the same bandits did it. But this event was unfamiliar to the hero. The book did not mention anything about it. Everything that happened was beyond what he knew from his experience. And then suddenly he heard a voice. Turning around, the hero saw something unexpected. A little boy was standing by the door. He did not understand why these people killed his grandfather and looked very upset. With tears in his eyes, the boy turned to the robbers, asking why they did this. Hearing these words, the young master was shocked, because they had nothing to do with it. The boys looked at each other, understanding the situation. The boy only asked why they did it, why they killed his grandfather. He emphasized that the grandfather had not done anything wrong to them, and they, scoundrels, took his life. It was obvious that the boy was in such despair that he suddenly rushed at the boys. One of them did not simply put up with this attack. Baekryji quickly grabbed the boy, hugging and holding him tightly. He began to whisper to him that he understood his pain and even mistrust, but assured him that they were not involved in this crime. The boy, however, could not accept it and tried to understand who could actually do it, because he was sure that it was the White Cloud gang. Baekryji reiterated that he shared his sentiments, but asked for at least a moment to listen to them. The exhausted boy finally sobbed, burying his face in Baekryji's shoulder. Kim silently observed how the main character behaved, and he couldn't help but admit that it was impressive. He realized that Baekryji is really good at being empathetic and kind. However, the question remained, what is going on in this cursed village and in this room? They began to gradually put all the pieces of the puzzle together. It turned out that the boy who attacked them was called Giha. Baekryji explained everything to him, and Giha no longer suspected them. It turned out that they were old acquaintances, and Giha often visited him. The hero mentally noted that the money spent on information was not in vain, because thanks to them, they met Giha. The boy explained that he had come to his grandfather to ask for herbs for a patient. But when he got to the house, he saw that his grandfather was dead and his friend Beck was missing with his grandson. However, the grandson's body was not found, which meant one thing: he was kidnapped. And our hero seems to have read about it in a book. Baekryji added that everyone has been mentioning the bird recently, and it is most likely the same white-feathered croquet. And it turns out that all this happened here, in this place. The boy began to blame himself for not being able to do anything. He looked like a real wretch. Confused and not knowing what to do next, the boys turned to him, urging him to get up and not drown in his guilt. They emphasized it is not his fault, because he was only protecting a wounded creature, and the real evil was done by those scoundrels. The teary-eyed boy still couldn't come to terms with what had happened, but our hero promised him that he would help solve all cases with the gang, his grandfather and grandson. The boy could not fully understand how these two were going to cope, because the people from White Cloud were not simple thieves, but he considered them weak. The young master explained that he may be weak, but those two, Yunho and Baekryji, are quite strong. Although, he admitted, one of them is a little witless. These words inspired hope, and the boys asked the boy to lead them to the place where his grandfather had been attacked. The boy, without stopping crying, finally decided to act. After some time, the action is transferred to the place where the White Cloud squad was lying motionless on the ground. One of the bandits checked the pulse of the dead and informed his comrades that they were all dead. This news will clearly not please their leader. After all, this was the first time this had happened to their squad, and the attackers seemed to be still somewhere nearby, although they had not yet been found. Only traces remained on the spot which could help find those who dared to kill their squad. The bandits were determined not to leave it like that. The main forces are now busy searching for the Cratchit, but this is no reason to ignore the loss of their men. The leader ordered to reinforce the group, calling 3 of those who were engaged in the search for the bird. If they still have blood in their veins, they will quickly go after these bastards, the leader said, emphasizing the need for revenge. The warriors accepted their leader's order without question. They set out immediately to fulfill the task. The squad leader watched his men fully engrossed in the execution of the order, but it seemed that they were ready to commit suicide for revenge. The moment filled him with hatred, and he only wanted more to know who the damned bastards were that had done this. The next day, the boys buried Uncle Beck, a hunter from that house, and went to Gika's house. Because White Cloud hunts raccoons, their first priority is to protect this creature. They decided to definitely find her first. However, Baekryji asked why they were deviating from the original plan. Our hero calmly explained that White Cloud would find them himself, and assured that he had everything under control. "Don't worry and don't doubt," he said, making it clear that the strategy remained under his control. The boys reached the building where the boy had led them. In front of them they saw an old man who was in an extremely bad condition. The old man asked in a weak voice about the medicine, as if it could save him. The boy explained that he accompanied these people to the village because he saw that his uncle was in a very difficult condition. In response, the uncle said that it was all because of him and his actions. He admitted that he could not allow others to be in danger. For this he used all the methods and herbs he knew. However, it was obvious that the bird never recovered. It was obvious that the uncle was ready to take on all the responsibility. He did not hide that the situation was difficult, but he promised to tell the whole truth. He claimed to be from the Agile family, and the boy's grandfather knew about it. This news shocked everyone present. Our hero calmly said, "If they find out who exactly is standing in front of them, then they will not attack indiscriminately." He assured that everyone should calm down and trust them. Hearing these words, the old man was not jokingly worried. The young master reminded the old man that, as hard as it was to accept, the men from the gang would be here soon. Understanding all the possible consequences, the old man decided to keep his mouth shut and not reveal any information. In the end, he gave them his meager savings. Our hero handed this money to Youngo, ordering to take the old man to the doctor. He emphasized that although money is scarce, it should be spent wisely. However, the question of money was secondary, because saving the old man was an urgent matter. Youngo was amazed that he was now tasked with taking care of the old man. Meanwhile, when it was already dark, the warriors from White Cloud moved confidently, looking for their goal. Their ferocious search dogs, trained to track down even the tiniest of tracks, led them to the right place. They approached the place which they believed hid what they had come for. There, in the air, there was something special, a legendary item associated with a legendary creature. Bekriji has been waiting for these bastards to appear for a long time. In the moments of silence, when the enemies were not yet visible, he thought of the young master and the family of Yagal Muyang. He understood that this person was far from ordinary. The young master was noble, ready to spend any resources to help even those whom he knew little. But, despite this, he behaved as if these were trifles. Bekriji couldn't help but wonder if he would ever be the same, able to develop his martial arts potential and make decisions that affect the future. This spoke of only one thing: the Yagal family had a great future ahead of them. However, it is time to act. The guests had already arrived, and they needed to be met. Bekriji stared into the gorge, waiting for one of the enemies to come out. Suddenly, there was a sound that made everyone alert. The young master, finally, also felt that the moment was approaching. A huge horde appeared on the horizon. They had come. The dogs, or rather the lions, which were under the control of the bandits, growled as if demanding meat. The young owner looked at them and realized that they were not even simple animals, but five-legged animals. The leader of the group turned to Bekriji, asking why he attacked their comrades, and ordered him to name himself. The answer was Danson's sect disciple Bekrijin. One of the bandits realized that although the boy looked beaten, an attack on a disciple of the righteous sect could turn into big problems. Despite this, they ordered their men to continue their search for the white-feathered raccoon. One of the warriors jumped into the fray and told Bekriji, "Don't ask for your miserable life, because we'll bury you in peace, right here." Other thugs began to surround the boy from all sides, keeping sharp sickles at the ready. Bekriji found himself alone against numerous enemies, but his strength and skill did not leave them a chance. The boy was ready to fight, knowing that his abilities would give them a break. This spectacle was observed by Muyang, who began to understand the seriousness of the situation. He did not expect such a scale of the attack. Muyang thought that some common thugs with dogs or lions would come. But the 5 pointers indicated that the situation is much more serious. He realized that Bekriji wouldn't last long against so many enemies, but Muyang couldn't help him at this point. First, it was necessary to get rid of the animals. As in the novel, lions and cubs were described as ideal hunting creatures, able to find tracks even in the most difficult conditions and return to their owners. Muyang decided to use this to his advantage and follow the animals to find out the location of the gang. There wasn't much mention of White Cloud in the novel, but that was what Muyang had brought them here for. Crochet, drugged, had to be protected. But now, when the quintuplet arrived, everything could end tragically. Muyang grabbed his sword, deciding to act immediately. This night was to decide many things. He behaved as covertly as possible, hiding from the eyes of bandits, and was preparing for a decisive step. Realizing that the warriors were scattered around the district, the young master hoped that it would be easy to deal with the lions. But one of the lions instantly reacted to the sound and discovered the location of the owner. He did not expect this at all and instantly felt fear from the sudden danger. The accursed lion had leaked his position, and it had put him at a great disadvantage. Enemy arrows immediately flew in his direction. The young hostess had to maneuver quickly, descending from the tree and rush at one of the archers. In order to survive, he was forced to take the lives of several of these assassins who served their commander. At the moment of the attack, he noticed an arrow flying straight at him. On the edge, ready to receive a blow, he reacted in a flash. His sword cut the arrow in half, which became a real sight for the enemies. The warriors watching this looked stunned. Having flashed between them, the host quickly rushed to one of the big men. His movements were precise and relentless, the sword spinning, leaving death in its wake. One by one, the killers fell to the cold ground. This gave him confidence. There is still strength. The powder in the powder bins has not run out. Looking at the rest of the soldiers, he mockingly suggested that they run and tell their commander what he is looking for is found in him. One of the enemies could not believe that the boy had a crutch. However, the master was not going to repeat his words twice. Either they run away or they die. Not wanting to test his seriousness, the warriors quickly ran away without asking any further questions. Everything went according to plan, and the young master remained the master of the situation. There was only one lion left behind for Baekri-ji to tame. Now before him stood the last enemy, and his gaze fell upon this unfortunate. He tried to talk to the animal, calling it to him, as if taming it. Meanwhile, the bandit leader began to understand. The situation is getting out of control, especially when he watched his warriors die one by one at the hands of this skilled guy. Baekri-ji dealt with every enemy that tried to stop him with incredible skill. He skillfully destroyed one by one, leaving behind only chaos and defeat of enemies. The commander saw with horror that his squad was completely unable to fight back. It was a disgrace to their seemingly strong group. One of their warriors was wounded, and it became a real curse for them. But Baekri-ji did not stop, confidently holding the sword and not giving the enemies a chance. His cold sword glowed in the darkness, and his strikes were precise and merciless. The remnants of the enemy scattered in different directions, realizing their defeat. Baekri-ji now stood face to face with the squad leader. His eyes burned with hatred for Baekri for destroying his people and ruining his plans. At this point, our hero turned to check on his friend and realized that his worries were in vain. What he saw amazed him. To deal with 5 first-level warriors alone was something incredible. He had no idea that Baekri-ji was so skilled. Now only the last enemy remained before Baekri. By accepting the primordial stalactite dew, he reached a new level of mastery. The hero notices that the atmosphere on the battlefield has changed beyond recognition. Now, everything is permeated with tension and a foreboding of disaster. Mr. Baekri felt completely different, as if a powerful fire had ignited inside him. His blade radiated chi energy, and his eyes turned completely white. He should have touched that killer warrior, as with one blow he turned him into a bloody jam. The hero himself did not expect that everything would go so easily and smoothly. After accepting the primordial stalactite dew, Baek reached a peak of strength that is hard to even imagine. Thanks to this, he inflicted a cruel blow on all attackers without any mercy. The attackers looked at him not only with fear, they were shocked by his incredible strength and indomitable character. The warriors realized that there was no point in continuing the battle. Now their only goal was to flee for their own lives. However, the most important thing for the hero now is to save strength for the upcoming battle with the main enemy. The warriors looked at Baekri, realizing that before them was a real demon in human form. One of them, armed with anger, turned his gaze to Mu Yang. He began to closely analyze him, studying every movement and the slightest gesture. It became clear that this was more than just curiosity. Their exchange of views clearly meant something. With gestures, the soldiers made it clear to each other. It was time to act. They loudly declared that they had thoroughly studied Baekri's abilities and were now ready to finish him off. And there he would learn about them in the afterlife. Baekri was confused by their words, not understanding what exactly they were up to. But when the flurry of their attacks hit, everything became obvious. Instead of a direct attack, they sidestepped Baekri and charged at Mu Yang. Mu Yang understood that their goal was to kill at least one of his comrades. Baekri warned him, "Be careful, their blades are poisoned." This information was both useful and scary for the hero, because now the battle has become even more dangerous. One of the warriors realized that their plan was exposed, and this could destroy everything. To save his ally, he rushed forward. The enemy, who had already swung a sickle at our hero, changed tactics, deciding to act even more harshly. Looking straight into his eyes, he whispered, "You are no match for my brothers," pressing harder and harder with the scythe. Blow after blow fell on the hero, but so far there was no result. Fatigue took its toll. After a while, even the enemies could hardly stand on their feet. One of them had a hand holding a sword covered in blood. It clearly showed the battle will not be easy even for our hero. The hero understands that these scoundrels are trying to keep Baekri-jin, and they themselves plan to take him hostage, because he seems to them to be the weakest. But he remembers his father's instructions, which always helped him in difficult situations. The poisoned weapons of enemies do not scare him. He knows how to resist them. However, their speed and cunning make him stay tense, because it is simply impossible to track all the movements. At the moment when the blow flies straight into his back, one of the soldiers suddenly does not expect the unexpected jump of the hero. The young man, having shown a lightning reaction, rushes straight at the attacker. However, the blows of the enemies begin to penetrate his body, leaving bloody wounds. The hero is forced to retreat, dodging new attacks to avoid serious injuries. But the enemies are not going to stop, constantly looking for new opportunities to strike. In one moment, he almost said goodbye to his life, when the fatal blow was already very close. However, at the last second, he manages to block the attack with his sword. And then his sword begins to emit incredible chi energy, which changes the course of the battle. He uses his Eastern Star technique, which makes an instant impression. Even the enemy salutary, seeing this, couldn't help but smile, feeling the challenge. But after a powerful swing with his axe, he deals a considerable blow to the hero. The enemy retreats to a safe distance to consider his next attack. Our hero looks at him with a cold, icy gaze full of determination. Meanwhile, the four warrior brothers look at the hero as if he were easy prey. They are sure that this bastard will die soon, despite the fact that his movements are quite skillful. Muyang realizes that he greatly underestimated these enemies. Now he no longer cares about jokes. He closes his mouth and concentrates on the situation. He realizes that Bikri Jin has been fighting this monster for a long time, giving it his all. Meanwhile, one of the big men hits the ground in such a way that the ground beneath him splits apart, creating a powerful jolt. Using this power, he pushes back and directs the cold blade directly at the slut. The enemy is already here. The enemy is determined to send him to the other world at any cost. His axe creates an incredible burst of energy, seemingly tearing through space itself. Bikri understands. He is being deliberately restrained in order to carry out some insidious plan. These evil scoundrels were clearly up to something dangerous. They attack the weaker, clearing them out of the way for their own purposes. Bikri realizes that he must hurry, because he does not want to let his brother or other people dear to him lose their lives because of such ruthless monsters. If he needs ruthlessness to protect loved ones, he is ready to accept it and become a monster in the eyes of his enemies. When one of the twins looked at his opponent, his eyes almost cracked in shock. He hadn't expected such resistance. The warrior looked in horror at the horror that appeared before him in the mountains. Although the enemy's attack was powerful, he still believed that they should not be underestimated because of what he thought were trifles. But before he even blinked, he realized something terrible for a moment. His life was cut short in a second by Bikri's crushing blow. The blow was so sudden and precise that he didn't even notice, as a terrible force hit his body, completely clouding his mind. He only writhed and screamed in pain, but it was just another scene of a brutal battle. When his knees fell to the ground, he knew it was the end. But Bikri did not stop because he had another goal. He had to save Muyang. Quickly pulling himself together, he rushed forward to check on his brothers. The situation was getting out of control. Their plan had long been falling apart. Soon, Bikri rushed to the place where the bloody events took place. Blood flew in different directions, filling the air with horror. Muyang was hit extremely hard by one of the attackers. It seemed to him that this was his end, and he would leave his life here, in this place. Kneeling, he looked up briefly, admiring the beautiful glow of today's moon. But considering the injuries and the poison that had already seeped into his body, he had become completely unable to fight. It was a real curse. One of the blows hit him directly in the eye, taking away his vision on that side. The attackers surrounded him, telling him that this would be the end of his life. They already had other plans for him. One of the warriors swung his axe, aiming at the young master's hand. For his own pleasure, he wanted to cut her off to show the pitiful state Muyang was in. The young man accepted the inevitable and closed his eyes, not wanting to see this moment. But suddenly, unexpectedly for everyone, his savior appears. Bikri! He repels the attack with one powerful blow. Muyang was amazed and genuinely happy at his appearance, greeting his brother with a smile. He felt incredible relief because Bikri saved him. Otherwise, he would have been left without an arm. The warriors looked in disbelief at Bikri, who not only appeared on time, but also easily handled their brother. They couldn't believe that their older brother had been defeated by this bastard. It just seemed impossible. Bikri apologized for being late and asked Muyang if he was badly injured, advising him not to move to prevent the poison from spreading throughout his body. The hero realized that immobility is not a problem for him now, because he is now calm and saved. Bikri is by his side. Stepping back a little, Bikri stood with his chest in front of his friend, protecting him with his back. He addressed his enemies with a warning. Prepare for the inevitable. In the name of the common good and to protect his loved ones, he was ready to bring his blade down on them all. Bikri was determined. He was ready to blow off the heads of all these scoundrels so that they no longer dared to stand in his way. The warriors were amazed at his strength, but decided that this boy was clearly capable, and they should not be afraid of him. Even if this robber died, one of the brothers swore that he would at least cut off his hand to avenge his fallen comrade. One of the warriors began to burn with an incredible aura, radiating anger and determination. It seemed that he was really angry, and even from the side, you could see that he was very serious. However, Baikri's main concern remained to protect the twins. It was a huge relief for the wounded Mu Yang, because he was saved by the intervention of Baikri. He realized that he was saved at the very moment when he was on the verge of destruction. One by one, the twins lost their brothers, who fell under the blows of Baikri. The cries of wounded enemies echoed over the mountain slopes, breaking the night silence. Meanwhile, somewhere in a cave hidden from human eyes, important news was heard. The cave master was in a state of shock. He couldn't believe what had happened, and how they could let this happen. His eyes remained wide open. The warrior who brought this news knew very well that he was taking a great risk. His master, examining his fingernails nervously, asked if he was sure of what he was saying. The warrior replied in the affirmative that it was 100% true. The bird they were looking for belonged to this very boy. The master exploded with anger. His aura filled with demonic power that seemed to scorch the air. Approaching his subordinate, he raised his finger to his nose and said, "You will have to answer for your words." The warrior assured that he would do anything for his master, even if it meant great risk for him. But now the owner demanded that he be immediately taken to the place where everything is happening. He declared that he would make everyone pay for forcing him to intervene personally. The warrior felt incredible pressure and tension that literally permeated everything around him. The night went on, and with time, the situation became more and more difficult. Baikri walked over to Mu Yang to help him stop the bleeding and bring him back to consciousness a bit. Mu Yang tried to be brave, assuring him that he would recover soon, even though he scared his friend with his weakness. Baikri thought for a moment that his friend was about to die, and this caused him real fear. Although Mu Yang didn't know how to respond properly, he was aware that his condition was truly worrying. He himself did not understand why he turned so awkwardly to his friend, feeling a strange internal discomfort. Now they faced an important question. What should they do next? If Mu Yang's guess is correct, the gang leader should be here soon. Meanwhile, they plan to seize the moment and rob his vault while he's gone. After some time, Master Volodar was already standing in this mountain hut. He saw that all his loyal warriors who had served him for a long time were lying unconscious on the ground. Standing over one of them, he thoughtfully surveyed the chaos surrounding him. His gaze lingered on the bodies of the twin brothers who were the best of his warriors. This loss alarmed him and made him think seriously. What could have dealt them such a devastating blow? One of the soldiers, barely raising his head, tried to justify himself to the master, reminding him that he ordered to go when the white bird appeared. The host grumbled angrily that he already knew, but that was not the point at all. The main question is how it happened that he allowed such a situation to develop. When the warrior, trembling, began to beg for mercy, the Lord coldly called him a real coward. Running his sharp fingernail down the warrior's throat, the Lord silenced him forever. The situation became obvious. The entire squad was in danger, and their lair was under threat of attack. Licking a drop of blood from his finger, he smiled coldly. The Lord announced that the attackers had taken advantage of the situation, and now it was necessary to find their hideout in order to take revenge. He ordered his men to turn back quickly to prevent further destruction. "We shall soon find out who these miserable bastards are," he said ominously. "Who dares to face the real predator Liangshan?" His voice sounded as if the mountain area itself was about to be flooded with blood because its master had awakened. We moved to the bandits' hideout. Very few people were left to guard it, and this was their fatal mistake. The gate was easy prey for Mu Yang. The guards were too weak to put up any real resistance. As expected, only the weakest were left at the entrance, and this played into his hand. However, moving forward, they realized that everything is not as simple as it seemed at first. Baikrin's blade was completely covered in blood, which spoke of a fierce battle. Looking at his friend, Mu Yang wondered, why does Baikrin look like his every punch is an incredible dilemma? He was sure, even for a noble cause, killing people is always a difficult decision. But suddenly both felt that someone invisible was watching them. When Mu Yang turned around, he noticed a huge tree with a lion carved into its bark. Something about this tree gave him an unpleasant foreboding. He understood there was clearly some secret hidden here. Although they weren't sure when they looked at the tree, they both knew it had a meaning. It must be the same tree spirit that these robbers worshipped. Realizing this, they decided to take a short break before further action. Mu Yang offered to examine the cave, which looked unnatural, as if someone had dug it out on purpose. In addition, he was worried about the fate of Beck's grandson. The young master decided that Baikrin should stay to rest, and he himself would handle this matter. This approach raised a lot of questions for Baikrin, but he did not object. Young was sure that Bikrin should gather his strength, because the upcoming battle with the leader promises to be difficult. He knew he could only rely on him. Realizing the necessity of this decision, Bikrin sighed heavily, but resigned himself. However, his stubbornness did not allow him to stay away for long. To begin with, they decided to find the missing village children to learn more about the situation. Without a doubt, it was possible to assume that the children were somewhere nearby, because their tracks led right here. Running past the wide corridors of this cave, Young came across something unusual. A strange room hidden in the depths attracted his attention. Perhaps the children are there. When he got closer, he saw that the children were indeed locked in a metal cage. Young reassured them, saying that he had come for them, and that they should not be afraid anymore. He asked if Beck's grandson was among them, but his words made the children distrustful. The children were in no hurry to trust him, because they saw him as one of their enemy's henchmen. He explained that he had nothing to do with Odam and was sent here by Giha to save them. The tense silence of the children was broken by one boy who admitted that he was Beck's grandson. Young realized that this boy was the one he was looking for. He assured the children that he would definitely get them out of here, no matter how hard it was. Deciding to bend the metal of the cage with his inner energy, Yang concentrated. Straining all his strength, he began to transmit energy through his hands. After a while, he managed to move the cage from its place, but it required great effort. It turned out that this task was more difficult than he initially assumed. The cage did not yield. He needed to improve his fist-fighting technique as soon as possible, otherwise nothing would work. The children looked at him suspiciously as if he were a waste of time. Young explained that he simply lacked the strength, but don't worry, he would definitely free them. Finally, straining all his will, he bent the metal of the cage, freeing the children. Now they were free, and once things were done, Young promised to bring them back home. One of the boys turned to his savior with a disturbing question. What should they do if, even after returning, they have nowhere else to go? He explained that their homes had been destroyed, and their families had been killed by people from White Cloud. Young understood the depth of their tragedy. Most of the children were left without any hope of returning home. There was no choice left for them. Their house was either burned or destroyed by enemies. So Young offered them a choice. He would send them to the shelter supported by the Yahello family if they wanted to. But first he has to meet one important person, his friend. So he asked the children not to be afraid. Now they could only count on him, and that gave them some hope. They began to move quickly after their young savior, feeling that they could trust him. Meanwhile, Yang understood one thing, that Robber Odam would lose everything he had gained as soon as he returned to his land. After a while, Yang encountered the same energy he felt in this place. She, as he assumed, was coming from here. It was an ice cave where various valuable things were kept. Wandering through its cold corridors, he felt like he was in a labyrinth. The scale of the cave was impressive, and Yang wondered how difficult it was to bring so much ice here. Later, he decided to report this place to the servants. Although he would like to make money selling the treasure he found, he knew that his friend, Bikrin, was unlikely to allow it. Therefore, telling about the find and getting some fame seemed to him the best option. Suddenly, while passing by, he noticed something very important. It was the legendary snow lotus of the Heavenly Mountain. The snow lotus is a rare and valuable flower that is considered one of the 200 greatest treasures. It blooms only once every 30 years and can only be found on the peaks of the Heavenly Mountains. The healing properties of the flower are preserved only in a cold environment, so it must be eaten immediately after collection. After consumption, snow lotus significantly increases internal energy. Odam was probably holding it, waiting for the perfect moment to use it once he had mastered his technique. But Young isn't going to let him do that. He decides to get the flower and give it to Bikrin Jin. Sighing, Young notes that Bikrin is a lucky guy. Although he himself would like to eat the flower, he knows that he will not be able to cope with her excessive energy. Suddenly, the cloth from the bag falls to the ground, revealing its contents. In the sack lay a wounded, but still alive, white-feathered cricket. White-feathered cricket seemed to be coming to his senses. Our hero bent over to him, trying to find out what happened to him. Untying the bag, he felt a certain anxiety, because he did not know what this creature looked like. But as soon as he opened it, he tried to look inside. But suddenly, such a powerful force burst out of the bag that it threw him aside. He could not understand why Crichet was resisting so much, because he must have been wounded. Suddenly, a bird appeared in front of him, spreading its wings. He began to wave them with such force that a real wind rose in the cave. Although Crichet had not yet fully recovered, his strength was still considerable. After all, this is a mystical creature, somehow. If you look closely, you can see that it is quite well preserved. When our hero fell to the ground from a powerful gust, he felt a strange sensation, as if he can feel the emotions of this creature. There was sadness, anxiety, and wariness on the part of Krishay. Fear and mistrust were visible in his eyes. Muyang thought about what was happening. Suddenly he felt as if possessed by a strange spirit. Krishay flew even closer to him. But why does the bird approach him? His internal energy, as if by its own will, passed through Krishay's body and returned back through the palm. An incredible aura began to swirl around them. A cold wind pierced the ice labyrinth of the cave, and we see Muyang start to tame this bird. She becomes calmer, their emotions seem to merge. He feels curiosity, interest, and even sympathy from Krishay. Stepping back a little, he tries to make sense of everything that happened. Of course, he needed more time to figure it out, because the novel he was reading did not describe this particular part. Looking at his hand, he still hopes. Maybe there's something about that in the notes Yagen Beale left behind. Maybe it'll put his mind at ease. He thinks the long-lost mind training technique has a similar effect, but what he just experienced is different. It only lasted a moment, but he was able to see into the mind of the mystical creature. What was it? The mind training technique was probably much stronger than he imagined. But now it is necessary to somehow deal with it later, when there is time. And now they have to leave as soon as possible, because they have a lot to do. However, Krishet reacts to this with detachment. Muyang senses his emotions. The bird finds him a little annoying. But time does not wait. They have a lot to do. They leave the cave and move on. They are lucky to come across a valuable find. Bikrin finds treasures, silver that thieves stole from ordinary people. He notices Krishay sitting on Muyang's head. Muyang tells that the bird sat on his head and does not want to fly away. Bikrin is surprised. It is quite unusual for a wild mystical creature to follow a human, so they have to decide how to deal with it. The young master offers to hand over all things to the servants and to distribute the silver among the victims. He also explained the logic of his decision. Bikrin understands that they have no other choice. There is only one very important matter left. When the owner of this vault returns, he sees that there has been complete chaos in his lands and understands that something must be done about these scoundrels. The spirit of the tree that the barbarians worship began to emit a strange energy as Bikrin meditated beside it. He tried to concentrate and regain his strength. After all, I was waiting for an interesting person who was supposed to appear here from minute to minute. And then he felt his presence. Finally, this scoundrel came. It was a bloodthirsty Oda. He had long heard stories about two young men, but where was the other one? Bikrin reached for his sword. He informed this man that the other boy, whom he calls a scoundrel, had gone away on business. Oda realized that these two were targeting his treasures. He licked himself as he realized that these rats had begun to chase him and asked the name of the one standing in front of him. The young man explained that he was Bikrin Jin, a follower of the Dansun sect. Hearing the name Dangshan sect, Oda called them the remnants of an ancient generation that had not yet disappeared and offered to surrender and live in peace if he wanted to survive. But what kind of offer is this for Bikrin? The fact is that Oda, after killing Bikrin, plans to destroy the entire Dansan sect. He promises to tear the guy to pieces, eat them, and laughs ominously. Bikrin sees this crazy villain in front of him and realizes that he will have to fight him. This vault had never seen such a fierce battle. Oda asked his opponent to show what he was capable of. After being attacked, Bikrin received a rather severe blow. Pushing back, he realized the consequences of these attacks. You need to minimize the hits to survive. Oda shouted, "How can this young man handle this?" Although it was quite difficult for him to block the enemy's attacks. And yet, willy-nilly, he managed it. This is a truly dangerous and bloodthirsty opponent on his way. He then turned his attention to his sword, which began to emit a blinding glow, and a flash appeared above him. Oda saw that this guy must be special. He deftly parried his blows. The atmosphere in the cave was tense to the limit. Everything happened as Muyang told him about the leader of the White Cloud Gang, Oda. He was a rather strong man who Muyang paid special attention to. Even if he plans ahead, let him try to predict what will happen. But Muyang knew not only his name, but also his abilities. And when Oda delivered his devastating blow, Bikrin had been waiting for this moment, and it finally came. It comes off the ground, approaches from the side, realizing that the opponent does not have one eye, and uses a soundwave technique. So he has a blind spot on the left side. Thus, he will be able to deal a devastating blow to him. But Oda wasn't that simple. He felt it. He predicted Bikrin's attack and simply said that he was the same as everyone else. With a smile on his face, this robber sentenced the boy to death. Bikrin sees in front of him the technique of the Great Invasion, which under the name Air Calamity falls on him. Devastating blows fly past his body. The cave shakes from an earthquake. Somewhere nearby is Muyang, who senses that the battle has already begun. Although he gave his friend Baikrin Jin a little hint, he is sure that the victory will not come easily to him. To begin with, he needs to find something, a large stone. Laying hands on him, he started looking for the same point to press. After that, the rock began to open. He found himself in a secret cave room. When he entered, it was very dark, and the sounds of beasts could be heard. Mu Yang could hardly see anything in this darkness, but he hoped that there was some important place here. As he got closer, he felt tension in his leg. A cold roar passed through the cave. He saw a huge, incredible creature in front of him. Right in front of him stood a lion, which, standing on its hind legs, reached 3 meters in height. It was an incredible sight to display his power, and the lion continued to roar. Without a doubt, this was the White City Tiger he was looking for. At that moment, opening that door will let him out. We return to the battlefield. Baikrin is fighting a powerful opponent. After his blow, Oda raised an incredible chaos and called Baikrin a boy. Although he has no eye, he can deal any blow. It's not just his unique hearing ability, but the fact that this place has heightened his 6th sense. He shouts at his opponent, "Let's end this once and for all!" When the chaos in the cave subsided and the dust began to settle, Oda saw Baikrin completely intact and unharmed. How did he survive such a blow? This did not give him peace, but the young man only smiled, rejoicing that he had managed to defeat death. The leader of the bandits could not believe that after his powerful blow, someone could remain alive. Baikrin stood confidently, without the slightest doubt, taking the blow easily. His opponent had only one question. How did he manage to withstand such a powerful blow? But he had nothing to answer. However, Beck remembered his friend's words in his mind. He advised him to pretend to be weaker, take advantage of the situation, and repel the enemy's sound equipment. It was a brilliant strategy, and he wondered how Mo Young had thought of it. Guidance told to take his sword. But why did he have to use someone else's sword? Normally, when you infuse inner energy into a sword, it immediately envelops it. But the young master's sword was special. His sword was called Moon Monster. Looks dumb, but it's worth putting energy into it as it sharpens. At this moment, the energy of the sword and the wielder merge, creating a powerful sound, similar to the howling of a ghost. If he wants the sword to make the loudest sound possible, in this way it will be able to neutralize the sound equipment of the enemy. And since a ghost's howl is also a sound, he managed to fend off the attack, and the boy turned out to be right. When the villain began to accumulate energy in the center of his mouth, Baikrin, holding his sword, sought to block this attack and deal a devastating blow to this enemy. A blow that will deal massive damage. He whispered into the villain's ear that his sound technique was so beautiful that it paralyzed people's minds. But he emphasized that the equipment of this enemy is obviously an exception. After these words, the opponent fell into a rage and shouted for him to shut up. However, aggression is inappropriate here. We return to Mo Young. He discovered a 1,000-year-old white tiger. The tiger was injected with various paralyzing poisons to deliver him alive. But he still regained consciousness. When the tiger looked into the eyes of our hero and heard his voice, his blood froze in his veins. This tiger is weaker than the Grand Martial Master, but belongs to Muram's 200 treasures, its heart full of pure yang energy. Oh, Damn constantly consumes this energy to control his power, which is generated by his sonic machinery. He was probably planning to eat the white tiger's heart, along with the Heavenly Mountain Snow Lotus. He was waiting for the moment when 2 of the 200 treasures would be in his hands. People naturally lose their minds when it comes to their health. The boy throws medicinal herbs to the tiger because he came to help. If the tiger eats them, he will get better. The tiger eats what is offered without thinking. Now that he has taken his medicine, he needs to be fed. It was quite a tiring task, but the tiger opened its huge mouth, and after some time the hero fed him. Remembering what the legends said, mystical beings can distinguish good from evil. Unlike ordinary animals, they do not attack their rescuers. The person who brought the tiger to this state is outside. He tells the tiger that if he eats it, he will release his anger with it. A spark of hatred lit up in the tiger's eyes. And we return to the battle between Baikrin and Oda. They had an incredibly fierce fight, and when Beck swung his sword, in order to block the sound waves of the enemy, he saw in front of him 2 shuriken that flashed past his eyes. He skillfully evades them, realizing their danger. But Oda is already approaching in front of him, craving the blood of his opponent. His incredibly powerful strike is blocked by Baikrin's sword. No matter how hard it was, he was able to fend off the attack. It was not only the opponent's sound technique that frightened him, but also the hidden poisoned weapon that appeared out of nowhere. He couldn't get any closer. And the opponent just laughed, enjoying the excitement of the battle. He asks why Beck doesn't put anger into his punches, provoking him. "Why are you scared? saying that Oda still has no chance of winning. The bandit orders him to shut up, because he will brutally deal with him, and then find and tear to pieces the one who brought this hero into the world. But after these words he heard a voice behind him. The words were, "Don't bother." And at this moment, Beck intervenes in the battle. It was his partner who came to help. He greeted Mr. Oda. "Here we meet." The robber is aware of all the consequences of the fact that there are now two of them. It was clear that the battle would play with new colors. And this villainy will not happen with only minor wounds. Even in a battle against a sonic martial artist, you can expect surprises. Oda can see from the expression on his face that this newcomer is involved in everything. But why tell him that if he has even lost his sight? He begins to sneer. "You must have had a snake bite your eyes while you were walking down the street." Beck realized that Oda was still traumatized by the snake bite when he was roaming the earth. After this joke, the robber became even more angry. His anger grew. He decided to destroy Mu Yang first. Burning demonic energy began to fill the cave, and he furiously rushes towards his opponent. But our hero is not afraid. He is not afraid at all. However, he realizes that his trump card is gone because he gave his sword to Baekri Jin and is left without a weapon. And while the demonic villain attacked, wishing death on his abuser, the sharp and dangerous claws of this beast were literally a few centimeters away from him, shiny and deadly. Bikrin, watching what was happening, did not want his friend to be hurt. He was ready to do anything to protect him. The beast flew at them with all its power, and Bikrin tried to stop it at all costs. Mu Yang could see the danger looming over him, but could do nothing but take the blow. But suddenly the claws of this monster stopped right in front of his eyes, freezing in the air. At this moment of confrontation, the boy mustered all his will to block the attack with his hands. The beast dealt him a serious blow. Any more and Mu Yang might have lost his head. However, everything ended with only a slight bloody wound, although the pain was burning. The enemy decided not to pursue him anymore, focusing on a new target. Just as he was about to throw his next blow, Oda felt a sword fly into his back. Bikrin decided to add pepper to this fight, and Oda could not foresee the attack from behind. Infusing the sword with his unique technique, Bikrin prepared for the decisive blow. He unleashed the Solar Fall technique, full of incredible power, on his opponent. The powerful blows of the complex combination pierced the air, approaching the target. They entered Oda's body, forcing him to stop and reconsider his actions. Everything was quiet for a moment as Bikrin ran his sword across the robber's body. Time seemed to stand still, and all that remained was to see who would emerge victorious. Suddenly, a huge stream of blood started gushing from Oda's shoulder. Preparing for a counterattack, Bikrin was filled with incredible energy, ready to strike again. His inner strength, like threads, pierced the opponent, binding his movements. Oda understood that his wounds were dangerous, and that the opponent was a real demon in human form. Using his sonic technique, he began to emit deadly waves. It was necessary to avoid this at all costs, so as not to fall into his diabolical trap. Bikrin went out of his way to protect Mu Yang at all costs. Mu Yang watched with joy as Bikrin saved him, grateful for his selflessness. But in one moment, Mu Yang noticed something alarming. His friend began to cough incessantly, and this caused alarm. Bikrin's lips began to turn blue. It was the effect of the poison. It became clear that he could no longer continue the fight, and they needed to change tactics. Mu Yang proposed to push the opponent outwards with internal energy. He knew that Bikrin was poisoned and had limited time to fight. Bikrin tried not to show his condition, but Mu Yang had already understood the truth. It was obvious, especially because of the color of his lips. Mu Yang couldn't let his friend die here, and asked for the moon monster sword to be handed over to him. Bikrin refused this offer, believing that he should finish the battle himself. Putting his hand on his friend's shoulder, he tried to remove him from danger. He explained that due to the unknown poison, it was very dangerous to use the inner energy, and he had to get out of here to start controlling its flows. However, all these words did not work. The stubborn Mu Yang rushed into battle. He said that Bikrin had to leave, and could come back when he had dealt with the poison. After all, their opponent Oda had already spent a lot of energy in the battle with him. Mu Yang was confident that he could hold out until his friend returned from treatment. Oda, seriously injured, leaned against the rock, realizing that these guys underestimated him. He decided to wait until the bleeding stopped and was going to destroy them. In this situation, Bikrin did not want to return the sword to its owner. Despite being asked to return the moon monster sword, he would not give it back. But time was short, and it was necessary to act quickly. It was necessary to urgently decide what to do next. Bikrin's eyes showed feelings and his intentions. Looking at his gaze full of determination, Mu Yang understood him. Finally, he agreed. Our hero received his sword, and Bikrin, trying to cope with the poison, promised to return soon. and now the same dangerous enemy enters the battlefield again. Mu Young wasn't entirely sure that he could handle Oda on his own. Oda felt incredibly delighted that such a sweetie as Mu Young had stayed to fight him. He heard every word he said, and now he was going to finish him off. Mu Young noticed the enemy licking his lips ominously and felt creepy. The attack did not make itself wait. Oda rushed at him. He was flying at Mu Young, preparing his sonic attack. Opening his mouth wide, he began to form an energy sphere within himself. This blow fell on our hero, who could barely stay on his feet. Although he understood all this perfectly, he hoped that the provocation worked as it should. At that moment, Oda was clearly not in his right mind. Excitement clouded his mind and disturbed his peace. It is known that a restless mind cannot control the movements of the body. If Mu Young pretended to be under attack and took advantage of the moment, he could buy some time for his ally to return. Bak Rin, feeling the poison spreading through his body, tried his best to get rid of the insidious substance as quickly as possible. As he regained his breathing rhythm, he focused on cleansing his body of the poison, trying to regain control. The dark, poisonous energy was slowly draining his life force, making him unable to fight fully. He understood that he had to purify himself as soon as possible in order to return to the battlefield and support his comrades at a crucial moment. The rogue's claws glittered in the darkness, slicing through the air with deadly speed and posing a deadly threat. Considering Mong a weak opponent, he saw no point in prolonging the battle and sought to destroy him quickly. So he tried to deal a death blow to Moeng as quickly as possible, not wanting to waste his strength in a long fight. Moeng could tell that this enemy was holding up extremely well, more like a monster than a man, and the previous fight with Baek Rin had not affected him at all. Laughing loudly throughout the cave, Odam relentlessly attacked his victim, reveling in her helplessness. Like a ghost in his element, he confidently dominated the cave, taking advantage of the terrain to attack. Moeng knew that prolonged evasion would not lead him to victory. If he does not go on the offensive, he will eventually be defeated. He made the decision to concentrate all of his inner strength and focus it into a single, powerful blow to change the course of the battle. As his strength was leaving him, and he was on the verge of exhaustion, this was the only chance he could take. He had to find a new strategy as soon as possible to outwit the enemy and change the course of the battle in his favor. In order to successfully confront this seemingly invincible beast, he had to change tactics and find a new solution. The enemy, like an unstoppable hailstorm, attacked him again and again, leaving no chance for rest or retreat. There was a huge difference in their strength. The enemy could fight him with ease, as if it was just fun for him. But suddenly a sharp pain shot through his arm. He realized that he had received a serious wound that could change the course of the battle. Before he could dodge, he received a powerful kick from the enemy right in the torso, feeling the air leave his lungs. Our hero, falling, hit the stone ground with force, raising a cloud of dust and debris around him. He forced his sword out of his hands as the severe wound caused a great loss of blood, weakening him with each passing second. Amidst the dust and chaos, he saw the approaching silhouette of the enemy, ready to strike the next blow. With fear and anxiety, he looked at the enemy, realizing that in front of him was not just a person, but a real monster, full of unlimited power. This monster only laughed mockingly, taking unhealthy pleasure in its victim's suffering and reveling in its helplessness. Moeng understood that he had only one last chance left, which he had to use to save himself. Although the surface of the sea looks calm, you should not tempt fate. In the depths, there are turbulent currents that can take you by surprise. He knew it was difficult to demonstrate the same level of swordsmanship as his father, but now he had to try. In this situation, he had to do his best, even if he was not sure of his abilities. He needed to turn not to the fury of the rising star technique, but to the gentle but powerful force of galactic harmony. Although he wasn't sure he could master this technique, he only had one hope left, and he had to take it. He concentrated, realizing that if he didn't take the risk, sooner or later he would die in battle with this scoundrel. If he does not use a new technique when fighting this enemy, then his defeat is inevitable. The monster's cry echoed through the cave. He was surprised that this boy had come to his lair himself, as if looking for a place for his grave. For Moeng, these words sounded alarming. He realized that the monster saw him as easy prey. He could not forget his father's movements and realized that his training in galactic harmony had not been in vain for him. This technique usually covered a radius equal to the length of the sword, limiting its effect to close combat. His father perfected the technique, creating a force capable of controlling everything around and exerting incredible pressure on an opponent. During their sparring, Father demonstrated such a wide radius of technique that it completely stopped the movement of his sword. After deep reflection, he discovered many gaps in his abilities and decided to make an effort to eliminate them. And from the moment they fought, he decided he wanted to become stronger and better. He sought to surpass himself and reach the level of skill of his father. Only the galactic harmony technique could give him an incredible advantage, allowing him to gently bind the energies around him. Like a bolt from the blue, this technique struck his opponent's hand, dealing an unexpected blow. The powerful energy caused the enemy's hand to burn, causing him excruciating pain. Odam saw these actions as small tricks on Moang's part, underestimating the true power of the technique. However, despite the pain from his wounds, Moang immediately used his new strength to confront the enemy. Although the technique was not perfect, he decided to test it in action and managed to repel the enemy's attack. Odam, screaming in pain, could not understand how this young man could underestimate him and inflict such blows. After all, he considered himself an immortal deity who would never lose, and could not believe that a mere mortal would harm him. In these lands, he was the highest predator, a real dominator, and no one could stand in his way. How can this young man repel his attacks with a sword and energy that seemed invincible, making him back away from the blows as if avoiding the fire burning around him? The Rising Star technique is based on brutality, while the galactic harmony overwhelms everything around it, creating a gentle but powerful storm. Even soft flows of harmony energy can carry the brutal power of the Rising Star, inflicting devastating blows. The opponent still felt strong resistance from him, despite the softness of the technique. As he swung his sword, his movement made Odam horrified as he felt the true power of the technique. Odam felt the power of the harmony sphere crash into his body, paralyzing his movements. The monster's body began to tear into small pieces under the influence of the powerful energy. The energy was so strong that even the surrounding rocks began to crack and crumble. Moang fell to the ground, dropping his sword. He had used up all his energy and was completely exhausted. He not only repelled the attack of the enemy, but also managed to finish him off, ending the battle in his favor. He couldn't believe that he had defeated Odam, but he understood how to combine the techniques of Rising Star and galactic harmony. Realizing that his father had taught him for a reason, he understood the value of the knowledge he had passed on. His friend Baek Rin Jin will be shocked when he comes here and sees what happened. However, a huge new problem arose behind him that could change everything. The tiger, which had previously been under the influence of tranquilizers, regained consciousness and now felt very lively. Like a true predator, the tiger stood behind him. At that moment, the blood froze in his veins, realizing how much danger he was in. Moang planned to buy some time, and when the beast attacked Odam, he and his friend Baek Rin would have to escape. However, the tiger took a long time to recover from the effects of tranquilizers. His friend Baek Rin was poisoned, and he could no longer use Qigong, and could not even walk normally. And the hungry beast looked at him as a prey, and our hero had the feeling that he was cursed. It was rumored that such beasts perfectly distinguish between good intentions and bad ones. But will this creature show mercy to man if he hates those who locked him in the dungeon? Suddenly, Odam, who should have died, rose to his feet. It was hard to imagine, but he survived, which scared our hero. He was still able to stand on his feet, a real hardy opponent. What was important, however, was that Odam stood up and looked away. He saw hatred in the eyes of the captive tiger. The tiger was not going to think long. His hatred and roar could be felt throughout the cave. Odam laughed, glad that his treasure was still there. This beast towered over the young master. He thought the tiger would attack him now and tried to calm it down, but the huge beast covered the entire sky above him. Odam hoped that the tiger would eat this young man. However, the tiger rushed at its main prey, Odama, the one who made him suffer. Now the tiger will take him by surprise. Our hero realized that the tiger can distinguish all feelings, both good and evil. Fortunately, the tiger recognized the rascal who had nearly killed him, but Moang himself almost panicked, thinking that he was about to perish. He was well beaten. He even almost died of fear. It was a real curse for him, because the poison was starting to spread. But thanks to his father, the poison will probably stop in his stomach. Although everything hurt, especially his stomach. But what was left for him to do? After some time, our hero came to his senses. He fainted on the spot. Beside him stood his friend and the children he had saved. They were happy that Moang had survived. Moang asked Baek Rin if he saw everything that happened. Did he notice the 1,000-year-old white tiger that came and helped him in time? But Baek did not see the tiger. However, apparently our hero's plan worked. Baek was so wounded that he could not help his friend, but fortunately the tiger intervened and defeated the enemy. In his mind, Moang understood that his friend thought that everything was going according to plan. But in reality, everything had gone awry. However, let him think so, because it would be useless to explain such complex events. Still, the young master asks for help channeling the inner energy into him so that he can absorb the essence of the divine mountain snow lotus. But Baek Rin had a question. Is it worth the effort? Of course it's worth it, because who else knows about this cave? However, many martial arts masters can gather here. There is a lot of competition. But for the peace of the villagers, it is better to use this opportunity on Baek Rin. He must decide for himself. Had already absorbed the pristine dew of the stalactite, and now it would be easier for him to absorb the essence of the snow lotus. The dew contains yang energy, and the lotus contains yin, if you think about it that way. One person cannot take 2 of Murim's 200 treasures, but if this young man is chosen by destiny, he should be able to handle it. His goal is the same as in the novel, to become strong, because he is the main character of this story. Baek Rin surprised by his indecision, saying that it is very difficult for him. Muong tried to pretend that he did not hear anything, because these conversations would lead to nothing. In any case, everyone was back on their way as planned. Baek Rin Jin accepted the snow lotus, and they met Yunho Myung in perfect health. The children finally returned from the Cave of Darkness to their native places. The 3 silver coins taken from the cave were divided among the villagers of Dongzhuo. Later, they informed local authorities about the existence of a cave with treasures and an ice vault. They also sent a letter asking that the found children be returned home. All business was almost completed. There's only one left. Go to the tavern and spread the story. Spread the word about White Cloud among travelers and merchants, especially emphasizing the name of Baek Rin Jin and the Dansan sect who defeated them. They will tell this story in other regions, and the further it spreads, the better the result. In this way, he wants to spread the fame about Baek Rin Jin. Thanks to this, he will get a good reputation, and they will be able to make new acquaintances through rumors. Under the evening sky, our hero came to Yunho Myung. He sat by the fire all the time and tasted the famous 100-year-old ice cream. This ice was supposed to strengthen the muscles and purify the energy. Because the snow lotus was stored in it, it became special. Of course, it seemed reasonable to him to take only the usual bandit weapons from the cave, but our hero insisted that it could come in handy. Moang has always worried about Yunho because Baek Rin Jin is getting stronger and developing faster than him. He had been taking energy elixirs since he was a child, which had accumulated a lot of strength for normal circulation. But Yunho Myung had not developed at all this time. It is surprising that he even rose to such a level, considering that he was born in a poor family. But at least he has a great mentor who excels in training techniques and martial arts. Only inner energy and insight are not enough. He needs a little help. Then approaching Baek Rin Jin, our hero offers to switch places. But why does he suddenly suggest it? Maybe it's better to let him go and rest. However, he can't sleep and is worried about it, but Baek Rin Jin isn't going to change just like that. He believes that his friend Moing is hiding something from him. When asked why he thinks so, Baek Rin is sure that his recent luck is just a headache. But how did he find out about it? Because our hero did not tell anyone about it. What a strange turn of events. Under the glow of a moonlit night, which symbolized the disclosure of all secrets, our hero thought about how events could take an unexpected turn. He was interested in how Baek found out about everything that was happening and what secrets he might be hiding. Baek, pointing 2 fingers to his temple, said, "It's all her fault," hinting at his insight and ability to read minds. "Just look at your temporal meridian to know what you're thinking," he added with a faint smile. The boy began to get nervous because he did not fully understand what the temporal meridian is and how it reveals his thoughts. Baek explained that the thickness of the temporal meridian reflects the amount of internal energy of a martial artist. Your meridian is red and thick because you have accepted the primordial dew of the stalactite and the snow lotus of the heavenly mountain, he said. I have also reached this level. But how is this possible if all your energy is not manifested in the body, but is concentrated in the meridians? Thought Baek, for whom it was obvious. You have become much brighter, although it is not noticeable at first glance, he remarked, pointing to the changes in his friend's aura. Still, even the smallest changes can mean a lot. You really have a sharp eye, replied the hero, acknowledging Baek's observation. He just sighed heavily, realizing that his secrets were no longer a secret. The young master explained that he had discovered something new during the battle with Odam, although previously he had only followed his father's sword technique. Baek noted that this was amazing. He had also studied with his father, but could not understand the hidden meaning of the technique. Our hero asked not to exaggerate his merits because he simply followed Baek's path. Still, it was a success for Baek, and if given the chance, he would like to spar with him to test his skills. I thought about it too, that's why I'm practicing. I want to ask you to show me how you do it, said our hero, showing interest. Beck was ready to start training right now, wasting no time. However, our hero did not agree, citing other matters that needed his attention. I hope the equipment I took from that White Cloud gang isn't criminal, he remarked, waiting for Beck's opinion. It's not mentioned there, but there is one important note, Beck answered, paying attention to details. He pulled out a book found in their storage. The techniques here are different from the usual ones. I'll read it, and then I'll tell you more. If these techniques are the embodiment of evil, what could go wrong? Our hero said thoughtfully, pondering the possible consequences. Only you can help me with all this, Beck. The more we learn about the wisdom of our ancestors, the more interesting life becomes, he said, adding, people without thoughts are useless, and higher knowledge can play an important role in unraveling the meaning. It was not for nothing that I transcribed and passed on the sayings of my ancestors to you. It seems that you have become interested in the long-lost techniques of the mind, remarked Beck, noticing his interest. Is it right to learn from our ancestors, even if we don't know everything? Asked Beck, hesitating about the correctness of such an approach. Realizing this, our hero replied, no one in their right mind tells strangers about family techniques if their conscience is bothering them. But I'm not betraying the family I'm in, so don't worry. The fact is that there is a mystical power hidden in these techniques. Everyone in the world should know that you belong to the Jaggle family, Beck insisted, emphasizing the importance of tradition. Our hero didn't understand why Beck could never just forget about it. I wonder what will happen if the heir of the family passes on the lessons of the ancestors to a stranger. But in any case, I need to convince you to accept them, he thought. He tried to interest Beck. If you want to learn something new, I can help. But you can't be an old noble greedy for family glory, remarked Beck, pretending that he did not understand what was being said and could not accept it. Understanding his friend's strategy, our hero knew that he skillfully brought the conversation to a logical conclusion. Then I suggest you become a knight, not a noble, he said, offering an alternative. But nowhere does it say that knights can complain, Beck replied, doubting his suggestion. It may be wrong, but a knight must be ready to sacrifice himself for the sake of protecting others. And for this you can even cross yourself, insisted the hero. To Beck it seemed like a play on words. You justify wrongdoing, but it's not acceptable to me. Life is impermanent, and the righteousness that we put up with sometimes forces us to retreat, even if it's wrong, our hero philosophically remarked. For the sake of the greater good, it is better to keep what happened to the White Cloud gang a secret. Think about the choice you made when you came here, he continued. And about the reason why you fought with White Cloud in the first place, added the hero, trying to make Beck think. For some time Beck was silent, and he could be understood. They had killed many enemies. There were many things that certainly contradict the concept of righteousness. Regardless of our reasons, the fact that we injured and killed people remains a fact, Beck said. Yet you, Mr. Beck Rinjin, raised your sword for a righteous cause. Moreover, when it came to the way of the night, you fell into confusion, our hero noted. Of course, you would prefer to avoid arguments on such a topic. But the matter concerns the mind-training techniques associated with the Heavenly Mysteries Diary, he continued. You must learn it, no matter what it costs, because it can help you in the battle with the Blood Demon cult, insisted the hero. After the fight with White Cloud, your path became more clear, he added, trying to convince Beck. That's why you shouldn't hesitate for long, he concluded. The next day, when our hero was sitting by the lake, he carefully studied the book, which could give him a lot. He had just finished reading the section on hand technique. In the scroll he took from White Cloud, the author was not specified, but he called himself an old man who had defeated a level 1 warrior with his bare hands. From my experience, it can be nonsense. Being in Rome without inner energy is simply suicide. The difference between a first-level warrior and an ordinary person without inner energy is huge, he reflected. The question remains, how was he able to defeat him? He asked in a puzzle. The thing is, I'm wrong, thinking that it's just a hand technique. In fact, he uses the whole body, that's why he called it the 4 limbs of fear, the hero realized. This technique explains why the leader of the White Cloud gang was so powerful, he concluded. In the novel, Bayek Rinjin, having learned about this technique, began to strengthen his ties, because the 4 limbs of fear brings him closer to the final technique of the sword, the hero recalled. That's why I'll share it with Baek Rinjin and Yoon Ho Myung, he decided. But first I need to check something, thought the hero. The perspective of information about this technique makes it clear how it will affect a person who owns the techniques of the Yahello family, he reasoned. So you need to read this book as soon as possible, he decided, determined. After a while, he handed the book to Beck, saying, I've already read it, now it's your turn. This book was written by an anonymous martial artist, he added, explaining its origin. Baekrin politely declined. Thanks, but I don't need her. But why? Just take it, it's important, insisted the hero. The technique is called 4 Limbs of Fear. You can use it to improve your sword skills. At least read it and give me your opinion, he suggested. At this moment, Yunho, while savoring the ice, continued to listen intently to the conversation between the two. They discussed yesterday's conversation, trying to come to an agreement. Our hero did not hear any answers from Beck that would satisfy him. I believe you, but I'm not sure if I'm noble enough to accept all of that, Beck finally admitted. Therefore, I will answer when I decide for myself whether it is worth telling people about what happened, he added. In his mind, our hero decided to remain silent for the time being, because it seems that Beck can report on him if he thinks it's right. Oh, how he makes life difficult for me, he thought, feeling tense. Still, we need to get together. If we hurry, we'll get to Hainan within the day, he said, changing the subject. Thus ended their difficult journey around Lanshan. The next destination is Hainan province, where Baekrin Jin will meet new people and problems, and they will finally meet the same man. The rays of the hot sun broke through the thick air, filling the space with warmth and light, creating a feeling as if the sky itself had come down to earth. A ship full of people floated slowly down the wide river, cutting the surface of the water and leaving behind a long trail like a trail to unknown adventures. On the head of the young owner sat the legendary bird, a symbol of wisdom and strength, which attracted the eyes of everyone around with its majestic presence. Muyang is already tired of the fact that this restless bird constantly flies up into the sky, and then returns and settles on his head again, as if it considers it its nesting place. Baekrin noticed that the boy was calling the bird Suso, and, deciding that was his name, asked about it. However, our hero only confirmed that this is what he calls his feathered friend. Yuho suddenly exclaimed that he noticed something up ahead, drawing the attention of everyone on board to an unknown object in the distance. At that very moment, Susu flew up into the sky again, annoyingly circling above Mu Yang's head as if teasing him with his freedom. Surveying their surroundings, they realized with relief that they had finally arrived at the destination they had been looking for so long. They reached their next destination, ready for new adventures and challenges that awaited them ahead. In the novel, Henan Province, also known as the Central Plains, is where many nations established their capitals. It is here that Baekrin Jin will immerse himself in many adventures that will change his life forever. In part, these lands have undergone significant destruction due to constant wars and conflicts, which have left their mark on the history of the region. Suddenly, a detachment of cavalry began to form on their way. The riders quickly gathered together, creating the impression of a formidable force. The number of horsemen was so great that it caused concern among our heroes, forcing them to be on guard. They carried a flag with the image of a white bird fluttering in the wind, giving the unit even more mystery and grandeur. Considering that the blue flag with the eagle on it belongs to the Namgun family, it's probably them they're heading towards. Baekrin realized that he had just seen about 20 men emanating energy similar to an exquisite sword, and wondered where they were heading so rapidly. Looking at Baekrin's face, he realized that Baekrin was once again going to meddle in matters that did not concern him, and this did not make him happy at all. They had recently fought the White Cloud Gang, and the thought that trouble might arise again did not please them at all. The only question that remains is why Baekrin can't focus on the search for the Diary of Heavenly Secrets, but is constantly distracted by other things. So they finally arrived at the fortress that was to be the next stage of their journey. They had a considerable amount of money with them, but it was inconvenient and dangerous to carry it with them, so it was necessary to decide what to do with it. Moeng proposed the idea of investing these funds so that they would generate income instead of just lying idle. Our hero, having experienced a luxurious life, understood the value of money and knew how it can change a person's destiny. After all, the power of money is that it opens up many possibilities. From delicious food and drinks to hiring talented bodyguards. Money allows you to eat and drink whatever your heart desires and hire the best bodyguards. They can radically change your life. Thanks to these funds, he felt much more confident, knowing that he would be able to cope with any difficulties. Unexpectedly, Yuho intervened in their conversation, who, being from a poor family, fully agreed with the importance of money and its role in life. However, the main question was where exactly to invest these funds so that they would bring the most benefit and be safe. Our hero was not sure where exactly he should invest the money, but he believed that fate would lead him to the right person who would help him make the right choice. They understood that it is necessary to carefully consider where to invest funds, because there may not be a second chance, and it is not worth postponing this issue any longer. Maybe to begin with, it would be worth taking the money to the bank so that it is safe and can bring profit. Since they were located in Henan province, namely in its capital, Kaifeng, there were many banks where funds could be stored. Walking through the streets of the capital, they saw endless rows of shops and benches, feeling delighted by the atmosphere of a big city. Yuho couldn't think about anything else but food. He was sure that the local dishes would be incredibly tasty. Muang asked Baek Rin if he knew anything about Kaifeng, especially local banks and investment opportunities. He asked if Baek Rin knew about Yulin and Jiangnan banks, which are the biggest competitors in the city. There are no other significant banks here, so you have to choose between them. Of course, it is better to choose a large bank. The larger the institution, the lower the risks and the higher the reliability. Such a bank in a big city inspires trust. This bank is ideal for storing funds. In fact, our hero only pretends to hesitate because he already knows exactly where he wants to invest. He planned to invest in Yinsui Bank, which would later be built by a man named Song Ye. The bank does not exist yet, but it will appear after Yulin's bankruptcy. He knew that it was a great idea to invest in Song Ye in advance, as the novel mentioned that those who supported him in the beginning had made significant profits. To begin with, they decided to take the money to the Jiangnan Bank for temporary safekeeping, and then they will go to the place where Baek Rin-jin first met the person who can help them with the investment. Having entered the bank, the cashier again asked if he was really from the Ajil family, to which the young owner replied that he had already confirmed this several times. How many more questions can you ask? A little embarrassed, the cashier apologized, explaining that the amount of silver was very large, and he should inform his superiors. Perhaps it is worth asking a few more clarifying questions. Mong was seriously irritated by these silly questions. He had a lot to do and didn't want to waste time on unnecessary conversations. However, Baek Rin decided to agree to answer more questions. Noticing that Mong was getting nervous and wanting to avoid conflict, the cashier asked if they were from Liangshan County by any chance, and if so, perhaps they were the same famous swordsman. Our young host paid special attention to these words, wondering where this conversation was going. The cashier assumed that they were the same famous Northern Dynasty swordsmen who defeated the White Cloud Gang. Our hero smiled when he heard this. Rumors really spread fast because he was the first to use the phrase Northern Dynasty. Mong decided to admit that they were indeed the same swordsmen, but added that they were busy and in a hurry. Baek Rin was quite surprised by these words, as he had not expected such directness from Moing. The cashier was happy to realize that he had a famous person in front of him, and apologized for not showing the proper respect from the beginning. However, Baek Rin assured that they didn't do anything special, and that the rumors are probably exaggerating their achievements. Moing realized that Baek Rin could spoil their image with his modest words, and thought that he should not belittle his own achievements. Suddenly, Baek Rin, not allowing the conversation to continue, grabbed Moing and said that they needed to leave urgently, interrupting the conversation. They decided to leave immediately, without wasting time on unnecessary conversations, and hurried to leave the bank. Afterwards, they went to one of the local restaurants to rest and think about their next steps. The waiter brought them a wonderful drink that was supposed to lift their spirits and relieve tension after a busy day. Moing suggested a toast to Baek Rin, getting a new nickname that highlights his merits. However, Baek Rin felt awkward. For him, such a celebration seemed excessive, and did not correspond to his character. Yuho noted that nicknames are given only to worthy people, and this indicates recognition of their achievements. However, he wondered why they had decided that. Our hero noticed that Baek Rin was staring at him again, and felt awkward. He was wondering if he should congratulate him, or say something, because Baek Rin kept his eyes on him, which created tension. Suddenly, a man came to their table, brought dishes, and neatly placed them in front of them. After that, he began to look intently into their eyes, as if trying to say something without words. Noticing that these young men had great appetites and were perhaps celebrating something, he wished them bon appetit with a friendly smile. After his words, they had a strange feeling that something more than mere politeness was behind it. Our hero began to carefully observe this man, trying to understand his true intentions. It turned out that this person was quite strange, and their intuition told them to be careful. Walking through the streets of the capital, Our hero was struck by the grandeur and beauty of the surrounding architecture, which acquired a special charm under the glow of night lanterns. A group of people gazed in wonder at the huge fair at such a late hour. Everywhere there was a buzz, and bright lights attracted passers-by from all corners of the city. Everything around glittered and shimmered, and it was not for nothing that this city was called the City of Trends. New fashions were born here, and life was raging day and night. But first, he needed to find an institution called Full Moon, because it was there that he would find what he was looking for. After all, it was in this place that you could find answers to your questions and find what you came for. Susu, a small mythical bird, pushed away from the head of our hero, spreading its wings in the night sky. Manga was already tired of this mischievous bird, which was completely unmanageable. But what can be expected from a mystical creature? After long walks, he finally found the Full Moon establishment, where he had been heading from the beginning. A completely different atmosphere prevailed inside the room. Soft melodies, dimmed lights, and a sense of peace enveloped everything around. The waiter poured a glass for one of the guests, offering to enjoy the drink in this cozy environment. Nearby was a charming girl who looked after the guest. She noticed our hero and noted that he looked quite happy. From her words and the beautiful appearance of the girl, the mood of the hero rose even more, and he felt himself a part of this magical place. After a while, a respectable musician arrived, and the only question left was whether he should be allowed into the room. Moang agreed without hesitation, because with the appearance of the musician, they will not have to be bored together. The door slowly opened, admitting a new guest into the room, and filling the space with anticipation of something unusual. And it was at this moment that Moang finally met the one he had been looking for all this time. It was the same person he had seen earlier at the inn. A familiar face left no doubt. His appearance resembled a monk who made a living by music, traveling from town to town. He picked up the instrument and began to play a melody that filled the room with magical sounds, mesmerizing everyone present. He mastered the instrument, and every note sounded harmonious and perfect, reflecting the depth of his soul. The instrument continuously emitted beautiful sounds that enveloped the listeners like a magic curtain, transporting them to another world. His song was so mesmerizing that time seemed to stand still, and all problems receded into the background. Moang decided to start a conversation with him, hoping to learn more about the mysterious musician. "It seems that we have already met somewhere," he emphasized, trying to attract the musician's attention. The musician replied that he was not sure, because he often plays for many guests and may not remember all the faces. He didn't pay much attention to this young man's talk, concentrating on his playing and the melody. "However, perhaps you are right. I could see you in the tavern," agreed the musician after a short pause. Moang remarked that he had thought so they could consider themselves acquaintances, even if their paths had only crossed for a moment. However, the monk is recognized by many because of his unusual appearance and manner of behavior, which distinguished him from others. "Why do you work as a musician in a tavern?" asked Moang, although the answer was obvious: to earn a living. "Being a musician is of course interesting, but maybe it will sound strange. I am interested in completely different things," said Moang, and offered the monk to drink together. It sounded rather suspicious, and the musician became wary, not understanding the true intentions of the young man. However, the musician was interested and agreed, on the condition that the young man compensates him for the time spent on the conversation. Moang agreed without hesitation. He was willing to pay any price for his time to satisfy his curiosity. Sitting nearby was a beautiful girl who was surprised when the young man asked her to leave them alone with the monk. She even thought it looked suspicious and suspected that there might be more going on between them than just a conversation. The young man's face lit up with embarrassment because it was really uncomfortable and a little embarrassing for him. The monk wondered who this Moang was, because no one in the Muramu world chooses the company of a musician over a beautiful lady. He wondered what had caught his attention. Our hero, looking into his eyes, remarked, "You have the eyes of a person who works day and night at 2 jobs to make ends meet. Usually such people don't have such a calm look," he added, hinting at something hidden behind the outward calmness. This told him that the life of a musician is not ordinary, and he hides something more than meets the eye. Of course that may be so. However, before I tell you about myself, I would like to know more about your life, traveler," said Moang. The musician saw no problem and was willing to share his story, feeling that this conversation could be interesting. They raised their glasses and lightly clinked them, sealing the beginning of the conversation with a friendly gesture. And, wasting no time, they drank down the wonderful drink, feeling the warmth that spread over the body and relaxed the soul. Moeng did this for a reason because he knew that this bald man would become the head of Insen Bank, known as Director Sun. Thanks to significant investments in various projects, he will become an influential figure in the banking sector. To get his attention and build a long-term relationship, Moeng must tell him the whole truth, including his mysterious past life and the moment of transformation that changed him forever. He decided to open up to him. It seemed interesting and even exciting because it is rare to get a chance to hear such an unusual story firsthand. The musician finally understood his interlocutor and why he called himself strange. Now everything was falling into place. This bald man, being from the Kim family, resembled an ugly duckling. After being granted the right to take the imperial exams, he decided to go out and explore the world instead. Our hero knew that he traveled the world, realizing that people need power, money and power, more than just knowledge from books. Therefore, he decided to become the one who has power and strength. The various jobs he took were to understand what money could do and see how it could corrupt people. This is the path he chose to learn how to use and control finances. After listening to his story, our hero realized that they definitely had common views. It all came down to the desire for freedom, the ability to make decisions independently without the interference of others. Apparently, he also felt it from his interlocutor. "And what do you plan to do next?" asked Moeng, inquiring about his future plans. The monk replied that he wanted to manage money, but he needed to think about exactly how to do it in order to achieve his goal. Moeng remarked, "If you plan to manage money, you probably want to get rich," emphasizing the logical connection between his words. He believed that the moment was right to act, and that there was no point in delaying any longer. Moeng took out an envelope from his pocket and handed it to the musician, asking him to take care of this money and use it wisely. The envelope contained considerable sums of money, and he asked the musician to see how much was in there to understand the seriousness of the offer. Our hero asked the musician, as a future banker, to dispose of these funds at his discretion. Spend or invest as he wishes, trusting him completely. The monk was confused, because he could not even imagine such a large sum. He began to doubt, what if this is a lie, and the young man wants to set him up? Moeng was sure that if the monk betrayed his trust, he would blame himself for not understanding people. But after their unusual conversation, he felt the desire to become his partner. He only hoped that they had reached an agreement and, saying goodbye, calmly left, leaving the musician alone with his thoughts, leaving the man confused, who thought Moeng was out of his mind, not knowing that he had a cunning plan and knew the future ahead of time. The next day, everything around again played in the usual rhythm of life. The city came to life, people hurried about their business, and our heroes were preparing for new adventures. One of the friends bangs the table with force and declares that everything Mungda is talking about is simply impossible to accept. "How could he just take and give away all our money without our consent?" he exclaims indignantly, not believing his ears. "And what about our money for life, for travel and everything else?" Yuhu adds, looking worriedly at his friends. "What will we do now without them?" However, they understand that under the current circumstances, they will no longer be able to spend money mindlessly, as before, and will have to save on everything. Still, this is a pretty serious situation for their team, and they can't understand why he would make such a decision without their consent. However, Baekrinjin remained convinced that he had done the right thing, and believed that he would not regret his choice in the future, because he had done it with the best of intentions. But Moeng honestly admits that he might regret it if he was wrong about that person. And Yuhu, standing aside, simply cannot contain his emotions. Finally, he explains in detail why he decided to lend the money to that person, hoping that the team will understand his motives and support his decision. After all, he saw that this person will be able to dispose of money wisely, knows how to handle it, and will definitely not waste it, but will direct it to an important cause. Thus, he decided to invest in this person, hoping that it would be beneficial for everyone, and that the investment would pay off 100-fold. However, Moeng wasn't 100% sure, but hoped for the best. He did not want to allow a situation where someone would not be able to reach their potential due to a lack of money to start. Therefore, our hero decided to take a risk and not be stingy, investing in someone else's future. "You did a good job," emphasized Baekrinjin. Baekrinjin looked at him proudly and expressed his hope that their efforts would not be in vain and that the investment would benefit everyone. Suddenly, a mysterious figure appears above them, whose appearance interrupts their conversation and attracts the attention of the entire company. Yu-Hu realizes with sadness that the time of carefree days and easy earnings has passed, and now they will have to face new challenges. However, when he turned around, his gaze met the same person who had suddenly appeared and was now staring intently at them. The same monk appeared in front of them and said apologetically, "I hope I have not disturbed you. Perhaps my arrival is untimely." It was Mr. Song, a famous monk, but what brought him here? Everyone wondered why he appeared now. It was then that the friends realized who Moong had actually given all that money to, which raised even more questions. Mr. Sun came here not as a musician, but as a guest, and asked permission to join them at the table. He placed the envelope with the money entrusted to him on the table and looked at each of them seriously. It was obvious that this bald man, Mr. Song, had something interesting and important to tell them, and everyone prepared to listen. In fact, he came to ask where they got such large sums of money from because he cannot accept them without knowing the origin of the funds. Moing looks at Mr. Sun suspiciously, but that was expected. It would be surprising if the soon-to-be successful wasn't interested in an unexpected source of investment. In any case, everything should end well. He will introduce Mr. Sun to his friends and share the necessary information. So, he explained in detail what exactly their funds will be spent on, and how it will help achieve common goals. After they explained where they got such a large amount of money, Mr. Song remarked that one of them was the same legendary warrior that was rumored. Baek Rinjin didn't want to be called legendary. It seems that the rumors reached him as well. In fact, he wanted to admit that it was all just exaggerated talk. Everything that has just been said is just a rumor that has been exaggerated, he said. However, everything that was said about the swordsman was true, because Moong had seen it with his own eyes. Mr. Sun was delighted to meet such outstanding individuals and expressed his admiration for their achievements. In this way, he understood that they had received this money honestly, and there was nothing to worry about. Mr. Sun still had some questions. Mr. Song looked at these three, and was even more surprised. Martial artists usually don't care about wealth or the judgment of others. They are only focused on perfecting their skills. But this does not mean that they do not feel hunger and do not enjoy good food. It is also beautiful, because it adds meaning to life. Yu-Hu began to suggest trying Anhui's famous bamboo shoots. Mr. Song had heard that it was very thick, soft, and delicious, but he had never tasted it. However, Yu-Hu recommended this dish so strongly that their conversation began to appear suspicious to Moong. He felt that something was wrong here. They soon became so fast friends that they already had a lot of common topics to talk about, which surprised Moong. Yoon Ho-myung knew many different little things, but he didn't expect that it would help him get closer to Mr. Song. Baek Rinjin, silently sipping his drink, watches the conversation unfolding between Yu-Hu and Mr. Sun intently. In the end, it all worked. It seems that the feeling and relationship in their team is strengthening, which was expected. Now, in order to move on, they needed a blacksmith who could provide them with the necessary equipment. They have already found out from the locals where the forge is because our hero wants to order the equipment needed for training. And another sword for his friend Myung-hung, who was delighted at such an offer. But Moong was sure. You never knew what situation you would find yourself in, and their friend needed a good sword. But will they have enough money for it? Moong thought everything through. He had already sold the crew, and there were still other things to sell. Our hero was dragging various junk from the white cloud. Yu-Hu would be glad if it were enough to buy a sword. He would give up his former way of life. Moong felt like he had taken the bull by the horns, and now was the time to act, because he wasn't planning on letting Jungo stay the way he was. The thing is, Baek Rinjin has hellish training every day, while Yu-Hu lives like a master who has lost his purpose. At first he thought it was because of the solved problems with the shelter, but now things are different. Now it became obvious that everything goes completely differently. If nothing prompts action, then no one develops. In the novel, Baek Rinjin and Yoon Ho-myung lost to that scoundrel Odam. It was one of those things that pushed them to become stronger. However, due to the intervention of our hero, Yoon Ho-myung did not feel the bitterness of defeat, and this was because Moong surpassed him in strength. This is the main problem they have faced, and he needs a push, which he will organize soon. Soon they came to the forge. Looking inside, they saw lit fires, but they could not see a single person in this forge. Yu-Hu was sure, if this man is a talented blacksmith, wouldn't his weapons be worth a lot of money? But they won't know until they get inside. There were several blacksmiths in this place. They worked diligently and noticed that guests had come to them. They wondered what brought these people to their forge. Our hero explained that he had heard that wonderful weapons were made here, and asked to call the master. The muscular man stood up and agreed to call his father. A young man with large, innocent eyes that did not match his huge muscles. His deaf-mute blacksmith father stood nearby. His son gestured that they had come to the right place. This place is called Master Do's Forge. The man, sweating from the hot stove, turned his attention to the guests. They immediately felt his piercing gaze. The young man informed them that his father was ready to receive them. They entered a cozy room, where there was no burning heat from the red-hot cousins. The blacksmith's hands were shaking for an unknown reason, betraying his inner excitement. He looked exhausted and clearly worried, as if something was bothering him. Moing knew why this blacksmith was so nervous. The fact is that the scoundrel Oda killed his father, only because he spoiled his mood and Oda took away all the weapons he had created. Because of this, Master Do is terribly afraid of martial arts masters. He asked our hero what he planned to do. I heard some gossip in the alley, so I didn't want to check it. A suspicious look could also be felt from Baek Rin. It seemed that he had the ability to see the future, but he did not expect this from him. The rest of the novel was not printed, so he knew nothing else, which made him very hasty. Suddenly, the blacksmith's son turned to them. He said that they are very sorry, but they are already working on orders and cannot take another one. Then the boy wanted to show the weapon he had brought with him. When he showed it to the blacksmith, he held his breath. After all, it was the same weapon that the master once created for those scoundrels. And this radically changed the situation. The blacksmith carefully examined the weapon. He recognized that it was the very weapon he had once made. The atmosphere in the room became tense. Many things remained unclear. The blacksmith began to carefully examine each object, checking that it was indeed his work. Without a doubt, he was sure that these were the fruits of his hands. He was especially attracted by the famous sword. It was the legendary sword of that scoundrel Oda, the one who took his father's life. The father seemed to have plunged into deep turmoil. He was filled with incredible emotions, and the son began to worry. Yuho and Baek Rin were shocked by this reaction. But Moung was not at all worried. He knew what it was all about. It was already dawn when the first wave of tears ended. Blacksmith Du told them his old tragic story through his son. It was a heartbreaking story after a father saw the same sword that killed his father and remembered his fear of martial artists. His son was also scared that he was never able to take revenge, and he couldn't even properly bury his grandfather, even now that he has a capable son. It was extremely moving, but Moung didn't care. Although he is a materialist, this story was familiar to him. Still, he couldn't talk about swords in this situation, because he had many other ways to make Yunho stronger. He, of course, did not plan this, but he decided that it was necessary to give and leave these weapons to these people. At first, he wanted to sell the weapon at a high price, so he talked about the sword. After all, I heard rumors that some people are looking for their ancestor's weapon, not knowing that they need it as a memory of him. And now, after hearing this story, his hand did not raise to sell this sword. Baek Rin placed a hand on our hero's shoulder, knowing that he would make the right decision, but the boy wished he wouldn't look at him like that. And yet our hero approached these people. I asked the boy to give something to his father before they left. They can help arrange a real proper funeral for his father because that bastard OD is dead. The son passed this information on to his father. The father said that he was grateful to them, but did not know why they expressed such gratitude. Yu Ho decided to interject and stated that they did what they were supposed to do, although our hero wasn't sure what he would say. And yet Yu Ho was going to continue his old lifestyle. But Moung realized that Yu Ho was talking like a fool, and it didn't matter now. They apologized and were about to leave. However, the boy stopped them, saying that his father would consider it an honor to at least test their swords. Baek Rin assured that it was not necessary, as it was already late, but his father would like to thank them somehow. He had never seen his father so happy, so let him do it. The blacksmith's emotions overwhelmed him. Still, Moing was sure that it was better for them to leave when they were not asked to stay, and yet they gave up their swords. This man was called a master for a reason. One glance was enough for the blacksmith to judge the characteristics of the swords. He said that in the center of Baek Rinjin's sword was an unknown material. Our hero knew about this sword that it would reveal its true power when there was an opportunity to act with the energy associated with the heavenly secret. However, nothing was said about this in the novel, and there is no such material. Unlike the Northern Sun and Moon Monster swords, which can be called precious, that sword was nothing special. It was dull and could not cut anything with it. Therefore, he offered to remelt this sword. Yu-Ho agreed because he didn't need him. The boy was happy, because for Yu-Ho, they could melt down the old one and make a new sword if he didn't mind. Of course, they did not mind, even rejoiced at such a situation. This meant that Yun-Ho would have to get on the right path. Our hero definitely did not expect this. It was a rather fortunate circumstance. After all, a new sword is being prepared, which will become his personal weapon and the first step on the way to the glory of Yoon-ho Myung. After their swords were expertly sharpened and fully prepared, the young men decided to spar to test their new weapons and improve their fighting skills. Yoon-ho, full of determination and enthusiasm, rushed to meet the young master, wanting to cross swords with him and test his strength in a real duel. The sudden and lightning attack from Moeng caught Yoon-ho off guard, leaving him stunned by his opponent's skill and speed. The young master turned around with incredible speed, like an arrow flying past his face, showing his lightning-fast reaction and alertness. He was surprised that such a powerful attack was coming from a seemingly ordinary person, and it made him reconsider his evaluations of his opponent. Using the stealth dragon whirlwind stance, Yoon-ho not only avoided the blow, but also managed to counterattack in a flash, showing his skill. Yoon-ho felt the incredible force of the strike upon him, realizing the difference in skill between them, as his defense was breached. However, he soon gathered his strength and managed to deftly dodge the next blows, showing his endurance and skills. Moeng began to joke with his opponent, reminding him that he had promised to give up his surname if he got him at least the simplest sword. So according to your promise, you can now change your surname to Yoongo Un-ho. Moeng teased him with a smile, emphasizing the fulfillment of the agreement. That's complete nonsense. There's no way in the world I would do that. Yoon-ho replied indignantly, flatly refusing to change his last name and not taking Moeng's jokes seriously. Baek-rin and Master Du watched the match, raptly following the young men's every move and exchanging impressions of their techniques. The boy, slightly embarrassed by his curiosity, turned to Baek-rin. Excuse me, but why are these two friends fighting each other? Baek-rin replied, This is one of the important stages in creating a personal sword. Through the duel, they will learn their weaknesses and strengths. Since the personal sword is something that helps compensate for one's own shortcomings, fighting someone stronger is necessary, he continued. Truth be told, they seem to complement each other perfectly, remarked the blacksmith's son, marveling at the synergy between them and their mutual understanding on the battlefield. Although it seemed that their confrontation was almost one-sided, in reality they were both gaining valuable experience, increasing their skill and understanding of the martial arts. The rays of the bright sun broke through the leaves of the trees, illuminating the place of the fight and adding a special charm to it. After several intense minutes, the fight ended with both fighters bowing their heads respectfully to each other in recognition of their opponent's prowess. After that, Yoon-ho continued sparring and exchanging thoughts with Master Du, while the blacksmith's son helped them communicate by translating the conversation. Perhaps it is because of this shared passion that Yoon-ho and Du-hui grew closer, creating a strong bond based on shared interests and respect. Without a doubt, it was clear that they had become friends. Their friendship grew stronger every day, and they supported each other in everything. Lately, Yoon-ho had been expressing his admiration for Master Du more and more often, especially noting his excellent physique and impressive muscle mass. And it was no accident. In the novel, it was mentioned that due to his physical strength, Du-hui later became a disciple of a martial arts master. This master possessed martial arts of the highest level and became famous throughout Murim as the mighty Vajra. Realizing that this was inevitable, Moeng decided it was best to speed up the process of their rapprochement to help them both succeed. Moeng concluded that it would be great if Du-hui became Yoon-ho's student, as it would strengthen their relationship and benefit both of them. Thus, thanks to joint combat techniques, they will be able to gradually transfer knowledge because becoming a student is not so easy. Because Yoon-ho studied under an eccentric recluse, he had unique knowledge that he could pass on to Du-hui, helping him grow. Baek-rin Jin noticed that their relationship was quite strong, and that Yoon-ho and Do-hui had a lot in common which made their bond special. He could see that although they seemed strong and confident on the outside, inside they both felt a certain loneliness, which brought them even closer. And yet, he understood that there was truth in his observations. They really had a lot in common, which made their connection special. Baek-rin Jin's words had a deep meaning, and Moeng understood that his friend saw the situation quite astutely. Du-hui has been close to his father for a long time, which is uncharacteristic for children his age, just as Yoon-ho Myung had no one to turn to for help before meeting them. Perhaps that is why they understand each other like no one else, because their life paths have a lot in common, and if Yoon-ho takes care of this boy, they will have a wonderful relationship. It reminds me of our relationship with Moeng, Baek-rin said with a slight smile, noticing the parallels between the two pairs of friends. However, these words slightly confused our hero. He felt awkward. As night fell, a peaceful atmosphere reigned around, and the stars shone brightly in the dark sky. Finally, the sword was completely ready. It glittered in the starlight, emitting a special aura. It was Yunho's personal weapon, a sword as black as night that reflected his strength and determination. The sword reflected a dark glow due to the special metal used in its creation, an obelisk that had been passed down from generation to generation in the Du family. This material was mined from the meteorite itself and called the Sky Stone. This is a rare mineral, the location of which no one knows. It is one of the 200 precious treasures. If even the simplest sword is reforged with this mineral, its strength will increase many times over. So, it can be said that Yunho Myung was incredibly lucky to have such a valuable weapon. Now he held in his hands an extremely powerful sword that could change the course of any duel, and with just one swing, he felt the incredible power of the sword, which filled him with confidence. The blacksmith's son was amazed as he watched Yunho wield the sword. It exceeded all his expectations. Those present were stunned to see the display of this sword's power. His capabilities exceeded all expectations. The moment when the sword split into 3 parts was especially impressive, and then it came together again as if by a wave of a magic wand. Yunho himself was amazed, because it turned out to be a chainsword. Inspired by its features, Yunho decided to name his new weapon the Three Chainsword. After sharing his idea with Master Du, Yunho was happy to hear that he fully supported his choice of name. Our hero remembered that in the novel this sword was called exactly that, and he did not expect that his personal sword would be exactly like that. As a gift, as a sign of gratitude, he gave a book. The book was intended for the blacksmith's son. It contained a lot of valuable information. They discussed a boy named Du Hui who looked a lot like Yunho in his youth. He was a child who appeared to be strong, but deep inside he carried his inner darkness. Yi Yunho thought about sharing his knowledge with him. Therefore, our hero advised him to focus on breathing techniques. After all, he has to become better in order to teach this boy. After thanking the blacksmith, the young master noticed that Yunho was already leaving. The question remained whether he should do it, but the young man asked never to forget about him. "Don't forget that you are not alone," he said. And when they said goodbye, the boy wiped away his tears, promising that they would definitely meet again. Under the bright glow of the full moon, the night shrouded the city in a mysterious haze, enhancing the sense of mystery in every corner of it. In the shadow of the night streets, a mysterious man carefully moved through one of the dark alleys, as if avoiding unwanted glances. He kept closer to the walls, as if hiding from someone, almost blending in with the shadows around him. His silhouette glowed in the moonlight, giving him a ghostly appearance. Stepping on the creaking planks, he moved like a cat, quietly creeping towards his goal. For him, any ceremonial reception would be superfluous and undesirable. He entered the room without informing anyone of his arrival, like a shadow in the darkness of the night. Using his martial arts, he sensed danger approaching him. Energy arrows flew straight into his face like a sudden flurry. He pressed down on the hilt of his sword, exposing its gleaming blade. With an instant movement, he repelled all the attacks directed in his direction. They were huge shurikens, which he deflected with incredible skill. He stared intently ahead, trying to figure out who this scoundrel was that dared to attack. Before him stood a man who wanted to make sure that the rumors about him were true. He smiled and invited him to join his community. The weapon he threw seemed simple, but it could only be cut by a top-level master wielding a sword and chi energy. In order to give him a warm welcome, he expended a great deal of energy to test the stranger's abilities, for one cannot trust only hearsay. The man understood that he was clearly expected. Of course, he was expected, because it was this man who ordered him to kill in the North Castle. The target of the attack was the retired head of the Imperial Guard. But who is this old man really? Is he really calm in the presence of his killer, or is he just faking it? Whoever he is, he has nothing personal against him. Contract killing is simply his job, even if the target is the person who hired him. But the man laughed at his words. To kill this person. He himself decides whether to do it or not. This caught the assassin's attention, making him wary. The man asked to listen to him first, because he has a lot to do, and he would not want to waste time. But this seemed strange to the killer, because this man addressed him as if he were an old acquaintance, which was extremely unusual. Such familiarity alarmed him. Who is he really? The man announced that he was his employer, someone who had information and knew a lot about him. He is quite a well-known personality in the province, calling himself the Phantom Thief of Darkbone, if true. Without thinking long, the phantom sword flew straight to his neck. Stopping at the very throat, he said that he had important information, and if he was killed now, it would never be known. But the killer decided, first he will fulfill the order, and then he will listen to it. The man smiled at such mercy from his killer. but he wanted to tell him about his younger brother, whom he had long forgotten, which attracted the mercenary's attention. You should not pay for an insult with an insult, even if everything is so. After all, the target is the heir of the prestigious Qianhu righteous sect, which is quite interesting. We move to Dance Mountain, where our hero sneezes from the cool air. Maybe he caught a cold, but they are almost at the entrance. Bekrin feels it. Following the will of their ancestors, they reach Tianjun Mountain. At last, they came here, where the heavenly sacrament is. Now nothing else bothers them. It had been a long time since this boy had obtained the Northern Sun Sword, and he had already learned the long-lost mind training technique that was necessary to verify the Bekringjin. All that remains is to pass the stage of the question of the heavenly stream. Yuhu, in turn, complained that they had not yet reached the entrance, and he was already tired. Still, Moyang couldn't help but agree. They had come a long way to get here. But Yuhua wondered where Moyang went when they were in Pinny Village. He explained that his relative lived nearby, so he was going to send him a letter. He thought that writing a letter would not work. Besides, they are not close enough to meet in person. Yuhua thought this was logical, as he had recently started to live the normal life of an ordinary person. And yet, had he heard the rumors about this mountain? That an old man lives there, and they say that he built a Shaolin temple on the mountain, where there is a secret room. But what is it? A prison, or perhaps a place of imprisonment of many evil people, as the legends say. Could this be true? After all, it would be easier to execute them. Others say it is a trap to catch people from non-traditional sects. In any case, it is hard to believe that a prison is located in a sacred place for Shaolin. It's all gossip. Moyang tried to pretend that he didn't know anything about it, although in reality this secret prison really exists. It is hidden behind a gate and is made of a turtle shell, which is why it got the name Turtle Gate. And soon the whole world will know about it. And so they came to a rather well-known slope. It could let them know that they had finally seen what they had been walking towards for so long. It was a beautiful place. They finally got there. But the question remains, how will they find the heavenly mystery in such a vast area? The thing is, they have the Sword of the Sun, and it's time to use it. Bekringjin began to draw his sword from its sheath. Moyang gave him advice. Channel your energy through him. It is known that the Northern Sun reacts to unusual stones. The boy concentrated, trying to fill the sword with his energy. Lifting it up, he caused an incredible glow, which began to act on the mountain like a magnet, attracting something invisible. At that moment, the glow passed over the entire rocky area, and suddenly the ground in front of them began to split. Bekrin, releasing energy into his sword, did not understand why it was so strong or what he had done at all, because everything below them began to tremble. The ground beneath their feet suddenly began to split. Deep cracks spread in different directions, accompanied by an ominous roar that made hearts beat faster and increased the sense of danger. The heroes began to worry, feeling the adrenaline rush through their veins as the situation became more and more unpredictable and threatening. And at that moment, something incredible happened next to Bekringjin. A mysterious energy began to concentrate around him, changing everything around him. They turned their gazes to the amazing object that had grown out of the ground right before their eyes, making them gasp in delight. A massive, monolithic block emerged from under the ground, covered with mysterious hieroglyphs, glowing with a soft light and radiating an unknown energy that fascinated and frightened at the same time. Bekringjin, stunned by what he saw, could not believe his eyes. Before him was something that he had only heard about in ancient legends and myths. In fact, it was not just a monolithic slab, but an ancient artifact of incredible power, hidden under the guise of a stone, the secret of which could not be solved by many generations before them. Suddenly the rock began to crack and split as if it had been cut by a huge invisible sword, and fragments of stone fell with a loud crash at their feet. A powerful wave of incomprehensible power and energy erupted from the middle of the monolith, which filled everything around, causing the air to vibrate and hearts to beat faster. This incredible power caused the friends to open their eyes wide in surprise and alarm, because they had never felt anything like this before, and did not know what to expect next. A huge bronze mirror appeared before them, shining with a mysterious light. In ancient times, before the invention of glass, mirrors were made of bronze, which gave them a special magic. That was the reason why they needed to come here at night. Only under the moonlight was the true essence of this place, and its mysteries revealed. After all, the truth could be revealed only when the moonlight touches the surface of the mirror, activating its magical properties and revealing hidden secrets. Bekringjin, feeling an invisible force attracting him, decided to move closer to the mysterious mirror, his heart beating faster and faster. In the reflection of the mirror, they saw the moon, which seemed even brighter and more majestic, as if it was descending from the heavens directly towards them, filling the space around with a magical light. And at that moment, the moon shone so brightly that its light flooded everything around, turning night into day and making them squint from the blinding light. The moonlight illuminated everything around, creating an amazing aura in which time seemed to stand still, and reality mixed with fantasy, opening the door to another world. Mueng felt anxious and excited at the same time. Something extraordinary was happening, and he wasn't sure if they were ready for the consequences of this mysterious phenomenon. He turned to Baek Rinjin. "Look at your sword." Sensing intuitively that their weapons could somehow react to this incredible energy, Baek Rinjin's sword began to emit an incredible blue flame that pulsated in time with their hearts, filling the air with magic and unknown power. The weapons reacted to the mirror's reflected light, as if resonating with it, and their powers began to merge into one, creating an invisible bond. This incredible energy emanating from the sword spread around, causing everything around to tremble and change under its influence, as if nature itself responded to this call. Baek Rinjin instinctively raised his sword upwards, and powerful plasma beams shot out from it, slicing through the air and heading in all directions, as if opening a gate to another dimension. The power of the sword could be felt in the air. It became hot and vibrating, and it seemed that all the energy of the mountain was channeled into this weapon, filling it with limitless power. They noticed that something strange had appeared above them that required immediate attention. A shining creature in the form of a bird was circling the sky, sparkling with all colors. Mueng realized that he was finally witnessing what he had long dreamed of. A legendary phenomenon was unfolding before his eyes, and it could change everything. A light in the shape of a flying bird circled above them. His graceful and mysterious movements seemed to point the way to heavenly secrets and unexplored horizons. They could not believe their eyes. In front of them hovered a legendary bird, about which there were only myths and legends, symbolizing hope and revival. She was much grander than the legends described, and Baek Rinjin could feel her aura flowing through his body, filling him with strength and wisdom. The power of this creature seemed boundless, taking them into a vortex of incredible sensations and opening new horizons of possibilities that they had never dreamed of. It seemed that a moment later, and this radiance would penetrate directly into their hearts, forever changing their fate and leading to new achievements. Gradually, the bird began to move away, rising higher and higher in the sky, as if inviting them to follow it to the very stars. As she flew over the river, the water parted, forming a passage that led into the unknown, inviting the heroes to step into it. It was incredible. They could not believe that such a thing was possible, and they felt themselves overwhelmed with excitement, awe, and even a slight fear of the unknown. Mueng noticed that in that place was what they had been looking for so long, the key to solving the mysteries and fulfilling their mission. As they got closer, the water parted completely, revealing the entrance to a mysterious cave that beckoned them with its dark depths and promises of discovery. They realized that they needed to act quickly, and without wasting time rushed to the entrance of the cave, feeling that every second could be decisive. A mysterious energy radiated from the cave, which enveloped them, filling them with strength and at the same time causing anxiety, because it is not known what awaited them inside. However, the strange sound of the mysterious wind, which appeared when the water parted, strained the atmosphere and added a sense of hidden danger. Baek Rinjin firmly decided they must immediately enter the cave, because he felt that something extremely important and fateful was waiting for them there. Without hesitation, he went first, as if his heart was leading him forward, and the rest of the team, full of determination, followed him. Mueng remembered how, reading the book, he empathized with Baek Rinjin and his feelings at such moments, and now he felt it himself from his own experience. Now he was confused and a little confused. The reality exceeded all his expectations, and he did not know where it would all lead. The memories of his older brother's last words before his death appeared in his head, the consequences that it could cause, and it filled his heart with sadness. Thoughts of how long he'd been waiting for this moment swirled through his mind, adding to his determination, but also making him nervous about the unknown. Part of him was happy that he had fulfilled his promise and would now be able to return to his sect and restore his lost honor and heritage. To his surprise, he felt a slight sadness because, despite his success, he understood that many things could not be returned, and the past would remain in the past. He had achieved what he longed for, but he was aware that it was too late, and that the losses he had suffered could not be repaired. Suddenly sadness came over him, reflected on his face, and he could not control the emotions that were raging inside. He began to tremble, barely holding back tears, feeling the weight of what he had experienced and the injustice of fate. Muang perfectly understood his feelings, because he himself felt something similar in the depths of his soul, and he wanted to support his friend in this difficult moment. He thought, if he had known that there was a chance to revive the sect, maybe he could have helped his brother fight the disease longer, and things could have turned out differently. He looked into the mysterious depth ahead, and did not fully understand what was waiting for them next, but he felt that he had to move forward. Suddenly, something hit him with such force that he stopped, unable to believe what was happening. An invisible force had entered their world. Behind them, someone began to fall, choking on blood, and this caught their attention, causing them to turn and prepare for danger. Mong turned around to see his friend Yuhu lying on the ground, sick and in need of immediate help. Baek Rinjin turned sharply, sensing that something incredible and dangerous had happened, and looking for the source of the threat. No one could understand what had happened, but Yuhu was lying on the ground without any signs of life, and this caused panic among his friends. Baek was convinced that Yua had been attacked, someone had dealt him a powerful invisible blow, and they had to act quickly. However, there was no one around. Desolation and silence enveloped them, which made the situation even more disturbing and mysterious. He began to suspect that there was a great martial artist hiding somewhere nearby who had attacked them invisibly, and now they had to be extremely careful. Yuvi was getting worse and worse. His condition was getting worse by the minute. He continuously coughed up blood, as if his lungs were filled with fire, and each cough brought excruciating pain. It seemed that his body was covered with many wounds that appeared from nowhere and brought new suffering. His friends understood that it was necessary to act immediately to save him from inevitable death. In this state, he could not even move. Strength left him with every breath. Moreover, he could barely stay on his feet and was about to pass out from the wounds he received. His condition frightened his friends, and besides, there was no one around who could help. After examining him, they saw deep wounds on his shoulders and stomach, which appeared from an unknown place. The wounds were so deep that they wondered where they had come from, as there were no traps or mechanisms around. So someone did attack him while remaining invisible to their eyes. But who could do that? Even with such exceptional abilities, the attacker did not kill Jung. The wounds were not fatal. So what was he after? Up to this point, everything had gone according to the young master's plan, and they had successfully avoided any unexpected obstacles. But now, the heavenly sacrament and Baek's emotional state were not what they should have been. However, it was not mentioned in the story that Jungwoo was supposed to have received wounds from a sneak attack. They carefully looked around, looking for traces of an unknown enemy. The one who seeks to destroy them was somewhere nearby and seems to have acted alone. Perhaps this is just a trap, because the wounds are not serious, and someone is trying to lead them astray. Or someone is playing with them, enjoying their helpless position. Perhaps all of this is happening at the same time, creating an even bigger mystery. However, Jung needs to be taken to the doctor immediately, and Baek should continue his search for the sacrament. However, Baek denied that he could not leave his friends in such a case. They decided to come here together later, because their lives are much more important than any treasures. Although this decision was risky, they agreed, realizing that friendship was more important. Abandoning all plans, they went to the doctor, hoping to save their friend. Mo Yang carried Jung on his shoulders, feeling the weight of his body and responsibility. Looking at Rinjin's back, he could see his grief and inner struggle. Baek sacrificed what he had sought all his life for their safety. If Mo Yang were in his place, would he be able to do the same? In his place, he might have continued his search for the sacrament, leaving Baek to take care of Jung. However, Baek proved that he really is a good person, even though it made things difficult. He noted that there was no master among his enemies who could injure Jung so easily. Maybe it's Mo Yang's enemy? He wasn't sure, but the only thing that came to mind was Huangbo Sung. But wasn't he expelled from the sect of the righteous? Exactly, and it surprised Mo Yang. However, who it could be remained a mystery. Suddenly, Yungu started screaming and writhing in excruciating pain. Baek asked Mo Yang if he had done anything to cause such a reaction. After all, the only thing that differed from the events in the book was this particular incident. Mo Yang remembered how he received the primordial stalactite dew from the dark assassins who passed it on to him. Baek assumed it might be related to that community, but their vault had been completely ransacked and ransacked. Yes, but Mo Yang managed to find only a few valuables among many treasures. The only thing of value they got from the dark assassin's head was a stalactite primordial dew. What if they had to deliver it to someone? Beck suggests that it may all have something to do with her. Maybe the enemy is angry about not getting this artifact. It's entirely possible, especially considering what happened to their friend. The enemy turned out to be extremely dangerous, so they need to be extremely careful. They followed trail after trail, trying to stay together and stay alert. Moyang turned to see if anyone was following them. He strained his vision, peering into the distance, trying to spot the pursuer. However, he did not see anyone who could follow them. Only one question remained: who the hell is this? The next morning, when they continued their journey, the sun had already risen high above the horizon. They noticed that the sun had risen much sooner than they had expected. The light scattered the shadows, and everything around became much clearer than at night. It was to their advantage. They could advance faster and had to hurry. Continuing the journey, they took turns carrying Young, supporting each other. Moyang stepped forward, striding confidently and decisively, leading the group forward. Beck, moving behind, carefully examined everything around, looking for possible dangers. Suddenly he felt danger and wanted to warn his brother Moyang. After all, Moyang was in great danger. Something unknown was flying straight at him. Moyang did not understand what was happening, and looked around in surprise. All he heard was Beck's shout, "Careful!" which made him wary. At that moment, he turned his head to the side, trying to understand what was happening. There he saw what looked like strings of energy coming towards him. It was the heavenly ghost networm, a dangerous and insidious weapon. It was almost invisible, extremely thin and sharp, like the best swords. Moyang had to stop immediately to avoid the fatal blow. After all, in addition to these trap threads, a powerful blow was rushing towards him, which could destroy him in an instant. At that moment, Susu was circling the sky, carefully watching what was happening below. Noticing the danger that threatened the boy he knew, he quickly rushed to help. His speed was incredible. He ran like an arrow. The closer he flew, the more he accelerated, preparing to attack the enemy. Our hero stood and saw some warrior jump on him. That warrior drew his sword, clearly intending to kill him. He, as if obsessed, flew towards him at such a speed that Moyang couldn't even block the attack in time. After all, the enemy suddenly changed speed and was already nearby. He knew that he was about to receive a powerful blow as he could not dodge. But his old friend Susu pushed the young master aside. This made the attacker miss. Beck and Mong watched as the bird sacrificed itself. She saved Mong at the cost of her own life. Now that this warrior was standing in front of the young master and looking at him, they couldn't get over the fact that the scoundrel had dealt a fatal blow to Susu. This bird saved his life. If it weren't for her, he would have died. Clutching his sword, the young master sought to repel this enemy. They stared intently at the killer, and there was only one question. Why is he doing this? Beck asked Mong if he was okay. Thanks to this bird, he remained alive. The assassin, who was standing next to him, emphasized that Beck was a good warrior. He expected that the worm's heavenly web would connect with the host Beck, but he turned out to be an even better fighter. Beck noted that first, it was necessary to get rid of the unique aroma of the sky worm. But who was standing before them? Flashing his sword, the attacker responded. He explained that people in Tianhu are bound together either by debts or by grievances, and the head of the dark assassins was his brother. The boys were amazed by his words. Yes, he is indeed related to the dark assassins, but his abilities are not at all like Wan Zhong's. Every centimeter of this opponent's body radiated power. Moang broke into a cold sweat. Even Beck did not rush into battle thoughtlessly, understanding the power of the enemy. The man said that since he had named himself, he would no longer fight as a mercenary. His revenge will be brutal, and they can't help but agree with that. Beck reached for his sword, not wanting to let things happen any further. The killer admitted that it was an amusing sight. Suddenly something unexpected appeared. Someone shouted that his nephew, their family's favorite child, had gotten into trouble with a mercenary. At that moment our hero prayed over Susu, hoping that he would survive. But hearing a familiar voice, he turned around, and there was only laughter from everywhere. Sensing a powerful inner energy, Muang asked to prepare to meet this person. Beck did not understand what he was talking about, but it was his own uncle, Agyo-do. Looks like he got the letter, and just now appeared in this situation. The killer looked around, not understanding where this man was. Our hero felt an advantage, because the attacker attacked the wrong person. In front of him was the eldest son of the great Murimu family, Agyo-do. Suddenly, a powerful man appeared on the horizon. He landed with such force that the ground beneath his feet shook. This surge attracted the attention of our heroes. This man's posture showed that he was extremely strong. He noted that his nephew Agyo-mong had grown up a lot. He barely recognized him. He was the second of the 4 brothers, Do. He came out of nowhere to help his nephew. Our hero experienced vague childhood memories. It must have been his uncle. In general, he was supposed to appear after the secret of Agyo's family was revealed, but his letter changed the course of events. Our hero fell to his knees, showing respect for meeting his uncle. When he approached him, he apologized. The uncle smiled, seeing that the boy wasted no time and became sharp-tongued in his absence. He is quite good at behaving with dignity. In his mind, Mong understood that this was true. In the eyes of his uncle, he was still worthless, but he should not be angry. His father is like a calm sea, and his uncle is like a wave that might crash over him. If he makes a mistake, he will not be saved, because his uncle will not spend much time on him. He doesn't have as much patience as his brother. He paid no attention to the killer, but continued his dialogue with Moeng, asking why he had sent him the letter. But don't let him say that he just wanted to get rid of some mercenary. The killer, standing aside, heard the insult addressed to him. He denied that he was not a mercenary but came to avenge his brother. The uncle told him to shut up if he didn't want to get hit on the head quickly. The enemy began to resent such a rude attitude. But the uncle had not yet finished talking to Moeng. He demanded to explain why he had sent him the letter. The atmosphere between them became more and more tense. Uncle did not stop pestering him with questions about why he sent him a letter, and why him in particular. And don't say it's to get rid of a simple mercenary, he added suspiciously. Moeng didn't expect to be attacked by a mercenary right here. But the uncle could not believe in such a coincidence. Moeng actually wrote a letter to ask if you could visit us to refresh the memories of your brother's son. We haven't seen him in a long time, he explained. These words brought a smile to the uncle's face. He began to laugh loudly. I have never heard such nonsense in all these years. It was complete nonsense to those standing on the sidelines. Moeng also did not understand the reason for his laughter, because the situation was serious. If you want to see son, have you seen the letter he sent you? Asked the uncle. Should he believe it? After all, the only memories left are about this, he continued. But the uncle did not read the letter. He immediately set out to see him when he learned what had happened. The young master understood that this was a lie. He wrote at least to find out where to look for him. The uncle was bluffing, trying to fool him, thinking that Moeng would not understand. But he was no longer the naive boy he remembered. I have nothing more to add. That is the only reason I wrote to you, said Moeng firmly. Silence intensified on the battlefield. Uncle did not believe him at all. A long time ago, not only I, but also the whole family placed high hopes on you. And how did you deal with them? He said reproachfully. With a demonic look, Uncle wasn't going to fall for all this nonsense like the others. Moeng knew well what his father had said. He had to show how responsible he had become and sacrifice what he was recognized for in the family. Uncle asked not to embellish it. This is not a sacrifice, but the price you have to pay. You could at least give your family a finger, he added coldly. Moeng didn't particularly want to give the finger, but he understood what was expected of him. When he's ready, he'll try to think it over again. The discussion between them flared up right in the middle of the fight. The mercenary looked at them and understood that he was superfluous here. However, he could not even move, because the inner strength of this man who had come from nowhere was extraordinary. Beck intervened in their conversation. He asked his uncle to change his mind because Moeng had become a different person. This young man named Beck was a complete stranger to his uncle. Beck introduced himself as a follower of the Dan San sect. This caught my uncle's attention because he was very interested in the Dan San sect. At this moment, the young master confirmed his words. Uncle just smiled and sighed heavily when he heard about this sect. It was not clear why, but he stopped frowning. He remembered that glorious war and still honors the exploits of the sect, praying for the souls of those who sacrificed themselves. This was the second time Beck had heard such words, and after he decided to go to Tianhua, it pleased him to know that someone remembered the victims of his century-old sect. But Uncle asked who was first. Beck replied, head of the Agyo family. And yet, as you know, we have a lot in common. But I don't understand, said the uncle. This calm and reasonable man has no reason to be around this little thing, his brother Moeng, he continued. Beck asked to look at Moeng's face and not worry. I will tell you how much he has changed. But Moeng asked not to do this. My stupid actions are already a humiliation for the family, and I have not changed in a few words. However, he rose to his feet, and he started to go to his uncle. In truth, Uncle might back down if Beck Rinjin tried to convince him, since his sect is still respected in Tianhu. But he wanted to get his uncle's permission to meet his cousin, Akyo Sung, if he would allow it. He is the true owner of the moon monster, and a man who continues his father's path. Eventually, he will give it up and go to the front line where he will die in battle, Moeng said. And I want to keep him from dying. at least for his sake. Until the demon cult appears, we must appoint a new head of the Agyo family, he continued. And for that I need to prepare the ground. It is necessary to make a high-level bet, he added. He approached his uncle. He did not understand what it meant, but the boy knelt before him, lowering his sword and placing his hands on the ground. When the uncle asked if he was ready to give a finger for their family, the young owner was ready and not kidding at all. But you can't see his uncle. He immediately saw the ruse. But this time, Moong was serious. If losing a finger is enough to earn a place in the next chapter, and to change the opinion of the majority of stubborn people like you, uncle, I will give a finger, because it is more valuable than me, he said. Beck saw his uncle's sword flying towards Moong's hand and shouted, "Brother, please don't!" But the uncle ordered everyone to step aside. At that moment, a powerful blow swept through the body of the young Master Moong. Everyone on the battlefield, including Beck and the assassin, was stunned. The young master writhed in pain, and his uncle called him a real scoundrel. "You must have become feeble-minded, which angered me," he added. Uncle looked at him with deep contempt, with bitter irony in his voice. He called the young man a moron. He struck him violently, but at the same time stopped him. Moen could not fathom why his uncle would do this, either out of a deep hatred for him, or perhaps because he did not want him to suffer. Perhaps the uncle simply does not want to feel guilty in front of his father, but he was sure that one of these reasons was true, and it was time to act immediately. Having understood this, he decided that it was time to prove his sincerity and strength of spirit, to show everyone his true essence and intentions. At this crucial moment, our hero stood up in front of his uncle, looking him straight in the eye with unwavering determination, ready to prove his worth. Turning to his uncle, he said, "Even if I'm a scoundrel in your eyes, a relative is always important to the family, and I want to prove it." "I never wanted to renounce my roots," he said with passion. "And I always wanted to stay true to our family and its traditions. From now on, I will act in my own way, not like a Gel Mu Yang," he firmly stated, deciding to determine his own destiny. As a child, he carried the burden of great responsibility on his shoulders, which constantly oppressed him and did not give him peace. Because of this, he constantly tried to escape from his responsibility, avoiding duties and hiding from reality. However, after the event in Qianhu, which changed his life, he finally came to terms with reality and accepted it as it was. Realizing everything, he decided not to run away from his duties anymore, but to courageously meet challenges and face obstacles. His uncle was closely following his every move, carefully observing the changes taking place in him. Because the guy firmly believed that you can achieve true comfort only when you do not stop and constantly move forward. He understood that without constant movement forward, he would never be able to achieve his goals, realize his dreams, and change his destiny. Baekjin was so impressed by his decisive words that he was surprised to hear such confidence from his friend. In his thoughts, the young master realized that, in the original story, it was Beck who had spoken those words, but now he had overtaken him by taking the initiative. These words became his new motto, because he has his own fists and is ready to use them to defend his ideals and build his own destiny. His decisive actions and words made a strong impression on his uncle, forcing him to rethink his attitude towards his nephew. Uncle, turning away as if saying, "I've had enough of this boy's nonsense," tried to hide his true feelings. He was convinced that the young man was simply not himself, and did not take him seriously, considering it a youthful impulse. Uncle did not understand that Moen was under a curse. It was not enough for him that he risked losing a finger. He was ready for greater sacrifices. Uncle believed that nothing terrible would happen if the boy spoke out, but he was ready to stop him if he went too far. So, the uncle believed that the boy was not yet completely lost to the family, and perhaps he still had a chance to make amends and prove his worth. Then the killer turned to them. "If you have already finished with your stupidity, then let the uncle go away. Only out of respect for your late brother will I allow you to leave here alive," the killer said coldly, looking directly at his uncle. Our hero slowly reaches for his sword, determined to enter the battle and not retreat a single step. He asked the killer not to interfere as his uncle's hatred was directed at him, and it was their personal matter. The uncle confidently believed that the young man had no chance against this killer and was doomed to defeat, underestimating his capabilities. Moen perfectly understood that he could not win, but this was his responsibility, which he had to bear for the rest of his life, even at the cost of his own life. And he did not hold grudges against his uncle. Despite everything, he is happy for his uncle. If he wants to kill him sooner, let him do it immediately. However, the young master asks only one thing: to take care of the bird he tamed and his injured friend. But the uncle asked, "Why should I do this? Why should I care for them?" Moen explained, "If you hate me, it's only about our family business, and they're not about anything. So my request may be my last words. I know you're not as heartless as you seem," he said. He understood that his uncle was a proud man and appealed to his honor and dignity. And to regain his trust, he must risk something very valuable. For this, he will show his strength in the battle with the killer. He clenched his sword tightly in his hands, feeling the adrenaline pulsing through his veins and preparing for the inevitable battle. Next to him stood Beck, who, ready to come to the rescue, supported his friend and wanted to fight side by side with him. They both understood the value of this fight, realizing that much depended on its outcome. However, Moen appealed to Beck not to interfere, as he believed that he should solve this problem on his own and prove his strength. Beck had always assumed that they would fight together, but this time it was different. Moen understood Beck's thoughts, but asked him to leave him alone. From now on, he will follow the great martial artist Bai Krim Jim, who was recognized by his uncle. He understood Beck's feelings, but he needed to show his uncle that he was ready to prove himself to him. He must stand up for his decisions and aspirations, and it is because of this that his battle will take place. That is, he suddenly had his own principles, which he decided to adhere to. But it's not just about that. He must pretend that these are his true principles and give it his all. At least right now it was the most important thing, and he couldn't afford to back down. Stepping forward decisively, he approached the scoundrel, feeling the tension build with each step. The killer in principle did not see a threat from Moen and smiled contemptuously. But holding his sword, the boy approached step by step without taking his eyes off the enemy. Beck stopped him for a moment, putting a hand on his shoulder, and he whispered, "Defeat this scoundrel," supporting his friend. The boy understood that he should stick to his goal and not be distracted. After all, at this moment he was making an impression on his uncle, showing his determination. The assassin reached to unsheath his sword as he readied himself for battle. "I will kill you both so that you will not be sad without each other," he said coldly. Moen answered sharply, so that he would close his mouth and not be defiant. "Your poor brother died precisely because of this attitude towards others," he added. This, of course, threw the killer off balance, and Moen declared that he would not bow to the one who was afraid and kept silent in front of his uncle. However, the taunts did not touch this scoundrel. He remained calm, but Moen did not try to mock. He was just telling this dumb idiot important facts. His sword rose up, ready to strike, and he found himself right in front of the enemy to restore his name in the Agil family. Beck slowly rose from the ground, breathing heavily. The grass under him was crushed after a violent fight. At that moment, Yunho's eyelids twitched as he suddenly opened his eyes as if he had woken up from a dream. Beck leaned toward him, anxiously asking, could he hear him? His voice trembled with excitement, but Yunho was more interested in where Mu Yang was now. His gaze was full of worry. In response, he heard that Mu Yang was fighting alone, with the assassin who had attacked them earlier. Beck declined the offer to help, explaining that it was Young's own decision to fight alone. Yunho couldn't understand what was happening and what Beck was talking about. Then, the third man, whom Yunho hadn't even noticed until now, spoke up. "That coward was challenged to fight alone to protect you." Beck immediately asked, "Who are you?" The man replied coldly, "This jerk's uncle." Yunho finally realized that his uncle was standing in front of him. Meanwhile, Mu Yang continued to fight fiercely. The fight was fierce. Tension was felt in every movement, every blow. Yunho turned to Beck. "Why don't you join the fight?" There was only one answer. Yang himself wanted it. "So what's stopping you from going and helping?" Yunho insisted again. Uncle explained, "Yang wants to stand up for his principles, even if it costs him his life." It was even a little absurd to take on a battle in which the chances of victory are slim. Yunho couldn't ignore these words. They were etched into his mind like red-hot iron. Yes, Yang teased him all the time, but to Yunho, he was always his master to be protected. "I don't care if you're his uncle." He sharply threw at the man, not hiding his anger. He asked, "Don't you dare insult my master." The uncle just sighed. "Whoever you behave with, that's what you will get." Then he asked ominously, "So you want to go to hell?" Without answering, Yunho bent down and reached for the sword lying in the grass. Throwing the sword on his back, he went forward. He knew that it was his duty to save his master. Uncle just shrugged his shoulders. "But they both went crazy." But at that moment Beck spoke, his voice calm but firm. "Have you not understood anything yet?" he asked his uncle. Uncle squinted. He wondered what Beck meant. "Mu Yang has earned our trust. He rushed to help even when he was injured. Crazy act? Perhaps." The uncle waited silently, his face impenetrable. Beck added with a smile, He has a strange ability to energize us. Isn't that enough to understand? He has changed. He inspires us, Beck said confidently. This is what Beck was trying to convey to his uncle, even though it seemed that he was exaggerating. But Beck felt that his uncle actually thought the same, although he didn't want to admit it. Finally, a shadow of doubt crossed his face. Looks like Beck's words hit the mark after all. In a few minutes, someone's hand rested on his tense shoulder. It was Beck. He caught up with Yunho to stop him. You will be of little use in this state. Go away. Yunho clenched his fists. Standing and watching is a shame. Even this uncle doesn't want to help. Beck countered. You're wrong. He would definitely help, I'm sure. Suddenly, Yunho's legs buckled and he fell to his knees. Power was leaving his body. It's hard to be the protector of such a stubborn reptile, flashed through his mind. But all he wanted was for Yang to take care of himself in this brutal battle for now. Yunho himself still had a lot of debts to pay. The battle continued, and the uncle still stood motionless, watching. A familiar silhouette appeared nearby. Uncle asked, What do you think about that? It was his son, Gelson. He calmly answered, Yang has become much stronger. It seems that he has reached a high level of skill. Among his peers, only a few can boast of such abilities. Son looked at him and said, You're not the boy I remembered anymore. Young seemed to be making his way through life with his friends, searching for his own truth. In the letter, he wrote about it, as if trying to erase the shadow of his past. Son's words touched Yang deeply. He did not hide his excitement. Most people regret the past, asking others to see them differently. But Young accepted his past and was ready for whatever Son decided. Only true courage allows you to live without being ashamed of yourself and your actions. Son explained that he had planned to chase Yang away if he had personally asked his uncle for help. Don't hide your true intentions. You sent me in your place because of your solitary training, but you still showed up in the end, said his uncle, looking at him. He hinted that he was interested in how things would turn out from the start. Song waved it off. I only came here because I was afraid that uncle would be too cruel to you. Yang is part of our family, and that cannot be changed. These words made his uncle think. Meanwhile, Yang continued to swing his sword without stopping for a moment. He began to pick up new sensations little by little, realizing something during the fight. Step by step, he got used to the style of his opponent, adapting his technique. The morning meditation technique ordered his thoughts, freeing them from unnecessary chaos. Thanks to this, Yang now had time to track the movements of the assassin's sword and respond to them with quick counterattacks. Finally, it was time for Yang to go on the offensive. The opponent visibly tensed up, realizing that the situation was getting out of control. At the same time, he tried his best to defend himself, desperately blocking shots. The opponent morally pressured Yang, repeating that he would not succeed. Qingong, one of the Yahello family's maneuvering techniques, gave him an advantage in speed and agility. He used all his skills to parry the enemy's attacks and wait for the right moment to strike. His fighting style was truly captivating, full of grace and precision. A loud clang of metal cut through the air as their swords clashed with incredible force. Endless training hardened his body and allowed him to maximize the sword's potential. It was impossible to look away from this. The spectacular match kept people in suspense. Meanwhile, Yunho fell face down on the ground, exhausted. Beck saw the assassin's sword quiver with rage as Yang parried the attacks much better than he expected. The time has come for the enemy to retreat, but Yang wasn't about to let him back down. His determination was unwavering. He advanced using the Heavenly Star technique. The powerful blows of this technique could sweep away everything in its path like a storm. The killer managed to narrowly dodge, retreating beyond the line of attack. Once in the air, he grabbed his kunai and threw them at Yang with lightning speed. Unexpected sneak attacks are always a challenge, even for experienced warriors. But the Galactic Harmony technique created a protective barrier that deflected all the kunai one by one. I'm not done yet, the killer hissed, his eyes burning with rage. He launched another attack. Dark streams of mist headed towards Yang, trying to bind him. The killer himself rushed after the fog, determined to finish off the enemy. But when he saw Yang's reaction, he froze. It's impossible! Yang clearly saw every movement of the enemy and managed to react with perfect precision. Most importantly, he noticed a weak spot on the opponent's body hidden from the unobserved gaze. He struck a precise blow. The killer's eyes widened in shock and pain. The sword slipped from his hands and fell to the ground with a clang. Blood splattered in the air and the sword slipped from the assassin's fingers. He flew back, unable to hold his weapon any longer. In a moment, his body fell to the ground, rolling across the sawdust, leaving a trail of blood. A light cloud of dust rose above the motionless body. He could no longer do anything. Yang's sword glistened with the blood of a defeated opponent. Yang could hardly stand on his feet. The battle had exhausted him to the limit. "Magnificent!" shouted Sun, waiting for the end of this tense match. Beck looked in awe at Yang, this young warrior who had surpassed all expectations. But his face darkened as he noticed Yunho starting to collapse from exhaustion. Young's strength was leaving him, but he still put an end to this fight. An amazing creature, someone thought as they watched the animal stand still, allowing the treatment and ointment to be applied. Sun was also surprised and asked about the warrior's health. Yunho replied that he was just exhausted from losing blood. It meant that he would soon recover. Sun foresaw it himself. Timely help saved the situation. The doctor managed to carry out the treatment so that the energy was restored faster. Yang's path was far from normal, Sun thought as he thought about everything that had happened. He wondered if this situation would benefit their family or turn into a disaster. Sun remembered the moment the battle ended. His father instructed him to take care of the murderer and settle all the issues that arose here. Uncle, hearing this, silently turned around and went in the opposite direction. Sun walked over to Yang and gently said, "Don't worry about Uncle. It is difficult for him to control his emotions." He also noted that Yang had perfected not only the Sky Star, but also the galactic harmony. It was not an easy achievement. Yang replied that Sun was exaggerating, but Sun countered, "No, it's really an outstanding achievement." Sun promised that he would take his friend and the bird to the doctor to take care of their wounds. Uncle, standing nearby, said, "You will rest. Come to us." These words sounded unexpected for Yang, like a reconciliation after a long confrontation. But the conversation ended. Yang finally fainted from exhaustion. His legs buckled, and he fell heavily to the ground. Now he was lying on the bed, immersed in a deep sleep. In front of him stood a closet filled with books that seemed to be waiting for him to wake up. His eyelids twitched, and he slowly opened his eyes. However, the room seemed strange to him, and he could not understand where he was. The weather was clear outside. The sun was pleasantly warm, and my soul became calmer. Yang got up from the bed and immediately asked where he was now. After all, it seemed to him that he should have been taken to the doctor. The dream standing in front of him replied, "This is my library." Yang was surprised. Such an answer seemed somewhat unexpected to him. It turned out to be one of the libraries that Song built in Henan province. His hobby is collecting books, and he really enjoyed it. Young asked who the doctor was who was treating them. Sun explained that his name was Bei. Bei was once a traveling doctor, but now he has joined their family. There is no better professional in the entire county. Yang smiled, thanked him, and admitted that he was now in his debt. But Sun saw it differently. He believed that Yang did not owe him anything, but on the contrary, he was in debt to Yang. If his father had intervened earlier, this would never have happened. Young thought that he would have done the same if he were in his place. Relatives test him to get to know him better, and he was happy to complete their tasks. The situation turned out exactly as he wished. But what Sun was thinking remained a mystery. He clearly decided for himself that he was not too interested in the title of the head of the family. However, the war with the blood demon cult awakened in him a sense of justice and forced him to join the front. Perhaps before the cult manifested itself, he had a desire to become the next chapter. Perhaps his curiosity about Yang is dictated by greed. The conversation again turned to the doctor. Young wondered where Beck was now. Sun replied that he decided to rest for a while, but left anyway and promised to return soon. Yang was clearly aware that he had a lot to think about. He gave up on his cherished dream, although he was already on the verge of its realization. "The more I look at you, the more I realize how much you've changed," Sun said. "Your actions, words, even little things have become different." Even after the personal conversation, Song couldn't believe that Yang was sitting in front of him, full of such inner depth and peace. "Is that really you, Yang?" flashed through his thoughts. Yang did not understand the implication of these words. He only wondered what Sun was up to. Even his father suspected that something was wrong with him. But for the first time, someone dared to ask it out loud. "If you're not Yang, then who is?" Sun continued, his gaze piercing. Yang laughed awkwardly and said he understood why he was joking like that. Sun spoke about the letter that impressed him. It featured Young coming face to face with his past sins. "My stupid actions divided the family. I just want to fix it," Young replied calmly. But it was actually a lie. He was just buying time to talk to Jagel's son as long as possible. Sun was proud of Yang. After all, it takes a lot of courage to put your pride aside. But he had another important question. Are your intentions to apologize to the elders sincere? Is this just a way to become the next chapter? Asked Sun. This question hung in the air. Young understood that the time had come for frankness. He finally heard a reply from Yang that shed light on his true intentions regarding the position of head of the family. After considering his answer, Young finally spoke. I understand why you asked that. But at the same time, he asked Sun to share his thoughts on the matter. We don't know what the future has in store for us, but one thing is certain, answered Sun. Right now I have a better chance of becoming head than you or anyone else. He was deliberately teasing Yang. The real Yang would have exploded at such words. But now, that was the answer he longed to hear. And even he himself admitted that he had no chance of defeating him in this fight. Now that they were being honest with each other, Sun decided to ask one more question. Are you worried that I'm your competition? He asked directly. No, I'm not worried. I'm just thinking about what's best for our family. Sun replied calmly. After these words, Yang asked another question. Do you plan to do anything when I become the head? The only way to protect a family is to protect its next chapter. And I am ready to do whatever is necessary, answered Sun confidently. He liked who he had become at this point in his life. He was proud of his hometown, the fact that he was born as a descendant of the great Yahello family, and wanted to protect its reputation, bear responsibility for everything related to it. Sun's answers made Yang swallow. They were so sincere and honest. Yang understood. He was not mistaken. Jagel's son was not greedy or sneaky at all. He became such that he could ask about it directly. A martial artist who wants to devote himself to his family rather than chasing ambition. Their intentions were radically different. Yang understood this and believed that it was Sun who should become the next chapter. After a while, Sun stood on the water's edge. He stared at the reflection in the water, thinking about Yang's important words. Yang said that he is not going to become the head, and that it is his destiny to protect the family, even if it is not his choice. My destiny lies in the world of Jianghu, Yang stated firmly. He felt that Song was more suitable for the role and continued to encourage him to take advantage of this opportunity. Those words made Sun doubt again. He thought that Yang was still being stubborn rather than growing up. After a while, Sun found himself next to Baek. Baek was just thinking that Yang's fighting skills were getting closer and closer to his own. Baek remembered that the assassin Yang was fighting was extremely strong. He expressed his desire to spar with Yang using the same sword. Yang internally reacted to this offer with joyful excitement, but at the same time he wanted to say something important. At that moment, snow began to fall from the sky. Wow, Yang whispered, mesmerized by the sight. He wondered if it snowed in his homeworld. The boys went to the training arena, ready for new challenges. Baek was glad that Yang had finally mastered the sword and body unison technique, which combines a person and a sword into one. But Yang believed that it was all thanks to Baek. During their sparring, he learned a lot, rethinking his fight with the assassin. Baek just smiled and said, "Thank you for your hard training. Without them, all my advice would have passed you by." Yes, mutual benefit always brings the best results. In the past, Young couldn't take advantage of every fight, but over time he learned to adapt and improve. The combination of galactic harmony and the heavenly star technique created combo strikes that brought him closer to his father's technique, the executioner's whirlwind. Some time passed, and Baek listened carefully to Yang's suggestion. Sitting on the stone opposite, Yang offered to go in search of the heavenly secret. "We've already wasted a lot of time," he added, emphasizing his determination. However, Baek suggested waiting a little. He wanted to clear up some remaining misunderstandings. Yang replied that they had already discussed all the important issues. Baek was always a tactician, even when it came to his sect and long-standing goals. Yang could tell that this was bothering Baek. If Yunho needs to stay here for a certain period of time, it's best to resolve everything as soon as possible and go back. Meanwhile, deep night had already fallen in the yard. Darkness enveloped everything around, adding to the moment a sense of calm and uncertainty. The ground was littered with corpses. Dead bodies lay chaotically like dolls abandoned in disarray. Crows circled above them, enjoying their gruesome meal. The man who found himself in this place cringed from the unbearable stench. He could never get used to this smell. He wouldn't have come here if it weren't for the incident that happened in the cult. Suddenly his eyes fell on a bird sitting nearby. A note was tied to his paw. Touching the note with 2 fingers, the man activated the magic seal and began to read its contents. It said that the alliance of the Yagello and Hoven families attacked 3 groups of dark assassins in Shandong at the same time. Sending something as important as the Red Fire Dragon to those people was a fatal mistake. The decisive moment for the cult had come, and he knew that he must personally settle everything. You can't burn the whole forest just because someone is cutting down the bushes, he thought. The dark killers must be eliminated once and for all. At that moment, a premonition came over him, and he remembered something important. He was interested in, did the assassin's strike really hit the target, or was it only a close miss? Meanwhile, Young and Beck were moving forward. Before them lay a great cliff. Their eyes were fixed on the horizon, where the traces of light were disappearing. Young warned, "This place is the beginning of traps. You need to be especially careful here." They had to go forward. Young was determined to take what was rightfully his. Yang was determined. He wanted to take both the heavenly secret and all the other valuables hidden here. He stepped forward, and Beck silently agreed to follow. However, as he moved on, Yang kept looking around, feeling a growing sense of anxiety. And then he noticed. Beck had disappeared as soon as they went inside. Did the trap work? Flashed through his head. He was confused, trying to understand what happened. Suddenly something strange started above his head. The dark cloud was approaching, thickening more and more. An eerie voice rang out. "Don't come in if you're not worthy. Anyone who dares to enter will wander forever until he is a dry skeleton." But Yang was not surprised. He expected something like this. The fog began to dissipate, gradually revealing the silhouette. A figure appeared in front of him, which became clearer with each step. But it was not a person. Her eyes were completely white, cold, and merciless. The creature's hands grew long, sharp claws. She exuded menace and malice. At the same moment, she attacked, releasing a burst of energy from her hand. But Yang felt someone else's presence behind him. "Devil! Is that Huangbo Sung?" flashed through his head. He turned his head sharply to the left, then to the right. And once again, business. There he saw someone else. It was an assassin he had fought not too long ago. Everything happened just like in the novel. His enemies reappeared. But now they were not alone. They were all preparing to attack at the same time. However, Yang realized that these were only illusions, an elaborate deception. Thanks to a long-forgotten mind-training technique, his eyes saw reality differently. He saw through illusions. Thanks to this, everything dissolved in a few seconds, like a ghostly darkness. Now it's time for the second test. At the same moment, Beck appeared next to Yang. He breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Yang was okay. In the conversation, it turned out that both saw the same illusions. Beck sincerely thanked Yang. "If it wasn't for your words, I wouldn't have gotten out of there at all." But it was too early to relax. They passed the first test thanks to hints. What lies ahead remained a mystery. The only thing that made me happy was that other people didn't know about this place. Yang stared intently ahead, focused like a predator before pouncing. They moved on, realizing that they had a difficult road ahead of them. The passage gradually widened, and fortunately there were no confusing branches. Suddenly Beck stopped and said, "Look ahead." A huge statue stood in front of them, blocking the way. She was carved from stone. Although she looked as if she could come to life at any moment, a massive gate could be seen behind the statue. The boys began to discuss how best to pass them. Beck made a perfectly reasonable guess. There must be traps or something. He was right. Yang realized that the statue needed to be activated somehow. They moved forward, went around the statue, and found themselves behind it. But suddenly something strange happened. The ground began to tremble under his feet. Everything around trembled, and it was impossible to understand what was happening. It became clear. The trap was activated when they passed the statue. The ground shook harder, and the walls shifted, gradually closing the passage. Beck looked around quickly, but the escape route was blocked. Suddenly a thought dawned on him, and he jumped up determinedly. He noticed a small passage at the end of the corridor and headed towards it. But the door there was firmly closed. "Maybe we should try to break down the door," Beck suggested, grabbing his sword. He raised his sword up, exerted all his strength, and directed a powerful stream of energy into the blade. The blade glowed with accumulated power, and Beck delivered a crushing blow right at the door. "Damn it!" he exclaimed. The door didn't even flinch, remaining unbreakable. He did not expect such a turn of events at all, and a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. And then suddenly a strange, barely perceptible sound was heard from the door. "Nonsense," muttered Beck. "It seems the purpose of this trap is to scare and confuse us." Beck turned to Yang and asked, "Help with this door!" But turning his head, he saw that Yang was busy with something strange and mysterious. Yang hugged the statue and said as if talking to it, "Do you remember the day I brought the Northern Sun back to you? I've tried so many solutions trying to solve the sword puzzle. All we had to do was turn the inlay to the north. Because of the excitement, the head was full of thoughts. What do you think we should do now?" The question sounded like Yang was trying to get Bayek to focus and think straight. Thoughts began to clear in Beck's head, one after another. To collect his thoughts, he closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Because of the panic, he perceived everything that was happening wrongly. A strong and steadfast spirit had brought him here, and the experience of fighting illusions told him one thing. The answer he was looking for was simple. She was always there. "The Warden of the North is Vaishrovan," he whispered. Beck opened his eyes and shared his guess with Yang. And when the fog of chaos cleared, it became obvious. The answer was elementary. The situation was the same as then. Chaos and fear of closing walls prevented the right decision. Yang rested his hands on the statue and began to slowly untwist it. Beck dropped his sword and rushed to his brother's aid without hesitating for a second. "If we turn the statue to the north, the walls should stop," he exclaimed. They pulled the statue with all their might, putting all their energy into each movement. It was so difficult that both of them were breathing hard. But in the end, they managed to move the statue from its place. Thanks to incredible efforts, they coped with their task. The statue froze for a moment, and it seemed that it would remain motionless. But suddenly, a crunch was heard, coming straight from the face of the statue. A crack spread down the center as if cutting it in half. In a second, the statue split into two parts, scattering fragments. Debris fell to the ground with a thud. Yang and Bayek stood in silence, holding their breath as they watched the sight. Big smiles appeared on their faces as the statue completely crumbled. Under the statue, the same door opened, the stairs that led to the dungeon. "Well, now we wonder what awaits us below," Beck said, giving Yang an encouraging glance. Yang understood that the greatest difficulties were behind him. The heavenly sacrament was almost in their hands. "It's time to move down," he said, and without hesitation took the first step into the darkness of the dungeon. The goal seemed already very close, as if you could touch it with your hand. "I'll go first," Beck said, his voice calm but determined. He took a step forward, stepped onto the cold stone steps, and began to descend. This fortress was built to protect against the blood demon cult. Now it was time to experience the fruits of their efforts. It was necessary to take a few more steps to victory to feel the sweet taste of achievement. But suddenly a voice rang out, stopping them in their tracks. "The test must be done alone," a voice said, causing them to look around sharply. They turned in different directions, trying to understand where the voice was coming from. But they could not see anything. What kind of grandfather? Yang thought. He had read in the novel that the ancient man's voice appeared only at the end of the journey, but certainly not now. It was the same voice that had warned them when they entered the fortress. "If you take the test together, only one of you can make it to the end," the voice said coldly and relentlessly. At that moment, the ground beneath my feet trembled, and everything around began to tremble. Stones rained down from above, falling right on their heads with a thud. The voice continued to address them, unmoved in the chaos. "Prove that you can handle yourself," was the final warning, evoking fear and doubt. The ground under my feet seemed to disappear. It seemed that they were about to fall down. And it happened in a moment. Yang flew into the void, helplessly falling down. He tried to cover himself with his hands from the stones that were falling on him from all sides. The fall continued, and the abyss seemed bottomless, as if it had no end. "If I continue to fall, I will die," a panicked thought came. It was necessary to act immediately. He quickly reached for the sword, took it out and held it tightly in his hands. With a sharp movement, Yang stuck the blade into the stone wall, trying to somehow slow the fall. The sword cut through the wall with a screeching sound. Yang slid several meters down, but his speed began to decrease. It was unbearably difficult to hold onto the sword. The fingers were numb from the tension. However, he managed to stop by cutting a deep mark in the stone. He hung over the abyss, breathing heavily. Pete's eyes were watering, but he was alive. "I survived!" The thought brought him a tiny bit of relief and hope. Gathering his strength, Yang managed to get down and stand on solid ground. In front of him, numerous precious stones glittered in the dim light. "First, we need to understand what happened," he thought. A voice said that only one could pass. Does this mean there is a second test? Or was it a worthiness test? Yang's thoughts were confused, but he knew one thing. One must move forward and be ready for anything. "Maybe I can find the heavenly secret myself," Yang thought, his eyes shining with determination. Suddenly, he noticed a glow that flickered ahead, as if calling him to it. Without hesitating, he moved towards the source of light and found himself in front of the massive columns that towered over the silent giants. Stepping inside, Yang didn't expect to see such majestic pillars that rose all the way to the vault. The voice rang out again. "You're not bad! You survived! You have a chance!" Yang asked, "So, is it time to start?" The voice replied, "There is one more test." "What the hell is going on here?" With each step, more and more questions appeared in Yang's head. The voice said, "If you want to get out of here, stand in the center. Otherwise, you will not be saved." There was no choice. Although Yang doubted, he decided to obey. He had the impression that the voice belonged to someone very strange. He approached the lowest of all the pillars, which stood apart from the others. There was a handprint on its surface, precise, clear, as if it had been waiting for him. Yang hesitated. He thought twice before daring to touch the print. The voice continued, "Put your hand down. If your eyes fit, you will see the truth." Yang slowly placed his hand on the print. He thought it all had something to do with a long-lost mind-training technique. The voice seemed to urge him to use his inner energy to reveal the secret of this place. As soon as Yang placed his hand on the print, something strange and disturbing began to happen. A thick vapor rose from under his palm, rising in a veil of mist. Suddenly, there was a loud crack, and the energy exploded, flying in different directions like lightning. The pillar under his hand began to crack, and cracks crept up from the base. Yang just prayed that the floor wouldn't cave in under his feet again. But what was even more frightening was that the other pillars began to increase in size, as if growing out of stone. Instinctively, he covered himself with his hands, trying to protect himself from a possible blow. As the mist cleared, a huge statue appeared in front of him, silently looming over him. It was the same statue as last time, but now it looked even more menacing. Her eyes glowed with a cold, piercing light that sent chills down her skin. At this very moment, Beck saw a similar picture. He stood tall and looked at the statue with blue, burning eyes. The voice rang out again. His words seemed to permeate the space. "The one who came with you sees this too. Now the real test will begin." The tone of the voice changed. It became cold, eerie, and cruel, as if filled with bloodthirstiness. The voice offered Yang a choice. "Either return the statue to its original position or give up," the voice said coldly. The bad feeling intensified. All previous tests could end in death. The voice announced the conditions. If he returned the statue, he would remain alive and receive the heavenly sacrament. If not, Beck will survive and become the owner of the heavenly mystery. For the voice, this choice was fun, and for Young, a test of his soul. It was necessary to act, and the right decision seemed out of reach. Young slowly placed his hand on the print, hesitating. But at the last moment, he abruptly removed his hand. Nothing happened. "Make a choice, or stay here forever," came the voice with icy indifference. "Only one of you will make it out alive," the voice reminded, adding that Yang was not ready for such a test, the eye of truth. In fact, the solution was simple. Yang realized that he had come this way because of his own stupidity and selfishness. If he chooses to live, he will have to single-handedly stop the Blood Demon cult. Although he was the scion of a noble family destined to destroy the cult, he needed Beck. Young made the decision he thought was best. He slowly drew his sword, ready for the final choice. At the same moment, Yang quickly swung his sword twice, the blade flashing in the air. In an instant, he was behind the statue, his movements lightning fast and precise. These blows split the statue in half. The cut was perfectly even. The statue began to fall apart, as if unable to withstand the internal tension. The voice exploded with fury. "Are you crazy?" "I ordered to make a choice, not to destroy the statue." Yang coolly replied, "Stop whining. The statue has already been destroyed." Before that, they had always calmly passed the tests, so it seemed that everything would be the same this time. Yang realized that the voice was trying to intimidate him. He ordered to make a choice, but did not say what would happen if both options were chosen. So he cut the statue in half, so that one half could be turned around. The other part remained in place, creating a balance between the elections. "As you wished. The decision has been made," Yang said calmly. Suddenly the voice laughed. The laughter was loud, resounding, filled with delight. "Surprisingly, I like your approach," said the voice as if acknowledging Yang's victory. But Yang couldn't have predicted what the voice would do next. His fingers tightly gripped the hilt of the sword. The nearby wall began to crack, and a voice said, "Okay, I accept your view of truth." The passage opened and a voice said, "Go forward." Light flooded the space, inviting Yang to enter. The voice called them his successors, recognizing their strength and dignity. Behind the passage stood Beck. His appearance caused Yang real joy and relief. Yang rushed to him, asking worriedly, "Are you okay? Not injured?" Beck smiled, his eyes shining with emotion. "Nice to see you, bro." He didn't even hold back tears. All this happened only thanks to heaven. They moved forward, talking about everything that had just happened, trying to make sense of what they had experienced. Young realized that they were going through different tests, each testing them in their own way. Beck wanted to know the details, but Yang only asked him not to ask. Let's leave it in the past. Beck pondered and suggested, perhaps the owner of the heavenly secret will be some noble aristocrat or legendary warrior. Suddenly Beck said, "Come on, I want to show you something." He led Yang to a giant pillar that shone with an unearthly light. "I don't know what it is, but it's just beautiful. I'd even say wonderful," Beck said enthusiastically. Yang raised his head, staring into the glow. His eyes reflected this wonder. Yes, you're right. It would be strange to look at such beauty and not agree with Beck. While Beck was looking for Yang, he happened upon this place. Here, apart from the majestic pillars, there was nothing. An emptiness that seemed to be waiting for its secret. Yang immediately realized that there was only one option left. He had already guessed what it was, but even reading the novel, I could not imagine that it looks like this. "We've come a long way," Yang said. "Now we know about the Eye of Truth. This is the key to successfully passing the test." What happened next made Beck gasp. Everything around began to change, taking on a bright blue hue. There was a deafening noise that sounded as powerful as thunder in a storm. Yang raised his hand up and his fingers sparkled as if turning into lightning. Incredible energy gathered around the hand. Beck could not utter a word. He froze, watching the phenomenon with wide eyes. Mysterious symbols appeared on the pillar and began to rise when Yang touched it with his hand. When the pillar opened, Yang felt the same feeling as Beck. Incredible delight, bordering on awe. This feeling could be described in only one word: wow. After years of waiting, the time has come to revive the forgotten legacy, the glory of their sect, and the honor of Murim. An unknown energy seeped into Yang's body through his fingertips, filling him with power. He closed his eyes and calmly received this energy without resistance. The air around the pillar and his body began to swirl into a vortex, creating a magical, melodious whistling sound. The heavenly sacrament is passed on only to the heir who was able to come into contact with it. It is revealed only to those who possess both the sword that destroys evil and the mirror that reflects the truth, symbols of the heavenly prologue. Holding on to this power was unbearably hot. The fire seemed to burn him from the inside. The more verses from the heavenly mystery Yang recited, the stronger his energy became. It felt like he was about to open his mouth, and the flames would burn his organs. He was sure he could fall into deviance if he couldn't stand it. "Tolerate," he commanded himself, gritting his teeth. At first, the low chi center accumulated energy that controlled the 5 organs and 6 internal systems. Chi then flowed into the middle center, where it transformed into a primal spirit that ascended to the upper center. This process was called transforming life force into spirit. Yang could feel the reworked chi filling the middle center. He almost reached his goal. The pain gradually faded, and the inner harmony approached perfection. His mind had never been so pure and clear as it was now. Inner alchemy transformed life force and essence into an inner core. Through constant training, this core became stronger and stronger, layer by layer. The flames merged with his internal chi, forming an incredible flow of energy. The awakening of the Golden Lotus initiated the process of transformation of the Heavenly Sacrament. It was turning directly into the Golden Core. This was an incredible achievement. After completing this process, Yang dropped to his knees and exhaled heavily. His body was shaking from exhaustion. Beck, standing behind, could not believe his eyes. He had never seen anything so bright and amazing. Even Yang was stunned by this sight, although he had read about it in a novel. What he saw now was beyond his imagination. The Golden Core, the embodiment of the heavenly secret, pulsed within him, and he felt his inner energy change. He could now use the internal chi of the Golden Core, which opened up incredible possibilities. It was amazing how many trials they had gone through to get to this point. Yang wanted to share with Beck what he had learned while absorbing the power. The Heavenly Sacrament is one of the natural energies. Moreover, it seems that there are many such energies. Yang also suggested that the Diansang sect and the Yagal family shared roots. Beck's ancestors could have passed down to his family a long-lost mind training technique related to the Heavenly Sacrament. Beck was surprised to the core when he realized that Yang was hinting at the creation of 2 branches of martial arts thanks to the Heavenly Sacrament. It was hard to believe, but the answer was hiding right in the glowing pillar in front of them. "Try to awaken the building with the verses I will say," Yang requested, "and add to that the sect's long-forgotten mind training technique." Beck nodded, crouching down against the pillar. He was ready to try and prove Yang's words. Standing up, he again approached the statue and gently touched it with his hand. Yang understood that there was no reason to worry. He was sure of Beck. Beck region had all the abilities to receive the Heavenly Sacrament without difficulty. Meanwhile, Yang plunged into his own thoughts, trying to systematize everything he had learned. Beck sat down, crossed his legs, and sank into meditation, seeking to fully experience the energy within him. He could clearly see in his middle chi center the golden core, the embodiment of the heavenly mystery, as well as his own internal chi energy. These were not yet in perfect harmony, but when he began circulating it through his body, using a long-forgotten mind training technique, every cell in his body responded to the process. There was one more thing. When the inner chi and the essence of the heavenly mystery come into harmony, new skills will appear. The verses of the heavenly mystery called this phenomenon the duplication phenomenon. One of the skills, limitless mist, can dull the senses of the enemy. As Beck performed the technique, the glow behind him grew brighter and brighter. Unlike Yang, Beck began to glow completely with a golden light. This glow filled his body, his eyes, and the hand that held the sword. Power rushed out of him in a powerful stream, and the sword in his hand shone like a fiery torch. The energy spewed out, and Beck rose into the air, proudly raising his sword above his head. Radiant rays diverged in all directions. But for Beck Rijin, this awakening was special, and Young understood that very well. His skill was related to lightning. This was evident as the air around Beck began to crackle and energy sparked. His ability was called Lightning Aura. After a while, Beck dropped to the ground and lay heavily, exhausted from the ordeal. He looked exhausted, but now he understood that the heavenly secret technique could only be fully utilized with the golden core, a serious limitation that required a great deal of stamina. The legendary martial art of the sect Beck belonged to was the very thing he had been searching for so long. It was simply impossible to convey in words. In the end, he managed to use it only for his own development. It was the same in the novel. Yang had read about it in his past life, and now it was happening before his eyes. Beck could feel the power gained from his sect lighting a fire inside him. He couldn't stop thinking about how to revive her on his own. At this moment, Yang wanted to tell him something important. He who has found his way follows only it. But there are also those who lead others along. These men are the great masters of all time, Yang concluded, his voice full of respect. He could see Beck looking at him, taking in every word. Beck reached out and took Yang's hand, a gesture of trust and brotherhood. Even without the heavenly sacrament, Beck will be able to revive his sect due to his deep understanding of martial arts. Now they faced the question, where to go next. Yang was unsure. He did not think how long he would wander around Murim. That's why I suggested to just get out of here. On the cracked wall was written, Northern Sun. Yang realized that all he had to do was insert the sword into the crack. Beck walked over and stuck his blade into the crack. It's time to get out of here, he said confidently. But suddenly a voice rang out. Unfortunately, your sword is not strong enough to reach me. I will realize my worthlessness, bleeding. Those words were the last thing Beck wanted to hear. His heart clenched in pain and rage. At that moment, Yunho suddenly got up from the bed and fell to his knees. His body still ached from wounds that had not healed. Every movement was agony. It seemed like a real curse, but he promised himself that he would become much stronger, no matter what it cost him. Some time has passed. A new day dawned, and Yunho sat leaning against the wall. He angrily repeated, I didn't cry. At my age, crying is shameful. Yang was sitting across from him, barely holding back his laughter. I saw everything! Don't lie to yourself! Sun entered the room and said with a smile, Calm down. A good offer, right? But he did not come to stop their argument. He had other business and invited his brother to talk. Sun led Yang to the place where he always did his training. Taking the sword in his hands, he said, You just want me to become the head because it's inconvenient for you. You think I don't get it? His voice was calm, but determined. Yang wondered for a moment if he had pushed Sun too hard earlier. The dream offered to resolve everything with a fight. Whoever loses will fulfill the will of the winner. Everything is simple. I'm warning you, you're going to have to go all out, Yang said. He did not want to become a victim of circumstances. Without a word, Sun charged forward, his sword flashing in the air. Yang dodged the attack with incredible ease. But he knew that he had to be careful and watch his brother's every move. They entered the battle so quickly that in a few seconds, they were in the middle of the fight. They had already managed to exchange so many blows that it was impossible to count them. Sleep began to exhale. Breathing was heavy, movement slower. Yang admitted that his brother's strength had increased exponentially. But this was only the beginning. He was sure that Yagel's Sun would not be able to catch up with him now. What happened next was a real shock for Sun. He could not find an excuse for it. 3 blue waves of energy surged forward, charging at him with devastating force. And then, there were even more of them. They tumbled down from the top like a waterfall, threatening to wash away everything in its path. The stones could not stand it and exploded into pieces, flying in different directions. The sword that Song was holding flew into the air, spinning with a glittering blade. In the end, the sword hissed into the ground, deepening the crack. Sun dropped to one knee, breathing heavily and looking up. Yang's terrifying silhouette towered before him, his gaze cold and unwavering. There was no chance of victory left. Sun swallowed air and then saliva and said with a bitter smile, "I lost." There were deep marks on the ground from Yang's devastating attacks, like scars from that battle. It was impossible to accept such an attack without blood. It was a battle that left an imprint on their souls. As soon as Yang saw blood dripping from the corner of his brother's mouth, he rushed towards him. But Song raised his hand, stopping him. "Calm down. Everything is fine. Just a little overtired." "This is truly an outstanding martial art," Song said admiringly. "Besides, it's like the legend my father told me a long, long time ago." In this legend, the head of the family and a second-generation warrior possessed a technique where every swing of his sword radiated majesty and indomitability. Yang thought, recalling the words of that ancient legend. Sun continued, "Reproducing such techniques is the mark of a true head of the family." "It's the same thing again." Yang sighed. He wanted his brother to keep his promise and not carry this burden. Sun admitted his defeat. He couldn't deny the obvious, but doubt still battled inside. He asked Yang, "What is that technique you just used?" At that moment their uncle appeared and said, "I will teach you the technique myself, nephew." Soon someone was holding a bowl of water. It was the medicine that Beck had brought for Yunho to help him recover. "Don't blame yourself," Beck said. "You did your best." Yunho looked up and dared to ask Beck with one request. Beck reacted instantly, ready to listen to his friend. "I want to improve my fighting skills so that I never fall again," Yunho said, his voice full of determination. Beck still warned Yunho, "Be ready. This path will never be easy." His words were serious and full of concern. Yunho had to understand that true power requires sacrifice. At this time, Yang was dodging sword strikes, intently following the enemy's movements. But this time, the sword was not in his brother's hands, but in their uncle's hands. Yang couldn't understand why his uncle was being so cruel to him. The uncle attacked like lightning, pushing off the ground and rapidly approaching him. Devil! His attacks are much more difficult to dodge than his brother's, Yang thought, barely managing to move his head away from the deadly blade. "Do it right if you don't want to smell the incense," said the uncle coldly, without slowing down. The sword froze at Yang's very throat. Panting, he whispered, "I will do my best." Uncle smiled slightly and continued his instruction. "True mastery does not come without pain and fear. Accept this, and you will become invincible. Even if this legend belongs to you, Yang, it will only remain a piece of paper unless you prove your strength," Uncle said, his voice echoing like a challenge. He pushed off the ground again, his movements swift and ruthless. Each of his blows was an attempt to prove the validity of his words and the power passed down through the generations. A huge golden dragon summoned by the uncle suddenly appeared in the air. His scales glistened and his eyes blazed with rage. The dragon opened its huge mouth in front of Yang, ready to tear him to pieces. Yang heard his uncle's insulting words, but now he couldn't let his efforts be devalued. He clenched his teeth and clenched his sword. "Enough!" he exclaimed, drawing his sword. He was determined to show his place in this battle. Yang performed a space-slicing attack, destroying everything around him. The flow of energy dispelled the illusions and fire that surrounded him. Their forces clashed, entwining in a destructive vortex. Everything around scattered into small debris that littered the ground. Sun, watching this spectacle, barely had time to cover himself with his hand from the flying debris. What he saw next made his eyes open wide. He had never seen anything like it before. Sun saw Yang get down on one knee. He was breathing hard. The air barely reached his lungs from incredible exhaustion. His uncle had warned him earlier, "If you don't do it right, I won't stop at killing you." Uncle did not like what Yang had just done. All small flaws were noticeable, but there is one rule. The older you get, the pickier and more critical you become. The words sounded like a lesson, causing Yang to smile bitterly. The smile faded as he felt the strength leave his body. His fingers clenched, and the sword fell from his hand. Yang just fell face down on the ground. It was a simple but devastating overwork. Sun quickly approached his brother, checking his pulse. Fortunately, vital points were intact. He didn't even expect his uncle to be so merciful in battle. "Mercy is of no use here," said the uncle. Yang just dodged the blow in time. Sun knew how skilled his father was. His martial arts were close to peak. but even he did not consider the possibility of such a quick evasion. Has this boy reached his father's level? Son asked in surprise. Uncle watched Yang closely, judging his growth rate and stamina. It's only a matter of time. Yang will definitely catch up with me, Uncle decided, his voice full of hidden pride. Even Father would probably recognize Yang's abilities if he were here. This guy made an extremely serious impression on my uncle. The galaxy, covered with myriads of stars, mesmerized with its beauty and immensity. Yang slowly opened his eyes and saw a huge black hole in front of him. He tried to get to his feet, feeling the space around him distort. Suddenly, without any hesitation, he ran away, but the black hole began to suck everything in its path. Every step was agony. A powerful force pulled him back like invisible hands. In a moment, resistance became impossible. His body was pulled down, and he felt himself sinking into the cold water. At first he did not understand anything, but then a huge frog appeared in front of him. This frog clearly did not have good intentions. She opened her mouth wide and jumped at him. Yang screamed so loudly that he jolted awake. It was just a terrible dream. He screamed for a few more seconds, trying to regain his composure. At that moment, Yunho jumped up on his bed, scared to death. Both boys had been sleeping in separate beds in the room, but now both were on their feet, disoriented and confused. "What the hell just happened?" Yunho exclaimed, expecting at least some kind of explanation. Yang was breathing heavily and looking in front of him. He whispered only one word. "Toad?" "Yeah, a big frog ate me," Yang added, recounting his strange dream. Yunho rolled his eyes and growled, "Don't be a child. Go to bed later." But Yang himself would not like to see this dream again. He felt that something more was hiding behind him. Deciding to think things over, he quietly went outside. The night air refreshed his thoughts. A dream about a frog is a symbol available only to those who have touched the gate. The day he received the diary entry, he had a premonition that this would happen. The inscription on the stone said, "Let the sword be swallowed, and you will see the island." In other words, when the frog swallows the sword, the way to the hidden island will open. It became clear that he needed to do his part of the task. And Beck may have the key to the whereabouts of this mysterious frog. But so far it didn't matter much. The location of this place is the Shaolin Temple, the heart of Murim Innerland. Now it remained only to wait for the incident and the development of events as it was in the novel. But right now Yunho was the main problem, and Yang understood that perfectly. They were strong enough not to fear the blood demon cult. But now Yang felt that it was his personal concern and responsibility. Moreover, he had already received parting words from Gal and had Han's diary with him. Now there's only one thing left: to acquire martial arts that will help to fulfill his mission. Yang finally understood. Sparring showed him the limits of his skill. But to surpass the peak, you need to study further. "What are you thinking so hard about?" Sona's voice rang out. He spotted Yang in the night yard and moved closer. "Just can't sleep," Yang replied with a sigh, thinking about different things. Everything was obvious to Sun. "You're thinking about fighting your father, aren't you?" Yang shook his head. "Not just about that." Sun nodded and said, "I also learned a lot after this sparring." "Like you. After all, we learned from each other," Sun added. "You learned from my father, and I learned from you." "Is it really so?" asked Sun, his look full of doubt and hope. Yang looked his brother straight in the eyes and replied firmly, "Yes, that's true." Sun sighed and dared to say, "Father asked me to teach you how to wield a sword." What's all this supposed to mean? Yang wondered, his heart pounding with the new responsibility. The uncle ties the note to the pigeon's leg. His movements are sure. His eyes are full of determination. A light wave of the hand, and the bird rises into the sky, carrying an important message to its destination. Items are randomly scattered on the table. Weapons, books, a note, and various trinkets. He tried hard to figure out what caused the revenge. The possibility of fraternal revenge could be seen in every trace. But it was necessary to find out whether it was a personal grudge or something much more serious. The further action plan will depend on the result. This uncertainty made him smile and think. Their goods were expensive, and such groups could only be found in Shandong province. Or not. He pounded his fist firmly on the table, determined to figure everything out. At this point, Young spoke to Beck, advising him to stay and focus on training. Beck felt bad because he wanted to go with him. Young promised to catch up when he got stronger and asked Beck to improve as well. Beck knew instantly that Young was right, and everyone was worried about him. Yang was also worried about his friend and handed him the bag, asking him to take it with him. However, Beck refused, saying that he did not need it. Yang calmly made several arguments, explaining that this was an investment in his brother's future. Beck simply did not want to stay in debt. It's not a debt, it's an investment, Yang insisted, putting the bag right into his hand. He reminded Becca of the day he had asked him, "Why are you so nice to me?" Beck wanted to ask the same question today. They sat down to drink a second cup of tea. This moment was special for them. The words embarrassed Yang, and he even blushed a little. At that moment, Beck realized an important truth. He remembered how he had once received the same bag. Then the bag was handed to him by Sensei, explaining that it was for the future, and asked to silently accept the gift. Now Yang became the same Sensei for him. The moment was so touching that Beck couldn't hold back the tears. They rolled down his cheeks. He felt guilty for what he was just getting again, and thanked his brother sincerely. It was a really touching moment, but that was the end of their conversation. They said goodbye, promising to meet again. Beck went on his way. 5 whole days have already passed. Meanwhile, Yang trained hard, not missing a single minute. In his free time, he also diligently studied, improving his knowledge. In order not to be bored before going to bed, he talked to Yunho Myung. And so today Brother Sun turned to Young, saying that the long-awaited day had come. The elder brother trained with him every day, teaching him the skill of swordsmanship. Young was ready for whatever lay ahead. He had a unique 7-step technique that would become his legacy. Now Yang was also striding to the top. Both brothers were full of determination and good spirits. But one should not forget to look at one's feet, aiming only forward. Sun turned and went the other way. At that moment, Yang remembered his uncle. Sun said that his father went in search of the killer who once attacked him. It became clear, if the uncle had already made his move, the blood demon cult might appear earlier. In this case, all the events that Yang knows about will unfold at the same time. Suddenly, Yang pretended that something had happened. Sun noticed it instantly. However, in response, I heard that everything was going on as usual. After that, Yang offered to start training. The first blow. Sun started with the Earth Dragon technique. He pushed off the ground and spun in place. The air around him rose, swirling into a vortex. At the same moment, a dragon silhouette appeared around his body. Like an arrow, he charged forward, sword at the ready. In a second, his sword wrapped around the dragon's tail. It was the Dragon Lord's sword technique. Young, knowing everything from novels, clearly understood what was happening in front of him. Soon, the air around Sun trembled and rippled. He was breathing heavily, exhausted. Young walked up and asked in surprise if all this really happened in 1 second. "Are there so many moves in the Dragon Lord sword technique?" Sun answered that there were about 300 of them or something like that, and every movement must be performed flawlessly. It was shocking. 10 seconds. And during that time, 10 blows should be delivered. The first strike is Earth Dragon. Sun concentrated, trying to repeat this complex technique. The second strike is the Mountain Dragon, powerful and unyielding. The third stroke was the Water Dragon, which required incredible precision and flexibility. The fourth blow is Wind Dragon, fast and elusive. The fifth strike was Thunder Dragon, and Yang began to master the moves better and better. The sixth hit is the Fire Dragon, and the seventh is the Lake Dragon. The eighth blow is Heavenly Dragon. The ninth is Primordial Dragon. It was necessary to hold the sword with incredible strength and concentration. A little more effort, a little more perseverance, and the technique will be perfect. If you find the perfect dragon, take care of it. If you don't find it, forget it, were the instructions. The decisive moment was approaching. The 10th blow is the Unsurpassed Dragon, a second that decides everything. A gigantic dragon descended from the heavens, crashing into the ground with terrible force. Sun finally saw what he had been waiting for so long from his brother. Only thanks to enormous efforts, this moment became a reality. After that, Yang collapsed on his back, having exhausted all his strength. Sun came over and sat down next to him to greet him. Finally, without any rest, Yang mastered the Dragon Emperor's sword technique. Yang believed that this success was due to his brother. Sun took his words as simple flattery, but Yang spoke sincerely, with deep gratitude in his voice. It's time to move on. Sun remained seated, looking up at the sky, confident that Yang's name would one day conquer the world of martial arts. Meanwhile, the bonfire was burning, wood was crackling, dispersing the night silence. Yang sat by the fire, thinking that today was the 4th day. After leaving, he helped the boy with training every night on the way to Sichuan. Now was the perfect time to offer some valuable advice. Yang suggested that Miyun work on his skills. However, Moon did not quite understand how to do this. Yang explained that simply saying, "deal with it," won't work on its own. He asked him to just repeat after him. "Are you showing off?" Myung grunted darkly. Yang pointed to his sword and told Myung to just use it. Myung curiously asked if there was a reason why Yang was doing this. He answered, "Of course there is." Hearing this, Myung was ready for action. He immediately attacked, trying to strike Yang. But Yang calmly stood still, watching the blades pass him by. He dodged elegantly, expertly catching the sword with one hand. Too straightforward, he remarked, because Moon had not yet combined the sword technique with his body movements. The main thing is to move the whole body in harmony with the sword. Myung was impressed by the smoothness and precision of Yang's movements. Yang jumped back at that moment, preparing for his next explanation. He confidently stood up and said, "Don't just focus on the tip of the sword. Use the flexibility of the blade." Myung asked curiously what to do next. Yang replied with a smile, "You'll figure it out in the process." Yang charged back into battle, giving Myung a chance to practice his techniques. This time he exerted more force to force Myung to give his all. In the fight, Myung received a small cut on his hand. Yang stopped and asked if he was scared and if he should continue. But Moon wasn't going to stop. This was what he wanted. The atmosphere around them was filled with determination, and they repeated the exercises over and over again. Time passed, and they ended up in a guest house. Young asked if Myung was okay. Although Myung told him not to worry, his expression said otherwise. Either way, they did a good job finding this place. Yang had already planned the next training sessions and prepared something special for Myung. Night came, and Yang returned to a familiar place. He tracked down the wicked couple, including that scumbag Stella who ran the guest house. They practiced dark arts, demanded property from victims, and used them as scapegoats. But today, luck will turn away from them. The entrance to the cave, the lair of these criminals, was found under a pile of stones. Yang and Myung stood in front of the entrance, ready for the next step. This training seemed life-threatening. But Yunho Myung made a decision to go to the end, no matter what it cost him. But before starting, Myung suddenly stated that he needed to step aside as needed. I wonder if Livin knows that the enemy could appear at any moment. Yang sighed with a sense of inevitable heaviness. And as he predicted, everything happened just like that. One of the members of the vicious couple appeared. For a brutal thug, his face looked quite good-natured. But this ruffian suddenly attacked, grabbing axes out of nowhere. Spinning in the air, he lunged at Yang, intending to strike. The thug tried to attack from every possible angle, but Yang met him with a kick, hitting his sword directly. It became obvious that this idiot was not on Yang's level. However, he charged again, swinging his axe. But in a moment, his face was distorted by fear. In front of him stood another fighter with a sword. It was Yunho Myung, who had already taken care of his affairs. Suddenly, another figure appeared. A female voice asked, "Why is it so noisy?" Everyone immediately shifted their gaze to the woman who could not be ignored. "I see the handsome boys have come to visit," she said in a gentle voice. Her red eyes were mesmerizing, as if hypnotizing the victim. Myung immediately asked Young if this girl also belonged to the thug gang. Young understood that this was only the tip of the iceberg. Another participant appeared in front of them, a lecherous girl. A seductress who kills her victims after merging their essences and preserves their bodies in alcohol and beeswax before using them. Yang showed her the tablet of Night Jagal. Her attention was immediately drawn to him. She explained that her husband had always had good manners, so there must have been a misunderstanding. Her husband was unable to speak because of a childhood injury, so she apologized for him. Young suggested that they release all the victims, surrender, and confess to their crimes. Otherwise, he will tell everything to the authorities. "You bastard, how dare you say such nonsense?" Her words were full of rage. She accused them of having to hide in these areas because of them. Why are they so persecuted? But Yang understood that she did not make such excuses to her victims. She believed that the authorities and circumstances were to blame for everything. Yang clearly warned her that he knew. She was using the victims to increase her own inner strength through energy fusion. She bit her lip, listened to these words, and snapped, "Shut the hell up!" Enraged, she began to change her appearance, and her aura became red and unpleasant. Yang ordered Myung to take care of the axe thug. He himself decided to deal with the woman on his own. She furiously ordered her husband to tear these scumbags to pieces. Without thinking, he rushed forward, sure that his axes were the strongest in the world. He met in a fierce battle with Myun. Meanwhile, the woman snapped at Yang with the words, "Finally die!" She performed an attack called Silence Echo. The blow seemed powerful, but Yang easily blocked it. However, he felt icy cold on his hand. He understood that the opponent's technique combined the water energy and the power of the divine dragon. The woman jumped up, preparing for another attack. Her arms multiplied, swinging from all sides. Therefore, it was important to understand the basic principle of this technique. Having mastered it, Yang rushed into the attack, even if it required extra effort. 4 blows aimed at the body and mind hit her with all their force. She felt an incredible pressure squeezing her head. Right after that, Yang's punches slammed into her body, leaving no chance. She fell to the ground, unable to get up. But even crawling on her knees, she continued to call him a shithole. She should have thought carefully before saying anything. Yang prepared another surprise for her. Tense fist. This blow hit her in the chest, knocking all the stupidity and stubbornness out of her. Along with that, blood spurted from her mouth. Yang calmly watched as she writhed in pain. His look made her think about her own actions. It was interesting how things were going with Myung now. A tense fight broke out between them. Each of them was desperate to win. Suddenly, both retreated, distancing themselves from each other. Yunho Myung felt a strange pain run through his arm. At that moment, he noticed an enemy axe flying at him. Yang screamed at the top of her lungs for him to wake up and act. Myung opened his eyes wider as he regained consciousness, and only by a miracle did he manage to dodge the flying axe. The sword and axe sank into the ground with a crash. It was Yang's sword that he threw down to ward off the enemy's blow. This rescue was a true gift of life for Mun. Yang reminded him to stay calm and remember everything he was taught. It was a moment to rethink all the lessons he had learned before. Myung tightened his grip on his sword and pointed it straight at his enemy. A confidence flashed in his eyes, which his opponent immediately noticed. Perhaps everything was in these words, "I will not give up." But the enemy did not think of stopping. In the next moment, both of them flew up, meeting their gazes in the air. The bearded man swung his axe with all his might. Myung responded with a sword strike, putting all his might into it. His swordsmanship technique wasn't perfect, but he used the secret technique of wall-less. The only condition was that the opponent had to be really strong. However, the bearded man's plans fell apart with a bang. They collapsed the moment Myung pointed his sword at him. Suddenly, the enemy found himself in the midst of a whirlwind of shadows rushing towards him. When the first of the 5 gates opened, everything changed. Colors scattered by the wind found their way to the ground. It was the finish that put an end to the enemy. The earth absorbed the blood spilled by the enemy from Myung's hand. The fatigue was so exhausting that Myung did not have the strength to get up from the ground. Yang handed Myung something, asking him to take it. They were the 2 pills he gave him. Yang explained that one was a grade 2 jade pill and the other was a grade 3 essence. One of them is for quick recovery, the other is a spiritual pill that increases inner strength. Both were very valuable. At first, Yang thought Myung would refuse, but Myung smiled and called himself Yang's lifeguard. Instead of being bound by life, he promised simply to do his job well. It seems that Myung has surpassed the first rank and reached the peak threshold. However, this was only the beginning of their journey. It's time to enter the cave. They went inside and began to examine the den of criminals. From the things around it became clear that the ingredients for liquid wax were prepared here. Suddenly they froze when they heard cries for help. Before them was a man in a cage suspended by chains from the ceiling. They lowered the cage to the ground and released him. After that, the man was asked to return home to his family. But the man wanted to at least know the name of his savior. The boys were a little embarrassed before the answer. Myung introduced Yang. This is the son of the great Yahello clan. Hearing this, the man immediately remembered the clan's noble reputation in the world of martial arts. He promised that when he went outside, he would definitely tell about the heroic deeds of the son of the Yahello clan. The man himself introduced himself as Ban Nun, a descendant of the Chongrim clan. Myung joked that the man was too talkative, and Yang hoped that wouldn't stop him from becoming Lord Seogaju. In fact, a long tongue is not always a good thing. Myung called Yang's name, wanting his fame to spread as quickly as possible. He wanted Yang to be known at an incredible speed. He did all this just to make Yang happy. At this moment, Yang reached for the sword behind his back. Myung froze in fear, not understanding what had gone wrong. You had to be smart and feel threatened to understand the situation. Seeing the ominous silhouette of his friend in front of him, Myung asked him to calm down. This request made Yang understand that Myung is not bad at navigating the circumstances. Yang smiled and offered to fight a bit when Myung already pressed his hands against the wall. Loud screams rang out from the cave, breaking the silence of the night. No matter how many times he washed the clothes, the smell still did not come out. Myun's clothes smelled unbearable when they were already sitting at the table at home. Yang felt Myun's aura change noticeably. Mun drank one of the 200 bottles of liquor found in the cave, but it wasn't enough. Young helped him to master a new path, and it, of course, changed him. As they sat there and spread the smell, they had the feeling that everyone around them was looking at them. So they decided to eat quickly and leave. But someone did not let them do it. A man came to their table, sat down next to them, and greeted them as if they were old friends. His rough, trained hands made him look like a martial artist. He tried to strike up a conversation by asking where they came from. Although the boys looked distinct, he could distinguish his by smell. Myung had no desire to listen to this stranger. However, the man continued to hint that the boys were hiding something. He slowly pulled something out of his inner pocket. Yang immediately recognized the thing and focused his gaze intently on it. This meant that they belonged to the same community or family. Myung had no idea who was in front of them, so he tried to find out. This was no ordinary lawyer, but someone who knew how to hide sense for camouflage. Shadow Discovery Information Group, Yang guessed. It was clear from his aura that this man was quite powerful. The man named Song Hyun as their master and introduced himself as the 8th student, Lee Hin. This meant that he is a key figure in this story. Young knew that Lee Hin would eventually become a hero lord and Baekri Jin's ally, but this time Yang did not expect to meet him so early. Lee Hin immediately turned to them for help. He noted that the situation is far from optimal. He pointed to the people below whose faces were hidden by masks. They all held swords in their hands and were dressed in the same clothes. Lee Hin explained that he was chasing Pun San, a dangerous opponent. They were a group that worshipped a monster they called Pun San Sansu, the Northern Beast. Yunho Myung thought that these people were just crazy. Lee Sing completely agreed with his opinion. Yang didn't understand why they were hunting him and tried to find out from Lee. Lee said that there had been rumors of people disappearing recently, and he found out that this particular group was behind it. These people usually cooperated with Palbigok. The puzzle began to come together for Young. Palbigayok are criminals who are persecuted by the government in the world of martial arts. They were so cruel that they could kill even a baby for money. Everything was getting weirder and weirder. Leader Palbigyuk was to be Yunho's last opponent. It looks like they got an unexpected ally they didn't expect. Meanwhile, the people below were approaching their table. Yang, sitting on the second floor, looked down, assessing the situation. First, it was necessary to deal with those who gathered under them. At that moment, Myung stood up and rested his hands on the table. He asked Yang if their trip was urgent. "It's on the way, so why not?" Yang replied, and Lee asked to take care of the second crew. Yunho Myung turned around and walked straight towards the enemy, full of determination. Meanwhile, Yang flew over the railing and down to the first floor, landing right on top of his opponents' heads. They tried to raise their swords to defend themselves, but their movements were so slow that it didn't make any sense. Yang, without even using a weapon, knocked one of them off his feet with a single punch. The blow was so strong that the other two only looked at him. Yang's inner power is an endless flow of will and energy. His look alone in fury caused real horror. Suddenly a fog appeared, which became a real mystery for the enemies. A silhouette appeared behind them, whose presence they felt. Their first instinct was to turn back quickly, but they saw nothing but the blow that Yang was already delivering. All that remained of one of the opponents was his hat, which had fallen to the ground. "No, I'm sorry." He also fell and his blood spread on the floor. His partner, trying to save himself, launched a desperate attack. Cautious and prudent was the only way Young could describe him. It was immediately followed by a kick directly in the chest. The blow was so strong that the enemy flew back and broke the window behind him. Fortunately for him, he didn't fly out of the window but fell to the floor, landing on his butt. Looking him up and down, Yang wondered if this was the end. Cracks of glass rang out. Several more opponents flew out the windows. They were much less lucky. One of the opponent's swords was lying flat on the ground. The unarmed fighter begged for mercy, hoping for mercy. But this fight was not to spare anyone. Young did not hold a weapon to give life at all. After a while, Yang was already handing Lee a mug of booze. Lee didn't refuse to drink, even if it was against orders. As expected, the Eastern Dragon had completed its awakening preparations, which surprised Lee. Hearing this, Yang was surprised and asked, "Oriental Dragon? What do you mean? You've gotten so strong in such a short time." "Thought I wouldn't recognize you," Lee added with an enigmatic smile. Although the Grandmaster's reputation had yet to reach full strength, everyone knew that the late-stage masters would soon shake up the world of martial arts. Young had suspected this before, but considering that Lee was a student, it would be surprising if he didn't recognize the famous master's face. Myung wondered what Lee planned to do next, and if he was going to return. Lee couldn't say for sure. The sect was still causing trouble. They had to be caught as soon as possible. He shared his plans. All righteous martial artists are eager for cooperation, so he asked for help again. Young figured that this route was already in line with his training intentions, and it would be nice to have Lee in the debtors for the future. So he responded positively to Lee's request. They agreed to become friends, because friendship means mutual help. Because of the age difference, Lee suggested that they call each other brothers. He said he was only 18 years old. The boys were stunned, to say the least, and their eyes widened in surprise. It was already night outside, and a quiet bird was sitting on a branch. Lee talked about the spirit of the white jade sea dragon and how he was not watching them now. It was strange because this spirit was essentially a spirit bird. Someone from the Pointed Peak sect was once a simple man, but now became a powerful martial artist thanks to his friendship with a bird spirit. Young wanted to hear the story further. Lee didn't refuse to tell, but he wasn't going to share that kind of information just like that. Yang then offered to use his name anywhere, but mention Northern Swordsman Cho first. And it is also important to mention the group Shadow. Hearing this, Lee called Yang a strange man. He explained that in the world of martial arts, everyone wants to leave their own mark. But Young doesn't seem to want to do that. Lee suggested that his family had a secret that he must keep. During these guesses, Lee hit a rock in the head. It was Young who dumped him, explaining that Lee was wasting his time on unnecessary thoughts. Why would you want to hide anything? There's no reason to, right, Lee? Yang asked. I don't want to be a sect leader. That's why I'm careful about gaining fame, Yang replied. It was strange for Lee to hear that a member of a prestigious family was giving up the role of leader. Young, however, insisted it was true. Lee still insisted that Yang tell him this secret. After all, whatever the secret was, he promised to keep and protect it. Yang's expression was sly and slightly mocking. Now, Myung understood why Yang hit him earlier. If you thought that, you should have said it earlier. There was no need to hit so hard, Moon grumbled. Yang was already tired of listening to them, and this slut, Myung, seemed to him more and more inferior. Don't you understand what's happening? Even the Guardian's body should feel it by now, Yang replied sharply. There were too many mysteries in this dialogue. The world is full of strange and unique people. Each one is like a grain of sand in the desert. It seems their master was right. The boys began to argue among themselves. At last this pointless dialogue ended, and the morning came. In the morning, Lee was still asleep. Yang was sitting in a meditation pose with Yunho standing next to him. Yunho wondered if his training was over. He assumed Yang was tired of standing guard. But Young explained that he just couldn't sleep. It was obvious that Yang was shy. Mayung stood up and said that now he himself would stand guard. He also asked Yang to train, especially since Lee said they would be entering Saktapun territory soon. Young then asked permission to ask something. Yunho replied that Yang could ask anything. When I fought that guy, I focused on my strengths and gained new knowledge, right? Yunho asked. But then I realized something else, he added. Yunho finally asked, should we fight based on our strengths alone? Can't we compensate for our weaknesses? Young replied that it was possible, but asked him to look at it from a different angle. Strength can be weakness, and weakness can be strength. True strength lies in the ability to compensate for one's shortcomings. Yunho admitted that he was worried about his swordsmanship, which seemed weak to him. To hide this weakness, he strengthened his sword aura, but it was difficult to get close to the enemy's axe without damage. Yang then asked, how did you manage to win that fight? Yunho picked up his giant sword. A flower that has blossomed must emit a fragrance, he said. Raising his sword up, he created a shadow that swirled around him. One day this fragrance will spread in the air like paints that reveal the world. He promised that he would answer Yang's questions when he was ready. Then his skill will reach its peak. Lee approached them with something important to say. He spoke of Magongmok, a tree worshipped by the Punsan sect. They say that this is a manifestation of the spirit that appeared in the living water. Lee explained that the Punsan sect resides in a village located around this tree, which they call Shinji, a sacred place. That was all the information they needed, and now the same tree appeared in front of them. They stood at the foot, looking at the settlement where their opponents lived. The iron rings could be removed. It looks like a tough battle was waiting for them. Seeing the reaction of Lee, who also had something similar, Yang asked him to try it next time. He knew very well that even if he asked Lee to stay here, he would still go with them. Lee asked permission to join them, and noted that he had matured a bit. Yang didn't mind and let him do his own thing. The preparations were almost complete. It was time to go to the tree that was waiting ahead and to the battle that was already close. A guard was supposed to sit at the top of the tower. The boys walked forward, looking back at the houses standing around. The atmosphere on the road made them nervous, as if something was wrong. They noticed the broken walls of the houses, which caused alarm, but they had no idea that they were being watched. The Pun sect seems to have already prepared their best wishes for them. This became evident when a whole group of opponents appeared and lined up in front of them. Their eyes were filled with black, and their weapons were clenched in their hands. There were even more of them than Lee expected. Lee asked Yang if he should change the plan right now, but it was already too late. Yunho rushed forward with a shout and a sword. He ran towards the crowd, which wanted only one thing, to destroy its enemy. A green flame flashed in his eyes. His sword, which looked like a dragon's spine, was already exposed. Thanks to his plasticity, he easily scattered enemies. He cut through their formation, chopping not only their bodies, but also their swords in half. Other enemies froze as they watched their ranks take colossal losses. But it was dangerous to stand still, because Lee had already rushed into battle, throwing blows. They raised their morale and concentrated to the maximum. Lee's eyes filled with a yellow glow. He noticed the slightest movement of the enemy. He struck 180 dice and then repeated in the opposite direction, scattering enemies in a 360° circle. Only the groans of the enemies could be heard in the air. In a moment, their bodies hit the ground. Several more enemies appeared behind them, weapons ready. Yang performed the heart-destroying fingers technique. Extending 2 fingers and pointing them at the enemies, he dealt with them instantly. Energy arrows pierced through their bodies. Drops of blood left a trail on the ground as bodies fell dead. There was a brief moment when you could breathe a sigh of relief. At this time, Yang was fighting another opponent who believed in his immortal power. That enemy pointed at Yang, claiming to see fear in his eyes. It was surprising, because there was nowhere near fear in Yang's eyes. Yang remained calm, and when he reached for his sword, his calm became even deeper. With one blow, he chopped his opponent into 20 small pieces. It crumbled to the ground like a broken constructor. The idea that Yang was afraid seemed absurd. Having dealt with the enemies, they moved on. They got rid of all unnecessary worries and were ready for the next step. They approached the sacred tree. There was another enemy standing on the stairs leading to the roots. Suddenly, an old man, the leader of the sect, Zhongbu Shinong, came out from inside. He looked at one of his men and asked, "Why are you lying down?" He crawled at his feet and begged, "One more drop of essence to overcome this pain and return to immortality." The leader replied coldly, "Get out now," and helped him to leave, stepping on his neck. This gesture put an end to the torment of the fighter. Then the leader turned to the guests. "You are interfering with my grand plan." Yang didn't hesitate to ask, "What else is the plan? Is it something to do with your poison?" Their eyes met. According to legend, if you bury the corpse of the giant spider Jew, a tree will be able to grow, feeding on its nutrients. This tree is called Mango. Hearing this, the leader realized that the boy in front of him knew more than he thought. Yang briefly explained, "Heard about this tree. It feeds on blood. It is said that when it absorbs human blood, it grows faster, and the poison from its roots is the perfect elixir for poison experts." The leader recognized Yang as cunning, but warned that he was too late. Most of the roots had already been absorbed by him, and he will destroy the rest with them. Suddenly, the energy around his body became terrifying, as if a boiling green chemical liquid was emitting steam behind him. The man suddenly began to laugh loudly. His laughter was only a prelude to his pathetic words. "Even clans that practice poisons have a taboo on it. Do you know about poisoning? Upon reaching the level of the first poison, you can hold 100 poisons in your hands and control them. At the level of the second poison, you are able to spew out 1,000 poisons with a single breath." Yang calmly interrupted him. "But when you reach the 1,000 poison level, you can't hold anything in your hands. Everything you touch breaks down." This is exactly what the leader sought, to conquer the world and make it fall at his feet. However, the leader also noted that Yang does not know everything. Lee thought with fear that the leader could reach the level of 1,000 poisons, but Yang reassured him, "Don't worry. If he was at the level of 1,000 poisons, we would be dead by now." Yang looked at Yunho and uttered one word, "Dragon." That was enough for Yunho to understand. However, Yang did not ask him to join the battle, and began to explain further. He told them about their new opponent, the wielder of the Black Crane Sword, Cho Huan. He stepped forward and stood next to the sect leader. Jo Huan coldly said that he wasn't even going to interfere at first. Now Yunho understood everything without words. Keeping his sword at the ready, he calmly moved towards the enemy. He calmly unsheathed his sword. "Give me at least a little fun," he asked his opponent. It wasn't even a minute before they found themselves in the epicenter of a hurricane battle. Young realized that Yunho could handle Jo Huan. The sect leader was convinced that the two boys would not have enough strength to defeat him. But Yang wasn't going to fight the two of them. He asked Lee to step back. He repeated this twice, and when he drew his sword, it became clear that it was best not to stand by. "It's good to have so much courage," remarked the leader, smiling. He began to remove his outer clothing, exposing his muscular body. His power enhanced by poisons was truly incredible. The leader lunged forward to initiate the fight and strike, but within a moment he was puzzled as to why he couldn't reach Yang. The next second, Yang was right behind him. A sword strike to the back made the leader wince in pain. As he spun in the air, Yang landed another punch, this time from the front. The leader fell to his knees, coughing, and no longer looked so steadfast. However, he managed to spray an invisible, odorless poison all over the area, like the invisible triple grass. This herb seemed useless, but it was ideal for neutralizing poisons, especially effective in the fight against such a master of poisons as him. After learning about Yang's cunning move, the leader recognized him as incredibly intelligent. He began to rise, and the wounds on his body healed quickly. Hell, his regeneration ability was just amazing. "Did you really think a trick like that would kill me?" asked the leader, smiling crookedly. "No, I've prepared something more interesting," Yang answered calmly. The leader had no idea what he meant, but in a moment he could not understand what was happening to his body. "It's just a little gift," Yang explained. "It was a spiritual beast that feeds only on poisonous things. And now this beast was eating away at the leader's body from the inside, causing him to feel excruciating pain." Yang told him to shut up. "The pain you feel right now is nothing compared to the pain of those you victimized with your poisonous art." He got down on one knee to add something important. "Regret your actions and die slowly," Yang said. "Feel the pain your victims have gone through." After that, Yang approached Li. He asked him to concentrate on further actions. At this time, Yunho was fighting a fierce battle with Cho Huan. The fight was even, but at one point Yunho was wounded in the arm. Both flew away from each other from the shockwave. Yunho recognized that his opponent was indeed strong and ruthless. However, the situation was quite different for Cho Huan. That meant only one thing. Yunho had to give it his all. If he gives everything he has into battle, victory will be his. Then the enemy offered to end it right now. He lunged at Yunho again with an attack, like a color that paints the world. As soon as the aroma of the sword spread, it was an earth-shaking scent. It was this hidden power in Yunho's sword and energy that brought the enemy to their knees. He thought that he managed to avoid everything, but how did it happen? Yunho modestly explained, "Smell cannot be avoided or contained. To reach such a peak at such a young age was truly impressive." The opponent only managed to praise him, and then he lost consciousness and fell to the ground. But their affairs did not end there. The boys gathered together to discuss the next course of action. Li explained that their sect would take care of the rest, but he wanted to thank for the help. In thanks, he took out a tablet and handed it to Yang. "If you ever need our sect's help, just show this token," Li said. A sign of kindness was a really helpful thing. Yang thanked Li sincerely for such a gift. They wished each other a happy journey, and their paths diverged for a while. During the journey, Yunho remembered that his complexion darkened after he absorbed the tricolored dragon that came out of that boy's body. It was tolerable for Yang, although not easy, as the earth dragon had absorbed much more poison and internal energy than expected. However, the roots of the tree, which he had eaten beforehand, did a great job of neutralizing the poison. Yunho himself felt nauseous after eating the roots that Yang had given him earlier, but it was thanks to this that he achieved 100% resistance to poisons. He managed to restore his inner energy by absorbing the tricolor dragon. This dragon absorbed not only the cult leader's poisonous energy, but also the internal energy in such an amount that it was sufficient for recovery and further training in mind-body harmony. More specifically, the amount of internal energy in his golden core increased by 15%, and all of the poison was neutralized. Yang believed he had achieved resistance to 1,000 poisons. It progressed faster than he expected, and he not only gained a new sword, but new powers as well. Yunho Myung also reached the pinnacle of skill, which was a great result. After all these adventures, the boys were quite hungry. On the path of the hero, the Dayankyang sect has 2 bases. The first and main one is located on their mountain in Yunnan province. The second base is on an unknown mountain, where they settled after the war with the Blood Demon. The boys stood in front of Koyak and asked him to hurry. The man sat and explained that the Dansan sect had re-emerged thanks to the Northern Sun swordsman, making a name for himself. He came from a large family and turned a playboy from the Yagal clan into his friend. He put a lot of effort into training this playboy and his companion, so much so that he even earned the title. The man asked the audience to imagine how ashamed this playboy must be if his companion won the title, and he did not. Meanwhile, Yang was joking with Yunho, hinting that Yunho should be proud of his title. But Yunho threatened to tell the truth if Yang didn't stop teasing him. 1,000 flame swords made Yang smile, and Yang wondered how Yunho was doing his job. They were already very close to the required place. It was strange to stand in front of the entrance to the sect and not see a single guard. The boys went inside, where they were met by a little girl. An even smaller child was sitting on her back, crying. Meanwhile, Beck was chopping wood nearby. They immediately asked each other how things were, because they had not seen each other for a long time. Yunho recalled that Yang had sacrificed a lot to help him with his mind-body harmony training and exercises. As expected, Yang is a really great person, Beck emphasized. Yang grabbed his head and replied that he was being flattered again. Then Beck invited them to come inside and rest after the journey. It was already dark outside. They sat down at a round table on which food and fragrant tea were laid out. Beck introduced his younger sister. Her name was Cha Yurin, and she was a follower of the Dianqiang sect. There was also another girl, Shin So-jin, a student of the same sect. Yang folded his hands in front of them and greeted them politely. There was another guy named Seo-young. Young introduced himself and his companion who had come with him. But Seo-young coldly replied that he was not happy to meet and had no desire to communicate. His words were harsh and unpleasant. Even Beck did not expect such a reaction. Yang quickly got his bearings and suggested that we postpone the introduction and start eating. Seo-young suddenly placed the chopsticks on the table with a loud thud. And yet, why did the young master from the great family of Yahello, who had not even paid us any attention for a long time, appear here now? He asked reproachfully. Beck asked his younger brother to stop because he had gone too far. He explained who Yang really was. However, Beck's words seemed unimportant to Seo-young. He believed that nothing had changed since their return, as the new sect heads. The sister and the student also asked him to stop. Yunho was visibly getting angry, and it was obvious to everyone. Looking at him, Yang hinted to Yunho that he should calm down as it was none of their business. Judiciously assessing the situation, Yang noticed that everyone had already eaten and asked Yunho and Sajin to step out for a while. Beck agreed that it was a good idea. Even though Yunho didn't understand anything, he still agreed to go. They got up from their seats, and in a moment the door closed behind them. Seo-young admitted that his frustration was driving him crazy. He wanted to ask, given our pitiful situation, how can we even afford to receive guests? Even though they asked the boys to leave, the conversation continued. Aren't we stuck in this boring countryside living with our heads down like our gates are sealed? Banging his fist on the table, Seo-young said that it would be better if the guests brought at least one elixir with them. Glancing at his elder brother, Seo-young said that their sect would soon be forgotten because they couldn't train any worthy experts. After this tense conversation, Yang found himself on the street after a while. He stood and pondered every word that rang out inside. When they were alone with Beck, he immediately apologized. Yang didn't understand why Beck didn't tell his brother about his martial arts achievements. Beck explained that he didn't think it was that important. For him, the main thing was to keep the promise made to his elder brother and restore the legacy of their sect. But Yang didn't stop. Are you going to tell him about it now? Beck answered curtly, no. Convincing a younger brother by force is not the way of a Dianqiang sect disciple. However, Young believed that it was necessary. He would use any method to reach him. However, he understood what Beck was getting at. After all, the Taoist ideal of the Dianqiang sect is not based on strength. While pondering all this among the trees, Yang suddenly felt someone's presence. A girl with a sword stood before him. It was his younger sister, making smooth and precise movements with a sword in her hands. Seeing Yurin from behind the trees, Yang felt his cheeks flush. Her beauty created all possible images that arise in the head when it comes to perfect beauty. But what to say there? It was impossible to convey in words. He blushed more and more until he felt someone touch his shoulder. It was Lady Sheen, the little girl who distracted him from snooping. She understood very well that he was spying on her older sister. Young began to make excuses that he just happened to sense someone's presence. But to Shin, it sounded like an obvious lie. Cha Yurin herself overheard their conversation. She was happy to see them both, especially her younger sister. The younger sister said cheerfully that she brought Yang with her. Yang awkwardly asked if he could help with her training next time. The little girl seemed wise beyond her years. Then Yurin herself asked Yang if he would really help her with her studies. The younger sister began to play on emotions, pretending to cry. Maybe it's better to stop and go back then? Yes, let's do it, the older sister picked up with a slight smile. As she left, she wished Yang a good rest. A whole month has passed since that meeting. They conducted training as agreed. Their sparring was so exciting that it was impossible to look away. But the girl could not always hold the sword during blows. It was difficult for her to fight against such a strong opponent. Yang worriedly asked if she was okay. However, as a true warrior, she could not answer otherwise than, "Everything is fine with me." Over the past month, Young had become convinced that she was extremely talented. However, due to her numerous duties in the sect, she did not have time to improve her fighting skills. Young praised her. She admitted that she had failed again today, but he pointed out that her movements were smoother and sharper than yesterday. She has certainly made progress. It's all thanks to you, young master, she thanked. But Young only pointed to her natural talent. Suddenly she started to move closer to him, and for a moment Yang thought she wanted to kiss him. He thought, Lady Cha, that's too fast. But instead, she just poked him in the shoulder with her thumb. She just brushed off the rag that was on his shoulder. Yang blushed like a ripe tomato. At that moment, Yunho approached them, apparently with some urgent business. He asked them both to follow him and look at something. They didn't move on right away. Something held them in place, as if time stood still before the next step. Beck and the girl were standing right in front of a crowd of armed people. The tension was growing. Every movement could become fatal. A man in white stood before them. His figure radiated cold confidence, like snow before a storm. Yang and his companions came to them. Their steps were firm and determined. They knew what they had come for. Yang had already heard all the details on the way here. Each word was like a fragment of glass forming a complete picture. The man in white identified himself as Lim Woon of the Five Swords School. His voice was calm, but full of power. Lim decided to continue the story he had started telling earlier. His words smoothly intertwined the past and the present. He remembered how his master had sheltered him as an orphan. There was more to it than mere debt. It was gratitude woven into destiny. His master continued the legacy left by Taoist Master Moon. It was a chain that stretched through generations. Lim is a fifth-generation descendant and the fifth disciple of Diansang. This connection was an invisible thread between the past and the future. It was no joke that Beck was mad. Anger boiled inside him like a volcano ready to explode. Lim immediately noticed that Beck looked worried. His eyes spoke louder than words, but Beck was tormented by one question. Why did Lim appear only now? This doubt tormented his soul. Shrugging his shoulders, Lim replied that Diansang was teetering on the brink of collapse like a broken mirror. He didn't want to make the situation worse. But the little girl did not hold back and shouted loudly that it was not broken at all. Her words broke the silence like thunder. To Lim and his men, this girl looked like she couldn't see beyond her nose. Her stubbornness seemed naive and reckless. Beck asked his younger sister to return to the temple. His voice was calm but stern. However, the girl stubbornly refused because she considered herself a real student. The fire of determination burned in her eyes. Beck leaned into her and said quietly, "I never thought of you as a burden. You yourself know about it." His words calmed her down. He simply explained that now, as a sect master, he must fulfill his duty. That was the only reason he insisted on her leaving. After thanking his sister for her understanding, Beck turned to listen to Lim continue. The decision was made, but the heart was constricted with anxiety. Justice will prevail, right? Every situation has a right solution, said Lim. His words sounded like a promise. The established procedure required conscientious performance of duties as soon as time required. There could be no doubt. Lim agreed, adding that he believed there was someone competent enough to discuss the matter. There was anticipation in his voice. Suddenly he reached for his weapon. The tension in the air escalated. Yang watched his every move closely. His eyes did not miss a single detail. Lim demonstrated the technique while holding a sword. Every movement was precise, as if honed over years. It was the Five Demon technique, a lost art of Diansang that had been destroyed during the war. Now she came to life before their eyes. It was easy to watch, but it looked incredible. The real dance of death. After completing the stunts, Lim proudly called himself a legend. His words were not boastful. They were the truth. Beck recognized these tricks and was not going to hide it. A spark of understanding flashed in his eyes. The past was coming back. Lim made Beck aware that he was a disciple of Diansang. His words sounded almost like an order. This art was real and incredibly complex. Mastering it meant going through a test of spirit and body. On his way, the hero could not avoid it. He accepted the inheritance as one accepts fate. But Yang wasn't going to leave it at that. His determination was felt in every movement. He just wanted Beck to follow his path. The example was as clear as the light of a lighthouse in the dark. Beck did not object and agreed with his views. His decision was measured and firm. Beck then agreed to accept the students of the Five Swords School in Diansang. It was the beginning of a new stage. A smile appeared on Lim's face. "That's a good decision," he said with relief. But there was one condition. Beck added that he would accept them as interns only after trials. Lim's smile disappeared instantly. His face became serious as a stone. Beck explained that Lim, the keeper of the ancient heritage, was being asked to become an elder. As for other students, they will be accepted officially after their studies. "Don't talk nonsense!" shouted one of the students, pointing at Beck. Anger seethed in his voice. Beck insisted that all masters above him follow this path. It was a tradition, not a fad. But Lim came here to restore Diansang. He tried to explain it with all his being. putting his whole soul into the words. His younger brother was already standing behind him, begging Beck to compromise. There was anxiety and hope in his voice, but Lim did not stop repeating his lineage. He stubbornly clung to his truth as if it were his shield. Lim stated that whether Beck accepts it or not, as the head of the sect, he has a reason to fight for the ancient faith. It was his unwavering duty. Beck firmly refused and told Lim straight to his face. His decision was harsh but final, but Lim thought it was unimportant. He planned to gather all the martial arts masters in half a month to become the new head of the sect. But Beck put forward a condition. He sees Diansong as a kingdom governed solely by the principles of force. There is no place for the weak here. Lim did not object, saying that the world of martial arts recognizes only strength. And doesn't Diansong understand this better than others? Especially after the war, when Diansong suffered a tragedy on the front line. No one understood their master. Was his death in vain? His words came out sharp and loud, like thunder breaking the silence. Yang understood that any wrong move now could lead to an explosion. He put a hand on Beck's shoulder, trying to calm him down. Peace was needed more than ever. Lim touched on something that was not worth talking about. He crossed the line. Beck was infuriated that Lim was obsessed with the position of head. Was it for this that their masters gave their lives during the war? Beck asked Lim about this in a harsh tone. Lim was silent as he felt the power coming from Beck. "They didn't die for lunatics like you," Beck thundered. "They fought to keep Diansong alive." His anger was so powerful that the ground beneath his feet cracked. The power was physically felt. Lim panicked, held out his hands and begged Beck to calm down. His voice trembled. What he saw next made his eyes widen in horror. Beck's power was beyond real. It was something incredible that did not fit into consciousness. "I am the 35th generation leader of Diansong, Beck Ri-jin," he thundered. The disciples immediately bowed in recognition of his power and authority. Beck's house was already quiet, and the street was getting dark. Dusk enveloped the world in peace. They were sitting over a cup of hot tea. The aroma of the drink dissipated the tension of the day. Beck doubted his decision, and Young asked if he was worried. But the problem was deeper than simple excitement. The point was not at all in anxiety or fear. It was something else, indescribable. Young called him a fellow. After all, no matter how the students claimed to have mastered the techniques, their actions were far from true masters. Still, Beck couldn't help but wonder if he was in a hurry. Doubts sharpened his mind. Yang noted that there was something suspicious. Something about this situation did not give him peace. It may sound presumptuous, but wasn't the fighting technique that Beck demonstrated the real thing? The question hung in the air. Beck believed that after the destruction of the sect's secret vault, the disciples were not the only ones who possessed these techniques. Maybe others have studied them too. But so far these were only assumptions. The thread of doubt continued. Of course, it was not easy to realize this. The search for truth is always painful. Yang asked, "Isn't running one's own school a difficult task from time immemorial?" The words were as accurate as an arrow. Baek laughed as he remembered how Yang had also tried to lead the Yahello clan and face difficulties. But Yang wasn't ready for it and didn't even try. Responsibility scared him more than defeat. Beck explained that if you have a true desire, one day you will surely earn that right. It was more than words. It was the way of the warrior. "Are you suggesting that I become the core disciple of Diansong?" Yang asked, looking at Beck in disbelief. "Exactly," Beck replied. Their connection was much more than a chance encounter. If Yang became a head disciple, keeping his current status, he would be able to learn all martial arts except secret techniques. Yang hesitated, but nevertheless agreed to this offer. It was an important step in his life. Beck didn't even notice Yang lost in thought. His gaze was directed into the invisible distance. In fact, this thought had always been on Yang's mind, and he admitted it now. Doubts receded. After learning that the roots of Yahello and Diansong were intertwined, Yang thought seriously. He voiced a question Beck pondered. What could be the differences between the original essence and the current state of the sect? "It's worth a shot," Yang said. "After all, it can be the beginning of something valuable." Beck nodded and announced Yang as Diansong's head disciple. From that moment, everything changed. Yang bowed and greeted his new master, a symbolic gesture that sealed their destinies. At that time, Lim was sitting with his students. His face reflected confusion. He asked what he should do next. Confusion was gnawing at him from the inside. Lim still thought that Beck's skills were just rumors. Doubt was his last support. The mustachioed apprentice advised to turn to Lord Baju for support. It could be the only way out. Lim asked Dangbo if his opinion was the same as Dang Xiu's. There was uncertainty in the air. No matter how great a man is, he can still be dangerous, Sok hinted. It is as if there is always a powerful figure watching behind. Lim took the hint. Sok indicated that the true mastermind behind the Dark Hall might intervene on his behalf. In order to return the funds invested in the Five Sword Sect, even an influential figure will probably make a move. Lim was lost in thought. If the mysterious figure decided to act, the situation could change dramatically. Sok added more arguments. Even Yang Liang, the leader of the Dao clan and the ruler of the Dark Hall, follows someone's orders. These words made Lim think even more deeply. He was already collecting information on Lord Baju, interested in his influence. The Lord warned that if his identity was revealed, he would disappear by the next day without a trace. It was dangerous to investigate him. At the campfire, Lim admitted to his students that asking a lord for help was expensive. The price might have been too high for him. The mustachioed disciple concluded, as the Dao clan manages the affairs of the Five Swords sect. A senior martial artist can join them for support. Lim decided to stay and save the Five Swords sect. But are difficult tasks solved only by arranging the right talents? His words were wise and everyone agreed. Lim realized that there was another debt to the mysterious patron, but he would accept help. For now, he decided to deal with cocky opponents and their cocky attitude. The white flower of the sword symbolized the various aspirations of people. For many, it represented a hope, a goal, or a dream that aspires to be realized. A fierce battle began in the cage. Every movement was full of risk and thirst for victory. People gambled on the fight, shouting bloody wishes. "Kill him! Cut off the arms and legs!" The crowd goes wild with the brutality. Yang and Yunho watched the fight closely. Their eyes burned with lust for profit. Their faces showed that both were obsessed with money. The atmosphere suggested that they are ready for anything for profit. Young explained that they came here to make bets, an easy way to get rich in a world of chaos. But Yunho wondered, why did they come here in the first place? The answer was not obvious. Lumlun once mentioned something similar. It was the Dark Hall, where chaos and greed helped to earn money by any means. It was said that not long ago, travelers and martial artists participated in the battles of the Dark Hall. There they used the mysterious, wandering soul pill. Yunho was curious. What kind of pill is this? The sense of danger aroused curiosity. It is a mixture of roots and wormwood. The more you use them, the more the senses are dulled, and the body is temporarily strengthened. Dependence is growing, and it is no longer possible to live without them. This meant that we would have to fight to the death. There will be no chance to retreat. It wasn't just about inflicting pain on others. It was beyond life and death. Darkness enveloped all participants. The history of the wandering soul pill was reduced to the self-destruction of young talents. The worst thing was that it was connected with the destruction techniques of the blood demon cult. Currently, these pills are not officially recognized, but they are used in the Dark Hall as a demonstration of power. Myung realized that Yang was offering to go into hiding to reveal this secret. And he was right. However, Myung didn't know what Yang planned to do after the revelation. Even the authorities could not cope with this secret organization. They never found an answer to the question because someone suddenly appeared behind them. The silence stretched to the edge. It was Choja, Baek Rijin's younger brother. His appearance was unexpected and disturbing. Will it be useful in this situation? This question hung in the air. Yang thought, memories flooding him. Pictures of the past blurred before his eyes. He remembered Choja lying on the ground, writhing in pain. This scene was etched in my memory like a scar. Choices are made in a moment. Regrets last a lifetime, Young said. Remember your brothers and sisters who love you like family. Live without regret. Choja heard these words, but still could not fully understand them. Doubts clouded his mind. Yang tried to explain. Are you sure you know who Lim Woon really is? Why then is Lim so heavily criticized? The answer lay in motives Choja could not see. Yang held out Choji's hand and said, "This is your last chance to change your life. Take him." His voice was serious and determined. At the same time, Yang explained to Yunho that everything would be fine with him. There was more confidence than reassurance in his words. He was sure Yunho would manage. He had no reason to doubt. 2 guards stood in front of the door, looking warily ahead. Their muscles were taut like strings. Unnoticed, Yunho appeared behind them. His movements were quick and precise. In an instant, he dealt with first one and then another guard. Both guards fell to the ground like felled trees. Silence enveloped the space again. Yang praised him. Pretty good, to which Yunho replied, "It's because I'm keeping an eye on the young master." A third team member said he would take the next steps. He went to the door and grabbed the handle. The coldness of the metal increased the tension. With a firm pull, he opened the door. The sound of the door broke the silence. Inside, their gaze met a group of serious and battle-ready boys. The atmosphere thickened. Without hesitation, he closed the door behind him. The next step was obvious. Yang, breaking into a cold sweat of fear, asked him to leave. The situation was dangerous. Yunho slammed the door shut and rushed forward, straight into the crowd. In a few seconds, all the opponents were scattered. The furniture was smashed to pieces. The battle was lightning fast and devastating. It seemed unbelievable that no faction in this region dared to touch the Du clan, but the third didn't understand the truth about Lim and the connection this clan had with him. The mystery remained unsolved. "You will understand it only in time," he said calmly. "Answers do not come immediately." The door opened and they saw a man sitting at a table. His gaze was alert and cold. In front of them were the 3 legendary swords of the Dark Hall, and their owner was Gu Yi. Power and menace were in the air. Young introduced himself and said he was here to help. He had important words to say. Gu Ik was surprised that Young would ask for help even after seeing his predicament. It seemed that he did not believe in the sincerity of this request. In fact, Young only wanted to know about the pill that members of the Dark Hall take. "Where did you hear about that?" Gu Ik asked in surprise. His eyes narrowed in suspicion. The situation was clearly taking an interesting turn. Gu Yi sensed that there was something more behind it. For him, containing the toxicity of the Wandering Soul Pill was the limit of possibilities. Before he could come to his senses, he realized that he was not the only one fighting for her. Being asked to confirm the story confused him. He did not expect such a challenge. Yang added, "If I save you, can you confirm it in front of everyone right now?" This seemed ridiculous and pointless to Gu Yi. Is everything so simple? Their conversation was suddenly interrupted by the sound of a blade sliding across the stove. The threat became tangible. It was Yang Riang of the Dobaju clan. He considered scheming behind one's back to be mean, and that's exactly what he showed up for. Yang turned to Gu Ak. "If I defeat him now, bear witness to the truth about the Wandering Soul Pill." There was determination in his voice. Sweat ran down Ike's face in fear of the boy who had suddenly appeared. The threat was real. The head of the Dark Hall could not understand why everyone wanted to take this particular boy. Yang explained, "We need someone to testify about the Wandering Soul Pill." This was the key to the revelation. They say the young master of the Yagjel family is an outstanding person, but he turned out to be an ordinary scoundrel, Yang snapped. To the head of these thieves he really was. The dirty truth was exposed. Yunho tried to figure out how exactly they found that out. The task became more and more difficult. The Yagjel clan always stood by Diane-san. This is a common cause that connected their destinies. Yunho suddenly realized the answers to all the questions that had been bothering him before, but their opponent arrogantly declared that it was too late. His words had the conviction of a doomed man. Yang reassured his comrades, "Don't be afraid. I'll take care of everything." Unshakable determination sounded in his voice, but the enemy leader ordered his men to attack and kill them all. A cruel order was given. Yang pulled out his sword. It was the legendary Huang sword, the sword of the Moonbridge. The blade shone with a cold luster. Opponents rushed at him in a group, hoping to overwhelm with numbers. The sword came to life, its power manifesting itself with every movement. The air was filled with a deadly light. In an instant, Yang spun into a tornado, and the sword revealed its true power. A whirlwind of blades swept away everything in its path. The tornado of the sword scattered everyone who rushed at Yang. Bodies fell like dolls swept away by an invisible force. The head wasn't going to let Yang go so easily. His eyes burned with hatred and stubbornness, but he didn't expect to see a dragon coiling around the ground. The Dragon Emperor's sword ignited the night with a bright glow. The golden dragon swept over the city, majestically leading the Yagjel clan. It was an impressive sight. It was truly an exciting and unforgettable sight. Everyone who saw it held their breath. Ik asked Young, "Do you only need to testify when the authorities come to investigate?" Yang asked Ik to tell him everything he knew about the Wandering Soul Pill. This was the key to the exposure. Ik agreed to cooperate with the Great Master without hiding a single detail. He decided to tell the whole truth. About half an hour passed. The situation stabilized, but the tension was still felt. At this time, the head of the local administration arrived with his subordinates. He was late, but he was ready to act. After checking the documents of the Yahello clan and listening to Yang and Guyi's explanation, he was willing to help them. From Ik's words, they identified a trade group that was led by a mysterious, influential man, the Big Cone. It was a company that sold peach blossoms. Beneath this sign lurked dark activity. The preparation was already completed. People were ready to act on orders. But suddenly the bearded man suddenly turned his head. Something caught his attention. Yang flew into the door, knocking it out with a powerful kick. The entrance was spectacular and frightening. "Who are you?" shouted the bearded man, trying to understand what was happening. "I am the Grim Reaper," Yang replied in a cold voice. His words sounded like a sentence. Yang entered impressively and confidently. All eyes were on him. Behind him, one of the allies pointed a finger at the enemy. "Today this thief will come to an end." One of the opponents realized that things were going badly and ordered the building to be set on fire with the drug addicts inside. Ik instantly turned pale with fear. Panic gripped his mind. The enemy had a plan. If the existence of the spectral core was not proven, they could not punish him. Yang just sighed. Too bad. And who promised to take care of it? His words were full of sarcasm. This slight angered the opponent, who called Yang arrogant and attacked. The attack was swift and sudden, without any warning. Yang met the attack calmly, his eyes shining with cold determination. The blow was incredibly powerful, sweeping away everything in its path. But when the dust settled, Yang stood firm as a rock. Without hesitation, he countered with an attack, performing a tornado technique with his sword. Is this really the power of the Diansang clan? Ik thought with surprise watching this sight. Yang dealt with the enemy surprisingly easily. And not only that, his subordinates also turned out to be first-class craftsmen. But there was no time. It was necessary to act and take the initiative. Ik heard Yang's orders and understood everything without words. Determination appeared in his eyes. Wasting no time, they went to the house that stood high in the mountains. On the way, as they approached, an interesting picture caught their attention. People entered with the door open, as if drawn by an invisible force. Yang instantly used the sneaking dragon and slashing strike techniques. He acted quickly and ruthlessly. The impact caused not only people to fly away, but also stones underfoot. Everything turned into chaos. A huge crater remained at the place of his attack. Yang's power was devastating. "Faster, until the dust settles," Yang shouted, rushing forward. They were already running down the stairs covered in blood. Every step reminded of the horrors of this place. There were many creepy things around that made the blood run cold. Human screams increased the horror. Despair filled the air. The prisoners in the cages tried in vain to get out. Iron bars kept them trapped. But now they have a chance for freedom. Their eyes flashed with hope. Yang walked up to the safe, smashed the lock with one blow. The iron yielded to his power with a crack. Inside the safe were many red pills. The Wandering Soul pill is life-destroying poison. It begged Yang to hurry up, take the pills, and leave. Time was running out. He knew that his subordinates would arrive soon, and he didn't want to take any chances leaving everything to Yang alone. It was amazing that even in this state, he was ready to act to the end. But for some reason, Ik believed, if he leaves here, he has no chance of survival. It was his last battle. In this situation, he decided to take at least one of his enemies with him, and this applied to all the other prisoners. They didn't want to run. They wanted to fight. They lived as test subjects for poison, fought in mortal combat, but sought to die with honor. It gave Yang something important. It was the last sign of trust. This was their retribution for being able to leave with dignity. Death was to be their choice. Go, Ik asked. See to it that the likes of us do not appear again in the world. The martial arts world will remember your last moments, Yang said, full of respect. He bowed to Ike, honoring his courage, and they disappeared in the fire, keeping their honor pure and unsullied. After negotiations with the authorities and many discussions, the incidents with the Phantom Corps and the Taoist conspiracy came to an end. Yang met with Beck for further discussion. A new stage required new decisions. Yang, as a disciple of inner secrets, was full of strong and penetrating energy. He felt himself on the threshold of a new discovery under the guidance of the great heavenly master. It's the essence of swordsmanship and the philosophy behind it, Beck said. He asked Yang to try taking the energy himself. Yang sat in a meditative position, preparing for possible changes. His mind became clear as a mirror. Gathering the power of the dragon, he looked into his body. The light did not come from the outside. It radiated from the inside. Suppress the illusions with light, erase the false, and turn it into real energy, advised Beck. The process was delicate and dangerous. In the fire of the inner forge, the outer layers of lies were peeled away. As the golden elixir became transparent, Yang's senses became clearer. Yang opened his eyes at that moment. His gaze was clear and piercing. Beck warned, "During meditation you entered an altered state, and that light was blinding." Their intuition did not fail. When the inner secrets and techniques of the three families merged together, a transformation took place. "Do you feel anything?" Beck asked, carefully watching Yang's reaction. "It seems that the inner power of the golden elixir has become more tangible," Yang said, feeling a new power in his veins. Not much time passed, and he was already confidently practicing with the sword. His movements became more precise and faster. It was then that he felt his inner strength become even more powerful. But does this not affect his external abilities? The power Yang radiated was truly impressive. It was as if the element had awakened in him. However, something suddenly confused him. A sudden sense of danger flashed like a shadow. His brother congratulated him on his greatness. But something was wrong. He was not looking at Yang, but was looking somewhere in the distance, behind him. Anxiety was in the air. "Raise your sword quickly," said the brother. "I still have techniques I want to share." At the same time, Lim was sitting across from a candle that was flickering in the dark. The silence was tense. The moment the candle suddenly went out, darkness filled the room. As if time stood still. This happened when a mysterious figure in a red hood appeared. It was this meeting that Lim had been waiting for so long. Lim was kneeling before the mysterious person. His gaze was full of anxiety and anticipation. He talked about the medicine he had received earlier, suspecting that it was not the elixir of the slicing soul. Something seemed wrong with them. "Don't worry," the red-hooded person said. "This is a very valuable elixir." Hearing these words, Lim felt relieved. The anxiety subsided a little. The person threw another box on the table and told Lim to take it. "This is an opportunity," he said. The words sounded like a temptation. An opportunity for Lim to absorb all of Dianchang in one fell swoop. He had power in his hands. 2 weeks have passed since that meeting. Time moved forward relentlessly. Lim entered the arena to test his strength. The moment of truth has arrived. This time, the competition for the position of leader of the Dianzang sect reached its climax. Young was among those present. He carefully watched what was happening. Young was sure, today, Beck would rise again to heaven. His power was about to manifest. In the arena, Beck stood opposite Lim, his brother. Fate brought them to a duel. "I express my deep gratitude to the esteemed members of the Council of Prestigious Sects who honored us with their presence," the presenter solemnly said. Everyone called this gathering grand. It was rumored that the Northern Sun Warrior had become the leader of the sect due to a lucky accident. The rumors spread by people annoyed Yang to the point of madness. Every word was like a nail in the mind. Beck turned his attention to the sword in Lim's hands. It was not the same sword he had seen before. For the competition with the swordsman of the Northern Sun, Lim prepared thoroughly. He was ready for anything. "I won't fight someone who doesn't have the qualifications of a Tenzang disciple," Beck warned. Lim just waved it off mockingly. "That's absurd." "As much as you deny it, I am the swordmaster's best apprentice," Lim snapped. His voice was full of self-confidence. "I continue the sacrifice of our predecessors. Do you doubt my skills?" Lim's words were as sharp as a blade. These remarks sounded sharp and defiant. The atmosphere became tense. Beck asked coldly, "Have you ever heard from your teachers?" Among the many secret techniques were those that were passed down through the generations, Beck recalled. Legacy mattered. "Of course I heard," Lim replied. "Those young disciples who did not take part in that bloody battle continued the legacy." "And how dare you, a foreigner, despise the sacrifices of our masters?" Beck was indignant. "Shut up," he added sharply. The patient broke in. "Throughout the years, masters have always looked out for their students," Beck said. This was their wisdom. When Dianzang was on the brink of death, the young disciples preserved the fundamental techniques on their bodies in the form of tattoos. It was their last hope. High-ranking masters and swordmasters knew of the existence of these tattoos. Beck asked Lim how he could be called a disciple without knowing this fact. Lim panicked and asked if there was any proof of his words. He demanded an answer in the form of a duel, as was planned. But Beck had already restored the legacy and accepted the Pek Muja technique from the great master of the four great powers, who had passed away. "I am Baekri Jin, heir to the Northern Sun, the successor of the students who did not lose heart even in the midst of the war. One of the 35 great masters of Dianzang." His words moved the younger brother to tears. He realized that he had finally found the truth, although he had not realized it before. He bowed to his elder brother and recognized him as the leader of the sect. It was an act of deep respect. Chungu of the Jung Sword School also paid his respects to great Diansang in front of Bayek. Many other students and masters did the same. A wave of respect shook the hall. Lim became even more angry. He shouted that the competition was not over yet. It was strange that he didn't notice the real martial arts masters who were protecting this place. Despite everything, Lim continued to think of Beck as a lying idiot. His pride blinded him. Suddenly, Lim winced in pain. His body began to writhe. Something went wrong. The changes taking place in him were obvious. Everyone saw it instantly. The energy in his body became different, dark and distorted. He was ready to fight and conquer Beck. Young, watching from afar, recognized this technique. It was the Blood Demon cult's transcendent vision technique. Followers of the Blood Demon cult, after consuming a mixture of blood and captured spirits, cast the Spirit Scripture spell, sacrificing their own lives to activate the Wandering Soul Pill. This transcendent vision is only 10% complete, so there is no need to worry just yet. Still, the basic concept of this technique caused concern. The martial arts created by the followers of the Blood Demon cult temporarily enhanced a person's abilities. If you use them, the power will increase several times. Lim ordered the students of the School of Five Swords to kill all enemies. His voice was filled with hatred. Meanwhile, Beck's allies prepared to fight back. "Let's destroy those dogs of the Five Swords School." Yang was lost in the chaos, not knowing what to do next. Should he find the leader of the 28 Blood Saint constellations who gave Lim this weapon to document the plan to destroy the Blood Demon cult? But looking at Beck, Yang knew he had to help him right now. During their recent conversation, it became clear that the Gatemaster was lying, and he was the common enemy of all. Victory over a common enemy was the best option. Has Yang progressed in his self-cultivation during this time? It was the moment of truth. Lim attacked with relish as he felt his opponent's confidence disappear. A fierce battle broke out between them. Every blow was fatal. Lim's only goal was to kill Beck and burn every inch of Dianson. He was convinced that victory was already in his hands. Suddenly, the room was torn apart by a crack, similar to a lightning strike. Lim's face contorted in surprise and fear. Yang stood in front of him, blocking his path. This was an important and final obstacle for Lim. His fate depended on it.
The face of the enemy, covered with strange runes, distorted with rage as he raised his sword and shouted that it was over for them. Suddenly, the darkness was torn apart by a dazzling pillar of blue lightning. The enemy stared stunned at the light, indignantly demanding the stranger to immediately identify himself. Jimmu calmly stepped forward through the electric discharges, drawing all attention to himself. He cold-bloodedly assessed the enemy, calling him just another useful obstacle. A lightning-fast movement tore through the air, leaving behind only a blurred trace of residual energy. Beck Ridgen slightly frowned, noting that the allies' intervention was completely unnecessary. Jimmu did not argue, but firmly suggested acting side by side. The rune-marked enemy snorted contemptuously, shouting to his leader that this insolent one was not worth his time. Suddenly, Jinmu gently placed his hand on Beck's shoulder, stopping his further movement. The enemy's crimson aura flared with new strength, radiating pure bloodlust. Jinmu suspiciously squinted, mentally analyzing whether the enemy had deliberately revealed his position. His fingers gripped the sword hilt tighter, preparing for an instant counterattack. Beck Ridgen calmly advised to just watch, promising a swift resolution. The rune-haired warrior, mad with rage, cursed them both, vowing to kill on the spot. With a furious lunge, he charged the attack, raising his massive blade high. His eyes blazed with bloody madness as he wished them death with a predatory smile. At that moment, Beck's pupil flashed brightly with golden light, concentrating incredible power. The weapons clashed with a deafening clang, sparking a shower of bright sparks. The space was instantly engulfed by a titanic explosion of dazzling golden and blue energy. A powerful shockwave scattered the enemy's crimson blasts, mercilessly shattering the very ground beneath their feet. A bright flash consumed everything around, leaving only the echo of a devastating strike. Jinmu smiled crookedly, suddenly recalling the true nature of his companion's power. The golden glow finally condensed, focusing lethal might into a single point. The art of the Dian Song sword, brought to perfection, proved to be the purest destructive force in the world. The heavens split from a new manifestation of untamed lightning. The air was cut by a swift, thought-like diagonal slash of the blade. Beck Ridgen dashed forward like lightning, becoming the embodiment of a deadly golden storm. The final stream of light completely erased the opponent's figure from the battlefield. Standing over the site of the clash, Beck calmly recited an ancient sutra about there being nothing dirty and nothing pure. He monotonously continued reciting, urging to discard thoughts about life, death, in the very flow of time. The crowd erupted in applause as the burly man joyfully congratulated the sect leader on the victory. Other warriors instantly echoed the joyful shouts, respectfully folding their hands. All present knelt before Bekrajan, unconditionally acknowledging his greatness. A local merchant hurriedly approached, offering the sect generous financial support. Soso instantly emerged from the crowd with a sly smile, briskly taking over the business negotiations. After this victory, representatives of numerous factions lined up to express their respect. The treasury of Dronzer began to rapidly fill with massive chests and precious gifts. Along with the wealth, the sect gained hundreds of new disciples who watched the leader with admiration. Soon the lands of Dianzan were covered with delicate cherry blossoms, heralding the peaceful arrival of spring. Somewhere in the semi-darkness, a candle burned alone, dimly illuminating the wooden table. A man with a stern face focused intently on writing an important report. On the clean scroll, even lines of the secret report gradually began to appear. The informant gloomily pondered the danger posed by the mysterious constellation of the thousand-faced horned one. He was fully aware that rumors about the swordsman of the northern sun had already caused a huge uproar. The paper recorded data about the disappearance of Muyong, with a note that hidden fangs are much more dangerous than exposed thorns. The man firmly decided to report this colossal threat directly to the higher leadership. Meanwhile, at the forest outpost, Imung grumbled irritably that the work of a guard was incredibly boring and pointless. Only a deep, soothing silence of the old dense forest reigned around. The young man complained that because of these constant patrols, his own training had completely stopped. Jimmu barely smiled, understanding that the student had simply hit an invisible wall in his development. Suddenly, someone's heavy footsteps abruptly stopped on the dirt path. A thick cloud of dust rose into the air from the sudden braking. Jinmu and Imun instantly tensed, shifting their watchful gaze into the thicket. Among the trees came a chaotic rustle of branches and labored breathing. A blurred silhouette was rapidly approaching through the morning forest fog. Jinmu sharply turned around, unmistakably detecting the approaching danger. A wounded man in a straw hat fell out of the bushes, desperately begging for rescue. Gasping, he asked hopefully whether before him was the leader of the Dianzan sect or the famous swordsman himself. Imun raised his hand, calmly replying that he was neither of them. With an arrow in his shoulder, the stranger panicked and asked where to find the true leader then. Suddenly, a new deadly arrow flew out of the thicket, slicing through the air. The wounded man's face contorted with animal terror at the inevitable death. The projectile mercilessly approached directly to the face of the defenseless victim. Imun's eyes narrowed fiercely, instantly focusing on the flight trajectory. The air was cut by a sharp whistle as the threat came close. A sharp crack sounded, and the deadly projectile shattered into pieces from a precise strike. The young man blocked the attack with his massive sword, threateningly demanding the enemies to show themselves. From the shadows of the trees, 5 armed assassins in black clothing silently emerged. Their leader, looking with an icy gaze, gave a concise order to eliminate all witnesses. Imun darkened, mentally preparing for a serious bloody fight. With a wild roar, he rushed forward, swinging his giant blade widely. One of the killers barely managed to raise his weapon before the frontal collision. The gigantic blade scattered the opponents in the air with terrible ease. The bodies of the enemies helplessly flew apart like broken toys. They crashed into the trees with a crash, causing Imun to freeze in confusion. The victory seemed too quick. The boy sharply turned around, trying to understand the reason for such an abnormal effect. Behind stood Jinmu, who calmly released streams of compressed air from his fingertips. He confidently held a combat stance, fully controlling the battlefield with his invisible technique. Jinmu casually explained that thanks to exhausting training with Soso, he had flawlessly mastered the pointing wind. Thanks to the spiritual treasure and elixirs, his inner strength reached a level that allowed him to freely use this energy. A self-satisfied smile played on his face from the realization of his own power. A powerful pillar of concentrated energy burst from the ground as he began a new offensive. Jinmu unleashed the 12 winds technique, turning the air into deadly invisible blades. Streams of energy thundered through the forest, knocking down tree trunks and clearing the way. One of the killers was instantly pierced through by a powerful airstream and fell dead. The man in the hat watched in shock, unable to believe that there was another absolute monster beside the swordsman. Later in a safe room, Jinmu and Baek learned from the bandaged fugitive that he was attacked while escorting the lady of the Namgung clan. The wounded warrior lowered his head and with a deep sense of shame finally admitted his failure. In the thick darkness, the outlines of the room barely appeared, marking the beginning of a new stage in the story. Wu Yonghu confidently entered the chambers and respectfully greeted the leader of the Diankang sect, who instantly recognized the warrior. Wasting no time, the wounded leader ordered the news to be sent to the Namgung clan and firmly decided to personally go to the site of the attack. The interlocutor sharply stopped him, emphasizing that in such a terrible condition, he would only become a burden. A heavy silence hung in the room while the warriors tried to find a way out of the critical situation. Realizing that time was running out, they moved toward the exit, but suddenly a request to wait was heard. The young man handed mysterious items to his ally, entrusting him with a vital task. In his palm were artifacts destined to change the course of the future confrontation. Meanwhile, far from here, the shadows of the past had already begun their bloody movement. Legends testified that once the faction of the Peaks of the 100 Knights struck primal terror into the entire combat world, their countless army mercilessly destroyed everyone who dared to stand in its way. However, their hegemony was broken when the leader suffered a devastating defeat from the head of the Namgung clan, stopping the expansion. Because of that defeat, the remnants of the faction hid in the shadows for years, patiently waiting for the perfect moment for bloody revenge. Racing through the dense forest, the young man mentally swore that today he would put an end to this protracted war. His companion enthusiastically praised the brilliant idea of tracking the enemy carrier pigeon. However, the boy only focused intently on watching the bird in the sky, attributing their success to mere luck. The warrior's gaze remained cold and unwaveringly focused on the invisible target ahead. They covered the distance lightning fast, cutting through the air with quick jumps between branches. Suddenly, clear outlines of the enemy camp appeared ahead. In the very center of the clearing, a captive girl was tightly tied to a tree. A man with a bandaged face mockingly ordered her to scream louder, mocking the legacy of the King of Swords. The captive did not break and fiercely demanded to be untied immediately, cursing the kidnapper. The villain only cold-bloodedly encouraged her noise, as he was meant to lure the rescuers into a trap. Tension rose as the enemy silently prepared for the inevitable bloody massacre. Hiding on a branch, the young man mentally prepared to draw attention to himself to free the hostage. His face suddenly twisted in horror. The carefully thought-out plan had just spectacularly failed. From the sky, his mighty ally unexpectedly descended upon the enemies, breaking all agreements. Drawing his blade, he swiftly flew into the crowd of enemies, cutting through the air with a devastating strike. The bandaged leader fiercely commanded his accomplices to immediately seize the audacious attacker. Watching the chaos, the young man realized with horror the terrible truth about the enemy's identity. The leader's piercing voice cut through the battle noise. He ordered the rat to stop hiding and come into the light. Realizing that the cover was destroyed, the boy sharply jumped to the ground right in front of the mighty opponent. Dust flew from his landing, marking the beginning of a deadly confrontation. Without averting his gaze, the youth tensely asked if the enemy had known about their attack in advance. The distance between them shortened, and the air became heavy with inevitable murderous intent. The boy mentally noted that reality was catastrophically deviating from the scenario known to him. The bandaged old man arrogantly remarked that the cheeky youth, judging by his behavior, had already recognized him. His artificial crimson eye gleamed ominously, becoming absolute confirmation of his identity. Tension reached a critical point, and any words finally lost their meaning. The villain justified his impatience with an explosion of a furious fiery aura that instantly enveloped his body. Armed with 2 spears, he rammed the ground, lightning fast, closing the distance to the victim. The boy froze. Instincts screamed that he had to move, or else he would die on the spot. A vivid, terrifying vision flashed in his mind of his own body cruelly impaled on enemy spears. Gathering the remnants of courage, he shouted to the enemy to stop, preparing to receive a deadly blow. Waiting for the perfect moment, the young man drew a massive sword, generating thick fog for camouflage. The old man only snorted, acknowledging that the boy possessed rather cunning tricks. The young man understood that this was his only chance to seize the initiative, and he rushed into a desperate counterattack. The blades clashed, and the boy let out a muffled cry as the terrible force of the blow pierced his body. The villain contemptuously mocked the pathetic attempt to deceive him with such a cheap trick. From their clash, the earth trembled, and the space filled with the sounds of devastating strikes. Enraged by the audacious resistance, the enemy promised to tear the young man into small pieces. His aura exploded with new power, literally scorching the space around. The movements turned into blurred flashes, leaving the fighters no second to rest. The villain soared into the air, unleashing a barrage of bloody attacks from the heavens on his opponent. Gathering all his will, the young man began to concentrate energy for his strongest technique. From his sword burst a majestic blue dragon, illuminating the dark battlefield with mystical light. He loudly shouted the name of his technique, directing the mighty beast straight at the enemy. The enemy responded with a powerful lunge, aiming his spears directly into the maw of the energy dragon. The shockwave from the colossal clash swept away everything in its path. The boy's face contorted from superhuman effort. He barely withstood this demonic onslaught. The enemy's strength was absolute, and the blue dragon began to dissolve under the pressure of steel. Eventually, the youth's defense broke, and his body helplessly flew backward under a hail of blows. He desperately tried to maintain balance, sliding his feet over the ravaged ground. Gritting his teeth, the boy screamed fiercely, flatly refusing to admit his defeat. His eyes blazed with fanatical determination, despite zero chances of survival. The villain, without a drop of mercy, continued his deadly advance, rapidly closing the distance. Spinning his spears, he created a gigantic fiery tornado that engulfed all living things. With a wild roar, this enemy rushed into a decisive attack, intending to end the fight with one precise strike. At the last moment, the boy raised his sword, desperately blocking the blazing tip that was rushing straight at his face. Their clash provoked a colossal explosion of flames, which turned the arena into a scorched wasteland. When the smoke cleared, the exhausted youth sank heavily onto the stones, and before his eyes froze the spear's tip. The victor disdainfully towered over him, mocking his naive hopes. The old man coldly asked if this weakling really expected to defeat him in battle. Bleeding, the youth smiled slyly and humbly acknowledged the absolute power of his opponent. For a moment, events turned back to the past, revealing the true tactical design of this suicidal mission. During a secret meeting, the ally frankly did not understand why they needed a special clan token. Then the youth, with a cunning smile, explained that he always prepares reliable backup options for calling reinforcements. It was this foresight that became the perfect trump card in the heat of the uneven fight. Returning to reality, the bandaged enemy suddenly froze. An incredibly dense aura was relentlessly approaching them. On the battlefield, majestically stepped a mighty ally, proudly folding his arms and reproaching those present for their foolishness. The exhausted boy smiled crookedly and expressed deep gratitude for such timely rescue. The villain only snorted contemptuously, confident that the appearance of a few more minor pawns would change nothing. However, the newly arrived master replied coldly, disdainfully calling the overconfident enemy a pathetic thief. The atmosphere changed in a second. Two legendary forces faced each other in silent confrontation, not retreating a step. Behind the master, slender rows of elite warriors began to appear synchronously. On their clothing proudly gleamed the emblem of the personal guard of the mighty clan. Dozens of swords were drawn simultaneously, heralding the arrival of the heavenly blue, an invincible fighting force. Finally, the king of the swords of the Rainwall himself stepped onto the stage, calmly greeting his old enemy after years of separation. His stern gaze radiated absolute confidence, ready to destroy any obstacle in its path. A tense atmosphere enveloped the space, foretelling an inevitable clash. The man with the bandaged face smiled crookedly, predatorily acknowledging the obviousness of the situation. The gray-haired elder calmly noted that he was greatly indebted to those present. However, he instantly dismissed sentiments, ordering to postpone conversations until the battle was over. The air trembled from the concentration of a deadly intent. The bandaged enemy lunged forward, gripping his spear, and with a predatory excitement shouted that this was exactly what he had been waiting for. They tried to take the wounded youth to the healer, although he stubbornly insisted he was unharmed. His burly comrade fiercely objected, fearing the boy would die right there from his wounds. The wind raised dust, emphasizing the tension of the moment. Watching the explosion in the distance, the youth coldly remarked that this was exactly where they were heading. His fair-haired companion intently gazed at the horizon, assessing the scale of the threat. The space was torn apart by a colossal fiery flash from the clash of two mighty masters. Blinding streaks of energy mercilessly tore the ground around. Shockwaves scattered in all directions, sweeping away stones. The elder in the blue cloak gracefully maneuvered amid the chaos, deflecting deadly attacks. The power of his movements created an impenetrable barrier. The enemy swung his spear, shouting the name of the King of Swords with hatred. The elder's snow-white aura collided with the dark might of the opponent in a devastating strike. From the force of this collision, both masters soared high into the sky above the mountain peaks. The clouds parted from the powerful energy discharge. The opponents continued their high-speed dance of death in the air. Another flash of light illuminated the battlefield as the blades crossed again. The echo of their strikes rolled through the valley like thunder. Two figures flew apart in different directions, leaving behind trails of energy. Watching this level of power, the young man realized with awe that what he saw went beyond ordinary martial arts. This battle was changing the very landscape. A moment of absolute silence hung in the air before the final strike. The elder's eyes flashed coldly as he mentally said goodbye to his enemy. The finishing blow put an end to the epic confrontation. The surviving warriors gathered together, catching their breath. The tension subsided, giving way to relief. Holding his wounded arm, the young man modestly noted that the clan leader, Diane-san, had put in much more effort. The blonde warrior asked the girl with concern about her well-being. She blushed deeply, shyly thanking him for the rescue. The elder smiled faintly, pleased with the youth. Getting down to business, He suggested the young man speak frankly and asked about the desired reward. The boy asked the Namgun clan to take charge of resolving the problems left after the great chaos of the cult of the Bloody Demon. The elder pondered, analyzing the true motives behind the proposal. The young man confessed that he is compiling a register of all participants of that ancient war. The experienced leader instantly understood that this would help identify traitors who were hiding in the shadows to seize power. Despite the mortal danger, the boy firmly stated that he is aware of all the risks. He explained that the intervention of the King of Swords would force the disciples of hidden masters to come into the light. Moreover, this would limit the actions of the cult of the Bloody Demon, which had already begun hunting him. Determination to strike back and destroy the enemy's plans flared in the young man's eyes. Impressed by the strategy, the elder agreed to cooperate and asked about additional requests. The young man asked to arrange a meeting with the head of the Sorum clan to fulfill the dream of his entire life and receive guidance from him. The elder called him a weirdo, but promised to help. The boy rejoiced inwardly as his risky plan worked perfectly. One of the subordinates abruptly interrupted the conversation, drawing the leader's attention. He drew a sword from the assassin's hiding place, causing the young man to shudder in shock at the rapid development of events. On the hilt of the weapon, the inscription, "Conqueror of Evil," was clearly visible. The elder was struck, recognizing the legendary blade that the Gui school once presented to King Volnum. The find turned out to be the key to an ancient secret. The treatises mentioned that the sword was a guide to the ruler's treasures, blinding the minds of the masters. Examining the blade, they realized that pitting warriors against each other for the treasure was a vile strategy of the cult. The boy shuddered at the thought that the enemies had already begun to sow chaos. The elder's face darkened with the realization of the scale of the threat. The artifact radiated a sinister aura. Suddenly, the leader extended the sword to the youth, offering to take the weapon. The boy hesitated, understanding that along with the blade, he would be drawn into a bloody struggle for the king's legacy. In his imagination appeared a sinister mountain where sectarians could release sealed demons during the chaos. The elder allowed him to refuse, but the youth declined the offer to avoid responsibility. He gratefully accepted the gift, swearing to use it until the end of his days. Clenching the hilt, the boy resolutely acknowledged that the war had begun and fleeing was pointless. Recovering in bed, he analyzed the battle of the King of Swords, which revealed to him a new, unattainable level of mastery. Sunlight flooded the room, contrasting with his thoughts. He reassured himself that reaching such heights instantly was impossible. The young man focused on his own body. Closing his eyes, he concentrated on the circulation of energy to expel the poison from his wounds. An ordinary person could control the flows only in the lotus position. However, thanks to the golden core, the boy manipulated energy even while lying down, which gave a tremendous advantage. Inner strength began to pulse, cleansing the meridians. The dark poisonous aura gradually evaporated. The cleansing was complete, and the room was illuminated by a soft spiritual light. The young man energetically stretched his shoulder, noting with pleasure the disappearance of the pain. His gaze fell on the sword left by the bed. He remembered that the last owner of the Conqueror of Evil was the mysterious thief. The history of this warrior was filled with dark secrets. Fear of the treasure did not allow him to even approach the solution. The thief believed that if he, having shed so much blood, did not receive the inheritance, then no one else was worthy of it. The young man frowned, recalling that the only person who solved the mystery of the sword had taken their own life to prevent giving the wealth to others. However, there were no descriptions of the king's treasure itself in the old treatises. The boy looked intently at the blade, searching for a clue. Suddenly, the sword flashed with violet light, and mysterious writings appeared in the air, causing the young man to shudder. His eyes widened in shock. The text became increasingly bright, revealing the hidden spiritual essence of the artifact. A smile blossomed on the face. The technique of cultivating heavenly chaos resonated with the weapon, unlocking new powers. Unrolling the old scroll, the boy realized with excitement that the instructions of the late master finally dispelled the fog of doubts. The youth froze in space, trying to grasp the vision. He whispered an ancient incantation about the separation of worlds and the opening of the gate of the nine heavens. His weapon responded with a powerful resonance, emitting a dazzling glow. The boy opened his eyes in shock, struck by the sudden release of hidden power. Magical contours began to intertwine in the air, intensifying the atmosphere to the limit. The energy became increasingly aggressive, transforming into a continuous stream of light. This projection turned out to be a detailed instruction for creating the formation of mystical gates. The Sword of the Conqueror of Evil served as the sole key to this colossal spatial technique. To activate the array, it was necessary to place the blade exactly at its center. The fighter's mind quickly synthesized fragments of knowledge into a single picture. The action moved to a peaceful estate bathed in morning sunlight. A gray-haired elder sat by the wounded man's bed, suspiciously asking if the sword had really shown him this scheme. The young man confidently confirmed his words, making the mentor deeply ponder. He counted on the wisdom of the Jago clan, knowing that the old man was a master in such arrays. The elder's face suddenly twisted with the horror of realization. He categorically stated that this hidden technique was based on the system of the 8 trigrams. The master explained that this cosmic order controls the very matter of the universe. His gaze became extremely gloomy after reanalyzing the drawing. The man stunned the student with the fact that this formation directly challenges the heavens. According to him, the array opened a passage to phenomena beyond human perception. It was a path to the world of perfect emptiness where neither time nor space existed. To the boy's logical question, the old man coldly replied that the array brutally tears the soul's connection to the body. Only in the form of pure spirit could one enter this dead dimension. The sword of the conqueror of evil would serve as an anchor, but the slightest mistake guaranteed instant death. The young man began to ponder why the legendary King Vol created such a suicidal zone. A fire of curiosity flared in his eyes, completely displacing the instinct of self-preservation. Ignoring the risks, he firmly decided to see the tyrant's legacy with his own eyes. His gaze radiated unwavering, almost maniacal determination. The boy stopped the master, who had already turned towards the exit. The mentor harshly forbade this adventure, but the young man unequivocally stated that the decision was made. He clenched his fist, confident that this knowledge had not been revealed to him for nothing. The apprentice looked piercingly at the old man, demanding to be given a chance to meet his fate. The master irritably called him a fool, but eventually gave in, promising to prepare everything within a week. The man grimly warned to hide joy, because this irresponsibility incredibly infuriated him. The elder sighed heavily, resigned to the stubbornness of the suicide. He admitted that it was better to control the process himself than to allow the boy to act blindly. The warrior turned around and silently went to prepare the deadly ritual. In the following days, the wounded was cared for by Yonhomyeon, regularly bringing healing decoctions. The young man spent all his time restoring energy until the specified period passed. That night, a terrifying glow of the activated formation flared up in front of the old temple. The master looked intently at the ward, checking him for fear. The boy did not hide his nervousness, but assured that he would not take a step back. He firmly grasped the blade, mentally cutting off the paths to retreat. Suddenly, he extended his scabbards with the sword to the elder, asking him to pass them to his brother Jagel's son. The man froze in surprise, staring stunned at such a gesture. With indignation, he asked why he should give away his own weapon before entering hell. The young man smiled warmly, explaining that this was only a small token of gratitude for all the care he had received from his brother. A heavy pause hung between them, filled with mutual respect and a sense of impending loss. The master grumbled discontentedly about unnecessary troubles, but still securely caught the blade. They entered the stone hall with a colossal yin-yang symbol on the floor. The old man emphasized that sorcery, unlike martial arts, transforms the person themselves into a vessel for power. The air instantly became thick with growing magical resonance. The master pointed to 2 indentations in the center of the symbol, explaining the necessity of 2 conductors. The boy drew his mystical sword, confirming his role as the epicenter of the ritual. He took a decisive step and stood exactly in the eye of the magical storm. The weapon's blade entered the designated groove with a dull sound, closing the circuit. A blinding flash tore through the hall, and runic symbols swirled around. The young man's consciousness was pierced by fragments of a past life, dissolving into the whirlpool of energy. Reality cracked, the body lost weight, and space erased into absolute zero. When the star returned, an ancient voice sounded from the cosmic darkness. The boy saw before him a monumental throne, immovably hovering in the starry sky. A mighty figure with a black beard authoritatively repeated his greeting. The hero instantly understood whom he was dealing with, instinctively feeling the colossal pressure of the aura. On the throne majestically sat Guchun himself, the legendary King Wool. He was a ruthless tyrant who drowned 5 nations in blood for his own immortality. The ruler slowly raised his hand, acknowledging the mortal's persistence who managed to come here. Taking a step forward, he solemnly recognized the boy as worthy of his legacy. The tyrant extended a giant palm, offering absolute, unstoppable power. The youth hesitated, feeling the devilish temptation to gain the strength every warrior would dream of. But his heavenly chaos technique suddenly pierced the illusory darkness. Instead of a noble king, he saw a terrible shadow that desired to tear out his golden core. The image of the elder flashed with bloody light, revealing the true form, a gigantic demonic serpent. The creature roared fiercely, saying it would devour his spirit and completely take his physical body. At the same time, in the real world, the boy's physical shell began to convulsively react to the invasion. A destructive whirlwind of uncontrollable energy erupted around him. The gray-haired master recoiled, shocked by the terrifying pressure drop in the hall. The massive floor beneath his feet sparkled, covered with deep, dangerous cracks. The old man screamed in panic, finally losing control of the situation. The boy's eyes in reality flashed with a dazzling white, destructive fire. The tension reached a critical limit, forcing the master to instinctively shield himself from the light wave. The boy's body was forcefully thrown into the air, to which it limply fell back. The room was drowned in a devastating white explosion that washed away all shadows. In the astral, the fighter clenched his teeth, realizing the plan of the vile emoji, to use him as a bridge for the breakthrough. A gigantic, scaly maw lunged at him, ready to tear his soul to pieces. The hero opened his eyes wide, mobilizing all his inner will before the strike. A wild lightning cut through the space, and in his hands materialized the legendary sword of the Northern Sun. With a predatory smile, he realized his own fate: to burn this serpent with the power of the absolute sun. His gaze blazed with icy flame, radiating a thirst for the total destruction of the enemy. The youth's eyes flashed with lightning as he mentally swore to definitely return to where everyone was waiting for him. Dark silhouettes of enemies were torn to pieces by devastating discharges, confirming his absolute determination and strength. The gray-haired master looked intently at the boy, acknowledging that he had faced the true essence of the King of Bulls and still managed to survive. Without unnecessary words, the mentor cold-bloodedly ordered him to draw his sword. The old man instantly took a combat stance, eager to test how much his student had grown after all the trials. The youth calmly agreed, fully understanding that ahead lay a long and exhausting path to perfection. The master raised 2 fingers, promising to use only half of his strength, but to increase it to 70% if the boy endured. His gaze became predatory. He swore to fight at full power if the youth withstood this devastating onslaught. The boy tightly gripped the hilt of the blade, fully focused and accepting the challenge. With a sharp lunge, he rushed forward, promising to put his entire being into this strike. A barely noticeable, satisfied smile flashed across the old man's face. The youth turned into a blurred silhouette, striking the opponent with his lightning speed. The air tore apart from the super-powerful impulse of energy accompanying the first deadly clash. The old man spun the sword, invoking the destructive technique of the 7 virtuous winds to crush the attack. The boy's face contorted with tension. He realized that mere dodging would not ensure survival here. Finding himself in the eye of the storm, he understood the true essence of martial arts: the ability to push his body beyond its limits even for a moment. A colossal tornado of wind blades whirled around them, sweeping away everything in its path. The pressure of the foreign aura was so powerful that it physically threw the youth backward under the master's watchful gaze. The whirlwind reached the peak of its destructive power, forcing the boy to scream and unleash all his hidden reserves. Breathing heavily and dripping with sweat, he pondered in confusion whether he had managed to break through this absolute defense. However, when the dust settled, the old man stood among the debris completely unharmed and unshaken. His eye flashed dangerously with cold, merciless focus. From the cut on the master's hand, which tightly gripped the hilt, a drop of blood slowly trickled down. The old man grinned fiercely, respectfully acknowledging that this attack had indeed harmed him. Pointing the blade at the apprentice, he coldly declared that from now on, he would fight at 70% of his strength. The air vibrated again with growing energy before a new, even more terrible clash. Suddenly, a paralyzing image of a bandaged enemy from the past appeared before the youth's eyes. A dark, deadly aura of memories instantly engulfed the space around him, cutting off his breath. Reality and the terrifying vision merged into one dazzling flash of panic. Looking at the phantom in the red haze, he mentally ordered himself to overcome it at all costs. Sudden light tore through the darkness, harshly bringing him to his senses on the battlefield. Desperately fighting his own terror, the boy forced his trembling hands to raise the sword again. Unexpectedly, the old man gently but very firmly grasped his palms right on the hilt. All the accumulated fear instantly dissipated in a soothing white glow. The uncle looked intently into his eyes, directly asking if he was scared. The boy guiltily lowered his gaze, quietly confessing that memories of that terrible day had surged too suddenly. The master reassuringly replied that every martial arts master goes through this fear, even their late clan leader. The youth gripped the weapon tighter, desperately seeking a way to overcome this weakness once and for all. The old man philosophically remarked that sometimes the best decision in battle is to do nothing at all. A short but incredibly meaningful pause hung between them. Patting his nephew on the shoulder, he added that this is often more than enough for victory. The boy realized that it was his own past helplessness that had given rise to this deep, devastating terror. The image of the demonic enemy with a burning eye flared up again in consciousness, confirming that the greatest fear hides the deepest. Diving into the emptiness of his own feelings, he physically felt how this heavy burden pressed him to the ground. However, his eyes suddenly shone with a pure blue light. He no longer turned away from his darkness. The young man accepted the truth. Fear was only an emotion, a turbulent stream of energy that can and should be let through oneself. The old man stepped back a step, with a barely noticeable pride, asking if the apprentice was finally ready. Wrapped in a blue aura, the boy nodded affirmatively, filled with unwavering determination to surpass them all. The uncle raised his eyebrows in surprise, mockingly asking whom exactly he intended to surpass. "His father!" the young man exclaimed at the moment of highest emotional peak, and his body was illuminated by a powerful glow. The old man froze, deeply impressed by such a bold and incredibly sincere statement, and in a moment he broke into a wide, predatory smile, calling to attack immediately. The boy sprang from his place, leaving behind a bright trail of pure, unleashed power. His battle cry tore through the silence of the forest as he put all his rage into a single strike. The master's eyes flashed with gold in anticipation of this decisive, devastating clash. The earth literally exploded with stone shards from the terrible force of their blades' strikes. The shockwave mercilessly threw the young man onto the battered ground, while the old man remained standing like a rock. The boy lay on his back, greedily gasping for air after the exhausting, grand battle. Clouds of dust slowly dispersed over the completely destroyed battlefield. The master approached the fallen disciple, guessing that his power had sharply increased thanks to the lightning flash technique. In the bottomless sky, the last glimmers of their battle aura slowly dissolved. The old man squinted, directly asking whether the mighty leader of the Dying Kong sect had truly taken him as his disciple. The young man respectfully stood up and confirmed that he was accepted as a secular follower, despite all his unworthiness. The uncle thoughtfully said that the combination of bottomless mist and lightning flash is a path that requires an absolute genius and understanding. The boy carefully absorbed every word, keenly aware of the scale of his future path. In his consciousness, a majestic snake with a golden spirit appeared menacingly, which once demanded absolute obedience. The young man's eyes widened with enlightenment. If this spirit is perfectly combined with martial arts, their power will multiply many times over. The master turned his back, strictly ordering never to forget the sword lesson he received today. He added that this is the only condition to survive and reach the pinnacle on the chosen path. Memories transported the boy to the past, where he and his partner trained to the limit, lifting giant boulders. For a whole month, he then continuously honed the sword art passed down to him by his uncle. Being at the epicenter of swirling energy, both fighters achieved colossal, unprecedented progress. Meanwhile, on the clearing, two more approached the old master, ironically asking for someone invisible to at least show themselves before leaving. The forest froze in a quiet, almost tangible, tense anticipation. The uncle turned his head and addressed his elder brother, respectfully noting that he had not changed at all. The clan leader only quietly laughed in response with hidden pride. He confidently stated that this desperate boy would soon surpass even the legendary skill of the uncle himself. The old man sincerely raised his eyebrows in surprise, not expecting to hear such a high appraisal of his student. The leader explained his thought. The boy's abilities have already reached the level where they can threaten even the demon of the blade himself. Suddenly, he comically burst into tears from boundless happiness for his nephew, causing the old man to shout at him irritably. The third man tactfully interrupted their argument, carefully asking if it was time to reveal the whole truth to the young man. The clan leader instantly became serious, sadly replying that he did not want to burden the child who had only just found his own path. However, the uncle insisted harshly that they could no longer delay. It was long past time for the boy to learn the great history of their lineage. Looking at the endless tree canopies, the leader sighed heavily and promised to seriously consider this important decision. Far away in the silence of his room, the young man stood before a table with carefully laid out weapons. He reverently gripped the sheaths, still not believing that the legendary blade conqueror of evil now lay in his hands. Next to it rested the imperial sword Volgio, adding even greater, almost unbearable weight to his new duty. Securing both blades on his belt, he firmly decided, one sword will summon the wind, the other, the dragon, and he himself will become the invincible epicenter of this absolute power. The girl rolled her eyes in displeasure, hastily assuring that she was already coming. The massive wooden doors creaked open with a dull sound. In the courtyard, a group was already waiting for her, and the healer angrily threw that they had waited the whole night. The young man smiled confidently, giving the order to immediately set off for Shaolin. Meanwhile, someone's rough hand crushed the wooden rosary beads with a crunch. The grim elder with thick sideburns solemnly accepted the appeal from his subordinate. In the half-darkness of the room, 3 men in straw hats received the order to sit down. The tension in the room instantly increased, foretelling something bad. One of the mercenaries in a hat asked with a sly smile whether their find was interesting. The elder grinned ominously, confirming that the legendary sword of the outstanding general instantly attracted the necessary attention. He squeezed the rosary beads tighter, deciding that the money paid would be enough to spread the necessary rumors. A sudden burst of energy tore through space. A warrior with a giant blade stood alone amid the shattered ruins, radiating a terrible aura. The elder's finger crushed a bead completely with fury, his face distorted with rage at the mention of Muyon from the Jago clan. Clenching his teeth, he mentally vowed to make the young man pay for destroying the trade guild. Under the light of the night lantern, an ironic question about possible regrets was heard. In the cramped room, the guard was outraged that the only bed should belong to the young master, not him. The air trembled faintly from the tense conversation. The big man seriously warned the young man not to leave the safe territory. Muyon waved off the warnings, carelessly wishing the servant a good night. A shadow quickly slipped past the threshold. Left alone, the young man's gaze became cold and focused. Wrapped in a dark aura, he acknowledged that the bloody demonic cult already knew of his existence. In his imagination appeared the silhouette of an enemy in a crimson cloak, ready to set deadly traps. However, Muyon resolutely refused to succumb to paralyzing fear. Under the dim light of the night lanterns, he pondered his atypical route to Shaolin through the district. Stopping in front of the building of the Information Guild, the young man realized he had come to the right place. The door silently opened, letting him inside. Before him stood a majestic, multi-tiered hall, filled with a motley crowd. An attendant with a routine smile handed him a wooden queue token. Muyon looked at the plaque with displeasure, refusing to wait with 100 other people. He directly addressed the guard, stating his name and the title of heir of the Jigo clan. The experienced guard shuddered inwardly, struck by the power and purity of telepathy from such a young boy. The guard respectfully bowed, asking him to wait. His heavy steps echoed along the wooden stairs. The young man watched the noisy crowd in the hall, which at night turned into a shadow market of gossip. He recalled that this organization gathered information much like a community of beggars. However, unlike others, they did not possess secret martial arts. This thought caused a slight smile on his face. The guard turned and gestured to follow him, noting that the weakness of the guild is its own strength. They moved deeper into the mysterious building. The dark stairs creaked under their quick steps. A dull sound rang out, signaling the approach to the goal. A sharp flash of light cut through the darkness of the corridor. The young man confidently stepped over the threshold of the luxurious office. At the table sat an elegant woman who calmly greeted the long-awaited guest. She introduced herself as Dam In, the head of the local branch of the information network. Smoothly raising her pipe, the woman prepared for negotiations. Muyon immediately suggested getting to the point, and the head agreed. The boy slammed an ancient folio with secret techniques onto the table. The woman's eyes widened in surprise when the young man promised to give the book in exchange for fulfilling his conditions. Intrigued by the proposal, Damin asked to hear the demands. Placing his hand on the sword's sheath, Muyon reminded of the loud rumors swirling around his weapon. The woman squinted, awaiting the resolution. The young man cold-bloodedly ordered to sell the information that he himself possessed the legendary blade. The leader skeptically asked if she should just take his word for it. The boy looked out of the window, thinking about the real goal: controlling elemental cycles. He confidently stated that the handed folio would significantly strengthen the influence of her organization. His gaze became piercing as he noted that the guild had previously avoided dangerous games. A magical symbol flashed before his eyes, embodying only the circulation of minor news. The woman listened attentively, understanding the scale of the proposed deal. She realized that possessing such a secret would instantly change public opinion in their favor. The shadows in the room seemed to thicken under the weight of the decision made. Muyon harshly explained that in return, he would receive the necessary justification for his actions. Behind him, the majestic figures of ancestors invisibly appeared, confirming his right to the sword. The energy in the room vibrated from his unwavering will. The space froze for a moment in anticipation of the answer. Silent consent sealed their dangerous pact. With a predatory smile, the boy added that he did not intend to share all his benefits. His face breathed confidence as he recalled the inevitable clash with the evil factions. Soon, in the local tavern, Men were already fervently discussing the transfer of the sword to the heir Jagal. Passing by the noisy crowd, Muyong gladly noted the guild's swift work. A roughly painted portrait of the wanted man hung on the wall. The young man laughed, examining the postcard and praising the attractiveness of the drawn face. The guard asked irritably how one could joke in such a tense situation. The big guy was shocked to hear that Muyong himself had ordered the spread of these rumors. The air was filled with awkward silence after such a confession. The leaves rustled quietly from a sharp gust of wind. Muyong calmly apologized, admitting that he had concealed the plan for the sake of their presence in the fortress. He seriously added that these rumors were necessary to attract general attention. Dark clouds began to gather on the horizon, foretelling a storm. The plan worked. The reputation of the righteous factions and the Namgun clan was under threat. The invisible mechanisms of the Great War were finally set in motion. History took an inevitable step toward a bloody resolution. The man with the beard sternly reminded that such a choice threatened to destroy the family's trust forever. Immediately after this, he respectfully bowed his head, apologizing to Master Wu and the young lady Namgun. The warrior noted that the message to the Tang clan had already been sent, so due to urgency, they should stay in place. Jagal calmly agreed with this proposal. However, the man with the beard asked in surprise whether this meant that the young man refused to continue the journey. The young master firmly replied that he would go to Shaolin even alone. His loyal companions instantly responded, swearing to go with him to the very depths of hell. The guards sighed resignedly, finally acknowledging that the decision had been made. Suddenly, the air was torn by the sharp whistle of a deadly thrown projectile. The experienced warrior swiftly deflected the sudden attack with a wide sweep of his sleeve, his gaze sharply jerked toward the unpredictable danger. At the edge of the roof, dark silhouettes of killers armed to the teeth already loomed. The warrior shouted about the attack, ordering to protect the lady at all costs. Enemies with predatory shadows rushed from the roof straight onto the group. The man screamed frantically, demanding the youths to immediately retreat for the girl's safety. The crowd of mercenaries charged into the attack with mad cries of death. The muscular swordsman mockingly said that the young master had completely lost his mind. However, he grinned joyfully, spinning his giant blade towards the enemies. With a predatory smile, the warrior added that such a crazy battle even pleased him. At that moment, a furious aura flared up, and the team's readiness for battle reached its peak. Jagal mentally admitted his guilt for this deadly trap. But seeing how his friends threw themselves into the meat grinder without hesitation, he dismissed any doubts. The hero firmly grasped the sword hilt, preparing for his own strike. Cold steel, with a deadly gleam, left the scabbard. The dynamics of the fight instantly turned into a bloody whirlwind of merciless attacks. Meanwhile, far in the forest above the group of people in cloaks, a bird flew majestically. The man respectfully addressed the deputy head of the clan. The reporter informed that the sinister factions were already swarming on the roads of their territories. Deputy head Tanin calmly noted that everything was going exactly according to plan. The Grey Elder confirmed that wielding a powerful sword inevitably attracted such attention. Tanin looked at the sky, sighing that they had no choice but to intervene in the slaughter. The Elder reminded about the clan's main mission: to save the representative of the great Namgun family. He meaningfully added that this was the perfect chance for the deputy to show his true strength. The clan's army lined up, silently waiting for the order. Tanin turned in his flame-red cloak, commanding the immediate departure of all forces. Returning to the battle, the blonde warrior tensely assessed the scale of the enemy coalition. Jigal grimly agreed, understanding that they were surrounded by the united forces of the sinister factions. Their conversation was interrupted by a crowd of killers, before whom the leader stood, shouting the young man's name. The face of the bald monk twisted into a malicious, bloodthirsty grimace. Another enemy with a giant blade brazenly offered to give the artifact in exchange for their lives. Jigal cold-bloodedly inquired what would happen in case of refusal. The villain's face distorted into a maniacal smile. He promised to slit them all. The young man bowed his head, plunging into a brief moment of heavy reflection. The blonde companion called out to him anxiously, feeling the growing tension. The muscular swordsman also tensed, awaiting orders. The silence before the storm hung in the air like a heavy burden. Jigal sharply raised his gaze and firmly declared that he would never give the mighty sword into dirty hands. He remembered the blood and endless sacrifices of righteous warriors who protected this world every moment. The comrades listened respectfully to his word. It's about saving the remnants of the true goodwill. The hero's hand clenched the hilt with a crunch. He refused to allow evil to destroy this sacred heritage. The sinister masters only maliciously sneered at his promise not to turn the world into a refuge for monsters. The enemies instantly drew their weapons, preparing for a brutal slaughter. With frenzied screams, the crowd of villains surged forward. Jagal ordered Master Wu to immediately escort the lady away, promising to cover their retreat. The giant monk soared into the air, gathering destructive energy in his palms. With a roar, he unleashed his devastating strike directly on the heroes. A deafening explosion sounded, raising a thick cloud of dust and stone. The earth trembled from the massive destruction. Suddenly, through this dust, a dark whip sliced with a whistle, harshly cutting through the space. The monk groaned dully, receiving an unexpected and powerful counterstrike. The muscular swordsman threw the enemy back with his giant blade, mockingly calling him a pig who had no place here. He confidently advised Jigal not to worry and to leave quickly. Having made sure the rear was covered, the young man focused on his own goal. In the next moment, he swiftly repelled a sudden attack from an enemy swordsman. The villain, with a mad scream, tried to deliver a deadly blow, but he was unexpectedly intercepted by a massive chain that cut through the air with a clatter. The enemy was forcibly thrown back, deprived of any chance to resist. A dull sound of a hard fall rang out. The attacker's body crashed to the ground, and Jagal with two swords remained standing nearby. From the shadows emerged a giant man with burning red eyes, demanding the artifact. His sinister voice echoed heavily across the battlefield, forcing to reveal his true name. Jigal's eyes widened with the sharp realization of who exactly stood before him. Seeing the massive chain with a blade, the young man instantly put all the pieces together. He tensely admitted that he had already heard about this terrible monster. 10 years ago, this elite fighter of the sinister faction single-handedly destroyed an entire Sword of the Wind sect. The hero mentally analyzed the events. According to the original story, this killer was supposed to go after his brother. However, the cult of the Bloody Demon recognized Jigal as a threat and sent their best chained dog directly after him. Understanding the inevitability of the battle, the young man firmly grasped both blades and took a fighting stance. The space around them tensed to the limit, foreshadowing a deadly dance of steel. The air buzzed with the terrible pressure of the enemy's dark aura. The ominous red eye of the enemy master flashed through the chaos, leaving no chance for retreat. Instead of hiding, Jigal unleashed his powerful blue aura, accepting the face-to-face challenge. His hand tightly gripped the hilt of the sword wrapped in a heavy chain, preparing for a deadly strike. The giant rushed forward swiftly, urging the opponent to overcome his own fear. With a deafening whistle, he threw the massive blade controlled by chains. The hero sharply recoiled, realizing that the devastating strike had missed its target. However, a powerful wave caught him, making him grimace in pain. The air trembled from the colossal recoil after the giant's miss. The ground shattered into pieces, raising a cloud of thick dust. A dark aura enveloped the enemy as he spun his chain again. A gigantic spectral blade materialized in the space, emitting a threatening glow. The clash of two forces created a dazzling flash, throwing the youth backward. Desperately blocking the blow, he mentally promised himself to endure, or else death awaited him. The enemy's chain sword continued its deadly dance. The youth's hand clenched the hilt until it turned white, accumulating energy for a counterattack. The giant confidently raised his weapon, looming over the battlefield like an insurmountable rock. Another sweeping strike tore the ground into pieces. The spectral blade plunged deep into the ground, creating a destructive wave. The shock power continued to shatter the space around. The young man raised the sword vertically, focusedly realizing that form does not matter. A line always remains a line. A thin energy axis stretched along his blade, concentrating out all the power. Activating the technique of the Sword of Wandering Clouds, he created a perfect circular barrier. Two blades merged into a solid whirlwind, flawlessly deflecting the giant's furious attacks. The enemy grimly muttered that in the roaring flame, even the swamp mist will rise to the skies. With an excited smile, the hero unleashed the seventh move, igniting his blade with bright fire. A colossal fire dragon burst from the sword, instantly engulfing the surrounding space. Under incredible heat, the giant's spectral weapon began to melt right in the air. The giant blade could not withstand the thermal pressure and shattered into small fragments. The enemy's face distorted from absolute shock and complete misunderstanding of the situation. A powerful, fiery explosion covered the giant's position, mercilessly sweeping away his defense. The giant screamed wildly as the scorching flame completely engulfed his body. The charred enemy collapsed helplessly onto the dug-up ground, finally suffering defeat. The observers froze in shock, unable to believe that a simple novice had defeated a mighty master. An elite group of representatives from the Tan clan from Sichuan suddenly appeared in the arena. One of the arrivals respectfully bowed his head, greeting the hero as a young master. The young man calmly responded to the greeting, noting that the interlocutor had now assumed the position of deputy head of the clan. He recalled with slight irony the old talks about marriage, through which they had almost become relatives. The deputy head sharply reminded that the negotiations had been canceled, and coldly asked whether he should now act accordingly. He added that the young master apparently completely lacked shame. Ignoring the reproaches, the hero politely folded his hands, greeting the brothers from the Tan clan who had arrived for negotiations. The deputy head squinted and harshly stated that he had only one question. He demanded explanations as to why the hero involved the security of the main family in his personal affairs by sending a letter to his father. A tense silence hung in the air while the young man gathered his thoughts. The hero seriously replied that this situation only seems personal, but in reality directly affects the prestige of the entire righteous faction. The deputy head raised an eyebrow in surprise, silently pondering the weighty word about prestige. The first drops of rain fell on the dry earth like a blessing from the heavens. The downpour quickly intensified, washing away the traces of the recent battle. Meanwhile, in the Shaolin monastery, one of the monks anxiously asked the abbot about the reason for his worry. The abbot admitted that the upcoming visit of the head of the Dianzin clan filled his mind with heavy thoughts. The elder nearby nodded thoughtfully, noting that he was looking forward to this meeting. All captured forces of the evil faction were officially handed over under the supervision of the Tang clan. Soso from the Namgun family interrupted her journey and hurriedly returned to her native clan. The young man and his companions set out for Shaolin under the escort protection of the righteous faction. They stopped for the night at an inn yard near the monastery walls. Sitting on the windowsill at night, the hero pondered that the events had deviated too much from the book's plot, making the Demon Gate unpredictable. He worried that after arriving at Shaolin, all the masters would disperse, and he sought a way to keep them to address the threat. The young man sighed heavily, vainly trying to find a way out of the situation. Suddenly, he realized that Sunshan was the location of Shaolin, and he horrifiedly assumed that the Demon Gate had already opened. The night air outside the window created a creepy contrast with his inner panic. He replayed all the changes in the story in his mind again, feeling the weight of responsibility. Thoughts about how to unite forces pulsed in his temples. The young man took a deep breath of the cool air, forcing himself to think rationally. The awareness of the geographical proximity of the threat made him shudder. He grimly stated that events were unfolding much faster than he expected. At that moment, his subordinate suddenly burst into the room. The hero's aura flared up as he abruptly stood up, trying to understand the true intentions of the enemies. He pondered tensely whether they planned to attack the Demon Gate under the cover of chaos, or if their goal was a direct assault on Shaolin. The subordinates looked anxiously at their leader, asking if everything was all right. The hero addressed the named brother, urgently asking him for a favor. He entrusted him to immediately head to Shaolin and personally deal with the fire there. He himself resolutely declared that he was heading to the Heavenly Center Mountain, causing surprise in his companion. He explained this by the necessity to be prepared for the worst if the enemy's target was not him. A bright flash illuminated the room before their separation. The hero raced through the night forest, mentally apologizing to the Tang clan for stealing their elite horse. Approaching enemy territory, he took out a thin leather mask from a hiding place. The young man skillfully put on the mask, glad that he had once learned the art of transformation. Hiding behind a rock outcrop, he made sure that the enemies were acting according to the original scenario and ordered himself not to make mistakes. The space was cut by a swift movement as the young man began to act. Bursting into the camp, the hero shouted in expertly played panic that they were under attack. Assessing the size of the sect leader, he realized that before him was the nine-headed fire demon, and quickly introduced himself as a recruit. The giant bearded man loomed over him menacingly, sarcastically asking if he should be praised for his cowardly escape. The young man's heart skipped a beat, but he suppressed the panic with an effort of will. A suffocating tension hung in the air as the leader scrutinized him. The demon clicked his tongue disdainfully, calling him pathetic. The leader turned to his people and fiercely ordered them to immediately go out and crush the attackers. The crowd of sectarians mindlessly rushed forward past the young man. Meanwhile, the demon calmly headed deeper into the tunnel, having completely lost interest in the hero. The young man watched him in surprise, realizing that the cowardly leader had no intention of fighting. One of the sectarians harshly barked at the hero not to stand there like an idiot. He ordered him to hurry and follow the main squad. Watching the demon's back, the hero silently vowed to kill him. In the very heart of the demonic gate, monks gathered, frozen in tense anticipation. The chief monk Gombo grimly realized that the guards outside had failed to stop the invasion, and the gate had opened. The tension in the air became almost tangible to the touch. Sinister silhouettes of demons emerged from the darkness of the prison, and the abbot thought with horror about the consequences of their release for the entire world. His gaze filled with determination, for now the monks would have to sacrifice their own lives to prevent a single monster from escaping. He loudly ordered his disciples to immediately form the battle formation of 18 Buddhist arhats. The atmosphere sharpened to the limit. At that moment, cries of despair sounded from outside as fighters were scattered by traps set throughout the territory. Jagal Muyon calmly observed the chaos, deciding that the perfect moment for intervention had come. Without a shadow of doubt, he threw a deadly poisonous pill stolen from the Tang clan of Sichuan into the midst of the enemies. Poisonous fog instantly began to fill the space. Panic broke out among the ranks of the righteous faction, and the fighters in the smoke began accusing each other of betrayal. Paranoia quickly engulfed the squad, turning former allies into bitter enemies. In the thick fog, a real survival game began, where everyone suspected their neighbor. Poison and fear did their work, sowing absolute chaos. The remnants of the smoke slowly drifted toward the dark entrance of the cave. An ominous silence fell just before the entrance to the demonic gate. Muyon stopped before the massive passage, realizing he could simply close it, leaving the righteous faction to die inside. The cold stone of his cave breathed danger. The young man looked intently at the gate mechanism, weighing whether the seriousness of the situation justified such a ruthless step. His hand froze in indecision. Meanwhile, inside, the old monk watched the release of the elite demons with bitterness. Feeling the pride of Shaolin crumble to dust, evil rapidly burst forth into freedom. The situation seemed absolutely hopeless. Suddenly, the space was torn apart by flashes of lightning. Muyon spectacularly appeared on the battlefield, apologizing for being late and refusing to accept the death of the innocent. One of the fighters instantly recognized him as a spy and angrily ordered an attack. A crowd of warriors shouted and rushed at the lone swordsman. Instead, Muyon only smiled, releasing powerful lightning energy and rejoicing at the chance to test the martial arts of the Dianzin clan. Devastating electric discharges scattered the attackers in different directions like dolls. The force of the strike shook the cave's vault. The young man confidently stepped forward, raising clouds of dust. The abbot Gambo begged him to flee immediately and close the gate behind him. Ignoring another wave of enemies behind him, Muyon calmed the old man. Wrapped in the sparkling aura, he firmly promised that he did not intend to die. His eyes blazed with absolute confidence. The energy of the sword resonated with his unbreakable will. Gambo could only silently pray for the safety of this strange savior. Muyon squinted fiercely, realizing that he had consciously stepped right into the lion's den. The enemies charged again in a single furious mass. The young man focused intensely, casting aside all unnecessary thoughts. A series of lightning-fast sword strokes created a true storm that once again repelled the opponents. Muyon's movements were flawless and deadly. It seemed as if space itself was splitting from his power. Two monks watched the battle from afar with hope. One of them anxiously asked the abbot whether this young knight could withstand such a horde. The slaughter continued without pause. Enemies fell one by one under the strikes of lightning. Blood mixed with dust on the stone floor. Later, Muyon heavily sank to the ground amidst dozens of bodies, exhaling after the fierce cleanup. He cast a glance deep into the tunnel where the remnants of the enemies had retreated. There, in the flickering light of torches, the fighters gathered before massive bars. The air felt the approach of a true nightmare. One of the traitors fell to his knees, begging his master for forgiveness for the delay. The prison bars clanged open, and from the darkness came a voice that foretold the beginning of the end. A chill ran down the spines of all present. From the shadow emerged the face of an old monster who grinned fiercely, anticipating a bloody banquet. Muyon watched this spectacle from the upper tier, not revealing his presence. He silently prepared for the worst, understanding that the main enemy had finally come into the light. This monster turned out to be the battle demon of the Mad Lightning, Chanhyuk. His shackled foot struck the stone with incredible force, sending cracks across the floor. The old man instantly released a destructive energy pulse capable of erasing everything in its path. Muyon barely managed to jump back as a powerful explosion shattered the cave wall into small fragments. The surprised demon gloomily asked who dared to interfere in his affairs. The young man smiled boldly, introducing himself as the young lord of the Jaegul clan and the very blade that ended the monster's brother's life. He loudly shouted his name, throwing down an open challenge. His words struck the demon harder than any weapon. Muyon mockingly asked if the old man realized the full irony of the situation. Chanhyuk boiled with rage, unable to believe that some brat dared to humiliate him. His aura exploded with a blood-red light as he promised that the righteous faction would achieve final victory today. The demon soared into the air, declaring that this day would be the young man's last. Muyon squinted, preparing to take the blow. The monster's fist, wrapped in devastating power, crashed down. A colossal explosion of energy shook the cave from their collision. Chanhyuk's chains turned into deadly whips, with which he showered the enemy with a barrage of strikes. Muyon miraculously withstood this pressure, using perfect hand-to-hand combat technique. Heated by the battle, the old man roared, demanding the youth show all his strength. Another wave of energy swept away everything within a radius of several meters. Unable to withstand the pressure, Muyon released his blue lightning aura, issuing a loud battle cry. His blade cut through the space, creating a powerful shockwave. The recoil threw the youth backward, leaving deep furrows in the stone floor. Dust slowly settled on the battlefield. Wiping blood from his split lip, Muyon mentally acknowledged that he was fighting a true monster. Understanding that ordinary strength would not be enough, he took out the forbidden pill of the Tan clan, hidden in his bosom. The young man hoped until the last moment to avoid this step. The demon disdainfully said that no pills would help to defeat him. But as soon as Muyon swallowed the fire dragon pill, his body was enveloped in hellish flames, forcibly drawing out true energy. The hero's eyes flashed with blood-red light, heralding the beginning of a real massacre. Space tore apart from the sudden release of devastating energy. The air trembled from powerful waves of force rapidly spreading in all directions. The young man dropped to one knee, desperately blocking a barrage of dazzling strikes. The giant's eyes filled with uncontrollable, animalistic rage. His aura exploded with new power, radiating pure bloodlust. Barreling his teeth, the monster focused all his might for a devastating attack. The tension reached an absolute maximum, tearing space with red flashes. Blood suddenly spurted from under the torn clothes of the hero. Crimson drops scattered in the air, testifying to a critical wound. Holding onto the wound, the boy breathed heavily, not taking his eyes off the enemy. Another energy surge shook the vault of the cave. The young man's body refused to withstand the destructive effect of the absorbed fire dragon pill. Despite exhaustion, he tightly gripped the sword hilt, preparing for the clash. The giant grinned ominously, declaring that it was all over for the brat. The space shook again from the furious speed of movements. The consequences of the attack merged into a continuous, blurred whirlwind. The enemy unleashed a whole network of dazzling energy tentacles. The youth barely managed to dodge the deadly beams. The speed of the fight exceeded the limits of human perception. Clenching his teeth, the hero extended his hand, harshly blocking the next attack. The giant, with a jerk, raised his hands, shackled in chains, threatening to destroy the future of the righteous faction. In response, the hero's sword whirled wildly in the air. The situation demanded the most radical actions without any hesitation. The youth's palm suddenly flared with bright energy and swiftly surged forward. The old man froze in surprise when the burning hand landed right on his chest. The swordsman made a desperate decision to transfer the excess fiery energy to the enemy. He mentally forced the opponent to share this unbearable burden. The fiery stream instantly began to engulf the giant. The old man's face contorted in shock, and blood gushed from his mouth at such audacity. At that very moment, a colossal fiery explosion tore through the space. The shockwave began mercilessly sweeping away the stone walls of the gorge. Observers recoiled, shockingly trying to grasp the scale of the catastrophe. At the collision site, a gigantic burning crater instantly formed. Thick dust rose into the air, covering the battlefield. Huge rock fragments flew wildly in all directions. Monks panicked, covering their heads, escaping from the stone hail. Clouds of smoke continued to engulf the arena. The echo of the explosion gradually faded in the thick veil of dust. When visibility cleared, a lone youth stood in the scorched crater. Breathing heavily, he turned and boldly challenged the next opponent. This fearlessness became a real shock for all present. One of the guards rushed forward, headlong, desperately shouting the warrior's name. The blonde companion calmly warned the elders that he would personally go to check the situation. The guard swiftly descended the steep slopes of the crater, hurrying to help. His mind swarmed with thoughts about the genius of the young master who had precisely predicted this chaos. He scolded himself for not being able to decipher any plan of his lord. The feeling of his own incompetence painfully struck the pride of the devoted warrior. He mentally prayed to the heavens that the commander was alive. But suddenly the sentinel froze in place from complete shock. Before him unfolded a scene. The hero calmly sat on the ground among dozens of enemy corpses. The young man raised an absolutely bewildered look at him. The atmosphere of pathos instantly dissipated in the air. The boy sincerely did not understand the reason for such panic in his subordinate. At that moment, a blonde approached, aptly noting that the hero's voice too much resembled his brother's. The guard instantly realized that the identity had been masterfully forged. The young man shuddered, suddenly realizing that he was still wearing the camouflage artifact. With a panicked scream, he began awkwardly tearing the mask from his face. The illusion began to crack and fall away quickly. The guard fearfully raised his hands, begging to stop even for a moment. The false face was finally torn off. The true identity was revealed before the bewildered allies. The guard fell to his knees, begging for forgiveness, while the brother joyfully greeted the relative. Changing his expression to comical irritation, the young man promised the guard cruel revenge later. The brother asked with admiration if he had really dealt with this army single-handedly. Modestly brushing it off, the hero coldly attributed his feat to pure chance. Assessing the master's severe wounds, the blonde suggested an immediate retreat. The squad, together with the rescued monks, moved toward the exit of the gorge. Outside, the head of Shaolin bowed low, paying a debt of honor, but the young man called it a mere duty. Suddenly, the silence was shattered by the panicked scream of a monk rushing towards them. The messenger reported with horror the sudden appearance of the leader of the cult of the bloody demon. The faces of those present instantly paled at the realization of the scale of the new threat. Somewhere nearby, a terrible explosion sounded, blowing off the roof of an entire building. The monks were thrown back by the shockwave, and they tried in shock to comprehend what was happening. Through the thick dust, someone's heavy boot stepped solemnly. One of the wounded looked at the epicenter of the explosion with absolute horror. A sinister silhouette gracefully soared into the air, looming over the ruins. With a predatory smile, the leader ordered the news of his arrival to be spread immediately. The demonic emperor Patian officially and pompously proclaimed his return. Meanwhile, in a safe place, a blond brother advised the young man to focus on healing. Wrapped in bandages, the boy obediently agreed with this instruction. Left in silence, he gloomily analyzed the chain of recent events. The hero realized that his intervention had broken the course of history, significantly accelerating the development of the original plot. Suddenly, the door of the room quietly opened. A tall elder confidently entered the chamber with a massive wooden staff. The hero's brother instantly reacted, respectfully greeting the guest. The man majestically introduced himself as the master guardian of the doors of the middle heavens. The youth instantly tensed, recognizing the key character who was to reveal the secrets of the demon cult. Stopping in the middle of the room, the elder seriously stated that he had an extremely important conversation for them. The elder struck the floor with his staff, immediately getting to the point due to lack of time. His gaze became stern when the topic turned to the leader of the bloody demon cult and the fundamental essence. Two youths listened attentively, understanding the full seriousness of the moment. The story reached mythical times when the goddess Manhwa created the earth. At that time, a gigantic tower rose, connecting heaven and earth into a single whole. It was the energy that powered this tower that became the seed of that very fundamental essence. It was a time of perfect balance when light and dark energies were in harmony. But later monsters were born, and a terrible goblin king appeared in the world. Seeking immortality, he unleashed a great war that entered history as the Great Chaos. To stop the bloodshed, Shakyamuni sacrificed himself, dividing and sealing the essence. A young man with chestnut hair tensed, asking about the monster's further fate. The elder calmly looked at the cup of tea, suggesting that without immortality, the creature had long perished. Then a logical question arose. Isn't it the same immortality that the current leader of the cult seeks? The elder's gaze grew heavier, for the remnants of the sealed power had now passed to these two young men. He stated unequivocally that only they were capable of stopping the impending catastrophe. The young man averted his gaze, sincerely doubting that their strength would be enough against such an enemy. A heavy, silent pause hung in the air, filled with the inevitability of fate. However, hope remained. For the energy absorbed by the cult was still partially sealed. The blonde decisively clenched his fists, demanding instructions for action. The elder's response was brief and harsh. They needed to become stronger. Meanwhile, another warrior with spiky hair was driving his horse at a furious speed. His face expressed absolute concentration and readiness to carry out the mission. In his thoughts, he returned to the recent conversation at the residence before his departure. Then his comrades handed him important scrolls for his father. He carefully examined the letters, understanding the weight of the responsibility placed upon him. The first message contained a call to unite the righteous and evil factions against a common enemy. The second letter was a deathbed apology from the son to the father in case he did not return. The comrade tried to lighten the atmosphere, smilingly asking if he was crying by any chance. The messenger blushed deeply, nervously brushing off the jokes and promising to return alive. Horse hooves thundered against the ground, bringing him back to reality. He finally reached the gates of the main residence of the Jigo clan. Creaking open the heavy door, he stepped onto the territory. The guard Yong stared in shock at the unexpected guest. Tension instantly rose, foretelling bad news. The young man rushed into the main hall, where the clan leader was already waiting for him. Chief Suk rose anxiously, demanding an immediate report on the situation. Three men tensely sat down at the negotiation table. The messenger began to relay the words of the young master. He silently slid the sealed letter across the table. The clan leader gloomily looked at the message from his son. While reading, his eyes suddenly widened in horror. A sudden sense of danger made both men shudder. The next moment, the massive hall doors shattered into pieces from a powerful blow. Guard Yong shouted fiercely, demanding explanations from the uninvited guests. From the cloud of dust emerged a sinister figure with pale skin and blood-red lips. Three fighters instantly prepared for battle, assessing the level of threat. The enemy asked in a cold tone about the whereabouts of Muyong from the Jago clan. The gate fragments were still settling, revealing a view of the hostile aura of the attackers. Yong did not retreat, aggressively provoking the enemy to talk. The cult leader only sneered mockingly in response to the mention of the clan's greatness. The defenders of the residence finally realized that they faced a deadly opponent. The icy gaze of the enemy's red eyes pierced to the bone. The young man with spiky hair cursed, indignantly stating that Muyong had become a problem for him. The villain grinned fiercely, understanding the balance of power. The air around them seemed to freeze before the inevitable clash. The enemy cynically assumed that kidnapping the father would surely lure the son out of hiding. Without waiting another second, Young rushed forward to protect the clan leader. He put all his rage into a devastating leap with his blade raised. The enemy didn't even flinch, only slightly squinting his eyes. A dazzling flash of energy instantly deflected Yong's attack in midair. Landing, the guard unleashed his aura, preparing for a series of strikes. However, the cult leader casually created a whirlwind of black and red blades around himself. A powerful explosion tore through the space, throwing the defender backward. Leader Suk and the youth watched this absolute domination in shock. Unable to bear it, the runner burst from his place with a fierce scream, revealing his giant sword. He struck the enemy with a weapon forceful enough to split mountains. The ground beneath them exploded with stone shards from the terrible blow. But the cult leader blocked this destructive power with a single smooth movement of his hand. The youth narrowed his eyes, refusing to give up and searching for a blind spot. He began an aggressive series of continuous attacks, trying to break through the defense. Energies collided in a dazzling confrontation of light and darkness. Closing in closely, the swordsman tried to deliver a decisive strike. Suddenly, the enemy released a dense cloud of black, demonic energy. The youth's face twisted with pure, instinctive horror. Behind the cult leader, a giant, ghostly shadow of a monster grew. A powerful shockwave tore the swordsman from the ground. His body helplessly flew backwards, slicing through the air. The enemy instantly appeared nearby, looming over the defeated. The young man instinctively raised his hand, trying to protect himself from the inevitable. Another flash of black energy struck him directly. The heavy sword flew out of his hands from the enormous force of the blow. The body crashed with a crack into the stone wall of the residence. Realizing there was no way out, Head Suk finally drew his blade. He grimly admitted that the cult leader's skills exceeded all expectations. The enemy's pale lips stretched again into a terrifying smile, ordering surrender without a fight. His eyes burned with sadistic pleasure as he disdainfully called his opponents miserable insects. The hero, with a thunderous aura, stood unwavering over the fallen ally. He sharply looked back, feeling cold sweat running down his face. Intense blue lightning engulfed his body as he mentally pronounced a death sentence on his enemies. Instead, the pale-skinned opponent only smiled fiercely, admitting that he was just contemplating the next plan. The enemy cold-bloodedly noted that if all witnesses were destroyed, no one would learn about the hero's father's fate. Clenching his cursed weapon, the villain rejoiced that the swordsman's appearance solved this problem. A sinister smile stretched across his face, along with the promise to deliver a swift death. Suddenly, the battlefield was covered by an aggressive wave of dark energy. The hero instantly closed the distance, delivering a devastating flying kick. A deafening explosion sounded from the collision, raising clouds of dust. The enemy barely restrained this deadly attack with the shaft of his weapon. His face was hidden in shadow, but through it broke an even more insane snarl. Gritting his teeth, the villain was forced to acknowledge the striking power of the blow. Seeing the shining halo above the swordsman's head, he immediately understood the nature of this fundamental power. This fact ignited the enemy's zeal, who had not seen such strength for a very long time. However, the dazzling light of the aura made him squint with disgust. Another powerful burst of energy tore the earth in half. The white glow from the detonation completely engulfed the battlefield for a moment. To protect himself, the enemy raised an impenetrable wall of thick black smoke. Half of his face was drowned in darkness, but the crimson eye continued to gleam fiercely. Black tentacles fiercely clashed with thunderous discharges in the sky. From the heavens suddenly fell a true rain of shining energy blades. The divine weapon plunged into the ground, causing a colossal explosion. Amid the rising dust, two gracefully landed, the lightning swordsman and his golden-haired partner. Both warriors stood shoulder to shoulder, ready to tear the opponent apart. The enemy noted with satisfaction that all bearers of the higher power had finally gathered together. He concentrated a vortex of black matter in his palm, expressing a fervent desire to fight both. However, the gigantic dark portal had already torn the space. This was not his battlefield. The warriors tensely watched as their opponent prepared to retreat. Suddenly, a wounded elderly man appeared, shouting the name Muyon in horror. The hero sharply turned around, feeling uncontrollable anxiety. Realizing the scale of the trap, he desperately rushed forward to save his father. The swordsman reached out his hand, but the merciless vortex of dark energy was already pulling the captive in. At last, the enemy's voice echoed over the ruins, challenging them to come to Mount Minsha. The dust clouds dispersed, leaving the two heroes alone in the middle of the ravaged crater. After some time, the severely wounded warrior lay in bed, blaming himself for the inability to protect the leader. The hero calmed him, ordering him to cast aside worries and focus on recovery. His gaze became truly icy when he promised to personally return his father. The swordsman left the room, firmly closing the door behind him. In the yard, the golden-haired brother and the grim warrior with a scar were already waiting for him. In response to the question about the wounded man's condition, the hero replied that his life was out of danger, but the path of martial arts was over for him. After that, he ordered the strong man to join the allied forces of the righteous faction as a representative of the clan. The warrior asked in shock, not understanding such a sudden decision. The hero explained that on the way he intercepted an urgent letter from Li Hun. The message spoke about gathering the alliance to confront the cult of the bloody demon. Therefore, the order was unequivocal. The warrior had to immediately head to the front line. The swordsman himself, together with his brother, set out for Mount Minsha in search of the kidnapper. His aura flared with a bloody hue as he swore to tear the enemy to pieces. Meanwhile, in the rocky wasteland, the captive father, bound by shadows, demanded to reveal the identity of the maniac. Blonde villain looked down arrogantly at the prisoner, mocking human curiosity. A sharp flash of light emphasized the tension of the moment. The enemy leaned in closely, mysteriously whispering that there is too much unknown in the world. The old man's face was covered with sweat as the villain warned of the terrible price of truth. The darkness around them began to thicken, pulsating with sinister magic. A red eye pierced the prisoner through, testing his ability to endure the truth. While the maniac played with the victim, two heroes urged their horses to the limits of their abilities. They mercilessly raced through the forest thickets, leaving the sunbeams behind. Far from them, an old sage with a wooden staff approached the edge of the abyss. The apprentice cautiously inquired about the thoughts that troubled the master. The elder thoughtfully gazed at the sky, awaiting the arrival of the so-called blades of the northern clouds. As if hearing these words, the riders burst out of the thicket, continuing their frantic ride. The apprentice instantly guessed that it was about an ancient prophecy. The sage slowly nodded, confirming the guess with an absolutely serious look. According to the text on the ancient stele, everything was to begin with an unnatural solar eclipse. The blade of the northern clouds will break the centuries-old chains to return the world to the true path. The apprentice exhaled with relief, considering it a harbinger of victory. But the old man's face darkened, for the prophecy's finale concealed a terrible detail. Looking at the endless desert, he uttered the last line. For this purpose, the blade of the northern clouds must perish. Reaching the edge of the desert, the heroes stopped their horses, assessing the sun-scorched territory. Far ahead, abandoned ruins were visible, once known as the source of UA. The beautiful place had turned into a cracked wasteland with fragments of destroyed buildings. The golden-haired brother advised using the awakened power to search for energy traces. The hero instantly activated his abilities, and his eyes shone with discharges of concentrated magic. Enhanced vision scanned the dead land, revealing invisible magical currents. Perception pierced reality, causing a brief bright flash before the eyes. The swordsman's gaze sharpened. He finally detected the exact source of the enemy aura. Another pulse of light firmly fixed the target's coordinates in his mind. Realizing that time was against his father, he quickly rushed down the rocky slope. The warrior approached the entrance to the dark, ominous cave without hesitation. The heroes cautiously stepped into the darkness, ready for any surprises. They rapidly advanced deeper, leaving behind thick clouds of black energy. A sudden flash of darkness completely disoriented the space, dragging them into the lair. In the very heart of the cave, the white-haired villain majestically sat on a stone throne amid the fog. His eyes burned with bloody madness as he joyfully greeted the bearers of true power. Raising his hand with swirling darkness, he casually assured that the old man was still alive. The enemy arrogantly proposed a deal. Victory over him guarantees the captive a safe return home. However, his aura instantly exploded, filling the space with paralyzing, deadly pressure. Hovering in the air, the villain stated with absolute confidence that they would not be able to win. Both heroes looked at him grimly, gritting their teeth in anticipation of the hardest battle of their lives. The man unleashed a powerful dark energy, directing a destructive strike forward. The space was torn apart by a massive white explosion, scattering stone fragments in all directions. A cloud of dust completely covered the battlefield, hiding the consequences of the attack. The warrior with a shining halo swiftly emerged through the smoke, coldly noting that the enemy would not die so easily. The opponent sharply raised his head, noticing a deadly electric disc forming above him. The second swordsman unleashed a devastating bolt of blue lightning from the skerm. A dazzling beam of energy struck the ground, tearing the air with electric discharges. A white flash momentarily engulfed everything around. From behind, a fiery ball suddenly emerged, causing the younger warrior to sharply warn his comrade of danger. The swordsman was thrown back by a powerful blow, crashing into a stone wall. His partner instantly closed the distance, making a sharp swing with his blade. The youth's eyes flashed with determination as he firmly declared that such an attack was not enough for victory. He blocked the enemy's strike, sparking a dazzling flash from the clash of two colossal forces. The shockwave split the ground, lifting sharp-edged chunks of stone into the air. Amid the thick dust, only a solitary red spark remained. A heavy boot forcefully landed on the cracked surface. The enemy fiercely charged with a dark blade, mockingly saying they were still far from victory. The light-haired warrior concentrated electric energy, preparing to use a devastating sword technique. He made a lightning-fast strike, completely transforming his body into a solid mass of light. A blue beam mercilessly pierced the space, colliding with the darkness. Energy collapse tore the cave, mixing light and black aura into a single chaos. For a moment, everything again drowned in a dazzling flash. Two swordsmen with joint efforts pressed the enemy, blocking his deadly moves. The youth with a halo accumulated a blazing blue aura and ordered the opponent to take the blow. His sword unleashed a giant phantom dragon, which with a predatory roar rushed at the target. The villain's eyes widened with overwhelming horror before the inevitable strike. A terrible explosion completely engulfed the opponent's figure. When the dust settled, the defeated enemy barely stood on his feet, wrapped in remnants of smoke. Clenching his teeth in rage, he quietly cursed his killers. The remnants of black energy finally dissipated into the air. The victor's blade still crackled from the residual tension of lightning. The light-haired warrior aimed his sword at the enemy, admitting that he had relaxed too much in this battle. A short, tense silence prevailed. The body of the fallen villain weakly trembled. He heavily fell face first into the dirt before the two swordsmen. The last drops of blood dripped from the blade's tip. The blonde warrior sighed with relief, acknowledging the end of the long battle. His partner joyfully began to agree with the victory, but suddenly froze mid-sentence. He sharply turned around, anxiously asking what was happening. From the motionless enemy corpse, a sinister black aura began to ooze thickly. Darkness instantly filled the space, hiding the silhouette of the dead man. The dead hand suddenly twitched, obeying a foreign force. The swordsman tensed, hearing a voice from the depths of the darkness suddenly express its gratitude to them. The sinister figure announced that, unknowingly, they had freed it from its miserable physical shell. Above, the flicker materialized a face with a third eye, which melted into a predatory, insane smile. A chilling echo of gratitude continued to ring in the ears of the stunned heroes. A lump of pure darkness finally shed its human features, turning into something much more terrifying. The demon mockingly looked at them with his red eyes, enjoying the paralyzing fear of the warriors. The brunette recoiled in horror, realizing the true identity of the monster. A black aura exploded, forming a gigantic silhouette of the beast. The creature revealed its true form of the many-headed demon, Manhwa. Stretching out a clawed hand, the mighty spirit coldly inquired if the time for reckoning had come. A terrible gravitational anomaly lifted tons of stone debris into the air around him. The warriors looked confusedly at the levitating boulders, not understanding the nature of this destructive magic. An intense energy aura flared around the monster, radiating deadly danger. The young man feverishly tried to comprehend how the ancient Manhwa managed to materialize here. Dodging the boulder, he thought that the plot line of this world had been unpredictably disrupted. Splitting the stone in half, the hero cast aside unnecessary thoughts, focusing exclusively on survival. He logically assumed that the monster's goal was to gather the fundamental essence to achieve immortality. However, the necessity to hijack other bodies for life contradicted this theory. The hero suddenly realized that immortality was never the monster's true ambition. The blonde warrior swiftly had launched an attack, breaking through the stone hail. The young man shouted to his comrade, warning that the creature's goal lay entirely elsewhere. Manhwa's face confirmed the worst suspicion. He sought the absolute destruction of the world. The demon burst into hysterical, eerie laughter that echoed through the ruins. He praised the young man's insight with icy sarcasm, confirming his correctness. In his memory appeared the goddess Manhwa, who openly despised his chaos-born nature. The monster recalled how he was unjustly imprisoned in the darkest depths of the earth under the pretext of natural balance. Divine providence left him to suffer in isolation for countless ages. But now the demon's burning eyes testified that Manhwa had made a fatal mistake. He resolutely proclaimed that from now on, the universe created by her would be completely subject to his dark will. The illusion of a blooming, fragrant world arose as a pitiful symbol of divine abundance. The demon swore to turn this floral paradise into an endless kingdom of pain and agony. The entire beautiful legacy of the creator was to be slowly and as painfully as possible destroyed. The many-faced monster unequivocally declared itself the new sole ruler of reality. From the incredible pressure of the sinister aura, the stone vault began to collapse on the heroes. The earth around them cracked, releasing dense pillars of swirling black energy. Manhwa finally transformed into a colossal stone giant with several heads. The monster made a massive swing, calling the warriors to accept their inevitable demise. The hero's boot forcefully pushed off the ground for a decisive, desperate dash. Having saturated his blade with electricity, he activated the most powerful technique of cleaving the heavens. The swordsman's eyes shone with pure light as he transformed his body into an unstoppable lightning bolt. Two colossal forces collided in a frontal strike, tearing the very fabric of space. The warrior let out a furious battle cry, putting all his life energy into this final attack. His partner swiftly joined the strike, confidently promising to put an end to it. A powerful energy pulse successfully pierced the absolute defense of the stone giant. The body of the unyielding demon was covered with deep cracks from the unbearable flow of light magic. With a deafening crack, the monster's impenetrable armor began to shatter into small shards. The giant creature helplessly fell backward, finally destroyed by the combined strength of the swordsman. The battle began with a devastating strike that tore the ground in half. Thrown back by a powerful wave, the opponent crashed into the ground, raising pillars of dust and stones. Through the veil of smoke emerged a gigantic three-headed stone golem, destroying everything in its path. Fragments of rocks scattered in all directions from his deadly stride. The blonde swordsman tightly gripped the blade and without hesitation rushed straight into the epicenter of the catastrophe. His lightning-fast movement left behind only a blurred trace in the air. Both warriors were breathing heavily, exhausted by the continuous pressure of the invincible monster. The stone formation continued to explode around, leaving no safe place. The dark silhouette made a sharp jerk, preparing for the final attack. Sweat rolled down the young man's face as he mentally realized that the prolonged battle would only exhaust their bodies, and it was necessary to immediately find a weak spot. Before them stood a merciless idol, whose sole desire was the absolute destruction of the world created by Nuva herself. The dark-haired warrior understood that the best way to stop the catastrophe was to completely isolate the monster from their reality. He turned to his comrade, preparing to voice a desperate plan. Looking at the three giant shadow demons, the hero firmly declared that he was going to open the infinite gates. The space around began to distort from the furious concentration of his spiritual energy. His gaze became cold and focused, for a worse scenario simply did not exist. They stood before the army of darkness, clearly understanding that hesitation would mean the end of all living things. The situation demanded immediate and decisive self-sacrifice. The young man placed his hand on his brother's shoulder, warning that the path they had chosen would again prove unbearably difficult. Their bodies were engulfed by a dazzling lightning bolt as he asked his comrade not to worry. The hero assured that he would go through this hellish route together with him to the very end. A pillar of pure bright energy cut through the battlefield, blinding the demonic entities. The next moment, the warriors found themselves in infinite cosmic space, surrounded by twinkling stars. This vacuum was completely cut off from their native world. The young man looked at his brother in confusion, trying to grasp the grandeur of what had just happened. They were surrounded only by the dead silence of infinite emptiness. No traces of the former battlefield existed anymore. It seemed as if time itself had frozen in this spiritual dimension. Suddenly, a figure of a horned demon appeared before them, whose eyes blazed with rage at the audacity of the people. The monster screeched in offense and lunged forward, enveloped in a dense black aura. The demon delivered a swift strike with red blades, trying to cut the warriors in half. The young men barely managed to break the distance before the lightning-fast attack. The dark-haired warrior deftly dodged, and with a cold-blooded smile advised the enemy not to be so impatient. He mockingly added that the monster would still have to spend an eternity with them. The horned one's eyes widened with the sudden realization of his own trap. In a burst of uncontrollable fury, the monster formed a sphere of darkness in his hand, promising to tear them to pieces. The demon sharply clasped his hands, releasing a destructive wave of dark energy. From beneath the warrior's feet, giant stone spikes suddenly erupted, trying to pierce their bodies. The enemy grinned maliciously, reminding them that they were exactly in a spiritual place. He confidently declared that only one thing would determine the winner here. The horned one raised his gaze at his opponent, who calmly hovered in the air, surrounded by spheres of light. The young man calmly replied that the soul that never loses itself will win. The spheres around him began to pulse, accumulating a critical mass of energy. A colossal explosion of spiritual light occurred, tearing the darkness to shreds. When the smoke cleared, the demon was standing, but his strength had noticeably faded. The tension between the opponents reached an absolute maximum. The monster growled contemptuously, asking if they did not understand that now they too were forever sealed in this grave. The blonde swordsman decisively cut in, saying that it was a small price to pay for saving their world from destruction. The brothers stood shoulder to shoulder, radiating lightning, and declared that they were ready to wait here for eternity. A new fierce clash occurred, and the bewildered demons shouted, not believing that they were willingly giving up their own souls. The monster could not understand why one would sacrifice oneself for the sake of miserable people who do not even live 100 years. The blonde warrior blocked a powerful strike and confidently replied that this is precisely the essence of humanity. He admitted that to an immortal being, their actions seemed childish or senseless. But the swordsman added that such sacrifices allow people to atone for mistakes and take a step forward. With a fearless smile on his face, he said that only in this way can humanity overcome the wall of fear. The space trembled from an incredibly powerful discharge of blue lightning that struck the monster. The demon was brutally thrown back through the debris of its own stone. Spitting out rage, the horned one called his opponents immature fools. His body began to crack from overstrain and the colossal spiritual pressure of light. It seemed that the very structure of his being was disintegrating into atoms. The blonde warrior calmly objected that their choice was made not only for the sake of others' good. The brothers exchanged glances and in unison admitted that they do it primarily for themselves. Memories of a past life flashed through their minds, where even the shortest moments had enormous significance. The young man firmly decided that he would protect these fragile moments at any cost. Before his eyes appeared images of tears and embraces in that one home where he truly felt alive. Two pillars of light merged into one devastating beam, cutting through the starry vacuum. The young man directed all his power forward, mentally vowing not to stop until he protected them all. The demon's face twisted with animal rage and inevitable despair. He concentrated his last strength into a gigantic sphere of pure darkness that tried to engulf the light. Blue energy and black darkness collided in a final apocalyptic resonance. The consequences of the collision began to tear the very fabric of the spiritual dimension from within. The horned one wheezed with his last strength, desperately wishing to destroy the world created by MANHWA. He shouted madly, "How dare these miserable humans stand in my way?" At that very moment, the space around was covered with giant cracks, like shattered glass. Reality shattered into thousands of fragments, enveloping everything in a dazzling red glow. Finding himself in complete darkness, the hero mentally asked himself if this was finally the end, feeling only a slight regret. Somewhere in the modern world, an ordinary boy shockingly dropped a book, upset by such an ending of the novel. But in the warrior's soul there was no remorse, for he had managed to protect those who were truly dear to him. The warm smiles of friends and mentors became his last and most precious consolation in that emptiness. Consciousness slowly faded with the quiet thought that this was exactly how the ending of their story should be. However, after an indefinite time, he opened his eyes and saw before him a paved path leading to a traditional pavilion. An incredible calm prevailed around, sharply contrasting with the horrors of the recent battle. He slowly walked past the lush tree crowns, listening to the carefree singing of birds. Under the bright blue sky, a wind chime quietly tinkled on the roof of the pavilion. The warrior's boots confidently stepped on the sun-warmed stones. On the table, freshly brewed tea was already waiting, and someone's warm voice hospitably invited him to sit. The young man in simple clothing sank onto a cushion, finally finding his longed-for eternal peace. In the void, a thought about the existence of a single isolated entity echoed. This entity was completely isolated from the entire surrounding world. The hero looked attentively at the woman with a shining halo and mentally asked if she was the legendary MANHWA. A mysterious, barely noticeable smile slowly blossomed on her face. She softly remarked that her true identity did not matter at all. The young man firmly replied that his only goal was to protect his most precious moments. They continued the conversation, calmly sitting in a fog-wrapped pavilion. The goddess noted that, even having forgotten everything, he had not changed his decisions. She penetratingly asked if he had a significant reason to make such a colossal sacrifice. The space darkened as words about the endless cycle of nature sounded. In the darkness, an ephemeral heart flashed with bright light, symbolizing what was lost in the void. From this pulsating energy, a new beautiful flower of being sprouted and blossomed. Against the backdrop of the endless sea, butterflies fluttered, proving that the price of enlightenment does not bring death. The young man stood motionless, deeply aware of the fundamental basis of his nature. The time to act had come, and the goddess prepared to forever seal the dark essence in her magical pumpkin. The hero tensed and directly asked why he was called here and what fate awaited him now. The woman calmly objected, emphasizing that it was not she who summoned him at all. She asked whether his inner nature had truly remained unchanged despite the new appearance. At these words, the young man's eyes widened in silent, deep shock. The goddess, with a slight smile, nudged him toward understanding who had really answered whom. The hero was suddenly enlightened by the realization that he himself might have summoned this warrior's path. A clear image from an ordinary past life on dim stairs emerged in his memory. He quietly exhaled, admitting to himself that he had always subconsciously desired exactly this fate. The young man finally understood that all events were merely the result of his own aspirations. A bright stream of light confirmed that he himself had placed himself at the center of this whirlpool, and everything was his choice. His gaze filled with absolute clarity and unwavering determination. On the ruined battlefield, the wounded warrior desperately begged the heavens to save his comrade's life. Seeing a white bird in the sky, he smiled joyfully, feeling immense relief. 3 comrades finally gathered together at the entrance to a huge stone cave. The hero turned around, surprised by the sudden and loud shout of his ally. The warrior threw himself around his neck, unable to hold back tears, and shouted desperately, "Thank you for being alive." The embrace was so strong that the young man almost suffocated from this fierce pressure. The ally sharply pulled away, awkwardly apologizing for his unexpected outburst. The alliance leader laughed sincerely, happy to finally see his brothers alive and unharmed. The group decided to return back, and the warriors slowly headed towards their horses. Their heavy steps left deep marks on the dust-covered ground. The hero silently watched as his comrades confidently marched forward through the desert. He raised his gaze to the cloudless sky, feeling absolute, unshakable peace in his soul. 2 years had quietly passed since their decisive victory over the demonic entity. A new prosperous era had dawned in the world of martial arts, giving rise to many strong masters. The new leader of the mighty alliance was rightfully his sworn brother, Peck. The hero lazily chewed an apple, relaxedly acknowledging that he had fully completed his mission in this world. His rest was abruptly interrupted by a comrade, loudly demanding to descend the mountain immediately. The warrior suspiciously squinted and asked if the other was simply trying to avoid the inauguration of the new leader. The young man sighed conciliatorily, reluctantly stood up, and asked to stop the endless lectures. He unexpectedly extended and sharply threw his personal sword to his comrade. The other barely caught the weapon and asked in surprise why he was giving away his legendary blade. The hero entrusted the sword to be delivered to Peck as a sincere welcoming gift from his sworn brother. The comrade was sincerely outraged, not understanding why he refused to hand over the weapon personally. The young man thoughtfully rubbed his nose, awkwardly justifying himself with sudden embarrassment before the upcoming meeting. He added that he just wants to enjoy the fresh wind and return home unhurriedly. With a gentle smile, the hero asked his friend to hurry up to deliver the gift on time. Already sitting astride the horse, the comrade reminded that the new head of the alliance is waiting for him the most. As soon as the rider disappeared into the distance, the hero remained alone in the middle of the green meadow under a large tree. He slowly knelt down, respectfully touching the soft earth with his hands. With a very careful movement, he planted a small seed in the soil, leaving his last trace. The young man confidently stood up and mentally ordered himself to go, fully ready to depart. Suddenly, an old man appeared behind him, asking if he really dared to leave without saying goodbye to the head. The hero honestly admitted that if he had only seen him, he would never be able to leave this place. A powerful purple portal opened before him, and he decisively stepped toward the swirling, magical energy. His silhouette completely dissolved in the dazzling glow, leaving this world behind forever. When the transition ended, the familiar skyscrapers of modern Seoul appeared before him again. It turned out that during his long, epic journey, only a short day had passed in reality. The young man wandered the noisy streets, realizing that the life he had lived now seemed like an incredible Midsummer Night's Dream. Sitting in the shop, he ate ordinary ramen with great pleasure, rejoicing at returning home. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared behind the glass, interrupting his quiet meal. A stranger in a white shirt addressed him, directly asking if he was Kim Muyon. The young man turned around in amazement and saw his comrade Beck, who looked at him with an unfailingly warm smile. Their shared story, having overcome space and time, began again in the modern world.